In the realm of Tianyun, within the confines of the broken immortal peak, a youth, no older than 17 or 18, idly fished by the edge of a pond. Indeed, this is our protagonist, A.O. Fan. Originally, he was a carefree scion, indulging in leisure and revelry on Blue Star, where his days were consumed by play and slumber. However, fate took an unexpected turn one fateful day when, after a bout of drinking, he stumbled and tragically drowned in a fetid ditch. One might question the absurdity of such a demise. Who could possibly drown in a stinking gutter? Yet, A.O. Fan proved to be quite the eccentric. Even more peculiar was the twist of destiny that saw him reincarnated. He found himself in a humble village, orphaned at the tender age of 8 when his parents were slain by a wolf-like demonic beast that appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, a celestial being emerged to vanquish the beast, leaving A.O. Fan to gaze at the immortal in awe. The immortal, whose discomfort was palpable, was none other than Poxian, the master of broken immortal peak. Before the dilapidated village, Poxian inquired, "Young man, what are you staring at? Where are your parents?" "My parents have just perished. Are you blind?" A.O. Fan retorted, his grief fueling his ire. Poxian, though infuriated, chose not to dwell on the boy's insolence, recognizing the weight of his recent loss. "You are quite the foul-mouthed one, aren't you? Had I arrived sooner, perhaps your parents would still be alive." A.O. Fan shot back, glaring at Poxian. The immortal could only sigh at the irony of saving a child only to receive such rebuke. "Listen, your parents are gone and cannot be brought back. What will you do now? Do you have any relatives? I can take you to them," Poxian offered. With tears streaming down his face, A.O. Fan lamented, "I have no family left aside from my parents." Sighing, the old immortal placed his hand atop A.O. Fan's head to assess him. "Good heavens, an extraordinary wood spirit root. Is this some kind of jest? Such talent emerging from this remote corner." Poxian stared in disbelief at A.O. Fan. "Young lad, would you be willing to become my disciple? My days are numbered, and I seek a personal disciple. Will you accept?" A.O. Fan, wiping his tears, posed a question that left the old immortal exasperated. "Very well, but can you tell me when you plan to die, and what inheritance might I receive?" Poxian smacked A.O. Fan on the head in frustration. "What nonsense! I take you as my disciple, and you immediately think of my wealth. I'm not dead yet." The immortal, fuming, could hardly contain his temper. "Oh, it's only a matter of time. Don't be so stingy. Look, I've not held it against you despite your rudeness." A.O. Fan chuckled. Taking a deep breath, Poxian stroked his beard. "So, will you become my disciple, you little rascal?" A.O. Fan pondered the prospect of traversing this new life without a system, a golden finger, or an elder to guide him. Perhaps becoming the disciple of this old man would not be so bad. He must hold some standing in the sect, after all. With such thoughts, A.O. Fan broke into a silly grin. Poxian, observing A.O. Fan's foolish laughter, began to wonder if he had made a grave mistake in taking on such a peculiar disciple. Suddenly, with a clanging sound, A.O. Fan's head met the ground 3 times. Poxian rushed to help him up. By the way, what is your name, little rascal?" "I am A.O. Fan. The children in the village call me Brother Fan. I am the leader of the village kids." "Impressive, right?" Poxian's face darkened, shaking his head in disbelief. He then retrieved a flying artifact, the flying cloud shuttle. A.O. Fan gazed at the vessel resembling a boat, his curiosity piqued. He eagerly climbed aboard, touching and inspecting it from every angle. "Old man, when you die, will this also belong to me? Call me master, call me master." "Oh, master," A.O. Fan murmured quietly. He muttered to himself, "Is this old man going through a delayed midlife crisis? Why does he get angry so easily?" As a cultivator, Poxian was not one to miss such comments. His irritation grew, and he seized A.O. Fan, placing him on the flying cloud shuttle. "Be careful, old man. Don't drop me. Call me master. Forget it, do as you wish." The flying cloud shuttle ascended into the sky, and A.O. Fan clung tightly to Poxian's robe, terrified of falling. Poxian, amused by the boy's fear, contemplated teasing him further, his smile taking on an unsettling quality. "Old man, please don't smile like that, it frightens me," A.O. Fan pleaded. "Oh, really? What is it to fear? With your master here, you have nothing to worry about. He..." As AO Fan stared at Pazuzu's grin, he swallowed, nervously, suddenly feeling as if he were being lifted. The immortal had picked him up and was carrying him towards the edge of the flying cloud shuttle. "What are you doing, old man? Put me down. This is attempted murder. He'll get caught." AO Fan cried, tears spilling forth. "What do you call me? What should I call you, old man?" "Ah, wait, I was wrong. Master, I won't call you old man anymore. Please let me down." Pazuzu's vanity was momentarily satisfied as he released AO Fan back onto the flying cloud shuttle. Panting heavily, AO Fan exclaimed, "Master, let's communicate civilly from now on. I can't handle the fright." Pazuzu huffed, yet inwardly he reveled in the moment. AO Fan glanced at the immortal, contemplating how he would need to vent his frustrations once Pazuzu passed away before finally laying him to rest. Pazuzu shot a glare at AO Fan, causing the boy to flinch. "All right, ahead lies our sect, Lingyun's sect. By the way, old Mano, Master, what is your position in the sect?" "Me? I am the master of Broken Immortal Peak." "Impressive, isn't it?" AO Fan scratched his head, asking, "Is that powerful?" Pazuzu, taken aback, wondered how he could explain the significance of his status to someone so oblivious. "Of course, there are 10 peaks in our sect, and I am the master of one of them. So, how could it not be powerful?" Feeling a sense of awe, AO Fan remarked, "So, once you pass, will I become the peak master?" Pazuzu facepalmed, realizing that AO Fan's thoughts were rather misguided. "Get lost. Humph. No need to be so fierce. Am I the first disciple on the peak? Do I have any senior brothers or sisters?" Pazuzu awkwardly replied, "You are the eldest disciple, at least for now, as you are the only one alive." "What? Just me? Who will teach me cultivation? It won't be this old man, will it? I'd prefer a beautiful senior sister." AO Fan exclaimed in despair. Pazuzu regarded him with a bemused expression. "Don't worry, I will provide you with the techniques and martial skills, and if you have questions, seek out your senior brothers and sisters." AO Fan was momentarily perplexed, recalling that Pazuzu had not taken any disciples. Where would his senior brothers and sisters come from? "Master, if you haven't taken any disciples, how could I have senior brothers and sisters? If your brain isn't being used, you might as well discard it. Just because I have no disciples doesn't mean my junior brothers can't have them." "Oh, I see. You old rascal, you could have just said so instead of scolding me." "What's wrong with scolding you? Do you have a problem with that?" "Alpha instante de flatet pontono." "No. Master, look. Is that our sect over there? It looks quite grand." Chapter 2. The Destruction of the Immortal Peak. Pazuzu led AO Fan to the entrance of the Lingyun sect, where 2 outer disciples stood guard. "You may dispense with the formalities," he said. "Master Uncle, who is this little brother?" AO Fan looked at the 2 outer disciples, feeling somewhat at a loss. He performed a polite greeting, aware that in novels, one must always show respect, as arrogance might attract unwanted attention. The 2 disciples returned the gesture. Pazuzu turned to AO Fan. "Oh, this is your master uncle, my direct disciple." The 2 outer disciples were momentarily taken aback. AO Fan was astonished. "What? I'm only 8 years old, and I've become a master uncle? Old man, are you joking?" The 2 outer disciples exchanged amused glances at this charming little master uncle. "We greet you, little master uncle." Flustered by their formality, AO Fan hurriedly returned their greeting. Pazuzu then took AO Fan into the Lingyun sect. The 2 outer disciples began to whisper among themselves. "Do you think Master Uncle Pazuzu has finally given up? After all, his previous disciples were all annihilated by the demon sect during their expeditions. Who knows? We can only hope that this little Master Uncle will remain within the sect." Given Master Uncle's ties to the demon sect, it's a complicated situation. As they walked through the sect, disciples bowed respectfully to Pazuzu. But when they glanced at AO Fan, their expressions turned to surprise, admiration, and concern, leaving AO Fan bewildered. They proceeded directly to a mountain, where a stone tablet at the entrance read "Destruction of the Immortal Peak." AO Fan gazed at the mountain in astonishment, realizing that Pazuzu occupied such a vast area all by himself. He glanced at Pazuzu, thinking it rather unfortunate. Pazuzu, expecting AO Fan to be impressed by the Immortal Peak, was taken aback when he saw AO Fan's expression, which seemed to convey disdain. You little rascal. What kind of expression is that? Are you feeling inferior because you find me too handsome?" AO Fan was taken aback by this remark. He never expected the old man to be so narcissistic. Does he not realize how he looks? Scruffy beard, sallow skin, emaciated body. There's nothing handsome about him at all. AO Fan shivered. Old man, can you be serious? It's still daytime. Why are you daydreaming? Fuming, Bashuzi wrapped his arm around Ao Fan's neck. What did you say? Repeat that. In my youth, I was one of the most handsome men on Tianyun continent, a dashing young gentleman. I cannot count the number of women who pursued me. All right. I believe you. Just let go. I'm about to suffocate. Ao Fan exclaimed. If you admit I'm handsome, I will release you. Ao Fan could only roll his eyes, realizing he had no choice but to utter insincere praise to escape the old man's grip. Once freed, Ao Fan coughed a couple of times, casting a reproachful glance at Bashuzi. Bashuzi, however, ceased their banter and led Ao Fan into the immortal peak. Upon arrival, Ao Fan was dumbfounded. He found only a few thatched cottages, a small pond, and an expanse of barren land. What is this? Is this my future residence? This place is fit for habitation? He lamented, feeling it was even more dilapidated than his village. He shot a resentful look at Bashuzi, who felt a bit guilty under his gaze. I had thought I would be alone here in the future, thus I neglected decoration and kept everything simple. I've been too busy cultivating to concern myself with embellishing the immortal peak. My disciple, don't look at me like that. Once you arrive, I will entrust these matters to you. Bashuzi said, his expression somewhat guilty as he walked towards the pond, pretending to fish. Ao Fan, seeing this, was at a loss as to whether to leave, but where could he possibly go? After much contemplation, he ultimately convinced himself to stay. Old man, weren't you supposed to teach me cultivation? Why are you fishing instead? Without even glancing at Ao Fan, Bashuzi tossed him 2 books on cultivation techniques, one titled Supreme Heart Sutran, the other Lingyun sword technique. As Ao Fan opened the texts, confusion washed over him. He could recognize the characters, but the meaning eluded him entirely. Old man, I don't understand. Suddenly, Bashuzi slapped his forehead. How could I forget? You haven't even begun your cultivation. I must help you open your 7 orifices so that you can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ao Fan felt a wave of disbelief. With a master like this, could he truly cultivate? Would he end up going mad one day? Bashuzi's voice resonated throughout the Lingyun sect. Kinjiunzi, come to my immortal peak. Ao Fan stared wide-eyed at the old man, realizing he might indeed possess some abilities, albeit with a rather unorthodox demeanor. In the grand hall of the sect, Kinjiunzi heard the summons and immediately streaked towards the immortal peak like a bolt of lightning. The various peak masters, hearing the call from the immortal peak's ancestor, were similarly curious and rushed to see what was happening. The disciples of Lingyun sect watched the flashes of light in the sky, buzzing with speculation about the unfolding events. At the immortal peak, today the ancestor brought back an exceptionally adorable child. When I saw that child, I almost wanted to pinch those chubby cheeks. But I dared not approach with the ancestor present. You're insane. The ancestor would only bring back either a disciple or the orphan of a friend. I was just thinking, not actually going to do it. At the immortal peak, the disciples greeted, we greet our master uncle, as Kinjiunzi respectfully bowed. Suddenly, a chorus of voices called out from behind, we pay our respects to master uncle. Bashuzi frowned, turning to see a group of mischievous youngsters. What are you little brats doing here? I'm looking for Kinjiunzi. Are you seeking a beating? With that, he swung his fishing rod at them. The group scattered in haste, but one voice piped up, Master Uncle, they merely wished to see what was happening. They meant no harm. This voice belonged to none other than Kinjiunzi. Get lost. I'll call for you when I need you. The crowd, hearing this, quickly transformed into streaks of light, fleeing the immortal peak. On their way back, a muscle-bound peak master remarked, what do you think Master Uncle wants with the sect leader? The sword peak master replied, did you see that little child standing nearby? Perhaps he called Kinjiunzi over because of that child. Just then, a melodious voice chimed in. I saw him. That child is so cute. I just want to squeeze his chubby little face. This voice belonged to Lu Ling, the only female peak master of Lingyun sect, a powerful figure at the 8th level of the Great Ascension. All right, let us depart. When the sect leader returns, we shall inquire about the matter. Chapter 3. Commencement of Cultivation. Kinjiunzi, this little rascal is your junior brother. Please take good care of his training. With that, Bashuzi resumed his fishing. Yes, Master Uncle. Kinjiunzi replied, exchanging glances with Ao Fan. I have met you, senior brother. Do not be so formal. I will teach you cultivation. And I will also explain the affairs of the sect to you. My name is Kinjiunzi. Outside, they call me the Qingyun Sword Immortal. How impressive, senior brother. Ao Fan thought to himself, unsure whether to view this senior brother as self-absorbed or merely confident. He forced a smile and said, let us move aside so as not to disturb the ancestor. Following Kinjiunzi, Ao Fan sat on a large rock. Next, I shall open your 7 orifices, allowing you to absorb spiritual energy. Once the orifices are opened, the energy of heaven and earth will flow into your body from any part, granting longevity even without active cultivation. Ao Fan nodded, settling down on the stone. Kinjiunzi spent the duration of 2 incense sticks to open all 7 orifices of Ao Fan, and then tossed him a bone-cleansing pill. After swallowing the elixir, Ao Fan sat upon a stone to begin refining its potency. An incense stick later, he slowly opened his eyes, suddenly detecting an unusual odor, which he soon realized was emanating from his own body. Unable to bear it any longer, he stripped off his shirt and leaped into the water pool. This infuriated Peshuzi, who began to curse furiously. Are you out of your mind? Kinjiunzi was momentarily taken aback by the coarseness of his uncle's language. Uncle, perhaps you should save him first before berating him. My junior brother is on the verge of drowning. Kinjiunzi urged hastily. How could he drown? It's merely a bath. Have you forgotten that this pool contains water infused with gravitational laws? Oh right, my apprentice, don't worry, I shall rescue you. Ao Fan splashed and yelled from within the water. Old man, hurry up and save me. This water is strange, I can't float. Please, stop chatting. Hearing Ao Fan's cries, Peshuzi froze in place, merely watching. Both Ao Fan and Kinjiunzi were at a loss for words, as Ao Fan was about to sink. Kinjiunzi hastily advised, Uncle, my junior brother is just a child, he doesn't understand. There's no need to frighten him, hurry and save him. Rest assured, it is nothing to worry about. Just as Ao Fan swallowed a mouthful of water, Peshuzi, deeming it time, flicked his fishing rod and hooked Ao Fan out. Kinjiunzi rushed over to check on him. Fortunately, he was still alive. Subsequently, Kinjiunzi placed a pill in Ao Fan's mouth. After a while, Ao Fan slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he did upon waking was to rush over and grasp Peshuzi's beard, complaining, You old codger, are you seeking revenge? Not only did you curse me in the filthiest language, but you also let me drown, only pulling me out when I was nearly out of breath. Gasping for air, Ao Fan pointed accusingly at Peshuzi. Kid, show me some respect. My master is still here. At that moment, Kinjiunzi turned his head away, pretending not to see. Ao Fan glanced at Kinjiunzi and then back at the old man. Forget it. Since you are my master, I shall spare you this time. But there shall be no next. Peshuzi looked at his disciple with a mix of affection and exasperation, reminded of his former disciples, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness, though he still smiled outwardly. Xiaofan, can you cook? Go prepare a meal. I am famished. He then tossed a few rabbits. I can cook, but why should I? You haven't given me any benefits. Kinjiunzi couldn't help but smile at their banter. How different this disciple was from those he had once taken in. Yet, deep down, the old ancestor must have felt delighted. After all, he was no longer alone. Here, take this jade pendant. It is a treasure. Though it seems ordinary, it can save your life in times of danger. All right, old man. Though your words are harsh, I will cook for you in light of your gift. Brother, stay and have a meal with us. I promise I cook deliciously. Kinjiunzi replied with a smile, Very well. I shall stay for the meal. Ao Fan cheerfully ran to the kitchen with 2 rabbits in tow. Uncle, aren't you worried that the demonic sect will come after my junior brother now that you are taking in disciples? You could ascend at any moment. You are not human. Once I leave, your junior brother will be entrusted to you. But I, Silence. Do you take me for a fool? I know exactly what capabilities you possess. Ninefold tribulation. You are quite adept at hiding. Peshuzi stood up and pointed at Kinjiunzi, reprimanding him. Kinjiunzi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing Peshuzi's words. In fact, Peshuzi had discovered the hidden levels of these young disciples a millennium ago. Don't ask how he found out. It was because, 1,000 years back, a member of a first-rate sect had bullied the disciple of the Sword Peak Master. That disciple returned, clinging to Zaiyayozi's leg and weeping. Upon hearing this, Zaiyayozi vanished like a streak of light, and Peshuzi sensed it, following closely behind. Within the span of an incense stick, Zaiyayozi annihilated not only the bully but also his entire sect. He departed elegantly, leaving no trace behind. Later, that sect discovered that their peak master and all disciples within had been slaughtered without a clue as to who was responsible. From that moment on, the old ancestor decided to let things be. After all, with such a strong peak master, even if he neglected the sect, it would remain unscathed. By the way, Kinjiunzi, do not disclose to Xiaofan that I am capable of ascending. I told him I have little time left. Kinjiunzi felt a sense of helplessness as he watched Ao Fan cooking inside the house and Peshuzi returning to his fishing. Truly, One could see the resemblance between master and disciple. Pushuzi conversed with Kinjiunzi by the water's edge, primarily advising him to protect his junior brother and prevent him from leaving the sect. At that moment, Ao Fan called out from inside the house, inviting Pushuzi and Kinjiunzi to join him for the meal. The two walked slowly into the house, greeted by the aromatic spread laid out before them. Kinjiunzi maintained a semblance of decorum, while Pushuzi immediately plopped down onto a stool, seizing a rabbit leg and digging in. "Old man, who told you to sit there? You are the elder. You should take the higher seat. It's a matter of etiquette." Kinjiunzi and Pushuzi exchanged glances, with Kinjiunzi nodding to signify that this was indeed the proper way. Perhaps Pushuzi had been out of touch with the ways of the world for too long, as he seemed to have forgotten human customs. They enjoyed the meal, and Ao Fan refrained from challenging Pushuzi during dinner, which delighted him immensely. However, after the meal, Ao Fan resumed his usual defiance. Kinjiunzi bid farewell to Ao Fan and Pushuzi. Before leaving, he told Ao Fan, "I shall return tomorrow to formally teach you how to cultivate." Ao Fan waved goodbye, replying affirmatively. "Let's head back, old man. What would you like to eat tonight? I will prepare it for you." "Oh, Xiao Fan, you aren't plotting to poison me and inherit my broken immortal peak, are you?" Ao Fan looked at Pushuzi with disdain. "Do you really think there's anything worth coveting about your broken immortal peak? Honestly, even a dog would urinate on it and walk away." Pushuzi pretended to be angry and threatened Ao Fan, who promptly bolted outside at the sight of the old man's hand poised to strike, heading toward a thatched cottage he had chosen during the day. Pushuzi watched Ao Fan with a smile creeping across his face. The night passed swiftly. Morning arrived, and Ao Fan rose early to prepare breakfast for the old man, also making some for Kinjiunzi, who had mentioned he would come to teach him cultivation today. Ao Fan and Pushuzi sat at the table, surveying the food. "Why aren't we eating? Are we waiting for someone? Isn't senior brother coming today to teach me cultivation? I'm waiting for him to eat together." Upon hearing this, Pushuzi replied, "Don't wait for him. Let us eat first." Ao Fan paced by the door, gazing up at the sky. Children are so naive. Kinjiunzi is unlikely to arrive this early. Then Pushuzi sent a mental message to Kinjiunzi, scolding him, "You little rascal, why haven't you come yet? Xiao Fan saved you some food. He won't start eating until you arrive, so hurry up." Upon receiving this, Kinjiunzi felt both wronged and helpless. Yet hearing that Ao Fan had saved him food and was waiting at the door filled him with warmth. Moments later, Ao Fan called out to the sky, "Senior brother, hurry up. If you don't come soon, the old man will finish the breakfast." Inside, Pushuzi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. What a calamity! How did I end up with such an ungrateful disciple? My former disciples were so well behaved. Reminiscing about his past disciples, Pushuzi glanced at Ao Fan, a slight smile forming on his lips. Senior brother, hurry up, it's time for breakfast. Both Master and I are waiting for you. Master said he wants to wait for you to eat together." A flicker of a smile crossed Kinjiunzi's lips. "Master said he would wait for me. If I didn't know the truth, I might have actually believed it." The three of them quietly finished their breakfast at the table. Poxian went fishing, while Kinjiunzi took Ao Fan to sit beneath a large tree, explaining various aspects of cultivation to him. He elucidated the different realms: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, combined body, great ascendance, and the final stage of crossing the tribulation to become an immortal. Those who fail to transcend would only turn to ashes. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels, the ultimate limit of 9. Weapons are categorized into magical artifacts, spirit weapons, treasures, and ancient spirit treasures, with the Xiantian spirit treasures, those relics from the upper realm that fell to the lower realm, being particularly rare. There are only 8 such treasures in the Tianyuan continent, 1 belonging to Buddhism, 1 to the demon race, 1 to the beast race, and 4 distributed among the 4 great sacred lands, with 1 remaining unknown. Junior brother, practice on your own as I taught you. I must see the ancestor for a moment, Kinjiunzi said. He approached Poxian to inquire about Ao Fan's progress, having discovered that Ao Fan possessed a superior with spirit root. Though Poxian had yet to catch a single fish, he persisted in fishing daily. Kinjiunzi once asked him why he continued to fish in a place known for its lack of fish. Poxian simply replied with 2 words, mindset. Kinjiunzi, not comprehending, chose not to pursue the matter further. As Kinjiunzi observed Ao Fan's practice, he witnessed Ao Fan's breakthrough to the first level of Chi refinement. Excited, Ao Fan rushed over to Kinjiunzi, exclaiming, "I broke through. Senior brother, am I impressive?" "Indeed, such a rapid breakthrough is extraordinary," Kinjiunzi praised. Thrilled, Ao Fan returned to his spot under the tree to continue his training. Kinji smiled at his adorable junior brother, while Poxian wore a subtle smile as well. Before long, Ao Fan had achieved 3 or 4 consecutive breakthroughs. Both Kinji and Poxian were astonished. When did breakthroughs become so effortless? They hurried to Ao Fan, probing his condition with their divine senses, relieved to find no issues. However, they remained nearby, wary of any potential mishaps. To their surprise, Ao Fan not only remained unscathed, but directly advanced to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Slowly opening his eyes, Ao Fan radiated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Junior brother, what's wrong? Why have you stopped cultivating? Kinji inquired. Senior brother, I feel my breakthroughs are too slow, and my absorption of spiritual energy is diminishing. Ao Fan confessed. Kinji was momentarily speechless. Was this a case of rapid self-pity? Do you sense any issues? This seems quite normal. I feel it's a bit slow. If I had some elixirs, I could probably break through faster, Ao Fan suggested. Kinji promptly produced a dozen Qi gathering pills and handed them to Ao Fan. After expressing his gratitude, Ao Fan resumed his cultivation. Sitting on a rock, Kinji observed Ao Fan, recognizing his immense potential. My junior brother possesses the qualities of an emperor. He is undoubtedly a person of great fortune. Reflecting on his own journey, beginning with cultivation, encountering deception and bullying, fleeing from beast and demon attacks, finally entering the sect only to face more bullying, Kinji had persevered through sheer will to reach this point. The sounds of breakthroughs snapped Kinji back to reality. Poxian, witnessing such a miraculous scene for the first time, was astonished. Within just a short period, Ao Fan had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. They probe Ao Fan's realm once more, discovering an abundance of energy channels within him. This is undoubtedly prodigious, Kinji remarked in disbelief. Little Fan, next is foundation establishment. Here, take this foundation establishment pill and consume it. Seize the moment to establish your foundation. Moments later, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through Ao Fan. Kinji and Poxian initially believed he had succeeded in establishing his foundation, but upon sensing further, they found he remained in the Qi refinement stage. What is happening? This shouldn't be. The next step after Qi refinement is foundation establishment. Junior brother, continue taking the foundation establishment pills and strive for another breakthrough, they urged. Yet, despite the repeated surges of spiritual energy, Ao Fan remained at the Qi refinement stage. Senior brother, old man, how many spherical orbs did you have in your body during your foundation establishment? Ao Fan asked. Spheres? Are you referring to the Qi whirlpools? Kinji suddenly realized. That must be it. I had 9. All 9 combined signify foundation establishment. Why do you ask? Ao Fan awkwardly replied. I currently seem to have over 20. What? Kinji and Poxian exclaimed in astonishment. This was a first for them, and they were at a loss for words. Junior brother, your constitution must be unique. I'll fetch senior brother Danqing to examine you, Kinji said, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly departing. Not long after, Kinji returned with an elderly man whose hair was white as snow, presenting him to Poxian and Ao Fan. Junior brother, greetings. Kinji has informed me of the situation. I am your senior brother, Danqing. Hello, senior brother, Ao Fan muttered inwardly. This is indeed a senior brother. He could almost be my grandfather. This senior brother seems to be on the verge of the grave. Ao Fan kept such thoughts to himself, knowing better than to voice them aloud. Without further ado, Danqing examined Ao Fan's condition but could not identify any issues. He turned to Kinji. Why are you looking at me? While I may be handsome, do not harbor any thoughts. The others present exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter. Junior brother has no problems. As for why he cannot establish his foundation, I cannot say. He can still cultivate, just not establish his foundation, Danqing concluded. The 3 exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of how to respond. Don't worry, in the future, I will provide your elixirs, including enough foundation establishment pills. Perhaps one day, you'll break through, Danqing reassured them. With that, Ao Fan continued consuming the foundation establishment pills in hope of a breakthrough. The 3 gathered by the water's edge. What if junior brother cannot break through? Poxian admonished Kinji. You jinx. How can you curse your junior brother like that? Regardless, he remains my disciple. If he truly cannot break through, I will contemplate how to assist him once I ascend, Poxian retorted. Indeed, the celestial realm must have a solution. We can only hope junior brother survives until then. Kinji added, prompting Poxian and Kingsley to give him a light reprimand. Though Kinjiunzi was the sect leader, Kingsley, as a senior brother, had the right to guide his junior. Nearly a year passed, and Ao Fan remained in the Qi refinement stage. On New Year's Eve, a gathering of peak masters and elders arrived with gifts to honor the ancestor, a tradition of Lingyun sect. Each leader approached Ao Fan, presenting him with storage rings filled with treasures. Ao Fan graciously accepted all gifts, having grown familiar with them over the year. At that moment, a captivating woman approached, pinching Ao Fan's cheek. "Do you miss me, little Fan? Let go of me, you vixen. You hardly resemble a senior sister." Ao Fan protested. Lu Ling giggled, and Ao Fan found himself momentarily entranced by her stunning beauty. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that she was thousands of years old, akin to a crone. He couldn't let himself be swayed. As the New Year festivities unfolded, Ao Fan's dwelling filled with gifts and new clothing, mostly from senior sister Lu Ling. This lifestyle continued for nearly a decade, with Ao Fan still in the Qi refinement stage, though not merely at its peak, but rather surpassing 18,000 layers. Alphon found himself at a loss, yearning to soar through the skies like his senior brother, a dream shared by countless modern youths. Recently, the old man had often been absent from the peak. Strangely, yesterday he had spoken to Alphon about a series of inexplicable matters. As if he were imparting his final wishes, Alphon felt a vague sense of unease. During their meal, the elder Ruin Void and Alphon engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Little Fan," he said, "promise me you'll find a lovely disciple wife for our master. Try to avoid leaving the broken immortal peak unless absolutely necessary. If you encounter any issues, seek out Kinjiunzi. Do not fear his reluctance to assist. If he refuses, the old man will intervene on your behalf. Child, if you cannot break through the foundation establishment stage, then do not force it. Just live well and find joy in life." "Master, what are you saying? You're not dead. Why speak with such melancholy? You should outlive me. After all, you are a cultivator, and you must help me find a wife." Upon hearing Alphon's words, Ruin Void turned and tears streamed down his face. He couldn't quite comprehend why Alphon's words moved him to tears, despite knowing he was ascending rather than departing from life. "Old man, I've grown up. I can drink with you now. Let us have a drink today, shall we?" Ruin Void wiped his tears and agreed. The two spent the next 2 hours drinking, until Alphon succumbed to intoxication. Ruin Void, utilizing his spiritual energy, remained unaffected. He guided Alphon to his room and laid him on the bed. As he stood at the door, he heard Alphon mumbling in his sleep, "Old man, don't go. If you leave, what will I do? You are my only family. Hee. Old man, it's wonderful that you're still here. Could you tell me a story?" With tears falling freely, Ruin Void stepped outside. "Child, I'm sorry. I must leave to seek a method for you to break through the foundation establishment stage in the celestial realm. Farewell, my dear." Meanwhile, the 10 Peaks master awaited outside the broken immortal peak. Ruin Void walked through the void, sending his regards to his uncle. In various regions of the Tianyan continent, powerful figures turned their gaze to the Lingyun sect. Was someone about to ascend? In the demon clan, the demon queen shed a tear. "You faithless man, you've ascended." In the 4 great holy lands, many wondered if their elder would also ascend. The time had finally come for him to depart. In the monster clan, they remarked, "Another human has ascended, yet another powerful figure has vanished from their ranks. How splendid." In the Buddha kingdom, they recited, "Amitabha." Ruin Void, standing in the void, cast a glance at Alphon before turning to the 10 disciples of Kinjiunzi. "Take good care of Fan." "Yes, Uncle Master. We will ensure that junior brother is safe and sound." With that, Ruin Void unleashed his spiritual energy, causing a rainbow of light to descend from the heavens. Heavenly Gate. Open. As he stepped toward the celestial gate, he suddenly turned to glance back at Alphon's room. "Rest assured, Fanner, I will discover a way and return to assist you with your foundation establishment." With those final words, Ruin Void stepped through the celestial gate, which promptly closed behind him. The Tianyun continent was then blessed with a surge of spiritual energy, allowing all cultivators below the integration stage to ascend by a minor realm. Darkness enveloped the sky once more, and people returned to their slumber. Some were elated, others anxious, and some resigned, especially Kinjiunzi and his companions, who regretted that if they could help Alphon with his foundation establishment, Ruin Void would not have ascended so soon. Kinjiunzi declared, "Do not inform junior brother that Uncle Master has ascended. If he inquires, tell him that Uncle Master fell in battle against the Demon Queen." "Understood, Sect Master." In the demon realm, the Demon King shivered. "What is happening? I have reached the pinnacle of tribulation, yet I tremble. He brushed it off and returned to his cultivation, determined to ascend as well. Early the next morning, Alphon searched for Ruin Void, but to no avail. He hurried to the sect master's hall, calling out, "Brother, are you there?" Kinjiunzi was inside. "Ah, the moment has arrived," he thought, reluctantly flying out of the hall to the mountain gate. A gentle breeze stirred, creating a tense atmosphere. As Kinjiunzi gazed upon Alphon's silhouette, he felt a wave of nostalgia. In his youth, Alphon would call out for his brother incessantly, seeking his companionship. Once a charming, lively child, Alphon had now grown into a tall young man, standing around 6 feet with striking features, exuding an extraordinary aura. With a smile, Kinjiunzi remarked, "Little brother, what's wrong? Look at our little fan. He has grown into quite the handsome lad. Soon, you'll have a line of potential sisters-in-law." Alphon shot him a dark look and lunged forward, wrapping his arm around Kinjiunzi's neck. "Brother, do you wish to be punished? I haven't thrown a punch in quite some time." Alphon pretended to blow on his fist. Though it seemed like jest, Alphon's strength was genuine, capable of bringing Kinjiunzi to tears. Over the past decade, the 9 Peak Masters had all experienced Alphon's wrath, save for Lu Ling, whom Alphon had merely frightened. For years prior, upon reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement, Alphon had become too formidable for Kinjiunzi and the others to manage. Initially, they could still tease him, but soon, they found themselves on the receiving end of his punches. Surprisingly, even their ancestor had tasted defeat at Alphon's hands. However, their confrontations were merely playful brawls. Using spiritual energy would transform it into something far more serious. After each playful fight, the Peak Masters would retreat into the sky, taunting Alphon, who could only endure in silence. A year ago, Ruin Void had gifted Alphon a flying cloud shuttle, leaving him sleepless with excitement that night. Since then, the 9 Peak Masters had faced endless torment. If Alphon became irritable, they were sure to be punished. While the rest of Lingyun's sect only knew Alphon as a Peak Chi refinement cultivator, the 9 Peak Masters and the sect master understood his true strength. Some Foundation establishment disciples looked down upon him, believing he relied solely on the old ancestor and the sect master. Yet Alphon, being a modern individual, paid no heed to such trivial matters. Jealousy only revealed one's true character. All right, brother, I concede. Release me. I am on the verge of suffocation." Seeing this, Alphon finally let go. "Brother, where is my master? Why haven't I seen him this morning? He usually informs me when he leaves." Kinjiunzi hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words. "Come, let us head to the broken immortal peak. I will explain everything to you." Without waiting for Alphon to respond, Kinjiunzi took his hand, transforming into a streak of light as they sped toward the broken immortal peak. Once there, they retrieved 2 jars of wine. "Here, let us drink. I'll fetch some snacks." Alphon returned with several dishes. "Can we talk now?" Kinjiunzi hesitated, and Alphon raised his fist, causing Kinjiunzi to relent. Just then, the 9 Peak Masters soared from their peaks toward the sect master's peak, only to find him absent. They exchanged glances, then collectively flew toward the broken immortal peak. Upon seeing the 9 Peak Masters arrive, Kinjiunzi felt a surge of relief, but soon realized that the Masters stood together, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Alphon, observing their demeanor, sensed that they were concealing something from him. "What is it that you 10 elderly souls are hiding from me?" Alphon questioned, sipping his wine while scrutinizing their expressions. The group exchanged glances when suddenly a burly figure stepped forward. "What are you all hesitating for? It's merely that our uncle has fallen. I'll explain the situation to you, junior brother." Upon hearing the brute's words, the other 9 masters instinctively took several steps back. "What's wrong with you all? Why retreat?" the burly figure exclaimed nonchalantly. As the brute force turned towards Ao Fan, his expression changed drastically. Upon hearing the words from the brute, Ao Fan felt as though the sky had collapsed. The wine jar in his hand shattered under his grip. Clenching his fist, he slammed it onto the table, which splintered into fragments. Without hesitation, Ao Fan strode forward, seizing the brute by the collar. "What did you just say? My master has fallen?" Ao Fan's countenance darkened, his eyes bloodshot, his robe billowing, hair unkempt, resembling a man possessed. The onlookers, witnessing Ao Fan's grip on the brute, rushed forward to intervene. However, the sheer force of Ao Fan's aura sent them flying back 1,000 meters. What the hell? Isn't the junior disciple in the chi refinement stage? Where does such overwhelming spiritual power come from? I have no idea. But now is not the time to ponder that. The crowd, filled with determination, unleashed their tribulation aura and advanced to restrain Ao Fan. The brute, summoning the strength of the 9th stage of tribulation, managed to break free from Ao Fan's grasp. "Junior brother, calm down. Let us sit and talk this through," they implored. Yet Ao Fan had no intention of listening. The only thought consuming him was the news of his master's demise. In a blur, he unleashed a devastating punch, sending the brute crashing into a mountain, creating a gaping hole in the rock. The onlookers swallowed hard, aghast at the spectacle. Is this a monster? The brute is only one stage below the sect leader. At that moment, Dan Qingzi produced a calming pill. "Everyone, we must find a way to subdue our junior brother and take the opportunity to feed him the pill." The group exchanged glances and retrieved their treasures. Not swords or spears, but an array of chains, ropes, pagodas, and other artifacts. Cautiously, they approached, fearful of harming their junior brother. Qingzi commanded, "Go, restrain him." One peak master directed their artifact towards Ao Fan, but just as it neared, Ao Fan vanished like a specter. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Ling and struck, creating a 100-meter deep crater upon impact, sending Lu Ling hurtling into a mountain, much like the brute. Ao Fan continued this onslaught, dispatching 3 more peak masters in the same manner, all crashing into the mountainside. Fortunately, these individuals, being in the tribulation period, were not in mortal danger, but merely rendered unconscious. Unbeknownst to them, disciples from various peaks rushed to the sides of the battered masters. As they beheld the state of their peak masters, they could not help but gasp. Heavens, which mighty being seeks to annihilate our Lingyun sect? How could the peak masters be in such disarray? The disciples could only speculate, unaware that their leaders and sect leader were being ruthlessly pummeled by Ao Fan. Chapter 7. Unveiling the truth within the ruined immortal peak. Anyone witnessing the scene would be left speechless. The ground was littered with craters, and buildings lay in ruins. It could easily be mistaken for a desolate mountain. "Sect leader, do you have any trump cards?" "Ordinary artifacts are ineffective against him," the sword peak master, Zaiyayozi, voiced in despair. Qingzi hesitated. "There is no other choice. Junior brother, forgive me. Binding immortal rope. Go." The others watched in disbelief. This was a celestial treasure, one of only 8 in the Tianyan continent, and the sect leader possessed one. It had been left to Qingzi by his master for dealing with insurmountable foes. "Sect leader, if you had this artifact, why didn't you use it sooner? Look at the state of the other peak masters," Zaiyayozi complained. Qingzi appeared embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I had no idea our junior brother would be so formidable. Who could have predicted such combat prowess from a mere chi refinement stage?" Dan Qingzi interjected. "While you all bicker, Zhao Yu and his beast are on the verge of defeat. Zhao Yu is being mercilessly beaten, unable to retaliate. Curse you, Qingzi. I can barely hold on, and you're still chatting." At that moment, Ao Fan unleashed a dual punch, sending both Zhao Yu and his beast flying. As they soared through the air, their eyes bore a look of reproach directed at Qingzi. Embarrassed, Qingzi averted his gaze, attempting to ignore the master of the beast peak. Realizing the situation could not linger, he acted swiftly. Binding immortal rope, bind. The rope lunged toward Ao Fan, who responded with a punch. However, the rope cleverly circled around, catching Ao Fan off guard and ensnaring him. Now bound, Ao Fan struggled against the restraints, unable to break free. Qingzi turned to his fellow masters. "Who will hold him down? I'm a pill maker. I can't do it." Dan Qingzi refused. "I'm not as skilled as you, and I'm more suited to killing than restraining." Reluctantly, Qingzi approached to pin down Ao Fan, but Ao Fan suddenly headbutted him, nearly knocking him out. "Are you all right?" "Sect leader? I'm fine," Qingzi replied. "Zaiyayozi, come and help me hold his head." Hesitating for a moment, Zaiyayozi saw the fierce glint in Qingzi's eyes and complied. Qingzi held Ao Fan's legs while Zaiyayozi restrained his head, and Dan Qingzi hurriedly tossed a pill into Ao Fan's mouth. After several breaths, Ao Fan finally calmed down. He looked at his bindings and ceased resisting, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, how did the old man fall? Please, tell me. I will keep my emotions in check." The 3 exchanged glances, and Qingzi relayed the words of Pishuzi to Ao Fan without omission. "Empress Demon Sovereign, wait for me. I swear I will slay you." Ao Fan's eyes glinted with ferocity. "Brother, please release me. I want to seek revenge now. I'm not their match yet. I need to find a way to break through to the Foundation establishment stage before confronting the Demon Sovereign." Concerned that Ao Fan might act rashly, Qingzi hesitated. Glancing at his indecisive brother, Ao Fan fervently insisted, "I mean it. I want to go now. Trust me, after 10 years of camaraderie." "Do you still not believe in me?" With resolute eyes, Ao Fan gazed at Qingzi. After deliberation, Qingzi finally released Ao Fan. Yet in the next moment, Ao Fan swung his fist toward Kinjianzi. Zaiyozi and Dan Xingzi, witnessing this, assumed Ao Fan had lost control again and retreated 1,000 meters. Once they were a safe distance away, they observed that Ao Fan seemed not to be in a frenzy and thus ceased their concern for Kinjianzi. They found a large rock to sit upon, watching the unfolding events. As Kinjianzi braced himself for the incoming punch, he had no time to dodge and received it squarely in the eye, urgently calling out, "You too, help. Junior brother has gone berserk again." However, when Kinjianzi turned to look, he found the two seated on a boulder, smiling at him. Confused, Kinjianzi thought, "What is happening? They're not helping and are merely watching." After taking the hit, it dawned on him that Ao Fan was not in a frenzy but merely aimed to strike him. His heart sank. That's it. Ao Fan unleashed a flurry of punches, finally releasing his pin-up frustration. "Now you know not to hide things from me again, nor to bind me. Don't think just because you're my senior brother that I want to retaliate." Dan Xingzi and Zaiyozi watched as Ao Fan's anger dissipated, quickly rushing to assist Kinjianzi. "Are you all right, brother?" they inquired, stifling their laughter. Kinjianzi glared at them, filled with indignation. Humph. The two fell silent, thinking, a dead friend is better than a living one. Ao Fan surveyed the ruined immortal peak, his anger reigniting. "What is the meaning of this? How did you allow my domain to become such a mess? I demand an explanation." Ao Fan glowered at the three of them. The three individuals were momentarily struck with a sense of fear, coupled with a touch of incredulity. "Junior brother, do you not recall what just transpired?" one inquired. "Of course I remember. Did you not just bind me up?" came the response. Their disbelief only deepened. The trio proceeded to recount the events to Ao Fan, who, after listening, awkwardly scratched his head and gazed at the sky. "What a splendid day it is," he remarked. On the ruined immortal peak, chaos reigned. Only a solitary pond remained amidst the wreckage. Ao Fan looked at his dwelling with a resigned shake of his head. "Senior brothers, you may return now. Please convey my apologies to the other senior brothers. I wish to be alone for a while." "Alone? Who is this silence, junior brother? Have you found a partner?" queried Kinjianzi and Dan Xingzi, exchanging glances at Zaiyozi, who seemed fixated solely on his sword. Ao Fan shot a glare at Zaiyozi, commanding, "Leave." Kinjianzi and Dan Xingzi each took hold of one of his arms, pulling him back. "Have I said something wrong? Secmaster, what are you two doing?" "We're leaving. We're leaving. Spare us the embarrassment." The three transformed into streaks of light and departed swiftly. From the air, Kinjianzi's voice echoed, "Junior brother, I will send my disciple to help you construct a few new houses on the ruined immortal peak." Ao Fan gazed at the numerous large pits on the mountain, then walked to the pond's edge, picking up his master's fishing rod. With a powerful cast, he settled quietly at the water's edge, lost in memories of times spent with the old man. "Old man, do not take my gift. It was given to me by my senior brother. Why do you fish here every day without ever catching anything? Xiaofanzi, in the future, you must find a beautiful disciple-in-law for me," he recalled. Chapter 8. Chenpingen. Ao Fan's eyes brimmed with tears as he cried out, "You stubborn old fool. Couldn't you have told me beforehand if you were leaving? It's not that I would have stopped you. You must live well down there. Do not wallow in poverty. Rest assured, old man, I will certainly find you a particularly lovely disciple-in-law." He sobbed at the pond's edge for quite some time, his eyes swollen from tears. An hour later, a young Taoist accompanied by a dozen burly men stood at the mountain's base. The young Taoist announced, "Little uncle, I am Chenpingen, the eldest disciple under the sect master, here to construct houses for you." Upon hearing this, Ao Fan replied, "Come up." Chenpingen and his entourage were momentarily stunned upon reaching the peak, for they found nothing but the pond and numerous large pits. However, Kinjianzi had instructed Chenpingen not to inquire about anything upon arriving at the ruined immortal peak, simply to get to work and disregard whatever the little uncle was doing. "Where shall we build the houses, little uncle?" Ao Fan casually pointed in a direction. Chenpingen bowed, and then led his men to the indicated spot. "Here are the materials and the blueprint. Let us build a few simple houses today, preferably before dark, as little uncle is staying here tonight. Rest assured, we take this seriously. It's just a matter of sprinkling some water." After giving his orders, Chenpingen stood beside Ao Fan. "This little uncle is quite handsome, far more so than my master. But why does he seem so sorrowful? Has something troubled him? Little uncle, what is the matter? Is there anything bothering you? I'm here to listen if you wish." Ao Fan turned to Chenpingen, causing the latter to recoil in fright. "A monster?" Ao Fan was startled as well. Where is the monster?" he questioned, observing the young boy pointing at him. Confused, Ao Fan turned to the pond. Oh no, a monster. Realizing something was amiss, Ao Fan tidied his hair, splashed some water on his face, and returned to the pond's edge. You little rascal, come here. Shinpingen approached cautiously. Are you my senior brother's disciple? What is your name? Little uncle, my name is Shinpingen. My family wished for me to grow up safely, hence the name. Shinpingen, a splendid name. Do come to visit me when you have the time. It's rather dull here without company. Shinpingen beamed. Really? I wanted to come here before, but my master forbade me, saying there was an old monster. Considering this, Ao Fan thought. The old monster must refer to my old man. After all, having lived so long, it is not inaccurate to call him that. Indeed, there was an old monster here before, but he has since departed, so you are welcome to come play. Is that true? How wonderful, little uncle. Ao Fan regarded Shinpingen, finding the boy rather endearing. Pingen, what is your current cultivation level? I'm only at the golden core stage, he replied bashfully. My master says my spiritual root is lacking, so my progress may be slow. I'm 12 years old and still at golden core. Listening to Shinpingen, Ao Fan felt like a complete failure. He was almost 18 and hadn't even established his foundation yet. Ao Fan retrieved a magical item from his storage ring and tossed it to Shinpingen. This sword is called the Qingyun sword. It was a gift from your master during the new year. As your little uncle, I must present you with a proper greeting gift. Shinpingen held the magical item. Overwhelmed with excitement, as golden core practitioners typically wielded spiritual weapons. By the way, little uncle, I see you lost in thought. Is something bothering you? Ao Fan glanced at Shinpingen. Well, it's nothing serious, just that my old man left me. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Your old man truly lacks responsibility. Ao Fan murmured. Indeed, quite irresponsible. The two sat by the pond, conversing until nightfall, and the houses were built. Shinpingen stood, admiring the completed structures, then turned to Ao Fan. Little uncle, it's time for us to leave. By the way, here are some everyday items I bought in the market. You should find them useful. All right. Ao Fan smiled as he watched Shinpingen depart. Rising, he approached the houses and examined the contents of the storage ring the boy had given him. This child is quite remarkable. He has procured nearly everything necessary. He retrieved a bed, table, stools, wardrobe, and storage cabinet. Lying on the bed, Ao Fan stared at the ceiling in boredom. Ding! The planting system has been activated. Would you like to bind it now? Ao Fan was taken aback. A planting system? What on earth is that? Is it like something from a novel? Indeed. I have been searching for you for 18 years and finally found you. You searched for me for 18 years? Surely you must have lost your way? The system panicked instantly. No way. How could I possibly get lost? I am a system. The system awkwardly responded. This boy is far too clever. He guessed my predicament. I cannot admit that. Ao Fan regarded the system with a perplexed expression. What benefits do I gain from binding with you? The system replied, by binding with me. I can assist you in establishing your foundation. Upon hearing this, Ao Fan felt a surge of excitement. He was almost driven mad by his longing to establish his foundation. Bind me. Quickly. Ding. Binding successful. Host. This system is called the planting system, capable of cultivating all things under heaven. No matter what you plant, it will yield experience points. You may use these points to transcend your current realm. Isn't that akin to planting and harvesting for profit? However, to establish your foundation, you must take a child of destiny as your disciple. Ao Fan remarked. Me? Taking a disciple? Surely you jest. I'm merely at the chi refinement stage. Others wouldn't even spare me a glance. That is something you must figure out for yourself. Ao Fan shook his head in resignation. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing this, Ao Fan instantly perked up. The commencement of a new chapter unfolds as the protagonist, Ao Fan, receives a collection of rudimentary farming tools, a sickle, a hoe, a conical hat, a bamboo basket, a ladle, and an axe, along with 1,000 seeds of spiritual herbs. Due to the system's tardiness of 18 years, it compensates Ao Fan with a gourd seed. Upon hearing this, Ao Fan is taken aback, pondering whether this is a ploy to force him into agriculture. He questions the system about the possibility of unbinding, expressing his discontent with its unreliability and wishing to return the gifts. The system, in a haughty manner, asserts that once bound, no returns are permitted. Frustrated, Ao Fan strikes out, only to realize the system's incorporeal nature renders his actions futile. Resigned, he decides to rest for the night, leaving the system to quietly sense his melancholic mood, possibly due to recent experiences. The dawn breaks and Ao Fan awakens, stretching before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He calls out to his elder, but soon realizes he is alone. As he eats, tears well up in his eyes, though he fights to keep them at bay. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Junior, I've come to see you. What are you up to?" Recognizing the voice, Ao Fan invites his senior to join him for breakfast. The elder arrives, realizing he had instinctively prepared a meal for the ancestor, and they share a meal together. After their meal, Ao Fan inquires about his senior's visit. The elder explains that the sect will recruit disciples in 2 weeks and asks if Ao Fan would like to take on a few students. Noting his newfound status as the leader of the broken immortal peak, Ao Fan recalls the system's directive about taking on disciples to establish his foundation. Recognizing this as an opportunity to fulfill his tasks while also aiding the sect, he expresses his intention to accept disciples, citing his loneliness. The elder agrees to send someone to assist him and also offers to arrange for the construction of additional houses, as Ao Fan's peak currently has only 2. As their conversation concludes, a notification from the system announces a new task to plant all the seeds in his possession. Ao Fan, intrigued by the promise of a reward, a peach tree grabs his hoe and hat and heads to an empty plot of land. Upon arrival, he notices the state of the land and begins to refill it with soil, realizing that the hoe possesses unusual qualities. He queries the system about its grade, only to receive a teasingly aloof response. The system informs him that the hoe is classified as a mystical treasure and that the gourd vine is a primordial spiritual root, producing treasures of the same nature. With newfound excitement, Ao Fan delves into his work, cultivating the land and earning experience points with each effort. He reflects on his labor and the beauty of the seeds before him, contemplating the splendor of the spiritual herb seeds that resemble marbles yet exude an aura of spiritual energy. After an afternoon of diligent planting, he feels a sense of accomplishment, despite his inexperience in such tasks. As he waters the seeds with care, exhaustion sets in, prompting him to take a brief respite. However, a sudden realization strikes him. He has yet to claim his promised reward. He calls out to the system, demanding the peach tree, only to be reminded that he still has a gourd seed to plant. Ao Fan, feeling the system's oversight, insists on its need for clarity in task assignments. The system, somewhat embarrassed, concedes and rewards him with the promised peach tree seed upon completion of his planting duties. With renewed purpose, Ao Fan prepares to plant the gourd and peach tree seeds near the water's edge, ready to embrace the tasks ahead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Chapter 10, Constructing the House. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the pure celestial body. Would you like to accept it? Upon acceptance, Ao Fan felt a wave of refreshment wash over him, akin to the soothing sensation of a massage. After successfully acquiring the pure celestial body, impurities began to seep from his body, leaving an unpleasant odor that nearly induced nausea. Promptly, Ao Fan fetched a bucket of water and rushed indoors to cleanse himself. The bathing process is best omitted for the sake of propriety. After finishing his bath and dressing, Ao Fan emerged, exuding an air of elegance and charisma, his demeanor radiant, as a gentle breeze caressed his hair and his robe billowed gracefully. Was this not the quintessential image of a protagonist? Ao Fan approached the water basin and gazed into the surface. Who was this striking figure? Could it possibly be me? My heavens, how can such beauty exist in this world? The system observed Ao Fan with a desire to reprimand him but found itself powerless, resigned to the reality it had chosen, forcing itself to overlook the matter. By the way, system, must I acquire a child of destiny to establish my foundation? The system replied, indeed, had I not lost my way in the void, you would have long since broken through. Ao Fan rolled his eyes in response. How dare you say that? Other protagonists confront the heavens and the earth, while my parents were slain, and my master perished. Ao Fan lamented. Oh, do not be so upset. I have merely arrived, albeit 18 years late, the system chuckled. Reflecting on his situation, Ao Fan decided to move on. How much experience do I possess now? Ding. The host's experience points stand at 20,000,000. With such a wealth of experience, why can I not break through to foundation establishment? Alas, host, you must first obtain a child of destiny and harness their fortune to conceal your path from the heavenly decree, thereby embarking on your genuine journey of cultivation. The notion of needing to utilize a child's fortune to obscure the heavenly decree was beyond Ao Fan's comprehension. However, he was not one to dwell on trivialities and resolved to focus instead. Stretching lazily, he stood and headed towards his dwelling, reflecting on his day spent farming. He realized he had yet to cultivate and resolved to engage in some practice. Although foundation establishment eluded him, the enhancement of his strength remained within reach. A.O. Fan settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. As time slipped away like grains of sand, dawn broke, and A.O. Fan found himself seated at the table, enjoying his meal. At that moment, a young Taoist accompanied by a throng of burly men ascended the mountain. "Little master uncle, I have arrived. What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Chun Pingan replied, "Little master uncle, did you not mention 2 days ago your intention to build a house? I have come with assistance in that endeavor." A.O. Fan recalled the conversation and nodded. "Very well, direct them to construct a dozen houses behind my dwelling. But please do not damage my fields. I've worked hard to cultivate them." Chun Pingan gazed at the neatly arranged plots with surprise, realizing his young master uncle possessed agricultural skill. "Understood, little master uncle." He called to his companions, "Follow me, we shall build a dozen houses here," ensuring quality craftsmanship and sufficient time for completion. After finishing his meal, A.O. Fan returned to the water basin, embracing another day of leisure. Sitting on a stool, he observed the 2 mounds of earth where he had planted seeds the previous day. He watered them, then fetched 2 more buckets to irrigate all the seeds. After watering, he assessed his land. "This won't suffice. I must gather timber to construct a fence," he declared. "Pingan, go fetch someone from my senior brother. A sufficient amount to enclose these fields will do." Chun Pingan, upon hearing A.O. Fan's call, rushed over and, after understanding the request and surveying the fields, nodded. "Understood. Little master uncle, I shall return shortly." Transforming into a streak of light, he sped toward the main hall. Upon explaining the situation to Kinjiunzi, his master swiftly flew to the back mountain to fell several fine spirit trees. Chun Pingan awaited his return in the hall. A quarter hour later, a streak of light re-entered the hall. "Since my junior brother has let go of that matter, as elder brothers, we should check in on him." Kinjiunzi communicated to Dan Kingzi and Zaiyayozi. He refrained from informing Qin Yunzi, as he was still bedridden and would not be up for at least half a month. Moments later, 2 streaks of light approached the hall. "Master, what is the matter?" Kinjiunzi addressed the newcomers. "Ah, you have arrived. My junior brother cleared some land yesterday and wishes to build fences. Please join me in assisting him." At that moment, Jianfeng Zaiyozi interjected, "What of the other brothers? Why are they absent?" With that remark, a sharp sound resounded above Zaiyozi's head. "In the future, think before you speak, given their circumstances." "Do you truly believe they would assist?" Zaiyozi suddenly realized his blunder. The group did not linger long in conversation and quickly transformed into 4 streaks of light. Soaring toward Poxian Peak, A.O. Fan, seated by the basin, suddenly noticed 4 streaks of light racing toward him. "Junior brother, we have come." "Oh," A.O. Fan replied, maintaining a neutral expression, still harboring grievances. The 3 others exchanged awkward smiles. "Junior brother, what can we assist you with?" A.O. Fan welcomed their help. "Please construct a fence around the fields over there." The trio expressed surprise at A.O. Fan's agricultural abilities. Yet it dawned on them that he might be using farming as a means of alleviating sorrow. They promptly set to work, with Zaiyozi shaping wood, while Kinjiunzi and Dan Kingzi secured the pieces. "Pingan, come help." "Certainly, master." At that moment, A.O. Fan interjected, "Join me in conversation while leaving the labor to them." The 3 complied without objection, focusing on their task. For them, the work was relatively simple, being cultivators. A.O. Fan felt no guilt, viewing it merely as a means for them to hone their skills. "Pingan, does your master possess any spirit herb seeds? If so, could you procure some for me?" "No need for the lower grades. Just some 8th or 9th tier herbs will suffice." Upon hearing this, Chun Pingan glanced at Kinjiunzi, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chun Pingan hesitated, unsure how to respond. Noticing Chun Pingan's uncertainty, A.O. Fan encouraged, "Pingan, if you assist me, you may freely harvest the matured herbs later." "What do you say?" Chun Pingan's eyes lit up at the prospect. Chapter 11, Chaotic Soil. His excitement was palpable. Once those herbs matured, they would hold great value, and he would surely require numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures for his future cultivation. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Kinjiunzi before quietly replying to A.O. Fan. "Rest assured, little master uncle, tomorrow I shall check for you, and if any are available, I will discreetly acquire some. Ahem, not steal, Pingan, let us call it borrowing. I shall return them once the herbs mature." "Ah, yes, borrowing, I will go borrow some tomorrow." Their clandestine collaboration remained unbeknownst to Kinjiunzi, who observed Ao Fan and felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, as one was his junior brother and the other his disciple, he dismissed the thought. Ding. The system issued a task. The beleaguered sect leader of Lingyun and his two companions selflessly offered their assistance to the host in constructing a fence. The host is to prepare a sumptuous lunch to reward these diligent laborers. Completing this task will yield 2,000 tier burning sunflower seeds. Please complete the task promptly. Ao Fan nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Alas, the unfortunate laborers. The system, do not jest with me. Ha ha ha. Kinjiunzi and the others, along with Chen Pingon, looked at Ao Fan in bewilderment, their faces adorned with question marks. The three approached Ao Fan from behind, while Chen Pingon also gazed at him with confusion. After Ao Fan finished laughing, he prepared to rise and cook, but upon turning, he nearly stumbled into the water tank. What are you doing? Scaring people can be deadly. No, junior brother, it should be us asking you what is going on. You suddenly burst into laughter, and we fear you might have lost your mind. Ao Fan retorted in silence. You're the one who is crazy. Your whole family is crazy. Leave me alone. I'm going to cook. The four looked at Ao Fan's retreating figure, puzzled. What's wrong with our junior brother? Why is he cursing so harshly? Have we offended him? The three shook their heads in response. Seeing that their junior brother was fine, they turned to their tasks. Pingon, your little master uncle has gone to cook. You're free. Come help. Chen Pingon did not argue and hurried over to assist Kinjiunzi and the others. Ao Fan had quite a few dishes to prepare for the four of them, as well as for the uncles. As he cooked, he felt overwhelmed by the workload and called out, Pingon, come help. Chen Pingon looked at Kinjiunzi. Go on, Kinjiunzi said helplessly. I'm coming. Kinjiunzi remarked self-deprecatingly. Oh, is he my disciple or yours? Kinjiunzi felt a mix of emotions. The master of Sword Peak, enjoying the spectacle, remarked, why not have Pingon directly become your disciple? Ha ha ha. Dan Kingsley echoed. Yes, master, ha ha ha. The two relished the drama. If you two remain silent, no one will mistake you for mute. The two smiled in silence. Kinjiunzi glanced at Ao Fan, sighed, and returned to work. Pingon, help me wash the meat and prepare the vegetables. All right, little master uncle. Chen Pingon felt a sense of joy in being able to assist his little master uncle. Perhaps it was because Ao Fan was merely 5 or 6 years older than him. In Chen Pingon's eyes, Ao Fan was like an elder brother. And their interactions were quite comfortable. The meal took quite a while, lasting over an hour. Outside, Kinjiunzi and the others, along with the strong men, could smell the delicious food wafting from within, their stomachs growling. The strong men had no illusions about sharing the meal, as they were merely paid workers, and thus dared not entertain such expectations. Soon, the mealtime arrived. Ao Fan called from the doorway, you three old-timers, come eat. The appellation of old-timers elicited no complaints from them, considering they were indeed thousands of years old. The three set down their tasks and hurried to the table. Pingon, go summon those uncles to eat. All right, little master uncle. Chen Pingon bounced over to the strong men, exclaiming, uncles, come eat. One of the strong men replied, little Pingon, did you make food for us too? Yes. My little master uncle is wonderful and easy to talk to. Don't hold back. Let us go. The strong men exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, following him. My apologies for the trouble, and thank you for preparing our meal. No worries, sit down and eat. After all, I've already prepared it. You can't expect me to do it for free, can you, uncle? Ao Fan feigned anger at the uncles. Then we shall thank you, good sir. Don't call me good sir, just call me Xiao Fan. I am only 18. The crowd was taken aback by this. Subsequently, they all joyfully finished the meal. The group of strong men even fought over who would wash the dishes. Ao Fan had to let Chen Pingon use magic to wash the dishes to put them at ease. After the meal, they rested briefly before resuming their work. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received 2,000 burning sunflowers and 10,000 experience points. Experience, 42,000,1000. Experience points can be gained as well. Host, I am a conscientious system. Ding. New task released, plant burning sunflowers. Completing this task will grant you chaos soil. Chaos soil accelerates plant growth at a time ratio of 1 to 200. Ao Fan was thrilled upon hearing this. This is divine soil. Fresh vegetables will be ready in no time. The system was astonished. Ao Fan mistook the spiritual herbs he planted for vegetables, but eventually it understood, after all. It was Ao Fan's responsibility how to handle them. Ao Fan took a hoe and, wearing a straw hat, went to an empty field to begin tilling the soil, digging holes, sowing seeds, covering them with dirt, and watering them all in one go. Kinjiunzi and the others were left dumbfounded. Is this really our junior brother, whom we raised since childhood? He was so mischievous as a child. Now he is so sensible it's a bit frightening. However, beside the field, Chen Pingon watched with great interest as Ao Fan sowed the seeds. Ao Fan looked at little Pingon, his mouth curving into a smile. Pingon, would you like to come and play? Chen Pingon excitedly ran over. Ao Fan taught Chen Pingon step by step how to farm, and Chen Pingon learned diligently. For in the realm of cultivation, cultivators do not engage in farming for fun. After they finished sowing the seeds, they went to the water tank and fetched 2 buckets of water to irrigate the plants. However, Chen Pingon was unsure how much water to use. On his first attempt, he nearly washed the seeds away, but after Ao Fan's guidance, Chen Pingon truly became a farmer. The 3 esteemed figures observed this scene, even questioning if they were still cultivators, as none of their current activities resembled those of a cultivator. Nonetheless, they found it quite amusing. As the sun set, casting a golden glow across the sky, the uncles returned home, and Kinjiunzi and the others completed the fence. Ao Fan also finished his tasks, and the day came to a close. He bid farewell to the 4 and walked toward the water tank. Ding. Chapter 12. Everyone stunned. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Do you wish to receive your reward of Chaos Soil? Yes. Congratulations on obtaining Chaos Soil. You have also received 2,000 experience points. Experience, 47. 0001000. Ao Fan held the Chaos Soil in his hands, staring at it in confusion, unsure how to use it. The system explained, this is Chaos Soil. Simply sprinkle it onto the ground. Though it's called soil, it resembles sand. Do not worry. The system has a ton of it stored. It's all your reward. Ao Fan grimaced. A ton? System, are you serious? You have a ton stored, and you present me with just this little bit, making me think that that's all there is. You dog of a system, next time, don't breathe so heavily when you speak. The system sighed in resignation. Ao Fan spread the Chaos Soil across all the fields, including the gourd vines and the peach trees. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he returned indoors to begin his cultivation. As night fell, the stars sparkled, and the sky resembled a painting bestowed by the heavens, a scene both distant and near. In the fields, beside the water tank, the moonlight illuminated the earth, rendering it extraordinarily bright. The peach trees, gourd vines, burning sunflowers, and spiritual herbs slowly emerged shyly from the soil, their heads peeking out. After a quarter of an hour, they grew bolder and emerged fully from the earth, beginning to flourish. A night passed, and early in the morning, Ao Fan had just awoken. Little Master Uncle, help? Upon hearing the voice, Ao Fan felt a hint of confusion, pondering if there was danger even in Lingyun's sect. He rushed outside to investigate. Chen Pingon was seen dashing toward Ao Fan, hiding behind him. You little rascal, stop right there. Don't use your Master Uncle as a shield. Who taught you this? You're so young, and yet you dare to steal. Ao Fan looked at little Pingon, puzzled, and asked, Little Pingon, did you steal something? At such a young age, you must not steal. Did you hear that? Your little Master Uncle has said that stealing is wrong. Chen Pingon whispered to Ao Fan, I did not steal. I merely borrowed this 9th-tier Tianxing grass seed from my master. At that moment, Ao Fan recalled his words from yesterday and felt a surge of guilt. Brother, what are you doing? Pingon is so young. What if he damages it? Well, if anything happens, we can always have Pingon compensate you later. Kinjiunzi, upon hearing this, was momentarily confused as the little junior brother he had just offended seemed to have suddenly turned the tables. He then turned to Chen Pingon, suspecting that he must be the one causing trouble. Junior brother, this is not merely a matter of compensation, it is a question of character. If we neglect it now, what will happen in the future? Ao Fan stepped forward earnestly. Rest assured, there will be no future issues. Brother, grant me a favor. All right then, have Pingon return that seed to me. I intended to give it to senior brother Danxing for planting. I see. How about letting me plant it instead? Look at what I've managed to cultivate. Kinjiunzi glanced at Ao Fan, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Junior brother, what in the world happened? That is a burning young flower, so many of them. And over there, a plethora of spiritual herbs, all of which are above the 8th tier. Observing Ao Fan standing frozen, Kinjiunzi called out, Junior brother, Junior brother. Oh, what is it? Wait, how did they grow so large overnight when I just planted them yesterday? By the way, what about the peach tree and the gourd vine? Ao Fan hurriedly rushed to the edge of the pool and was astonished to find the gourd vine had grown to 1 meter tall, and the peach tree had reached its height. He slapped himself in disbelief. Is this real? The system then chimed in, there is nothing astonishing about this. 1 day equates to 200 days. It is quite normal for them to grow like this. The system cast a scornful glance at the group. Recalling the chaotic soil he had sown yesterday, Ao Fan suddenly understood the situation. He returned to a composed demeanor and addressed the two. Pinyin, why don't you plant your seeds in that patch of spiritual herbs? There is still half an empty space. Pinyin, snapping out of his astonishment upon hearing Ao Fan's suggestion, dashed over without a second thought. Ao Fan called out, Pinyin, after you finish planting, help me water the field. Pinyin replied loudly, sure thing, Uncle Junior. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 experience points. Experience points for 7100-1000. Brother, come sit here. Junior brother. What is going on? How do you have so many high-tier spiritual herbs and flowers? I planted them, though I did add a little something to accelerate their growth. Don't be overly surprised. Such occurrences will be frequent in the future. Ding. Today's task has been issued. Request some low-tier seeds from the unfortunate Kinjiunzi to plant in the field. Task reward: 2 koi fish possessing dragon blood. Upon reaching tribulation stage, they can transform into true dragons. Ao Fan glanced at today's task and felt it was quite reasonable, as he also wanted to cultivate something in the pool. However, due to the gravitational laws, ordinary creatures could not be nurtured. Brother, do you have any 4th to 8th tier spiritual herb or flower seeds? I need some for planting. Kinjiunzi replied, yes, but why do you need low-tier ones when you already have such high-tier spiritual herbs and flowers? Ah, brother, you wouldn't understand. In half a month, there will be a disciple recruitment event, right? If I take on disciples, I cannot simply provide them with 9th tier spiritual herbs for cultivation. That makes sense. Here, take this. There are 500 4th tier, 500 5th tier, 300 6th tier, 300 7th tier, and 400 8th tier seeds in this storage ring, with the rest being 2nd and 3rd tier spiritual herbs and flowers. Hee. Thank you, brother. Ding. Today's daily task completed. Experience points gained, 4,000. Experience points for 7500-1000. Oh, Pinyin is quite impressive. Everything is done. Pinyin, come here for a moment. Hearing the call, Pinyin hurried over. Pinyin, I have a task for you. This storage ring contains seeds. Go and fill that empty patch of land. Hee, Uncle Junior. What isn't it for me? Ao Fan pretended to poke Pinyin's forehead. You little rascal, don't worry. You won't be shortchanged. Whatever spiritual herbs and flowers grow from these, you can take as much as you need when they mature. However, you must come help me water them before the disciple recruitment event. What do you think? Do we have a deal? If you are unwilling, I can find someone else. I agree. But I'm a bit curious. Why must I help water them before the recruitment event, and what happens afterward? Oh, about that. If I take in disciples during the recruitment event, they will help me manage the herb field, so I won't need to trouble you anymore. Pinyin, slightly disappointed, took the storage ring and walked towards the field. Ao Fan found it strange. Why did it feel like Pinyin was a bit downcast? Brother, do you know what is going on? Is it because you just pretended to hit him? Kinjiunzi responded with exasperation. Pinyin, he wants to help you. But if you take on a disciple, he will have nothing left to do and no reason to come around. This little rascal, why is he overthinking? Just come when you feel like it. Forget it. I'll enlighten him next time. Ao Fan turned to Kinjiunzi. Brother, do you want 9th tier spiritual flowers? Of course. Can I take them? Certainly. But do you see that gourd vine? Help me make a trellis for it. Once the spiritual flowers mature, I can give you 10. Kinjiunzi immediately walked over without hesitation and began constructing the trellis. Ding. Today's task completed. Reward: 2 koi fish, dragon bloodline. These 2 koi were originally the daughters of the dragon emperor from the celestial realm. After their birth, they were found to possess too low a cultivation talent, leading to bullying by their siblings and disdain from their father, while their mother was exceptionally fond of them. Frequently bullied, the 2 koi became exceedingly timid. One day, while swimming in the celestial sea, they inadvertently entered the territory of a celestial sea beast and were chased into a secret realm, where they remained trapped for 100 years, with no one from the dragon clan coming to their aid to reward the host with 2 koi. The system endured numerous hardships to rescue the 2 unfortunate koi. Upon hearing this introduction, Ao Fan wore a face of disdain. He could tolerate the earlier tale, but skipped over the system's account of saving the koi without a glance. System claimed the reward. Suddenly, A 1-meter-long rift appeared in the air above the pool, and 2 small koi fell from it. The rift closed immediately after they descended. Ao Fan watched as the koi landed in the water, expecting them to swim joyfully like normal fish. However, he was taken aback to see them not swimming but sinking to the bottom. What the system? What is happening? Didn't you say they were extraordinary? Why are they sinking? Ao Fan silently lamented. The system awkwardly replied, well, perhaps they haven't team matured yet. Then what are their realms? Big koi, peak golden core. Small koi, initial golden core. The system pondered for a moment and then thought of a solution. Host, I can transfer the gravitational law onto you. Would you like to proceed? Ao Fan furrowed his brow. Will there be any side effects? Of course not. The system would never harm the host. Rest assured. In the water, a plump koi expressed in a language only demon beasts could understand. Sister, we're out. But where is this? I feel so heavy. The slender koi replied, Sister, I know. We were saved by that great one. But where are we? 2 koi fish gazed into the nearby waters, seeing nothing but the surface. When they looked up, their eyes widened in astonishment. What captured their attention was a gentleman, refined and elegant, with sharp brows and a piercing gaze that seemed to reflect a sea of stars. Sister, that handsome young man is so attractive. Far more so than those ugly brutes who only bully me, remarked the slender koi, nodding in agreement. Upon noticing the 2 koi staring at him, Ao Fan assumed they were hungry and hurriedly fetched a scythe to cut a bundle of spirit grass, tossing it into the pool. The koi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the spirit grass, and they strained with all their might to swim upwards, yet remained still. Watching the adorable koi struggle to swim, Ao Fan felt his heart melt. System, initiate the gravity transfer protocol. The gravity transfer protocol will require 15 minutes. Please be patient. The system replied. Ao Fan then sat quietly on a stool, assuring the koi, just wait a moment before you eat. It will take a quarter of an hour to transfer the gravity in the pool. Hearing his words, the koi remained at the bottom, convinced by the words of such a handsome figure. 15 minutes later, the koi felt the pressure in the water dissipate and began to swim energetically. Ao Fan reached out to touch the 2 delightful koi, who joyfully rubbed against his hand. Let me give you 2 names. Since you are koi, which symbolize good fortune, I shall call you Little Fortune and Little Luck. You are Little Fortune, and you shall be Little Luck. The 2 koi frolicked happily in the water, content with their names. Go ahead and eat if you're hungry. This spirit grass is truly special. Work hard to cultivate, and you may transform into human form one day. Allowing you to converse with me, Ao Fan encouraged with a smile. Little Fortune and Little Luck hurried to devour the spirit grass. As they consumed it, they felt an immense surge of spiritual power enter their bodies, even experiencing a slight enhancement of their bloodline. They turned to Ao Fan with expressions of gratitude, leaving him momentarily bewildered, as he had thought they didn't enjoy the spirit grass. Yet the next moment, the koi resumed their voracious consumption. Ao Fan chuckled at the sight of them. At that moment on the dilapidated Immortal Peak, a pool and 10 plots of land existed. 2 plots were sown with spirit grass and spirit flowers, while a diligent little Taoist tended to the remaining plot. Beneath a 2-meter peach tree sat an 18-year-old handsome youth, his features delicate and refined. Nearby, a middle-aged man constructed a wooden frame for a gourd vine, while behind the house, a group of sturdy men worked diligently to build a dwelling. This was the tranquil life of the dilapidated Immortal Peak, a lifestyle that many cherished, though they were all mere laborers. Keep up the good work, laborers. If you cannot enjoy this life now, you likely never will, he joked lightly. The day passed swiftly, and as the sun began to set, Ao Fan found himself unknowingly napping by the pool. Kinjiunzi and Chin Pingon observed him sleeping soundly, choosing not to disturb him as they quietly soared into the sky. When Ao Fan awoke, he glanced towards the fields and the gourd vines, realizing that his senior brother and nephew had already departed. I should return to rest, he said, cutting some spirit grass to toss into the pool before heading back to his dwelling. In the pool, the 2 koi were blowing bubbles, seemingly engaged in conversation. Though to an outsider, it appeared as if they were merely making bubbles. Sister, who was that old man the handsome brother mentioned in his dream? Why did he cry? Asked the younger koi. Sister, that old man must have bullied him. We should cultivate diligently so we can help him get revenge in the future. Okay. All right, sister. I will turn that old man into a pig's head. In a mountain cave somewhere in the celestial realm, a middle-aged man sneezed several times. Who is it? I've ascended, and yet someone is still cursing me. Rest assured, disciple. The master will find a way for you to build your foundation, a voice responded. If Ao Fan were present, he would recognize this voice immediately. It belonged to Peshuzi, who had recently ascended and was still struggling to control his celestial power, seeking refuge in a cave to stabilize it. A night passed on Ao Fan's side, ushering in a new day. Today, Kinjiunzi and Qin Pingon were preoccupied with recruiting disciples, leaving Ao Fan to his own devices. His days were filled with watering plants, feeding fish, and daydreaming by the pool. System, do you think my lack of ambition makes me a waste? Ao Fan mused, as the system sensed he was reminiscing about his master. Since Peshuzi's departure, Ao Fan had become increasingly insecure. Once lively and driven, he had now settled into a routine of idleness, watering, and chatting with the koi about his innermost thoughts. Please, gather your spirits. I possess a method to revive your master, but it requires you to reach the tribulation stage and retain a fragment of his soul. The system reassured him. Ao Fan's eyes lit up at the revelation, feeling as though he had glimpsed an ethereal being. Is that true? You are not deceiving me? If that's the case, I must train diligently. No, I should focus on farming. As he performed some peculiar movements by the water's edge, the koi looked on in confusion. Sister, the big brother has gone mad. What should we do? We're just koi and cannot save him. Calm down. Look, he is all right now. No need to cry. Indeed, how wonderful. Little Luck exclaimed as she saw Ao Fan return to his usual self. Sister, let us cultivate quickly so we can transform into humans and help the big brother. Of course, little sister. You must strive hard. I am already at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Sister, wait for me. We shall do it together. All right, I will wait for you. On the shore, Ao Fan inquired of the system, how exactly do we save my master? Surely Kinjiunzi and the others cannot manage it? Those weaklings think they can fetch someone from the river of time? How Navi? Hey, your words are rather harsh. Is it not your own tone I have adopted? Why act superior here? Ao Fan chuckled awkwardly. Let us change the subject. Open the personal information panel. Beep. Host, Ao Fan, age, 18. Items, Ice Crystal Jade Pendant, Superior Spiritual Treasure, Gourd Vine, Innate Spiritual Root, Peach Tree, Celestial Tree, Spirit Grass, Level based on age, Burning Sunflower, 9th Tier Spirit Flower, Heavenly Heart Grass, 9th Tier Spirit Grass, Chaos Soil, Experience Points, 550001000, Realm, 19,100 Layers, Technique, Supreme Heart Technique, Lingyun Sword Technique, Weapons, Scythe, Hoe, Bamboo Hat, Basket, Water Ladle, Axe, Shantian Spiritual Treasure, Pets, Koi, Little Fortune, and Little Luck. Everything appears satisfactory. Ao Fan felt a sense of boredom creeping in. System, do you have any tasks available? The system pondered briefly before responding dejectedly. None. Why is your system so low tier? Other systems grant their hosts various advantages in the cultivation realm, while you merely have me farming. Now that I wish to complete a task, you have none for me. The system retorted indignantly. Who said that? I'm simply operating on a slightly outdated version. If you were to expend 40,000 experience points to upgrade me, I could provide you with an abundance of tasks that would keep you endlessly occupied. Humph. Upon hearing this, Ao Fan expressed his confusion. Upgrade? How does one upgrade? If an upgrade means additional tasks, then let us proceed with the upgrade at once. Ding. Would the host like to spend 40,000 experience points to upgrade the system? The upgrade will unlock the Wheel of Fortune gameplay, emotional value exchange for items, and the development of a livestock farm. Ao Fan looked at these new features with delight. For such prospects promise the acquisition of extraordinary treasures. Upgrade. As the system commenced its upgrade, it informed him that it would be temporarily unavailable for a duration of 10 days. Ao Fan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the system upgrade would take so long. System, indeed undergoing an upgrade. I shall occupy my time with cultivation. During these 10 days, Ao Fan remained industrious. He journeyed to Lingyun City, where he purchased various seeds, including grape and watermelon seeds. After planting them in the fields, he harvested them a day later, discovering that the fruits cultivated in chaos soil were indeed remarkable. Even ordinary seeds yielded second-tier spirit fruits, which were crisp, sweet, and simply delightful, leaving a lasting impression. On the 9th day, Ao Fan assisted Kinjiunzi and others in preparing for the Disciple Recruitment Conference, which was set to take place in a vast arena capable of accommodating nearly 100,000 attendees. Such grandeur was unprecedented for Ao Fan, who had never witnessed such a spectacle even in Blue Star. The world of cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Yet the most amusing encounter occurred on his return to Poxian Peak, where he crossed paths with a rather arrogant disciple named Jianren, also known as Xiao Fei, who was a prince and an inner disciple at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Despite possessing decent talent, he had unfortunately offended Ao Fan due to his lack of discernment. As Ao Fan strolled through Lingyun Square, numerous cultivators practiced their skills. On seeing Ao Fan, many greeted him respectfully. "Hello, little uncle master." Ao Fan humbly acknowledged each greeting. However, a flamboyantly dressed young man approached, prompting Ao Fan to be momentarily taken aback by his ostentatious attire. "Stop right there. So you're the one they call little uncle master?" Ao Fan glanced around. "Are you speaking to me? Who else could I be referring to? A mere Qi refinement stage disciple. What brings you here instead of working?" Xiao Fei arrogantly proclaimed. Onlookers refrained from intervening, fully aware of the precarious balance between the two. One held seniority, while the other was a prince. "Are you addressing me? This is the first time I've encountered someone so bold," Ao Fan retorted. "You don't know who I am?" Xiao Fei sneered. "I couldn't care less. I am the prince of the Zhuke kingdom, and I doubt you dare lay a hand on me. By virtue of seniority, you ought to address me as little uncle master." At this juncture, one of Xiao Fei's subordinates whispered Ao Fan's background into his ear, causing the prince to turn pale with fright. "My apologies, little uncle master. I was wrong. Please forgive me." In a swift motion, Ao Fan incapacitated the prince with a single punch, departing without allowing him the chance to utter a curse, knowing that such a defeat would inevitably provoke verbal retaliation. What a childish game, he thought. No need to indulge them further. Upon returning to Poxian Peak, Ao Fan surveyed his collection of houses, the peach tree, gourd vines, and various spirit herbs and flowers. Now this is a place fit for habitation. Unlike the days when the old man was around, living in such poverty was quite uncomfortable. With the system's upgrade set to conclude by tomorrow, he decided to devote the remainder of the day to cultivation. Upon entering his abode, he began practicing the Taishang Heart Sutra. Chapter 15. Task announcement. Only 3 days remained until the disciple recruitment conference, and the members of Lingyun's sect were busily engaged in preparations for various trials, such as the Secret Realm and Gravity Staircase. Yet amidst this bustling sect, there was a leisurely young man sitting by a pond, fishing. System, 10 days have passed. It should be finished updating by now. Ding. Host. The system has completed its update. Excellent. What new features have been added? Please elaborate. Following the update, the system introduced a daily lottery task. After the host diligently toiled each day, they would be entitled to a lottery draw, with rewards including techniques, celestial artifacts, and elixirs. Ao Fan smiled and nodded, contemplating how these rewards could serve as incentives for his disciples' diligent cultivation. The livestock farm feature would allow him to trigger tasks to acquire poultry. The emotional value marketplace enabled the host to gain diverse emotional values based on other sentiments towards them, which could then be exchanged for various items in the marketplace, including techniques, martial arts, spirit pets, and magical treasures. With a hint of pride, the system remarked, "What do you think, kid? Aren't these upgraded features quite impressive?" Ao Fan shot the system a skeptical glance, yet he couldn't deny his satisfaction with the new functionalities. "What tasks are available? Hurry and release them. I'm nearly bored to death." Ding. The host can draw today. Would you like to proceed? Ao Fan gazed at the spinning wheel, somewhat bewildered, as it displayed 4 swords. Anyone with even a cursory knowledge of the ancient mythos would recognize the 4 swords of Zhuxian. These were the Zhuxian sword, the Skin Jian, the Zhuxian sword, and the Lu Xian sword, alongside a diagram of the Zhuxian formation. Goodness, if I managed to draw them all, wouldn't I be invincible beneath the heavens? Haha. Let the lottery commence. As the lottery began, the message flashed, "Thank you for your patronage." Ao Fan's expression turned dark. "Never mind. I suppose I should focus on completing tasks instead." Ding. Today's task has been issued. Concoct a perfect breaking infant pill. Since your favorite junior, Chen Pingon, is on the verge of breaking through to the Yuan infant stage, you intend to brew a flawless breaking infant pill for him. Upon completion, the reward would be a 12-petal merit golden lotus, a congenital treasure. The legendary 12-petal merit golden lotus is one of the most esteemed treasures in the universe. It radiates a dazzling brilliance, akin to a golden sun suspended in the void. Each petal is crystalline and transparent, shimmering with ancient, enigmatic runes, seemingly containing the profound truths of the cosmos. This 12-petal merit golden lotus sprouted during the primordial chaos, having endured countless epochs of refinement, absorbing the purest and most potent spiritual energy and merit power from the heavens and earth. Its lotus seed is forged from the rarest and most resilient materials, capable of withstanding any formidable force. When the 12-petal merit golden lotus appears, the entire world trembles in awe. Its auspicious aura envelopes the surroundings, allowing all beings nearby to feel its gentle yet immense energy waves. The possessor of such a treasure shall not only experience a tremendous boost in strength, but will also be able to invoke the merit power within to protect their realm, becoming a figure of global significance. A Buddhist treasure? Impressive. I must obtain this reward. It is a magical artifact that gathers fortune and power. Although the power of fortune is invisible, it profoundly influences one's destiny. But speaking of which, this Pingon is preparing to break through to the Yuan infant stage so soon. However, I lack an alchemy furnace. Oh well. I shall pay a visit to Dan Peak. Before departing, AO Fan completed his daily tasks, watering the plants, earning 8,000 experience points, and feeding the koi, gaining an additional 2,000 experience points. He retrieved the Feiyun shuttle, feeling a pang of nostalgia each time, for it was one of the gifts bestowed upon him by his master. AO Fan mounted the shuttle, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards Dan Peak. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed 2 cultivators stationed there. Gentlemen, please inform Brother Dan Kingsley that I have come to see him. The 2 cultivators exchanged glances. One inquired, Brother Dan Kingsley? Chi refinement stage? Yo Fan? Suddenly, they recognized him and politely bowed in unison. We greet you, little Uncle Master. One of the cultivators hurriedly flew to the Danfeng Grand Hall to report. Inside the hall, Dan Kingsley was organizing the alchemical results and accounts of the disciples. At that moment, a cultivator rushed in at the entrance, reporting to the Peak Master that the junior uncle was requesting an audience at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing someone enter, Dan Kingsley set down the and, upon hearing his junior brother had arrived, transformed into a streak of light, arriving swiftly at the mountain's base. The speed of Dan Kingsley was indeed astonishing. The disciples practicing on Danfeng couldn't help but be taken aback, fearing that someone was causing trouble at the peak. At the foot of the mountain, the cultivator looked at the junior uncle with trepidation, fearing to offend AO Fan, especially since this junior uncle had recently incapacitated a prince. A voice echoed from halfway up the mountain. Junior brother, what brings you here today? The voice arrived before the person did. AO Fan gazed into the empty distance. Shortly after, a small elder with an ethereal demeanor leapt before AO Fan. My dear junior brother, what brings you all the way here? AO Fan bowed slightly. Brother, I have come. Will you not invite me in to sit? Oh dear, my apologies. I'm just a bit excited. Come, let's ascend the mountain. AO Fan declined. Let us walk up. It has been a while since I last visited Danfeng, and I wish to enjoy its splendid scenery. Dan Kingsley nodded in agreement without further comment. As they walked halfway up the mountain, AO Fan inhaled deeply, remarking on the pristine air. Brother, the air here at Danfeng is truly delightful, rich in spiritual essence and fragrant with medicinal aromas. Dan Kingsley smiled at the praise, responding, indeed. Danfeng is one of the peaks where the spiritual energy rivals that of the sect leader. After all, when it comes to alchemy, poor spiritual energy leads to inferior medicinal quality. By the way, junior brother, are you here for leisure, or is there something else? AO Fan replied. I have come to concoct it for our nephew, Xiaopingen. Dan Kingsley looked puzzled. Isn't that medicinal pill in excess supply? If he desires it, we could simply deliver it to him. Not quite. Xiaopingen's breakthrough necessitates a perfect grade, and as his junior uncle, I wish to refine one for him. Upon hearing this, Dan Kingsley's expression turned incredulous. He thought to himself how such a thing could be possible. In the past 100 millennia, no one had been known to produce a perfect grade medicinal pill. Even the pinnacle alchemist of Tianyan continent could only achieve a 99 quality, and that was for first-tier pills. Junior brother, are you perhaps overestimating your capabilities? This is a 4th-tier medicinal pill. AO Fan, noticing Dan Kingsley's daze, understood the source of his disbelief. After all, the best he had ever produced was a pill of 95 quality, and that was only once, a feat that left the disciples of Danfeng utterly astonished. Brother, do not worry. If one attempt fails, I shall try again. Should 2 attempts fail, there will be a 3rd. Consider it me assisting you in alchemy. The pills I craft are not inferior products, as you well know. Dan Kingsley replied, I apologize. I am merely astonished. After all, I have never encountered a perfect grade pill. If you can produce one, our Lingyun sect would indeed be honored, and you would be hailed as the foremost alchemist. Brother, do not elevate me so high. I fear I might fall and lose my face, AO Fan chuckled. Dan Kingsley laughed in response. AO Fan, observing Dan Kingsley's displeasure, inquired, What troubles you? Your expression is quite grim. Oh, it is nothing. Merely feeling that Kinji-Yunzi's disciples are quite fortunate to have such a devoted junior uncle like you, unlike my disciples, who only know the grind of alchemy. Brother, why say such things? Your disciples are also my nephews. If they need assistance, I will gladly help. The two exchanged smiles. Chapter 16. The refinement of as they walked side by side, they gradually traversed the towering, awe-inspiring Danfeng. The peak was enveloped in swirling mists, as if draped in a mysterious veil. At the foot of the mountain, lush trees provided shade, interspersed with exotic flowers and herbs exuding enchanting fragrances. As they approached the mountainside, the scenery grew increasingly magnificent. The steep cliffs were adorned with various rare herbs and spiritual plants. Some emitted strange glows, while others swayed gently, seemingly beckoning to them. Along the winding path through the mountain, one could occasionally glimpse delicate pavilions and towers, reminiscent of structures from a celestial realm. Upon reaching the summit, their vision expanded dramatically. The distant mountains undulated against the backdrop of a blue sky and white clouds. Below, a crystal-clear stream meandered through the valley, producing a melodious sound. Standing there, one could not help but marvel at nature's artistry and the wonders of the world. Brother, Danfeng truly inspires awe. Let us proceed to your alchemical chamber. Dan Qingzi led Ao Fan into his private alchemical room. As Ao Fan stepped inside, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him. He stood tall and dignified, his white robe billowing gently in the breeze, as if he were part of this enigmatic chamber. Upon crossing the threshold, a warm, rich energy greeted him, refreshing his spirit. Ao Fan slightly narrowed his eyes, adjusting to the light within, before carefully surveying this fabled place of alchemy. This is where I frequently refine elixirs. Feel free to use the spiritual herbs. I will be nearby. If you require anything, just let me know. Ao Fan surveyed the chamber in astonishment. It was far superior to the one he had previously visited for alchemical practices. Without hesitation, he fixed his gaze on the array of rare herbs in the alchemical furnace before him. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed intricate and mysterious seals with his hands. As the seals were completed, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from him. With a decisive shout, he waved his right hand, and the precious herbs flew into the furnace as if summoned by an unseen force. Moments later, he formed another seal with his left hand, and a crimson flame surged from his fingertips, enveloping the entire furnace. As time passed, faint popping sounds emanated from within the furnace, indicating the herbs were fusing and breaking down under the high temperature. Ao Fan remained wholly focused, meticulously controlling the temperature and intensity of the flame, without allowing even a moment of negligence. After an indeterminate duration, the once quiet furnace began to tremble violently, smoke billowing from the lid, accompanied by a pungent odor. Yet, Ao Fan remained undeterred, calmly managing the process. Finally, after a dazzling flash of light, the furnace settled, revealing a medicinal pill wafting with a rich aroma. Ao Fan inspected the pill, his brow furrowing. It had only achieved a purity of 98. This won't suffice. Next, brother. Dan Qingzi quickly interjected. Although Ao Fan was unimpressed, Dan Qingzi cherished the pill, knowing he could only produce one of about 93 purity himself. He promptly stored the pill in his spatial ring. At the furnace, Ao Fan began the alchemical process anew. He gazed at the herbs, forming seals with his hands, and called out as the spiritual herbs surged toward the furnace once more. Again, he conjured a burst of crimson flame, enveloping the furnace. As time passed, the furnace quivered, releasing a fragrant aroma. At last, a glow emanated from within, and the furnace calmed, presenting another pill. Ao Fan held it in his hand, yet his brow remained tense. The pill was once again handed to Dan Qingzi. After repeating the process 6 more times, the purity of the pills reached 99. 1, 99. 2, 99. 3, 99. 4, 99. 7, and finally 99. 9. Ao Fan gazed at the elixir in his hand, exclaiming incredulously, "I cannot believe it. A perfect-grade elixir seems too good to be true." Dan Qingzi, increasingly astonished, observed that each elixir in his possession was purer than the last. Yet, there was but a single spirit herb remaining. Should he fail to refine it this time, he would have to wait for it to be procured anew. Undeterred, Ao Fan resolved that if he did not succeed, he would venture into the city to buy the herbs himself and continue his practice. As he contemplated the alchemical furnace, Ao Fan suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Dan Qingzi, bewildered, wondered what was happening. Could kneeling truly aid in the alchemical process? Ao Fan knocked his head 3 times against the ground, fervently chanting, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, great Taishang Laojun, reveal your magic and grant me success in this alchemical endeavor." Rising, Ao Fan's eyes gleamed with determination as he focused intently on his task. He began to add the spirit herbs, forming hand seals as crimson flames erupted from his fingers and enveloped the furnace. With unwavering concentration, he adjusted the flames and precisely placed the herbs within. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ao Fan's forehead, while Dan Qingzi watched anxiously, eager to witness the birth of a flawless elixir. The furnace trembled. Flames flickered violently, and the lid of the furnace was forced open by the elixirs within, releasing an unprecedented fragrance that wafted across the entire peak. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and streaks of lightning began to emerge, intensifying ominously. Observing this, onlookers hastily retreated from the peak. Ao Fan and Dan Qingzi watched as the elixirs shot forth from the furnace, racing toward the entrance, prompting them to follow closely behind. On the peak, only Ao Fan and Dan Qingzi remained. Everyone else had fled down the mountain. The sky crackled with lightning, and the winds roared as if the heavens themselves were about to be torn asunder. Fortunately, the tempest targeted only the breaking infancy elixir. The lightning descended like a colossal dragon, striking the elixir, which shattered its light golden shell, revealing a blinding golden radiance. Seeing this, Ao Fan leaped forward and grasped the elixir in his hand. As the tribulation occurred, top-tier alchemists across the Tianyuan continent awakened in astonishment, turning their gazes towards a certain location in the eastern domain, deep in thought. Throughout the 5 domains, all esteemed alchemists dispatched individuals to investigate the origin of the tribulation. At Lingyun's sect, the peak masters, elders, and sect leader all hurried to the alchemical peak. Upon their arrival, the tribulation dissipated, and nearly all high-ranking elders of Lingyun's sect gathered atop the peak. Chapter 17. The 12-petal merit golden lotus Qinjianzi stood before the assembly. Junior and senior brothers, may I inquire what has transpired here? Dan Qingzi and Ao Fan exchanged glances, and with a nod from Ao Fan, Dan Qingzi spoke. Sect leader, look at this. He pointed at the elixir in Ao Fan's hand. The crowd stepped forward, scrutinizing the elixir for an extended period, yet they could not discern its qualities. It was no fault of theirs. Only alchemists could perceive the purity of such elixirs. Shaking his head, Dan Qingzi remarked, "Stop staring. No amount of gazing will reveal its secrets." Feeling awkward, the onlookers diverted their eyes. Qinjianzi smiled at Dan Qingzi, saying, "Brother, are you jesting with us? Pray, enlighten us." Dan Qingzi glared at Qinjianzi, growing increasingly irritated. "How fortunate you are to have such a talented disciple," he sighed. Noticing Dan Qingzi's expression, Qinjianzi felt a bit confused. "Why does it seem like my senior brother is about to devour me?" Then Dan Qingzi spoke again. "This is the breaking infancy elixir." The crowd responded, "We know that. Get to the point." Dan Qingzi turned his gaze to the master of Sword Peak, who promptly silenced himself. "You are aware that the highest purity of the breaking infancy elixir is 98. Yet do you know the purity of this elixir?" The crowd shook their heads. "This elixir possesses a perfect purity of 100. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence. Dan Qingzi beamed with pride, as if the elixir were his own creation. His pride stemmed from the realization that if Ao Fan could produce a perfect elixir, perhaps he could seek Ao Fan's guidance in the future and achieve similar success. Once the crowd regained their composure, they rushed back to examine the elixir again, making Ao Fan feel somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze. "All right, everyone, you can look later," he said, turning towards the sect leader. "Sect leader, this is for you." Qinjianzi was taken aback, pondering, "My junior brother still thinks of me, gifting me such an extraordinary elixir. Remember to give this to Pinyin. He deserves it. That good lad should not face any obstacles." Qinjianzi was left speechless. Feeling a sense of loss, Ao Fan summoned the Feiyun shuttle, transforming it into a streak of light as he sped towards the breaking immortal peak. Dan Qingzi addressed the elders and peak masters. "I urge you to keep this matter confidential. If outsiders learn of it, Lingyun's sect will face endless troubles. You may disperse now." Upon returning to breaking immortal peak, Ao Fan lay down in his room, utterly exhausted after a day of alchemical labor for a mere reward. "System, why hasn't the reward been issued yet?" The system replied, "The elixir has yet to reach Qinpinyin." "Oh, I see. Well, when I rest, please place the reward in the pool." With that, Ao Fan fell asleep. The system, exasperated, remarked, "Dealing with such a host is indeed a trial." In the quiet of the night, time seemed to slip by unnoticed. and as the first rays of dawn pierced through the thick clouds, people awoke to realize that the long yet fleeting night had become a memory. Ding! Today's daily tasks: water the plants, weed, and till the soil. Today's limited time task: assist the Master of Chi Peak in forging a Shantian spirit treasure. The Master of Chi Peak is troubled by his inability to create the treasure. I hope the host can lend a hand. Reward: 12-petal merit red lotus. Today as lottery begins. Host, would you like to commence the draw? AO Fan replied, go ahead. No need to ask in the future, just draw. Notify me if something good comes up. The system, speechless, initiated the lottery. Thank you for your patronage. I knew it. I don't possess the fortune of a lucky sovereign. After finishing his breakfast, AO Fan set out to complete his daily tasks. Upon finishing, he approached the pool and was instantly captivated by the resplendent golden lotus blooming within. So beautiful. Oh, Little Fortune and Little Luck also admire this lotus. The two koi fish swam to AO Fan's feet, and as he playfully interacted with them, they bubbled in the water, which he could not comprehend, only smiling in response. In truth, they communicated, thank you, Master. This lotus is perfect for our cultivation. We can enhance our abilities significantly under its influence. Little Luck nodded in agreement. AO Fan spoke to the koi in the pool. Little ones, you must grow quickly. I am eager to see what you become when you transform. I wonder if you'll be handsome. Even if not, I will not hold it against you. The two koi swam about, seemingly responding to AO Fan. System. Open my personal panel. Ding. Host. AO Fan age. 18 items. Ice crystal jade pendant. High-grade spirit treasure. Gourd vine. Innate spiritual root. Peach tree. Celestial tree. Spirit herb. Level determined by age. Burning sunflower. 9th grade spirit flower. Heavenly heartgrass. 9th grade spirit herb. Chaos soil. 12-petal merit golden lotus. Innate treasure. Experience. 35000. 1000 realm. Chi refinement level 19490 techniques. Taishang heart sutra. Lingyun sword technique weapons. Sickle. Hoe. Bamboo hat. Bamboo basket. Water ladle. Axe. Shintian spirit treasure spirit pets. Koi. Little fortune. Peak of nascent soul. Little luck. Second layer of nascent soul. After reviewing his personal panel, AO Fan set off to complete his tasks. AO Fan took out the Feiyan shuttle and, ascending upon it, transformed into a streak of light soaring towards the peak of artifacts. This time, he chose to go directly up the mountain, unlike his previous ascent to the Dan Peak. As AO Fan set foot on the artifact peak, he observed the bustling disciples engaged in their tasks, for the disciple recruitment conference was merely a day away, prompting a surge of activity among them. He made his way to the grand hall of the artifact peak. Senior brother, I've come to find you, AO Fan called out. But his voice echoed unanswered. Just then, a muscular disciple approached. Who are you looking for? The sect leader is not in the hall. AO Fan, glancing at the brawny figure, immediately recognized the signs of someone accustomed to forging, as evident in his powerful arms. Where is my senior brother? I have matters to discuss with him. The disciple replied, the sect leader is in the forging chamber instructing other disciples. Oh, thank you. I'll take my leave then. You're welcome, senior brother. The disciple then realized AO Fan was his little uncle disciple and bowed respectfully. AO Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. As he walked towards the forging chamber, he encountered several other strong young men, each possessing impressive physique. AO Fan imagined himself like them. But a shiver coursed through him, and he quickly dismissed the thought, stopped daydreaming, and hurried to find senior brother. Upon arriving at the forging chamber, AO Fan found his senior brother Zhao Dezhong, diligently striking iron. Zhao's focused expression was fixated on a heap of materials shimmering with strange light, his hands deftly controlling the flames within the forging furnace. Each flicker of flame appeared carefully calculated, perfectly melting the precious materials. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet his gaze never wavered from the furnace. His dedication seemed to isolate him from the outside world, leaving only him and the mysterious artifact he was about to create. As time passed, the chamber filled with rich spiritual energy, and Zhao meticulously adjusted the flame's temperature, managing the speed and proportions of the material's fusion. Any minor error could lead to failure, yet he steadily advanced through years of accumulated experience and skill. After finishing his forging, Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to see his junior brother, hastily approaching AO Fan. Brother, are you feeling better? I sincerely apologize for injuring you so severely before. Zhao, belonging to the physical cultivator category, had recovered quickly and was back to normal by the previous day. Brother. There's no need to mention it. We are brothers, and I took no offense. He laughed heartily. Ao Fan, however, expressed, Brother, I have come to discuss how we might forge the Xiantian spiritual treasure. Zhao's expression turned somber at the mention of the treasure. Having spent thousands of years in vain pursuit of it, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Do not be so downcast. After all, you have failed for many years. What difference does another day make? Why not give it a try? Zhao considered his junior brother's words and agreed. All right, if we manage to forge it. You may take whatever you wish from the artifact peak. With that, Zhao led Ao Fan to his personal forging chamber. Ao Fan gazed around with curiosity and anticipation. Taking in the various tools and materials adorning the room, the walls lined with precious ores and animal hides. At the center stood a massive stone table, upon which a blazing furnace was situated, radiating heat that filled the air with a burning aura. So many materials. Ao Fan marveled, feeling the intense heat. What is that flame? Zhao followed his gaze. That is a rare fire known as Yang Yin, ranked 5th on the exotic fire list. It was obtained by our ancestors and gifted to me after their ascension. Ao Fan was astonished, realizing that the Lingyun sect possessed such a fire, which was quite unexpected given its status as a near first-rate sect. After all, even first-rate sects might not possess such a rare flame, as they were exceptionally scarce in the Tianyan continent. Brother, could you perform a forging while I observe? I wish to see if any adjustments are needed. Although puzzled, Zhao complied with his junior's request, willing to accommodate Ao Fan in any way, as he was the favored disciple among the 9 peak masters of Lingyun sect. Watch closely, Zhao instructed. He stood before the forging platform, his gaze intensely focused on the glimmering materials. Each piece was gathered through great effort, infused with powerful energy and mysterious properties. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands, channeling his robust spiritual energy. As he moved, vibrant spiritual light streamed from his palms, coiling around the materials like ethereal serpents. Under the protective embrace of the spiritual energy, the materials began to melt and reshape, as if imbued with life. As time elapsed, the temperature on the forging platform soared, distorting the surrounding air. Yet Zhao remained undeterred, beads of sweat forming on his brow, but his resolve unwavering. Finally, after a prolonged effort, an exquisite artifact emerged on the platform, radiating brilliance and adorned with intricate, ancient runes, clearly not an ordinary item. Zhao nodded with satisfaction, wiping the sweat from his forehead, revealing a hint of disappointment. Alas, it is merely a superior spiritual treasure. Junior brother, did you notice anything? Ao Fan pondered. The Xiantian spiritual treasure was said to be a relic from the upper realms, imbued with celestial energy. However, there was no such energy in the lower realms. Wait. The Chaos Soil. System, does the Chaos Soil possess a celestial energy coating? Indeed, the Chaos Soil is a rare innate material from the celestial realm, the system responded. Ao Fan retrieved a small portion of Chaos Soil and offered it to Zhao. Brother, when the weapon is nearing completion, incorporate this Chaos Soil into it. Zhao stared at the minuscule amount of Chaos Soil in his hand, perplexed but proceeded without further thought. A quarter hour later, he prepared to meld the Chaos Soil into the weapon, and as he did, a remarkable phenomenon occurred above the artifact peak. A colossal hammer manifested in the sky. On the forging platform, a hammer blazed with light, hovering majestically. Ao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly works. Zhao, momentarily astounded, burst into joyous laughter. For he had succeeded at last. Tears of joy streamed down his face. After 10,000 years, it has finally been accomplished. Thank you, junior brother. Without your guidance, I may have never forged the Xiantian spiritual treasure. Just then, Zhao's cultivation soared dramatically, breaking through to the 9th layer of tribulation. How did you reach the 9th layer so suddenly? Weren't you just at the Great Ascension? Ao Fan swallowed hard, incredulously remarking, Brother, you sly old fox. Were you hiding your true cultivation level? Alphon pondered, could it be that all the high-ranking elders of the sect are concealing their true realms? Although the peak master and sect leader had revealed their levels during his outburst, Alphon was unaware of their true powers at that moment. Zhao Dezu, upon hearing Alphon's words, was momentarily stunned. Oh no, my realm has been exposed, he thought, feeling guilty. Apologies, junior brother, but in truth, I am the strongest in our sect. They are merely at the Great Ascension stage. Zhao Dezu's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that his junior brother might probe further. Fortunately, Alphon did not dwell on the matter. He felt as if he understood, yet was still somewhat confused. Never mind, there is a transcendent being in the sect. I can focus on my farming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezu felt a temporary sense of relief. Senior brother, You must name this hammer of yours, Alphon remarked playfully. Hee hee, junior brother, you know I'm a simple man. Not one for naming things. Please, help me with a name, Zhao Desda replied. Alphon thought to himself, should I name it? How about the mighty hammer? Or the diamond hammer? Or perhaps little hammer? No, I shall call it the Haotian hammer. I must say, the author of Dolua has a remarkable talent for naming things. And they sound quite pleasing. Ahem, how about we call this hammer the Haotian hammer then? Alphon suggested. The Haotian hammer, that's a splendid name, powerful and majestic. From now on, you shall be known as the Haotian hammer, Zhao Dezu agreed. At that moment, Alphon retrieved a handful of chaos soil from his spatial ring and handed it to Zhao Dezu. Zhao Dezu looked at the chaos soil as if he had discovered a treasure, for indeed it was a treasure. Senior brother, please forge a mystical treasure for the remaining 9 peak masters of our sect, so they have an additional means of protection in times of danger. It can also serve as an heirloom. After the disciple recruitment conference, I will forge it, junior brother, Zhao Desda replied. Having conveyed his instructions, Alphon did not linger, as he had been refining tools for an entire day, and darkness had fallen outside. Little did they know, the blacksmiths of Tianyuan continent had gone into a frenzy upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon, sending their disciples to investigate. Half a month later, the eastern region became bustling with activity. However, that was a matter for later. For now, let us return to Alphon. Alphon sat by the water pool, admiring the towering peach tree and the gourd vines climbing on the trellis, while contemplating his domain and dwelling. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking, if only the old man were here, he might not even wish to seek out fights. In his heart, he silently declared, System, claim the reward. Congratulations, host. You have received the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus. The legendary 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus is one of the most powerful and sacred divine objects in existence. It blossomed at the dawn of chaos, having undergone endless epochs of purification and sedimentation, embodying immense and mysterious power. This red lotus exhibits a vivid blood-red hue, with petals layered like flickering flames. Each petal sparkles with dazzling radiance, as if illuminating the entire world. At its core burns a fierce inferno, radiating an unsettling heat and terrifying aura. It is said that the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus possesses the might to annihilate heaven and earth, capable of incinerating all evil and sin. When it fully blooms, the energy released can shatter mountains and cause stars to fall. However, obtaining and mastering such a divine object is no simple task, as it chooses only those fated to be its master. Only those with a kind heart, unwavering will, and great fortune can resonate with it and ultimately gain its acknowledgement. This is excellent in future confrontations. I can simply incinerate my opponents and see how they continue to act with impunity. Opening his personal panel, he observed, Host, Alphon Age, 18 items, Ice Crystal Jade Pendant, Superior Spiritual Treasure, Gourd Vine, Innate Spiritual Root, Peach Tree, Celestial Tree, Spiritual Herbs, level based on age. Burning Sunflower, 9th grade Spiritual Flower, Heavenly Heartgrass, 9th grade Spiritual Herb, Chaos Soil, 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, Innate Treasure. 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus, Innate Treasure, Experience Points, 42000-1000 Realm. Chi Refinement 19,600 Layers Cultivation Techniques, Taishang Heart Sutra, Lingyun Sword Technique Weapons, Sickle, Hoe, Bamboo Hat, Bamboo Basket, Water Ladle, Axe, Shintian Spiritual Treasure Spiritual Pets, Koi, Little Fortune, Peak Nascent Soul, Little Luck. Second layer Nascent Soul Emotional Value, 10050. Most of this emotional value is derived from Dan Kingsley and Zhao Dezu, with only a few thousand gained from others, as each fluctuation in emotional value only added 2 points. Upon seeing the 2-point increase, Alphon had chosen to ignore it, but after 2 days, he was astonished to find it exceeding 1,000. However, he had no intention of using it yet. He planned to exchange it for cultivation resources for his disciples once he accepted them. A night passed swiftly, and on that day, Alphon completed his daily tasks of cutting grass and feeding fish. However, today he was particularly excited, for he had drawn the Excalibur of Celestial Slaying. Alphon found this astonishing, as he had thought it would take at least a month to draw a significant item, yet happiness arrived so suddenly. Today's draw, automatically assisting the host. The system announced, Congratulations, host, you have been graced with fortune and obtained the Excalibur of Celestial Slaying. The Excalibur of Celestial Slaying is one of the ancient artifacts, said to possess earth-shattering power capable of slaying gods and demons. Its blade glistens with a cold radiance, as if it could freeze all things in existence. The hilt is adorned with a mysterious gemstone, emanating a heart-stopping glow. The origins of the Excalibur are steeped in mystery. It is said to have been forged from the purest essence of heaven and earth, shaped over countless epochs through refinement and tempering, resulting in this unparalleled divine weapon. To wield the Excalibur, one must possess formidable strength and profound inner power. Otherwise, not only will they be unable to unleash its true power, but they may also suffer a backlash from the sword's energy. When the Excalibur is unsheathed, its sword aura streaks through the sky, transforming the atmosphere, causing mountains to quake and the earth to split. Even the most powerful celestial beings or demons would not dare to underestimate its edge. Yet, the Excalibur is not merely a tool of slaughter. It embodies boundless wisdom and righteousness. Only those with a just heart and a kind spirit can truly comprehend its mysteries and use it to save the world and maintain peace. In many tales of immortal heroes, the Excalibur often serves as the pivotal treasure that enables protagonists to overcome adversity and vanquish evil forces. Witnessing countless breathtaking battles and crafting legendary tales. System, you truly are a magnificent entity. I shall refer to you as the strongest of all systems, Alphon declared. The system, flattered by Alphon's praise, seemed to blush, despite being a mere virtual entity. However, even a system could feel shy. Ahem, enough with the compliments. Let's promptly complete the tasks. It responded. Today's task, forge a 9th grade defensive talisman with 100 defense. Completing this task will reward you with the 12 grade linked platforms. Chapter 20. 12 grade linked platforms. The so-called 12 grade linked platforms are a profoundly mysterious and powerful formation. This formation comprises 12 distinct platforms, each with varying attributes and effects, interconnected to form a complex and intricate energy network. Each platform radiates a unique glow and aura. Some are as scorching as the sun, some as frigid as the moon, and others shimmer with multicolored spiritual light. These platforms are arranged in specific orientations, resembling the stars in the sky. When the formation is activated, 12 formidable energies converge, causing earth-shattering changes. It may summon raging elemental storms that sweep the surroundings, unleash immense pressure that instills fear in enemies, or create an impenetrable defensive barrier that withstands all attacks. In summary, once the 12 grade linked platforms are deployed, their power is nothing short of cataclysmic, instilling dread in all. Indeed, I am the chosen one. With these treasures, even if I do not establish a foundation, who can stand against me? Ha! The system had grown utterly speechless at Ao Fan, perceiving him as someone entirely unacquainted with the ways of the world. Cease that foolish grin and hasten to your tasks, it urged. Ao Fan promptly halted his smiling and summoned the flying cloud shuttle to soar towards the symbol peak. Upon arrival at the symbol peak, he found the peak master, Xiaoqing, seated and diligently drawing runes. Ao Fan stealthily approached the desk, captivated by Xiaoqing's intricate work. As soon as Xiaoqing completed his final stroke and glanced sideways, he was startled, causing the rune paper to scatter across the floor. Oh dear, my little junior brother. Must you always sneak in like that? You give me quite the fright each time. Why, brother, do you not have any defenses? You could be caught unawares by an assailant, Ao Fan retorted, knowing full well that Xiaoqing was merely playing along, while he remained blissfully ignorant. So, what brings you here? Nothing of great import. I simply wish for you to teach me how to draw a defensive rune record. Xiaoqing looked at Ao Fan in bewilderment. But you already know how to do that, don't you? Scratching his head, Ao Fan replied, Hee, brother. I wish to draw a 9th tier rune. What? 9th tier? Indeed, do not worry. My spiritual power is ample. After all these years, I am certain it is sufficient. Xiaoqing could only shake his head in disbelief. First, draw a supplementary record for me to observe. Though reluctant, Xiaoqing began preparing to draw at the desk. He focused intently, took a special brush, and gently dipped it in vermilion ink. With a deep breath, he lowered the tip of the brush onto the yellow rune paper. As he moved the brush, mysterious and intricate lines gradually emerged, intertwining like serpents, forming an extraordinary pattern. Xiaoqing meticulously depicted each stroke, not daring to slacken his effort. As time elapsed, the once blank paper became densely covered with runes. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiaoqing now needed to channel his years of cultivated spiritual power to activate these runes and imbue them with extraordinary strength. Have you grasped it? Yes, more or less. Brother, what is the special enhancement of your defensive rune? With pride, Xiaoqing answered, 95%. Ao Fan's expression was not one of astonishment, but rather one of contemplation. Xiaoqing, puzzled, asked, What troubles you? I desire to create a rune record with a 100% enhancement. What? 100%? Impossible. Such a feat has never been seen in the Tianyan continent, save for the rune ancestor. Confidently, Ao Fan declared, then I shall become the second rune ancestor. Without hesitation, Ao Fan seized the special brush and began illustrating peculiar patterns on the rune paper. Once the design was complete, he infused it with his spiritual power, activating and bestowing it with unique abilities. Finished. But alas, it stands at only 99%. I am just a tad short on spiritual power. Xiaoqing was left dumbfounded. Just then, the system chimed in. Surprise value 2, surprise value 2, surprise value 2. Annoyed, Ao Fan muttered, System, silence the notifications. It is too noisy. Emotional reminders have been silenced. Finally, Ao Fan felt a sense of tranquility. Brother, this is for you. I shall continue. Xiaoqing accepted the rune record, contemplating its high enhancement for future use, while Ao Fan spent most of the day at the symbol peak, successfully completing 99 rune records, which caused an extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens and the earth. Without further ado, other rune masters from the Tianyan continent, akin to alchemists and weapon masters, flocked to the eastern domain. Xiaoqing bore witness to the emergence of the second rune ancestor, contributing thousands of emotional values to Ao Fan. As Ao Fan departed, he waved his sleeve, leaving without a trace, arriving and departing with remarkable elegance. Ao Fan returned to his humble abode on the broken immortal peak, seated by the pond, feigning grace as he pretended to fish. System, where is my reward? Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward, 12-tiered Lian Tai. Ao Fan reflected on his many means of self-preservation, pondering if he could engage in a fierce battle with that female demon for 300 rounds. However, he shook his head, realizing he had yet to establish his foundation and was undoubtedly no match. I shall wait until my foundation is set. Ah. And tomorrow marks the Disciple Recruitment Conference. Will I find a child of destiny? What if I do not? Ao Fan mused, caught between anticipation and anxiety, resembling a madman. The two koi in the pond looked on, growing concerned for him. Fortunately, Ao Fan's distress was fleeting, and the little koi soon felt reassured. Gazing at the peach tree and the ground beneath, Ao Fan contemplated crafting a lounge chair. This idea stemmed from his readings of novels where great figures from Blue Star preferred lounging in leisure. If I am to cultivate the land, how could I not have a lounge chair? With this thought, Ao Fan took up an axe and ventured to the back mountain of the broken immortal peak, a place long neglected, overrun with weeds and insects. After a short while, a playful insect scurried onto Ao Fan. After a quarter of an hour, he finally reached the bamboo grove. Without further ado, he brandished his axe and struck down a bamboo stalk, dragging it back to his dwelling. Unbeknownst to him, a caterpillar had emerged from the bamboo, scuttling towards the spiritual herbs. Under the peach tree, Ao Fan began chopping, utilizing the Zhuxian sword to carve the bamboo. Should an immortal witness this, Ao Fan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The lounge chair took 2 hours to complete, and by the time he finished, the sun had set, and darkness enveloped the land. Ao Fan reclined on the chair. Ah, this is truly comfortable. Perhaps this is what a paradise feels like. Chapter 21. Little Green Meanwhile. In the world, a caterpillar was feasting on spiritual herbs. A gentle breeze rustled, and one plant lay in tatters, reduced to mere stems. On the leaves of another spiritual herb, a petite caterpillar rested, its body cloaked in fine fur, exhibiting a delicate shade of light green, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. At that moment, the little caterpillar was diligently absorbing the spiritual energy from its surroundings. It slightly opened its tiny mouth, greedily inhaling the wisp of spiritual energy, which floated like gentle mist, gradually being drawn into its being. As time passed, the caterpillar's fur began to shimmer faintly, as if the spiritual energy was merging with its form, nurturing its growth and transformation. At this juncture, the caterpillar had begun to develop a semblance of sentience, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of human-like understanding. The caterpillar recognized that its current state was due to the spiritual herbs cultivated by the elder brother lounging in the chair. It vowed to train diligently in gratitude for this elder brother. Yet, a worry crept into its heart. Would Ao Fan cast it aside upon discovering it? With this thought, tears welled in the caterpillar's eyes. However, it soon succumbed to slumber, its worries fading. Meanwhile, Ao Fan awoke and retreated to his dwelling for rest. The past few days had been exhausting, leaving him utterly drained. The night passed swiftly, and the next morning, Ao Fan's first order of business was to draw a lottery. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. As expected, a task was issued. Disciple recruitment, No time limit. Reward: 10,000 different varieties of spiritual herbs and flowers. Successfully recruit a child of destiny to break through to foundation establishment. Daily tasks included watering, tilling, weeding, and feeding the koi. Ao Fan rose sluggishly to prepare breakfast. As he sat at the table, a voice called from outside, "Little uncle, today is the disciple recruitment conference. The master asked me to remind you, lest you forget." Upon hearing the voice, Ao Fan immediately recognized who it was. "Peace be with you. Would you care to join me for a meal?" "No, I must decline. I have some tasks to attend to. By the way, dear master uncle, I am grateful for the broken infant pill you provided. I have successfully advanced to the 3rd level of the nascent soul." Upon hearing this, Ao Fan was somewhat astonished. It was remarkable to realize the potency of the broken infant pill, capable of facilitating successive breakthroughs. "Ah, splendid. Please check the fields for any required spiritual herbs or flowers. Gather a few, but ensure you do not uproot them," Chen Ping'an exclaimed eagerly, hurrying off to the fields to collect several 4th-grade spiritual herbs. As he gathered, he stumbled upon a peculiar caterpillar, distinctly different from others he had encountered. Assuming it was cared for by Ao Fan, he left it undisturbed. However, the caterpillar was terrified, sensing the presence of an unfamiliar individual. "Is this person attempting to capture me? No, I must not allow myself to be taken," it thought anxiously. "Master uncle, do remember to come. We shall await you at the square." Chen Ping'an soared away on his sword. With no choice left, Ao Fan finished his breakfast and commenced his daily tasks. While watering, he spotted the caterpillar again. How curious. What brings a caterpillar here? It appears to have gained some form of intelligence, he mused. "Greetings, little caterpillar. Fear not, I shall not harm you." The caterpillar cautiously emerged from behind a leaf to gaze at Ao Fan. "You can understand me? If so, nod your head," Ao Fan encouraged. The caterpillar eagerly nodded in response, and Ao Fan found it quite endearing. "Rest assured, I will not toss you away. You may reside in my medicinal herb field. By the way, have you noticed the 2 koi in that pond? If you feel bored, you may crawl over and converse with them." The caterpillar peered at the pond, but saw nothing. "However, I must caution you. As you are just beginning your cultivation, consuming most spiritual herbs is inadvisable, as it could lead to your demise from an excess of spiritual energy," Ao Fan warned. Upon hearing this, the caterpillar instinctively recoiled, glancing down at its abdomen. Ao Fan erupted into laughter, charmed by the caterpillar's reaction. "Here are the 9th-grade herbs, and there are 1st-grade herbs over there. If you wish to eat, start with the 1st-grade ones. Do you understand? That way, you can gradually grow. Avoid the 2nd-grade herbs and above. If you overindulge, I cannot save you," he advised. The caterpillar nodded vigorously. "Let me give you a name. Without one, I wouldn't know how to address you. You are green, so let's call you Little Green. If you agree, nod your head." Little Green promptly agreed, thinking, "How wonderful. I now have a master and a name. Little Green, what a lovely name. And my master is quite handsome." Little Green gazed intently at Ao Fan. "Stay here and behave well. After I finish watering, I must step out for a while." Ao Fan gently touched Little Green, who felt a surge of happiness. He collected some 4th-grade herbs and called out, "Xiaoxing, Xiaoyun, it's time to eat." The 2 koi swam joyfully toward him. "Here we are." After tossing the herbs into the water, Ao Fan said, "Xiaoxing, Xiaoyun. We have a new companion named Little Green. While I'm away, if it comes to chat with you, please do not bully it. We are all family, understand?" Afterward, Ao Fan took out the Feiyan shuttle and transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. "Sister, did you hear? We have a new friend. What a pity we cannot go ashore. I wish to see." "Little sister, I heard. I too wish to meet our new friend. What does it look like?" At that moment, the caterpillar crawled slowly toward the pond, surveying its surroundings in awe. There was water, trees, houses, and a medicinal herb field. Little Green felt as though it were in a dream. After much effort, Little Green finally reached the pond and spotted the 2 koi, one plump and the other slender. Hello, I'm Little Green." The koi, busy nibbling on the herbs, heard a voice from the shore but could see no one, thinking it was merely an illusion. Realizing its diminutive size prevented the koi from seeing it clearly, Little Green decided to inch closer to the water's edge. In doing so, it accidentally slipped and fell into the pond. Xiaoxing noticed the green caterpillar tumbling toward the water and swiftly swam up to catch Little Green safely. "Was that you speaking just now?" "Yes, I am Little Green. Thank you for saving me." At that moment, Xiaoyun swam over. "Sister, who is this?" "This is the new friend Master spoke of, Little Green." "Really? Hello, I am Xiaoyun, and this is my sister Xiaoxing." Have you eaten? Join us. Thank you. Sister Xiaoyun, but I cannot eat yet. My master advised me not to consume herbs above the first grade, as I am just beginning my cultivation. Little Green politely declined. Little Green has just started cultivating. Of course, she cannot eat. Little Green, hold on tightly to us, Xiaoxing said. Okay. This is so much fun, Sister Xiaoxing. At the outer square of Lingyun's sect, throngs of people filled the area, a veritable sea of humanity, pressing against one another in a bustling scene. Ao Fan arrived at the recruitment ceremony and beheld the 9 peak masters and the sect leader seated majestically on the elevated platform. Upon noticing Ao Fan's arrival, the crowd greeted him warmly, aside from the sect leader, as decorum dictated a certain level of formality in such gatherings. Greetings, Master Uncle. The elders and disciples bowed respectfully to Ao Fan. He nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to an unoccupied seat on the platform. Greetings, fellow brothers. Ao Fan offered a polite bow, recognizing his peers. Ah, you have arrived, brother. Come, sit over here, Qinjianzi smiled warmly. Brother, I had no idea the recruitment ceremony was this lively. Ao Fan remarked, genuinely surprised. Indeed, this is a biennial event, and every talented disciple wishes to join Lingyun's sect. Qinjianzi replied. By the way, brother, how many trials are set for this recruitment? Ao Fan inquired. 3 in total. The first tests perseverance, the second assesses combat strength, and the third evaluates temperament, Qinjianzi explained. Ao Fan found this testing structure quite reasonable. Perseverance gauged a disciple's tenacity and unwavering spirit, while combat strength assessed their cultivation level and adaptability in battle. The evaluation of temperament was essential. Even an exceptional talent would not be accepted into the sect if their disposition was lacking. At that moment, a figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, swiftly approaching. As the crowd focused their attention, they recognized an outer sect elder clad in a flowing azure robe, exuding an ethereal aura. He hovered above the ground, seemingly one with the heavens, emanating a powerful and enigmatic presence. As the elder descended gracefully, he stood tall and regal, his countenance stern yet imbued with kindness. His arrival captivated the gaze of every cultivator and mortal present, drawing admiration and envy. Young disciples silently pondered when they might attain such profound cultivation and transcendent grace. Meanwhile, ordinary people marveled at the celestial appearance, filled with an insatiable longing to embark on the path of cultivation and uncover the secrets of immortality. This outer sect elder was named Xiao Feng, hailing from the same lineage as the previously incapacitated Xiao Fei, both originating from the Zhuke kingdom. Xiao Feng proclaimed, "Today marks our Lingyun sect's decennial recruitment ceremony. Any capable and talented disciple may participate in the trials. If you possess the determination to grow stronger, you are welcome to join our sect. However, regardless of your exceptional talents, should your character be lacking, our sect will not accept you." Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of discussions. One individual, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "At just 15, I have already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. I am certain I will be accepted into Lingyun's sect." Beside this boastful figure, several peers offered their flattery. Young Master Wang possesses extraordinary gifts. He will undoubtedly join the sect. Meanwhile, another voice, quieter and more subdued, muttered, "With my current abilities, I surely cannot enter Lingyun's sect. Nevertheless, I will not give up. Even if I must become a mere servant, I shall strive to improve." As the discussions continued, a man clad in black robes stood in a corner. "Elder, I have only reached the peak of chi refinement. Can I still enter Lingyun's sect?" The soul entity replied, "Do not worry, Lin. Your goal is to find a sanctuary, not merely to enhance your strength through this sect. With my guidance, you will inevitably become a renowned alchemist. Given your temperament and perseverance, you will surely gain entry. As for your strength, I shall assist you later. The elders above are merely at the combined stage, and they will not perceive your potential, even if they were to experience tribulation." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt reassured. Indeed, this young man was named Lin Yan. He was once the scion of the Lin family in Qingyun City, who had suffered the humiliation of a broken engagement. In a fit of rage, he vowed to restore his family's honor within 3 years. However, while Lin Yan was away honing his skills, his family was annihilated, leaving only a bracelet amidst the ruins of the Lin residence. When Lin Yan grasped the bracelet, an intense green light suddenly radiated from it, causing him to drop it in fright. The ancestral spirit of the Lin family was subsequently ejected from the bracelet. "Impudent boy, could you be more careful? That hurt." The elder exclaimed, "Old man, what gives you the right? Did you not destroy my family? I shall take your life." Lin Yin declared, rushing towards the ancestral spirit. Sensing the danger, the elder quickly interjected, Lin Yin, do not act rashly. I did not slay your kin. The elder recounted the tragic fate of the Lin family, revealing the involvement of the water spirit sect, which was the sect of Wang Shui, the very woman who had broken off the engagement. Wang Shui, you have gone too far. I bore you no ill will, yet in your quest to eliminate future threats, you have obliterated my family. I, Lin Yin, vow to slay you and your sect once I gain strength. Thus, Lin Yin began his training with the ancestral spirit. Yet, the water spirit sect was relentless, pursuing him mercilessly, which compelled him to seek refuge by participating in the discipleship selection of Lin Yun's sect. Lin Yin resolved, once I join Lin Yun's sect and devote myself to training, I shall undoubtedly return to annihilate the water spirit sect and eradicate Wang Shui. The outer elder announced. The trial officially begins. The first challenge tests your perseverance. Over there, you will see a 100-layer staircase. This staircase is a low-grade spiritual artifact, imbued with gravitational laws. Ascend to the 60th layer to pass. The trial commenced. In that mysterious and daunting place, Lin Yin stood before the gravity staircase alongside numerous cultivators. The staircase towered into the clouds, seemingly reaching the heavens, instilling a sense of awe. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat. Their gazes resolute as they prepared to confront the impending challenge. With a command from the leader, the crowd stepped forward, embarking on this seemingly ordinary yet enigmatic gravity staircase. The moment they ascended, they were met with a formidable force beneath their feet, attempting to drag them down. Nevertheless, Lin Yin gritted his teeth, steadied himself, and climbed steadily, placing one foot after another. Other cultivators, unwilling to falter, employed various techniques to counteract the gravitational pull. Some circulated their energy to alleviate the strain, while others relied on their formidable physical strength to withstand the pressure. In an instant, the gravity staircase became a whirlwind of motion, illuminated by flickering lights, a lively spectacle. Chapter 23. The gravity staircase. Most ordinary cultivators found themselves halted at the 10th layer, while those with slightly more skill managed to reach around the 30th layer. Yet, amidst the seemingly endless staircase, a striking figure emerged. Clad in garments as white as snow, this individual possessed an ethereal elegance. He ascended the staircase with a leisurely grace, each step appearing light and unhurried. Sunlight cascaded upon him, enhancing the brilliance of his white attire, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. A gentle breeze tousled his hair and garments, adding to his otherworldly aura. This young man stood tall, his handsome features exuding an enigmatic charm, captivating all who beheld him. Lin Yin gazed at this figure, feeling as though a celestial being had descended to earth. He was astonished to realize that this person had already reached the early stage of golden core. Lin Yin, this individual is remarkable. He possesses a sword physique, a talent that could elevate him to the ranks of the most formidable cultivators on Tianyan continent, the elder remarked. Lin Yin was taken aback. It was rare for his ancestor to bestow such high praise upon anyone. Do not be disheartened, Lin Yin. Your physique is commendable as well, fiery sun body. When cultivated to its zenith, you will not fall short of him. Lin Yin, naturally, held no intention of underestimating himself. At that moment, the young man in white had already reached the 60th layer, while Lin Yin remained at the 40th. Though he felt it was too slow, others viewed his progress as impressive, especially since he was merely at the chi refinement stage. Before him, over 100 figures occupied the staircase, all of whom were at least at the foundation establishment stage. Individuals like Lin Yin, still in chi refinement, were typically stuck at the 30th layer. Just then, a sweet-faced female cultivator approached Lin Yin and said, Greetings, I am Xiaolinger. I admire your unwavering spirit despite your lower cultivation level. May we be friends? Lin Yin, taken aback, felt a pang of shyness, as he seldom interacted with girls. Hello, I am Lin Yin. You can go ahead. There is no need to walk slowly with me, he stammered. Xiaolinger responded, All right, I will wait for you at the 60th layer. Good luck. I hope we can become fellow disciples. Lin Yin watched her, his heart racing. This girl is beautiful and so gentle. I am rather smitten. The elder, observing his descendant's infatuation, sighed, You've taken a liking to her. You should hurry up. However, I must warn you, this girl is extraordinary. She possesses the vermilion bird's sacred body and is likely a royal princess or the daughter of the current emperor from the vermilion bird kingdom. You must think carefully. Although Lin Yin found this hard to believe, he was unfazed. He resolved that once he became powerful, the identity of the vermilion bird kingdom would matter little. With renewed determination, Lin Yin surged upward, surpassing the limits of qi refinement. Layer after layer, he ascended, 44, 45, 49, 50. Amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, Lin Yin reached the 60th layer. Goodness, is this truly a qi refinement cultivator? He is remarkable. Those behind him, witnessing Lin Yan's impressive ascent, were spurred on, intensifying their efforts to keep pace. Feng, feeling bored, stared at the gravity staircase, his eyes nearly closing. Suddenly, a voice from the system broke through his reverie. Ding! Host, a child of fortune has been detected. Feng instantly awakened, his eyes widening. This was a fortuitous opportunity for him to break through to Foundation establishment. He could not let it slip away. System, where is this child of fortune? Display the panel. I wish to see which adorable individual it is. Ding. Name, Lin Yin. Age, 16. Realm, Peak Qi Refinement. Spirit Root, Upper Grade Fire Spirit Root, possessing a unique physique. Yet to awaken. Background, young master of the Lin family from Qingyan City, engaged to be married a month ago. In a fit of rage, he vowed to reclaim his family's honor within 3 years. However, his fiancée, Yi, wishing to eliminate any future threats, instructed her master to annihilate the Lin family. Lin Yin was fortuitously absent during the massacre, narrowly escaping disaster. Upon returning, Lin Yin discovered the devastation of the Lin family. Overwhelmed by sorrow as he searched through the ruins for any survivors, in a stroke of fate, he unearthed a bracelet that concealed the spirit of the Lin family ancestor, who recounted the tragic events to Lin Yin. Vowing vengeance, Lin Yin resolved to annihilate the Water Spirit sect. The sect, having failed to eliminate him, tirelessly sought Lin Yin. Left with no choice, he sought refuge at the Lin Yun sect and stumbled upon a recruitment event, hoping to find sanctuary. Ao Fan observed the scene and mused how reminiscent it was of the tale, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. While there were indeed similarities, Lin Yan's plight was far more tragic, having lost his entire family. His situation evoked a sense of pity. Master, that young man is mine, Ao Fan declared. Qin Jianzi looked at the youth Ao Fan indicated, perplexed. He exhibits commendable perseverance. Yet his cultivation level is lacking. Would you not consider another? No, he is the one I desire, Ao Fan insisted. The other peak masters exchanged glances, puzzled. Dan Kingsley interjected. Junior brother, choosing a disciple should not be so arbitrary. Consider the young man in white or the girl in red. Even that burly lad would be a better fit. At the mention of these candidates, several peak masters felt a sudden tension, having already set their sights on them. However, if the junior brother insisted, they would have to yield. Very well, brother, I will take no one but him, and those others are better suited for the remaining peak masters. Ao Fan cast a glance at the sword peak master and the others, who sighed in relief, internally grateful. Dear brother, you truly are a boon companion. With such a junior brother, what more could I desire? On the gravity ladder, Lin Yin ascended to the 60th level. Lingo, I have arrived. Impressive, brother Lin Yin. Shall we continue upward together? No, you are swift, go on ahead. Your cultivation is higher, you can reach greater heights. I may not ascend much further, but I have already passed the trial, so I shall not be eliminated. Very well, then I shall proceed, said Xiao Linger, as Lin Yin smiled at her retreating figure. Determined, he pressed on, testing the limits of his endurance. 61, 62, 68, 75, 80. At the 80th level, Lin Yin collapsed. This was his limit. Had his cultivation been higher, he might have climbed even further. The young man in white glanced at Lin Yin and nodded, as if acknowledging him as a promising talent. As Lin Yin began to recuperate on the 80th level, a youth approached, Wang Li from Shike City, a member of the Wang family. Rumors suggested that the Wang family of Qingyan City was a branch of the Zhuke family, though the truth of this remained uncertain. Out of my way, kid. Lin Yin observed that he was not obstructing anyone. There is ample space beside me. Can you not pass? Wang Li scoffed. I am Wang Li, young master of the Zhuke family. If I say you are blocking the way, then you are. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. Is this your sense of entitlement? A young master of the Wang family behaves in such a manner? Wang Li, incensed by Lin Yan's defiance, prepared to unleash his spirit energy in a fit of rage. However, at that moment, an imposing pressure swept over him. An outer sect elder, witnessing the commotion, floated down like a mountain, commanding authority. Disciple, you have overstepped your bounds. Depart. With a wave of his sleeve, a torrent of spirit power surged toward Wang Li, sending him tumbling down the gravity ladder. Wang Li glared at the elder, seething with unexpressed resentment. A sycophant approached, inquiring, brotherly, are you all right? Scram, Wang Li's companion, feeling disgruntled but wary of offending the young master, retreated. Wang Li glared at the elder, vowing, "Once I enter the Ling Yun sect, I will make you pay." The elder, Xiaofeng, turned to Lin Yin and encouraged, "You are quite impressive. Keep it up." Xiaofeng had received orders from the sect master to ensure the safety of this promising young man. "Thank you, elder. Without your intervention, I would surely have been no match for him." Xiaofeng waved his sleeve and departed with grace. As Lin Yin contemplated the elder's protected demeanor, he wondered why such attention was bestowed upon him. Could he have discerned the presence of his ancestor? Unlikely, if even those in the tribulation stage could not perceive it. How could a mere integration stage cultivator? "Ancestor, what do you think?" Lin Yin inquired, mirroring the elder's confusion. "I cannot say. However, he harbors no ill toward you. So do not worry. Focus on your recovery." As time passed and the trial neared its conclusion, 521 participants had successfully navigated the 60th level, with only 30 reaching the 90th and 2, the young man in white and the red-clad girl, Xiao Linger, ascending to the 100th level. The outer sect elder led the group of 521 hopefuls to the Ling Yun sect's outer plaza. "You are the most promising candidates for entry into the Ling Yun sect. Next, we will conduct a temperament test, assessing your loyalty to the sect and your inherent character." The young man in white remained silent, while Xiao Linger rushed to Lin Yan's side, exclaiming, "Brother Lin Yan, you've made it. As long as we both enter the sect, I will protect you. I am quite formidable." Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he might have inadvertently offended her. Linger, calling me Brother Lin Yan might lead to misunderstandings, and I intend to grow stronger to protect you." Xiao Lingo giggled. "You certainly seem older, so calling you Brother Lin Yan is fitting. Besides, you protecting me? Who knows what the future holds? Let's wait until you are strong enough to guard me." "Rest assured, I will become stronger," he replied confidently. Nearby, Wang Li overheard their exchange and scoffed, "Oh please, kid, stop pretending. Only those with real ability can flaunt their prowess. You are merely a weakling." Xiao Linger, incensed, retorted, "Wang Li, what did you say? Are you itching for a fight? I'll give you a beating." Wang Li, taken aback, sneered, "You think you can take me on? I am the young master of the Wang family." But then he turned to find himself facing someone he could not afford to offend. "Young master, behave yourself and step aside," he hissed at Lin Yan, retreating a few steps. "If it weren't for Princess Linger, you'd be in trouble." In the outer plaza, the esteemed elder Xiaofeng led the 521 eager and anxious participants with a solemn demeanor. Their footsteps echoed in the stillness, as if heralding the commencement of an exhilarating and mysterious chapter. These 521 aspirants hailed from diverse backgrounds. Some were fledgling prodigies yearning for strength and glory, while others were seasoned practitioners seeking breakthroughs in this enigmatic realm. Draped in a flowing azure robe, Elder Xiaofeng commanded attention, his silver beard dancing in the breeze, enhancing his ethereal presence. In his grasp was a crystalline staff, topped with a gem radiating a faint glow, seemingly imbued with boundless magic. Finally, they stood before the legendary illusionary realm, a grand stone door adorned with ancient, intricate runes that shimmered with a peculiar light, as if whispering the secrets of its storied past. "I would like to inform you in advance that this illusion is treacherous. Those with weak willpower may suffer harm upon entering. You must contemplate whether to step into the secret realm." Upon hearing the elder's words, nearly half of the disciples retreated, escorted out of the sect by the outer door steward. Ultimately, 251 individuals remained, exchanging glances filled with anxiety, excitement, and anticipation. "Very well, everyone, the test begins. Enter the secret realm," the elder declared. This realm was crafted by the ancestors of Ling Yun's sect, and those who entered would find their experiences astonishingly vivid. Within the secret realm, the cultivators were each drawn into their own illusions. Some donned grotesque masks, while others were overwhelmed with excitement, and some appeared ashen-faced. In the illusion of a young man clad in white, he witnessed himself becoming a disciple of Ling Yun's sect, taken under the wing of a peak master. From that moment, he dedicated himself to rigorous training. Years passed, and then calamity struck. The sect was invaded by demonic forces, resulting in its destruction and the slaying of his master. In despair, his eyes turned blood red, and he descended into madness, charging at the demons. Like a frenzied deity, he plunged into the horde, only to be ultimately dismembered due to his insufficient strength. Awakening from this nightmare, he gasped in relief. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion, and in this experience, he had comprehended the essence of the sword. He had long sought this understanding, never expecting to achieve it under such circumstances. He then sat down to meditate, solidifying his newfound sword intent. At that moment, the master of Sword Peak rose from the high platform. This boy must join my sword peak. Anyone who contests this will face my wrath. The other peak masters exchanged glances. Fear not, no one will contest you. This boy has grasped sword intent. And you are the best teacher for him, they assured. Xiaozi chuckled heartily. Indeed, if I claim second in swordsmanship, who dares claim first within Lingyun's sect? No one opposed his assertion, for the truth was evident. The master of Baihua Peak turned to the young woman in red, Xiaolinger, who furrowed her brow within her own illusion. In Xiaolinger's illusion, she became the personal disciple of the Baihua Peak master. Within Lingyun's sect, she experienced joy, often seeking out Linyan for companionship. Yet one day, the Baihua Peak master ordered her to return to the Zhike dynasty with Linyan. Confused, she complied with her master's wishes. Shortly after their departure, the demonic forces launched a sudden assault on Lingyun's sect. On that day, dark clouds loomed ominously, and thunder roared. Qingyun City was obliterated. After a day's travel, while resting at an inn, Xiaolinger overheard the devastating news that Lingyun's sect had been annihilated. She and Linyan hurried back, only to find not the grand sect they remembered, but a desolate ruin. In the vicinity, several demonic entities emerged, and upon seeing them, Linyan unleashed his spiritual energy and charged forward. Yet, in the next moment, he was pierced through the chest by a demon's claw before Xiaolinger's eyes. Witnessing this horrific scene awakened her Zhuke bloodline. Flames erupted around her. Her eyes glowed crimson. Ancient runes appearing on her face as she drew forth a spirit weapon and charged at the demons. The demons, taken aback by her formidable power, felt a twinge of danger and summoned hundreds of their kin. Undeterred by their numbers, Xiaolinger fought fiercely, though she too bore wounds. However, the respite was fleeting. Soon, ominous black clouds gathered on the horizon, accompanied by deep, rumbling roars, as a horde of malevolent demons surged forth. They clawed and gnawed at the air, bringing chaos and bloodshed in their wake. Resolute, a fierce determination glimmered in Xiaolinger's eyes. She summoned her inner strength, her sword gleaming with icy light as she charged into the fray. In an instant, the air crackled with the clash of swords and the cries of battle as she engaged the demons in a harrowing struggle for survival. The demons, wielding grotesque weapons, launched relentless assaults, but Xiaolingo danced through the chaos, evading their strikes while delivering lethal blows in return. The battle raged on, neither side yielding. Ultimately, the demons were vanquished, but Xiaolingo collapsed, barely clinging to life. Looking skyward, she murmured, "Master, I have done my best." With that, she closed her eyes. Yet outside the illusion, upon awakening, her expression brightened with joy. Thank goodness it was merely an illusion. Oh, my Zhuke bloodline has awakened here. Despite not manifesting in the dynasty, she smiled, settling down to stabilize her surging powers. The master of Baihua Peak nodded, satisfied. Ao Fan, upon the high platform, fixed his gaze on the fortunate child of destiny, determined they must succeed. You must pass. Failure would complicate my efforts to take you as my disciple. Meanwhile, Linyan endured immense suffering within the illusion. He ultimately emerged victorious, advancing to the strength test, where he barely succeeded through his self-crafted elixirs and physical prowess. Officially joining Lingyun's sect as an inner disciple. Ancestor, why is there no response? Perhaps in slumber, he pondered. Regardless, I have entered the sect and need not fear pursuit any longer. Seeing Xiaolingo favored by the peak master filled him with happiness. Lingo, fret not. I too shall become a disciple of distinction. From that moment on, Linyan dedicated himself to rigorous training. Though he faced challenges, his intellect allowed him to navigate through them. Within the first month of his inner sect membership, he achieved foundation establishment. By the second month, he reached the third level. And in the fifth month, he attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Due to his rapid progress, many began to investigate the reasons behind it, including a peak master who relayed the information to the master of the Pill Peak, claiming Lin Yan's swift advancement stemmed from his private alchemical practices. The Pill Peak master, intrigued, sought Lin Yan the following day, observing his alchemical methods and success rates. Impressed, he took Lin Yan under his wing as a personal disciple. However, tranquility was short-lived. One day, the Water Spirit sect demanded Lin Yan's surrender from the Pill Peak master, who refused vehemently. The sect leader, Qinjianzi, intervened, causing the Water Spirit sect to relent for the time being. Yet, employing their cunning tactics, they would not let Lin Yan go easily. The Water Spirit sect covertly allied with a first-rate sect, offering a treasured artifact in exchange for assistance in obliterating Lin Yun's sect. A month later, they returned, demanding Lin Yan's surrender, threatening to annihilate the entire sect otherwise. Witnessing this dire predicament, Lin Yin could not bear to see his sect suffer due to his presence and stepped forward. But in the next moment, the Pill Peak Master pulled him back. What are you doing? Seeking death? Even if you surrender, they have already made a deal with a first-rate sect. Do you truly believe they would spare us even if you were handed over? Lin Yin, gritting his teeth in frustration, clenched his fists, lamenting his own weakness for the plight of his sect. Shortly after negotiations began, it appeared they had collapsed. The sect ordered the younger cultivators to retreat while the elders remained to fight to the bitter end. Lin Yin, resolute, refused to leave and was ultimately knocked unconscious by his fellow disciples. Upon awakening, he found himself among several brothers and sisters, including the white-clad youth and Xiao Linger. In this dilapidated temple, discussions erupted among the disciples, attributing the sect's downfall to Lin Yin. Xiao Linger interjected, "It cannot all be blamed on Lin Yin. He never wished for this." One elder disciple stood up and retorted, "Not wish for it? Then why doesn't he simply die?" The atmosphere among the disciples grew tense. Though their intentions were rooted in concern for the sect, albeit expressed in varying manners. After listening, Lin Yin felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Yet he acknowledged the truth in the words spoken. Had it not been for him, their sect would not have faced annihilation. He rose and walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" asked Xiao Linger. "I seek vengeance." At this juncture, the young man in white interjected, "Do not act foolishly. You are currently incapable of seeking revenge. Wait until you have grown stronger." The disciples consulted one another and ultimately decided to disperse and find places to cultivate, intending to return together to exact revenge on the Shui Ling sect once they had gained strength. The young man in white and the other disciples gradually departed. Lin Yin and Xiao Lingo also parted ways, with Lin Yin expressing his desire to cultivate alone and urging Xiao Lingo to return to the Zhike dynasty. After 5 years, only Lin Yin and Xiao Linger remained of the Lingyun sect. Chapter 26. Mutual destruction. However, Xiao Linger was confined by her parents within the dynasty, with several powerful cultivators watching over her, leaving her with no opportunity to seek revenge. During these 5 years, Lin Yin reached the void refinement stage, a feat not to be underestimated. This advancement came after he was pursued and fled into a forbidden area. Within this forbidden domain, he encountered an ancient being trapped for millennia during a tribulation. Lin Yin, like a lost lamb, had no choice but to step into this enigmatic and forbidden territory. Meanwhile, not far off, a group of individuals gazed upon the entrance of the forbidden area with expressions of terror, their bodies trembling slightly. Although they harbored thoughts of killing Lin Yin, none dared to take a step closer, as if the forbidden area were an invisible maw ready to consume any who dared approach. Inside the forbidden area, Lin Yin wandered aimlessly until suddenly, a massive dragon-like creature, spanning thousands of meters, soared overhead. Terrified, Lin Yin hid behind a rock. However, the next moment, he felt the ground beneath him shift, and he plummeted into darkness. In the pitch-black underground, Lin Yin continued his aimless wandering, when suddenly, a voice echoed, "Damnable Demon Emperor. Once I escape, I shall gather forces to overthrow you. If I had not been careless, I would not have been trapped here for a millennium." Hearing the voice, Lin Yin cautiously approached, concealing himself behind a rock. The words astonished him. The mention of the Demon Emperor signified a being of immense power, one of the top-tier fighters in Tianyun continent. The man, bound by chains, sensed Lin Yan's presence and incredulously remarked, How can there be a human here? Boy, step forward. I will not harm you." "Senior, I apologize. I did not mean to eavesdrop. How did you come to this place?" "No human dares to enter this forbidden domain." Lin Yin recounted his experiences to the ancient being. "Boy, do you desire to grow stronger?" Without hesitation, Lin Yin replied, "Yes, I seek strength to avenge my master and the Lingyun sect." The ancient being said, "I can assist you in becoming stronger, but you must come to rescue me once you have attained power." Lin Yin resolutely agreed. Over the next 5 years, under the guidance of this ancient being, Lin Yin achieved the void refinement stage and learned 2 techniques, the dominant sword art and the semi-divine technique, Fire Lotus Descending. This latter technique would deplete his spiritual energy upon use, and should only be employed in dire circumstances. Lin Yin was teleported out of the forbidden area by the ancient being's secret technique, which could only transport others if one had reached the Great Ascension stage, rendering it somewhat impractical, yet still useful. Arriving near the Shui Ling sect, Lin Yin killed over 100 of its members within a month. However, half a year later, an elder of the Shui Ling sect discovered him. To ensure his safety, the elder immediately sent a signal, summoning nearly half of the sect's upper echelons to converge around Lin Yin. "Boy, you can no longer escape. Let's see where you can run now." Seeing the situation turn dire, Lin Yin fled, not to another location but straight into the Shui Ling sect itself. The elders and stewards regarded him as one who had come to meet his demise, dismissing him entirely. At this point, Lin Yin had reached the 8th level of the void refinement stage. Do not inquire how he advanced so swiftly. The answer lies in the use of medicinal pills. Lin Yin gazed at the Shui Ling sect members, his eyes ablaze with fury. None were innocent. All were complicit in the destruction of his sect. Among them stood Wang Shui, a figure he despised most. Yet, by the time he reached the void refinement stage, he had already deemed her unworthy of his words. Without uttering a single syllable, he produced a massive ruler-like weapon, which drew derision from the crowd. Boy, do you think you can fight us with that piece of scrap metal? Have you lost your mind? Laughter erupted among them. In an instant, Lin Yin teleported before the speaker, delivering a downward strike with his weapon. The individual barely managed to block, only to be sent crashing to the ground, unconscious, his fate unknown. Laughter ceased abruptly as realization dawned. Be careful, this kid is no ordinary opponent. Before they could react, Lin Yin swung his weapon at the speaker again. The man hastily conjured a shield, which shattered upon impact, though he remained conscious. Everyone attacked together. Lin Yin eyed the approaching group, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As they drew within 2 meters, he bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the massive ruler. The surface of the weapon shimmered crimson, revealing distinct patterns. Dominant sword art. The technique unleashed a formidable force. The winds howled, and the entire Shui Ling sect trembled. As the strike descended, numerous elders and stewards were obliterated, leaving a 10-meter-deep pit in the ground. This commotion attracted the attention of the sect's master. Who dares to cause chaos in my Shui Ling sect? Upon witnessing the devastation of his elders and stewards, the sect master became furious. Lin Yin furrowed his brow, sensing the overwhelming aura of the great Ascension 9th layer. I wonder if my fire lotus descending can extinguish him. The sect master, filled with rage, thrust his sword forward. Shui Ling sword art, kill. Let us see how you will defend yourself. Lin Yin, observing the attack, smiled as he positioned the massive ruler before him. He took a medicinal pill, gathering the fire lotus while replenishing his spiritual energy, aiming to enhance its potency to a level capable of defeating a great Ascension 9th layer expert. One hand formed seals while the other controlled the massive ruler to block the impending assault. The Shui Ling sect members watched Lin Yan's actions with curiosity but did not dwell on it, launching their strikes without hesitation. Lin Yan was pushed back 1,000 meters. Yet the massive ruler remained unscathed. Both he and the sect master were astonished. Lin Yin had expected the weapon to withstand a single blow at most. Yet it had absorbed the force effortlessly. Time was of the essence. The fire lotus had limited time left. The sect master charged again. 3, 2, 1. Hearing Lin Yin count, the sect master realized something significant was about to occur but could not withdraw. Fire lotus descending. A small lotus flower gradually expanded in the sky, enveloping the entire Shui Ling sect. Lin Yin, witnessing this, realized he had no strength left to flee, resigning himself to share the fate of the Shui Ling sect. Chapter 27. Passageway. Is this boy mad? He remains inside. Does he not fear death? The members of the Shui Ling sect were gripped by terror. Cries of despair echoed all around. Master, I have avenged you. Ling Yun sect, I have avenged you. At that moment, Lin Yin smiled. The fire lotus moved with astonishing speed, obliterating all within the Shui Ling sect in mere breaths, Lin Yin included. In the realm beyond the illusion, Lin Yin suddenly awakened, as if from a dream. Lin, what just happened to you? Ancestor, I recently experienced a remarkably lengthy dream, one that was both exhilarating and profoundly taxing. I must consolidate my cultivation. Although I have yet to break through to the foundation establishment stage, my state of mind has undeniably improved. The ancestor gazed at this illusion with astonishment. In such a brief moment, I achieved such significant progress, truly commendable for a grand sect. Yet, I cannot help but recall that my previous sect was also a first-rate one, and it did not possess an illusion comparable to this. Alas, I shall not dwell on it. I will understand everything upon joining a new sect. Aofan, standing upon the high platform, was overwhelmed with excitement, leaping up in a moment of sheer joy, momentarily forgetting the spectators around him. Junior brother, what has gotten into you? Why so ecstatic? Indeed. Aofan, blushing with embarrassment, finally came to his senses. I apologize, I was just reminded of something joyful. He sat down and retrieved an apple from his storage ring, munching on it as if nothing had happened. Splendid. As long as I passed the temperament test. It matters not if I fail the combat assessment. Within the illusory secret realm, those who did not pass the illusion were being transported out one by one. Among them was Wang Li, the young master of the Wang family. Inside the illusion, Wang Li had entered the sect, albeit only as an inner disciple. A year prior to joining, he had displayed no outrageous behavior. However, after a year, witnessing Lin Yin being favored by the Peak Master and becoming a direct disciple, he felt a deep-seated resentment and sought to trouble Lin Yin daily. One day, he challenged Lin Yin, only to be soundly defeated. Returning to his quarters that night, his face twisted with malice. At that moment, a shadow emerged. "Kid, are you feeling disgruntled, stifled? Do you desire immense power?" Wang Li was initially terrified, but the shadow's words swiftly dispelled his fear, leaving only fury in their wake. From that day forth, disciples of the Lingyun sect were frequently slaughtered by the demon clan, their every outing exposed without exception. 2 years later, war broke out between the sect and the demon clan. Wang Li, wielding weapons provided by the demons, seized the opportunity while reporting to the sect leader to stab him. Though it inflicted little harm, it still caused the leader some injury. After all, in a confrontation between experts, even the smallest wound could determine life and death. Wang Li retreated into the demon clan, laughing maniacally. Ultimately, the Lingyun sect was destroyed, and Wang Li was expelled from the illusion. At the entrance of the secret realm, he cursed vehemently. "What is this Lingyun sect? I have passed all tests. Why was I expelled? This illusion is nonsense, utterly unfair." Outside the secret realm, the cultivators were in a frenzy, yet no one paid them heed. A group of stewards then escorted these individuals out of the Lingyun sect. Although others may have offended the sect, the Lingyun sect maintained its composure, reflecting its dignity. The outer elder conducted a count of those who passed, noting over 100, nodding appreciatively at everyone. The remaining successful candidates emerged from the secret realm. Elder Xiao Feng then spoke. "Congratulations on passing the temperament test. Rest assured, you are now assured a place in the Lingyun sect, though whether you become a servant, outer disciple, inner disciple, or direct disciple will depend on your performance in the third round strength test. Do not be disheartened by lower abilities within the Lingyun sect. As long as you strive diligently, you will surely ascend. Do not worry about your strength compared to others, simply do your best. However, a warning must be issued. Within the sect, do not harm fellow disciples. You may spar, but you must not cripple others' cultivation or take their lives. If there are grievances leading to a life and death feud, you may enter the life and death arena and sign a life and death agreement." Upon hearing the elder's words, each individual felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Initially, they feared being expelled from the Lingyun sect due to insufficient strength in the third round, but now those worries dissipated. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. The white-clad youth remained silent, yet his expression conveyed agreement with these rules. Xiaolinga was equally elated, convinced she had not chosen the wrong sect. Lin Yin felt a sense of relief. He had feared the sect would be rife with chaos and disputes, but it appeared his concerns were unfounded. "Next, I will lead you to the inner hall plaza, where the 10 Peak Masters and the sect leader await you. This moment will determine the resources you will receive in the future. Let us press on, young ones." A surge of enthusiasm erupted among the crowd. With hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation, they closely followed the elder's steady yet slightly hurried pace, traversing winding paths and crossing tranquil stone bridges until they finally arrived at the grand inner hall plaza. The inner hall plaza was teeming with people, yet a profound silence prevailed. The testing disciples stood quietly, their gazes collectively fixed upon the high platform. There sat 10 individuals of varying demeanors, some exuding an ethereal grace, others radiating a stern authority, and some exuding a scholarly humility. Each bore an aura as weighty and profound as a mountain. These 10 were the Peak Masters and the supreme sect leader. They occupied the center of the platform like stars surrounding the moon, captivating everyone's attention. "Oh, why is there a chi refinement stage individual seated in the Peak Master's position?" one cultivator inquired, puzzled. Yet, no one responded. Lin Yin and the white-clad youth shared a look of confusion. On the high platform, Kinjiunzi stood poised, exuding authority as he proclaimed, "You are all prodigies hailing from the vast and enigmatic eastern region. With a fervent desire for power and an unwavering pursuit of excellence, you have traversed mountains and rivers, overcoming countless challenges to gather here, at the Lingyun sect, a sanctuary for cultivation. The reason you have chosen to tread upon this land and enter this sect is rooted in an insatiable longing for formidable strength. Here, you aspire to absorb the profound essence of martial arts and master transcendent techniques. Here, you yearn to engage with like-minded elites, honing your skills together. Here, You hope to break through your limits through relentless effort, becoming unparalleled masters standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Next, let each peak master introduce themselves. At that moment, the Sword Peak Master, Zaiyayozi, ascended into the air. Greetings. I am Zaiyayozi, the Master of Sword Peak. My swordsmanship is unmatched, with clarity of heart. I can cleave through all existence. Sword cultivators strike down those who block their path, be they human or demon. Upon hearing this, the disciples below ignited with an indomitable fighting spirit. The white-clad youth gazed at the mid-air figure with fervent emotion. As he felt a profound connection to the experiences within the illusion, tears welling in his eyes. He quickly wiped them away with his sleeve. Just then, a strikingly beautiful peak master, Lu Ling, floated gracefully down, petals cascading around her, akin to a celestial maiden descending. I am Lu Ling, the master of the 100 Flowers Peak. We only accept female disciples. Male disciples need not apply. Her voice resonated with an enchanting charm, captivating all who listened. Xiaolinger, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep uncontrollably. In the illusion, this enchanting peak master had been her teacher, and seeing her now unleashed a torrent of tears. Lin Yin, standing beside her, offered her a handkerchief to dry her tears, understanding that she had likely endured a similar journey in the secret realm. Suddenly, a gaunt, ethereal elder appeared, floating into view. I am the master of the Dan Peak, devoted to the pursuit of alchemy. Should you wish to delve into the art of alchemy, you may join my tutelage. Lin Yin trembled at the sight. The elder of the Lin family inquired, What troubles you, young Lin? Ancestor. This elder was my master in the illusion. He sacrificed himself for me, and the sect perished because of me. Ultimately, I perished alongside the Shui Ling sect. The Lin family elder, upon hearing this, fell into a daze. Can the illusion achieve such depths? Not only can it enhance one's cultivation, but it can also render experiences as vivid as reality itself. Subsequently, several peak masters introduced themselves one by one. The expressions of the crowd varied. As everyone present had encountered these peak masters within the illusion, tears silently flowed, only to be discreetly wiped away. At that moment, Ao Fan sat in his seat, gazing at his senior brothers and sisters, rendered speechless. My esteemed seniors, did you not consider the predicament of your junior brother, who is merely at the chi refining stage? What on earth should I do? Using the Feiyan shuttle would be quite embarrassing. Should I ask for assistance? That would be even more humiliating. What should I do? The 9 peak masters glanced at him, suddenly feeling a pang of regret, having forgotten that their junior brother could not fly. Each harbored their own thoughts. The disciples below observed Ao Fan, who had yet to ascend into the air, and a wave of confusion washed over them. One disciple questioned, Why isn't that peak master ascending? Perhaps he wishes to avoid drawing too much attention, another suggested. A keen-eyed disciple remarked, Goodness, he's still at the chi refining stage. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Lin Yin and his companions were equally astonished, never expecting a peak master to be merely at the chi refining stage. Ao Fan, indifferent to others' perceptions, acknowledged his reality. After all, he truly was at the chi refining stage. With an awkward yet dignified demeanor, he retrieved the Feiyan shuttle. Soaring towards the 9 peak masters, aligning himself alongside them, casting a sidelong glance in their direction. Sitting comfortably on the Feiyan shuttle, he nonchalantly began eating fruit. The crowd below was left dumbfounded. Not only was he at the chi refining stage, but he also had the audacity to act so nonchalant. Ao Fan feigned indifference and proclaimed, I am Ao Fan, the master of the broken immortal peak. Those who wish to join my peak shall, Those who wish to join my peak. How should I continue? They all spoke so impressively. If I failed to articulate something substantial, I would tarnish the reputation of the broken immortal peak. Ah yes, those who join the broken immortal peak may learn everything. I possess knowledge of all 9 major peaks, and even that which they do not. This ought to be grand enough, he mused. Little ones, am I not dazzling you? Ao Fan then glanced down. Seeing them engaged in discussion, seemingly unaffected by his imposing presence, he thought, are these people so unappreciative? And that Lin Yin as well, why is he so silent? Goodness! How can the master of the broken immortal peak be so pretentious? Indeed, not only pretentious but also deceptive. Even if I were expelled from the Ling Yun sect, I would never join him. The young man in white said nothing, having already resolved to join the Sword Peak, dismissing any thoughts of the broken immortal peak. As for Xiaolinger, she would only consider the 100 Flowers Peak. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, addressing his companion, asked, Which peak do you intend to join? I suggest you consider the Alchemy Peak. It has a wealth of spiritual herbs, allowing you to craft any elixirs you desire. Lin Yin indeed contemplated joining the Alchemy Peak, Yet he was reluctant to cause his master any further grief. I wish to join the broken immortal peak, for I desire to grow independently rather than rely on others. Young man, you are mistaken. Joining the alchemy peak would expedite your growth. Please, ancestor, do not press the matter. My mind is made up. And I may not even become a direct disciple. Inner disciples cannot simply become the master's apprentices. Suit yourself. I shall not interfere. If you wish to become a direct disciple, I could lend you a hand. Such excuses were hardly believable. Ancestor Lin pondered. What on earth did this young fellow experience in the illusion? Why does he seem so much more mature upon emerging? His gaze suggests a strong desire to join the alchemy peak. Never mind, I shall let him be. After the 10 peak masters had introduced themselves, they returned to their respective seats. The 9 peak masters, upon sitting, were subjected to Ao Fan's pointed stares, prompting Qinpingyan and the other disciples to exchange resigned smiles. At that moment, the sect leader, Qinjianzi, stood elevated, his hands weaving intricate seals, exuding a powerful aura. As he performed his incantations, the previously vacant square began to undergo astonishing transformations. Rays of light burst forth from Qinjianzi's hands, streaking across the sky like meteors, ultimately converging in the center of the square. These beams intertwined and merged, gradually forming 10 arenas, each composed of mysterious runes and energy, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Towering dozens of zhang high, their grandeur was breathtaking. The surfaces of the arenas were etched with complex and ancient patterns, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries and power. This tournament would select the top 10 to become direct disciples of the Peak Masters, and whether one could attain this honor depended on their capabilities. All must showcase their skills, but without endangering others' lives or impairing their cultivation. Violators would be stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the Lingyun sect. Qinjianzi returned to his seat and said, Elder Xiaofeng, you may take over from here. Yes, sect leader. Everyone has heard. Your ability to become a direct disciple rests solely on your own skills. The crowd was abuzz with anticipation. Elder Xiaofeng, with a serious countenance, began announcing the tournament rules. Chapter 29, the tournament commences. These 10 arenas represent the top 10. Those who believe themselves capable and powerful may ascend the arenas to accept challenges. Fear not. These arenas possess the capability to restore your cultivation after each match. The arena will automatically restore you to your original state. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. However, few dared to step forward. At that moment, a robust cultivator, as large as an ox, ascended the arena. Since no one dares to challenge, I shall claim the title of the first challenger. I am Man Fei, originating from the northern wilderness, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Anyone who believes they can defeat me may step up. I shall accept all challengers. The crowd was taken aback, surprised that someone from the northern wilderness had arrived at the Lingyun sect, given the vast distance of thousands of miles between them. It must have been a challenging journey. Then, a cultivator leaped onto the arena. I shall challenge you. My name is Yu, from the Eastern Domain, Bird City. Please, bestow your guidance. Very well, come forth. You may strike first. I fear that if I make my move, you will be sent flying from the arena. Below, someone commented. This man Fei is rather arrogant. Is he so presumptuous just because of his brute strength? You do not understand. For the people of the wilderness, challenging across borders is commonplace. Nearly everyone is capable of such. The crowd, upon hearing this, was astonished. Who would have thought the entire wilderness could challenge across borders? If it were merely a few individuals, it would not be so surprising. Ancestor, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Does it even require prediction? This man Fei could defeat 10 Yi, yes. Lin Yan, upon hearing this, gazed at Man Fei in astonishment. Just then, Yi Yu shouted, Absolute Cloud Sword Technique. Spiritual energy began to gather within Yi Yu's sword, and with swift footwork, he circled in the air, directing all his spiritual power into the sword as he lunged towards Man Fei with a piercing thrust. Yet Man Fei remained rooted, bellowing. First style of the Barbarian Divine Technique. Barbarian Strength. A tremendous shield of spiritual energy enveloped Man Fei. As Yi Yu's sword struck the barrier, a powerful force erupted, sending Yi Yu tumbling out of the arena. The crowd was incredulous. No one expected the match to conclude so swiftly, leaving them momentarily stunned. Is this the prowess of the wilderness people? One strike to defeat an opponent of the same realm? What further contest is necessary? Surely, brute strength would claim one of the spots. On the elevated platform, the master of the body peak, Manly, looked at the excited newcomer and exclaimed, Everyone, this individual is from my wilderness. I must take him under my wing, for only I can teach him. Several peak masters present had their own favored candidates. It was unlikely they would contend with Manly. The master of the alchemy peak remarked, "No one is contesting with you. Sit down and stop embarrassing yourself." There are disciples present. Manly awkwardly smiled before taking his seat. Man Fei, seeing no challengers, plopped down on the ground and began devouring a leg of lamb from his storage ring. The young man in white observed as Man Fei claimed an arena and then leapt onto another arena himself. Upon the arena, a young man clad in a pristine white robe stood silently, his posture as upright as a towering pine, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Strangely, since ascending to the stage, he had uttered not a single word, merely surveying the crowd below with a gaze as tranquil as still waters. Sunlight cascaded down upon him, illuminating his white attire with a radiant glow, as if enveloping him in a sanctified aura. A gentle breeze tousled his hair and the edges of his robe, enhancing his otherworldly presence. Despite his silence, an intangible charisma emanated from him, compelling the attention of all present. What a striking figure, Alphonse mused, though he certainly knows how to project an air of mystery. The crowd's focus was drawn to the young man in white, whose stature and demeanor evoked a sense of awe, as though he had descended from the heavens. His snow-white garments fluttered gracefully in the wind, accentuating his celestial appearance. His arched brows were sharp and defined, resembling blades of light that dared one to meet his gaze. His eyes sparkled with the depth of a starlit sky, radiating an aura of wisdom and enigma. In the face of such an extraordinary presence, the onlookers felt a deep-seated reverence, none daring to challenge him, fully aware of the vast chasm of strength that separated them. Thus, silence enveloped the arena, punctuated only by the rustling leaves and the anxious breaths of the spectators. At this juncture, the young man in white claimed the second arena. Observing the occupied stages, Xiao Linger felt a surge of excitement and leaped onto the platform. "Greetings, I am Xiao Linger, of the Zhuke dynasty," she introduced herself. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have imagined that a royal from the Zhuke dynasty would grace Lingyun's sect? Among the onlookers, a cultivator exclaimed, She is the little princess of the Zhuke dynasty. What is she doing here? She could easily join a top-tier sect." Lin Yun was equally flabbergasted, realizing that the friend he had made was none other than the little princess of the eastern region's Zhuke dynasty. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face, extinguishing his earlier aspirations of pursuing Xiaolinga when he grew stronger. "Why are you so downcast, Lin? Have you forgotten who you are?" A voice chimed in. "Who am I? Just a pitiful soul without a home. Are you foolish? You are a pill master. Once you attain the title of Pill Emperor, dynasties will revere you. What do you have to fear?" It dawned on Lin that he was indeed a pill master. My apologies, ancestor. I shall strive to improve," he vowed, smiling at Xiaolingo, who returned his smile warmly. With Xiaolingo claiming her arena, it was clear that no one would dare provoke the Zhuke dynasty unless they were utterly reckless. Soon, several others stepped onto the stage, each a prodigy in their own right, albeit slightly less formidable than the earlier competitors. On the seventh stage, a young man surveyed his surroundings aimlessly. "I am Yi Wuqing, from the Yi family of Zhuke City. I hope for your mercy," he called out. The crowd gasped upon recognizing a mid-stage foundation cultivator, each vying for their chance to ascend. Amidst their bickering, a figure stealthily climbed onto the stage, a peak foundation cultivator. "Stop your squabbling. I've already claimed the stage." The spectators' eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Someone got there first. I know that fellow. He is Zhang Ergu, a peak foundation cultivator. Humph. Once he defeats that young man, I shall make him pay dearly." The crowd recoiled at the comment. That was a metaphor. Why are you all retreating? Unfazed by their reactions, Zhang Ergu introduced himself. "Greetings. I am Zhang Ergu, Peak Foundation Cultivator. Please, enlighten me." Without further ado, Zhang Ergu lunged at Yi Wuqing with his artifact, but Yi remained unperturbed, deftly evading each of Zhang's attacks. He glided through the arena like a specter, mocking Zhang Ergu's overconfidence with a smirk. Seizing an opportune moment, Yi swiftly set up a formidable killing array. As the formation activated, an invisible pressure enveloped the area, oblivious to Ye's maneuvers. Zhang continued his relentless assault until he unwittingly stepped into the array's grasp. Light erupted in a dazzling net, ensnaring him. Zhang's expression shifted to one of dread as he sensed the overwhelming power of the formation. Desperation surged within him. He struggled against the binding force, but it was as unyielding as iron walls. "Yield, or you shall remain trapped forever," he declared coldly from outside the array. With determination, Zhang gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede, knowing it would signify his defeat. As time wore on and his strength waned, he could no longer resist the array's onslaught. Ultimately, he bowed his head in defeat, uttering, "I concede." Yu Wuqing smiled slightly and dismissed the array. Exhausted, Zhang collapsed to the ground, a wave of humiliation washing over him. The crowd gazed at Yi, astonished and relieved. Yu Wuqing's master, Yu Wuqing, watched with admiration. This young man is mine. None shall contest him. The audience fell silent. Witnessing Zhang's humiliating defeat, none dared to challenge further. "I concede," Yi announced. "Is there anyone else willing to step up?" Silence reigned, for they understood that this array could easily vanquish them all. Among the crowd, a young woman hesitated before finally summoning her courage to leap onto an empty stage. I am Xueling, from Snow City. I hope you all will go easy on me." The spectators regarded the adorable girl, pondering whether to challenge her. Moments later, a rather unscrupulous-looking man jumped onto the stage. "Sister, I challenge you. I am Yun Hai. If you lose, no crying, okay?" Haha. Upon hearing his words, Xueling's demeanor shifted, her shyness evaporating. "You scoundrel. You have successfully provoked me. Prepare yourself." With that, she raised her delicate hand, a slender finger beckoning forth a radiant light from her storage ring. As the glow intensified, a collection of mysterious talismans appeared before the crowd, each varying in size and shape, some as thin as a cicada's wing, others as heavy as mountains. Crafted from diverse materials, they ranged from translucent jade to ancient yellowed parchment. Each talisman seemed to harbor boundless secrets and formidable power, captivating all who beheld them. Seeing her array of talismans, Yun Hai's bravado faltered. "Sister, wait. I concede." Realizing the peril he faced, he knew that with so many talismans, he would be utterly overwhelmed if he dared to continue. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could this young lady be a wealthy heiress, possessing such an abundance of appendices? Wasn't this tantamount to cheating? An invocation of powers not her own? All gazes turned towards Elder Xiao Feng of the Outer Sect, who wore an equally astonished expression. "Is it permissible to conduct a match in such a manner?" He coughed, regaining his composure. "Xueling, you must be aware that utilizing possessions not belonging to oneself is against the rules. Presenting such a multitude of appendices violates the regulations." With a look of innocence, Xueling replied, "Elder, does using appendices that I crafted myself also count as a violation?" Elder Xiao was taken aback. "Crafted by yourself? Within this collection lie several third-tier appendices. You created these?" His astonishment deepened. To be able to forge third-tier appendices at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, had the world truly changed? Did prodigies not require resources? Previously, that young formation master had arranged a third-tier killing formation with such ease. If indeed these were your own creations, could you draw one before us now? Naturally, Xueling affirmed. She then delicately picked up an exquisite brush, its tip saturated with ink. Narrowing her eyes as if envisioning something profound, she inhaled deeply and let the brush glide onto the paper. With each movement of her wrist, elegant and fluid lines began to emerge, intertwining to form a mysterious and intricate pattern. She focused intently on every detail, her eyes resolute, as if the entire world had shrunk to just her paper and brush. As time passed, the previously blank sheet was gradually filled, the contours of the third-tier appendix becoming increasingly distinct. "Finished, Elder. Please examine it." Elder shouted the third-tier appendix and scrutinized it meticulously, repeatedly assessing its details. Indeed, this is undeniably a third-tier appendix. There has been no breach of the rules in this contest. The various peak leaders on the platform turned their attention to Peak Master Shaoqing of the Symbol Peak. With a smile, he gazed at them. "Surely, none of you will contest this with me?" The Peak Masters exchanged knowing glances, understanding one another's thoughts. They realized that this young girl could only flourish within the Symbol Peak, hence they would not compete for her. The disciples below comprehended this as well, and no one dared to challenge her any further. The 8th arena thus belonged to Xueling. Only 2 arenas remained, and Lin Yin hesitated below, contemplating whether to ascend now or wait until the end. Just as he pondered, a young man leaped onto the stage. "Ah, someone has taken the stage. I suppose I shall wait until the final round," Lin Yin mused. The young man introduced himself. "I am Tang Yi from the Instrument City. I look forward to your guidance." Another figure jumped onto the arena, declaring, "I am Lin Fei, at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Let us begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei drew his weapon and leapt into the air like a bolt of lightnings, conjuring spirals of spiritual energy that swirled powerfully towards Tang Yi. In response, Tang Yi swiftly retrieved a gleaming shield from his storage ring, gripping it firmly before him. Simultaneously, his right hand danced skillfully, launching a barrage of magical weapons that soared towards Lin Fei. Some transformed into blazing fireballs, others into piercing icicles, and yet more crackled with blinding lightning, all converging upon Lin Fei with astonishing speed and force, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Lin Fei, observing the onslaught, thought, "What is this fellow doing? Is he wholesale selling weapons?" In a mere moment, Lin Fei was knocked off the stage by a shower of weapons. Yes, you heard correctly. He was unceremoniously cast down by an array of weapons. The onlookers and the outer sect elders were left speechless, wondering if this was also a result of his own crafting. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd interjected, "Elder, Tang Yi is using external objects. You must disqualify him." The crowd regarded the speaker with incredulity, noting his ignorance. "You clearly have not grasped the situation," one cultivator explained to him. Upon hearing their response, the would-be whistleblower understood and promptly fell silent. At that moment, the Peak Master of the instrument Peak transmitted a message to Elder Xiao, clarifying that the weapons were indeed crafted by Tang Yi himself, hence no further inquiry was warranted. Elder Xiao addressed the assembly. "The Peak Master has confirmed. These weapons are the handiwork of this young friend. Should there be any objections, direct them to the Peak Master." The crowd sighed, realizing that only a fool would approach the Peak Master. Tang Yi stood upon the arena, proclaiming, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? I am ready to accept all comers," as he brandished yet another collection of weapons. Though the number of weapons may seem trivial against a seasoned opponent, for those still in Foundation establishment, such armaments could prove lethal. The spectators reluctantly yielded the stage. In the final arena, Lin Yin seized the moment to stealthily ascend the platform. The onlookers glared at him, convinced that the stage should not be occupied by someone of his cultivation level. "Get down, boy. This arena is not meant for someone of your meager prowess. There are plenty of Foundation establishment cultivators here. Anyone could easily best you." "Indeed. You should withdraw," others chimed in. Lin Yin, undeterred by their taunts, confidently introduced himself. "I am Lin Yin, and today, victory is imperative." The crowd erupted in laughter. They deemed him overly presumptuous. At that moment, a burly man leapt onto the stage. "You better not regret this, kid. I fight without holding back. If I injure you, don't blame me. Just concede quickly, and I may let you off easy." Lin Yin regarded the imposing figure with disdain. "If you wish to win, you may as well call upon the power of my ancestors to subdue you all." Without further ado, he declared, "Enough talk. Come at me." The giant swung a massive hammer overhead, rotating at 180 degrees before bringing it crashing down toward Lin Yin. In response, Lin Yin produced a defensive artifact to absorb the blow. He then unleashed a fiery punch, infused with his internal energy and a hint of ancestral strength, catching the giant off guard and sending him tumbling off the stage. The crowd was incredulous. How could a mere chi condensation cultivator defeat one at the mid-foundation establishment stage? Their astonishment was palpable. "Thank you for the match. Is there anyone else?" Lin Yin called, eager for the next challenger. As the crowd continued to marvel, a live figure gracefully soared onto the stage. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was a dashing young man, exuding an air of elegance. With features akin to a jade crown and eyes reminiscent of bright stars, he donned a flowing white robe that danced in the wind, enhancing his ethereal demeanor. In contrast, Lin Yin appeared somewhat frail and unremarkable. However, this seemingly ordinary Lin Yin unleashed astonishing power in the forthcoming battle. As the referee signaled the commencement of the match, the refined young man initiated his assault, wielding his sword to unleash a fierce wave of sword chi directed at Lin Yin. Unfazed by the fierce attack, Lin Yin swiftly evaded, closing the distance with uncanny speed, akin to a specter. The young man, startled, hurriedly raised his sword in defense, but Lin Yin's velocity was overwhelming, allowing him to close in before the youth could react. As he clenched his right fist and struck with tremendous force, a powerful punch surged forth, accompanied by a sound akin to the tearing of the wind, aimed directly at the young man's chest. The refined young man hurriedly raised his sword to meet the attack, but ultimately was a fraction too late. With a resounding thud, he was sent staggering back by Lin Yan's blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The audience erupted in astonishment. None could have anticipated that Lin Yin, this obscure youth, could so effortlessly repel a master of the late Foundation establishment stage. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yin pressed the attack, granting his opponent no respite. In a flash, the arena became a whirlwind of fist and swordplay, as the two engaged in a fierce and life-or-death struggle. Eventually, the refined young man declared, "I concede. My spiritual energy is depleted, and I can fight no more." Lin Yin felt a measure of respect for the young man, Capable of both yielding and standing firm, he would undoubtedly prove to be a worthy adversary in the future. Meanwhile, those at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment below were eager to step forward. "Clear the way for me," boomed a massive man, whose physique was akin to that of a bull. He leapt onto the stage, causing the platform to tremble beneath him. "Who is this? Why the arrogance? You don't know? He's from the mighty Golden Body clan. When it comes to strength, he's nearly on par with the people of the Great Wilderness." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Greetings, I am Li Yuanba, born with immense strength. While I may not possess the physique of the Great Wilderness folk, I am hardly lacking." Lin Yan pondered. Realizing this opponent would not be easily dealt with, his techniques would be of little use. What to do? "I need a plan," he thought. "Ancestor, do you have any suggestions? This fellow must be sent flying with a single punch." Lin Yan's plea reached the ears of the Lin family elder, who replied, "You are an alchemist, are you not? Why not utilize your pills? What are you afraid of? You possess a plethora of strength pills and swiftness pills. Why not consume them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan experienced a moment of clarity, nearly forgetting his identity as an alchemist. In an instant, both figures darted forth like lightning. Their speed was so great that the spectators could hardly perceive their movements, only sensing the clash of two fierce auras in the air. In a heartbeat, the arena was illuminated by flashing blades, the entire space seeming to be torn apart by their overwhelming power. Each encounter echoed with thunderous roars, sparks flying, invoking both fear and awe. The two warriors exchanged blows, neither yielding ground, the outcome hanging in the balance. Yet, amidst this fierce battle, Lin Yan inadvertently exposed a slight flaw. Seizing the moment, his opponent unleashed a tremendous strike, the force crashing down like a tidal wave. Lin Yan, unable to evade in time, felt a colossal impact slam into him, propelling him like a cannonball towards the edge of the arena. Just as he was about to tumble off, the situation became dire. He swiftly retrieved a pill, consuming it to gradually restore his energy, followed by two more, strength pill and swiftness pill. Once more, Lin Yan charged at Li Yuanba again, who faced him with unruffled composure. However, in the next moment, Li Yuanba sensed a shift in Lin Yan's sword energy. If the previous energy resembled that of a wolf, this time it bore the ferocity of a lion. The two clashed once more, and Li Yuanba began to transform, his body shifting into a more beastly form. It is crucial to note that he was not a beast, but possessed the ability to assume such a form. Li Yuanba's once normal physique began to tremble, as a powerful and mysterious force surged within him. As time passed, the tremors intensified, and his body underwent astonishing changes at a visible rate. His bones creaked, muscles inflated as though inflated with air, and a toughened layer of skin gradually enveloped him. His limbs thickened, fingers and toes sprouting sharp claws. Li Yuanba's head began to warp, his mouth protruding with menacing fangs, while his eyes grew large, glowing with a sinister crimson light. Thus, Li Yuanba's form expanded until he ultimately transformed into a colossal ape standing approximately 5 meters tall. This gigantic creature was covered in dense black fur, each hair standing erect like steel needles. Its broad chest and powerful arms exuded an unmatched sense of strength, while its lengthy tail whipped through the air like a nimble whip. The onlookers gasped, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Lin Yan's eyes widened, emanating a formidable aura, his sword glinting with a dazzling light. This was the fierce sword technique he had mastered within that mysterious illusion. In the face of the towering, transformed Li Yuanba, Lin Yan showed no signs of trepidation. He charged forward with steady footfalls, each step seeming to shake the ground beneath him, raising clouds of dust. The giant ape, Li Yuanba, roared with a thunderous bellow, swinging its tree trunk-like arms towards Lin Yan. Yet, Lin Yan secretly scoffed. "So what if you have transformed into such a monstrous figure? I am not to be trifled with." With that, he deftly evaded Li Yuanba's frontal assault and swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of energy aimed at the ape's abdomen. Unfortunately, it left only a superficial wound, failing to inflict any significant damage. Realizing this approach was futile, Lin Yan resolved to exhaust Li Yuanba's spiritual energy, leading him to self-destruction. Although Li Yuanba was undeniably endowed with extraordinary strength, he had one minor flaw: his speed was somewhat lacking. As their battle unfolded, this weakness became increasingly evident. Time and again, as he attacked Lin Yan with all his might, his blows fell short, infuriating the once proud warrior. Li Yuanba's eyes widened like saucers, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled in frustration, seemingly intent on devouring Lin Yan. No matter how he charged forward, Lin Yan always managed to evade his powerful strikes, provoking Li Yuanba's rage to reach a boiling point. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuanba reverted to his human form. In this critical moment, Lin Yan focused intently on the unfolding situation, fully aware that any hesitation could prove fatal. Without a moment's delay, he retrieved a pill glowing with a peculiar light from his pocket and quickly swallowed it. The moment the pill hit his throat, it transformed into a torrent of searing energy, coursing through his limbs and filling him with newfound strength. Meanwhile, Li Yuanba was still in the process of returning to his human shape, oblivious to Lin Yan's actions. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yan surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, grasping his sword tightly. The blade shimmered under the sunlight, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality. In an instant, Lin Yan was upon Li Yuanba, raising his sword to strike with overwhelming force. Li Yuanba, realizing the impending danger, crossed his arms defensively, but in his current state, he could hardly withstand Lin Yan's assault. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, Lin Yan's enhanced sword energy proved too formidable, sending Li Yuanba crashing out of the arena. I concede, Lin Yan gasped, gazing down at Li Yuanba. He then consumed another pill. The crowd below fell into speechlessness once more, witnessing yet another display of Lin Yan's prowess, one wielding talismans as if they cost nothing, another brandishing weapons, and now yet another who consumed pills as though they were mere candies. They have nearly become immune to it. This time, there were no taunts, no shock, only a look of resignation on their faces, for they deemed themselves unworthy. The crowd could only accept this outcome with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, Xiaofeng inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? If not, these 10 shall constitute the top 10. Chapter 33, Breakthrough in Foundation Establishment. No one responded in the square, so Xiaofeng began to announce the names of the top 10. 1. Sword Cultivator Jian Yi. 2. Princess of the Zhuge Dynasty, Xiao Linger. 3. Array Master Yi Wuchen. 4. Talented Talisman Master, Shui Ling. 5. Body Cultivator De Huang Monfei. 6. Artifact Master Tang, E. 7. Lin Yi. 8. Yujing. 9. Wang Fuguei. 10. The last was Lin Yan. The 10 individuals stood in perfect alignment before Xiaofeng. You are now the top 10 of the Disciple Selection Conference. All you need is the recognition of the Peak Master to become their direct disciples. The 10 prodigies each harbored their own thoughts. I must become your disciple again, echoed in their minds. Yet, they waited to see if the Peak Master would choose them. Elder Xiaofeng approached the high platform and bowed respectfully. I have met all the Peak Masters and the Sect Master. The Peak Masters and Sect Master nodded in acknowledgement. With the top 10 announced, Qing Yunzi was the first to speak. Very well, you may proceed. We shall follow shortly. Yes, Sect Master. Subsequently, all the Peak Masters and the Sect Masters soared into the sky. A.O. Fan, feeling somewhat speechless, silently took out the Feiyun shuttle and ascended. The Body Peak Master, being rather impatient, immediately approached Monfei. How about becoming my disciple, young man? Monfei was elated. I have met the master. Ha ha ha, splendid. Come along with me. Monfei obediently followed Monli back to the high platform, standing dutifully behind him. The Sword Peak Master then approached Jian Yi, solemnly asking, Do you wish to become my direct disciple? Jian Yi nodded in agreement and accompanied the Sword Peak Master. One by one, the Peak Masters took their chosen disciples, leaving only Lin Yan and Lin Yi behind. By coincidence, both bore the surname Lin. Dan Qingzi had a particular admiration for Lin Yan, but A.O. Fan had previously stated that he had set his sights on Lin Yan and would not yield. Dan Qingzi understood that his junior brother's broken immortal peak currently had no one else. Lin Yi, come with me. Lin Yi was overjoyed, for his master in the illusion was also Dan Qingzi. However, his alchemical skills were somewhat inferior to Lin Yan's. Initially, he worried that Dan Qingzi would choose Lin Yan, but to his relief, he was selected instead. Yes, master. Lin Yan was taken aback. Logically, he should have been chosen. He had even prepared a refusal. Yet the next moment, it became unnecessary. A wave of disappointment and grievance washed over Lin Yan, for he too wished to join Dan Qingzi's tutelage. But he feared that his enemies might direct their wrath towards Dan Qingzi. A.O. Fan looked at Lin Yan. Young man, it appears I am your only option now. How about becoming my disciple? A.O. Fan was mentally preparing a series of reasons to persuade Lin Yan. If he declined, he would begin his persuasion. All right, I shall become your disciple. Ah, I knew you would. But wait, don't be too hasty in your refusal. No, hold on, you agreed so quickly. I haven't even prepared my arguments yet. I wanted to have a proper discussion with you. What is it, master? Lin Yan forced out. Very well, follow me. The remaining disciples were categorized according to their realms. Those at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment became inner disciples, while all below that were designated as outer disciples. The Outer Elder announced, the Disciple Selection Conference, held once every decade, is now concluded. All disciples, hasten to cultivate. Do not neglect your training. Afterward, the disciples dispersed, and the peak masters along with the sect master returned to their respective peaks with their chosen disciples. Ao Fan retrieved the Feiyan shuttle. Come aboard, disciple. We shall return to the peak. Reluctantly, Lin Yin climbed onto the Feiyan shuttle. While on the shuttle, Lin Yin asked Ao Fan, Master, how many disciples do we have at Broken Immortal Peak? After pondering, Ao Fan replied, including you and me, we should have 5 disciples. Lin Yin remarked, is that so? Then I must be your 4th disciple. What realms are my senior brothers in? Ao Fan thought for a moment and said, Little Green has just begun cultivating, being at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Little Xing and Little Yun, if present, one is at the Yuaning stage, and the other at the pinnacle of Yuaning. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt somewhat reassured, realizing there were still seniors with higher realms. Suddenly, Ao Fan interjected, startling Lin Yin. 4th disciple? How can you be the 4th? You are the eldest brother of Broken Immortal Peak. Imagine the prestige of proclaiming that outside. Lin Yin was speechless. But there are only 5 of us. How can I possibly be the eldest brother? Ao Fan explained. You see, Little Green is a caterpillar, while Little Xing and Little Yun are both koi. Lin Yin then understood, realizing he had been mistaken. It turned out he was the only person in the peak. His eyes widened as he gazed at Ao Fan's innocent face. Oh well, having fewer people is better. I can focus more on cultivating. Ao Fan observed Lin Yin's expression of disbelief but chose not to comment, allowing Lin Yin to retreat to a corner and commence his cultivation. Ao Fan sat on the Feiyan shuttle, and suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a child of destiny. Reward, breakthrough in foundation establishment cultivation. 1 package each of cabbage and cucumber, and a 10-year disciple gift package, gaining 100,000 experience points. Xianzhong Qi, semi-immortal artifact, in an inactive state. Method: Fire Lotus descends, immortal grade technique. Emotion value increases by 1,050. Special reminder, whatever the disciple learns, the host shall naturally learn as well. Congratulations on achieving the title of renowned master with exceptional disciples. Ao Fan observed the multitude of rewards, though most were intended for his disciple. Disciple, come here for a moment. Despite his reluctance, Lin Yin approached Ao Fan. Master, what is it? Without elaborating, Ao Fan tossed a weapon and a technique to Lin Yin. This is your welcome gift. Cultivate diligently from now on. Initially, Lin Yin did not pay much attention, but upon seeing the Xianzhong Qi, his eyes widened in astonishment. He then picked up the technique, Fire Lotus descends. Goodness, how could my esteemed master possess such valuable items? Surely they are not stolen. No, they must have been given by the elder. Lin Yin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. These 2 items will greatly benefit me. Ao Fan feigned an air of profundity and replied, go and cultivate. Ao Fan and Lin Yin soon arrived at Broken Immortal Peak. True to form, Ao Fan sat by the water's edge, gazing at the koi. Lin Yin, find a room to settle in. Feeling pleased with the surroundings, Lin Yin sought out and found a room for himself. System, open the character panel. Ding. Host, Ao Fan. Age, 18. Items, Ice Crystal Jade Pendant, upper grade spiritual treasure. Calabash Vine, innate spiritual root. Peach Tree, immortal tree, spiritual herbs, level determined by age. Burning Sunflower, 9th grade spiritual flower. Heart of Heaven Grass, 9th grade spiritual herb, Chaos Soil. 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, innate supreme treasure. 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus, various vegetable seeds. Experience, 143,000,1000. Realm, 1st level of foundation establishment, Great Way Foundation. Technique, Supreme Heart Method, Spirit Cloud Sword Technique. Weapons, sickle, hoe, bamboo hat, bamboo basket, water ladle, axe, Xian Tian spiritual treasure. Spiritual pets, koi, Little Xing at the pinnacle of Yuaning, Little Yin at the 2nd level of Yuaning. Disciple, Lin Yin technique, Fire Lotus descends. Weapon, Xianzhong Qi, semi-immortal artifact, current realm, pinnacle of Qi refinement. Emotion value, 13,000. Chapter 34, Little Ha opened the emotion store. Let me take a look. Ding. A luminous screen appeared before Ao Fan. Washing Marrow Fruit, a 2nd grade spiritual fruit. It can assist others in cleansing their meridians and bones, significantly aiding cultivation. Weapons, magical artifacts. Spiritual tools, treasures. Currently, weapons are not a necessity. I shall revisit this matter when the need arises. Techniques: Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Azure Lotus Sword Art. Desolate Skyfinger. Seeds: chili peppers, cabbage, cucumbers, grapes, apples, and so forth. The rest is rather mundane, though the seeds display an unknown status. Does this imply there are no ranks? A garden guardian dog? What on earth is that? The system explained, if the host requires a guardian for the garden, they may purchase a guardian dog using emotional value. Dogs are indeed the most loyal friends of humanity. It seems prudent to acquire a guardian dog. Otherwise, how would I safeguard my vegetables? In my previous experience with QQ Space, my crops were often pilfered the moment they matured. This cannot be tolerated. I must purchase one. Let me see which breed to choose. Ah, this one. A Tibetan Mastiff. It certainly looks intimidating. Others will surely think twice upon seeing it. AO Fan clicked on the Tibetan Mastiff information. Surely, the Mastiffs of the cultivation realm must be more majestic than those of Blue Star. However, upon opening the details, AO Fan immediately closed it, aghast at the price. 100 million emotional values. Goodness, is the system jesting? Why is this dog so exorbitantly priced? The system, unwavering in its honesty, stated that there is a reason for the 100 million. Go on, explain, let us see how you justify this. The system asserted that the host had not fully read the Tibetan Mastiff's description. Had he done so, such thoughts would not have arisen. Curious. AO Fan reopened the information, but nothing stood out. Wait, what is this? Realm, Peak Celestial Immortal. No wonder this dog is so costly, it is a celestial dog. Never mind, let us explore other options. AO Fan continued scrolling until he spotted a Siberian Husky, priced at 10,000. This is quite reasonable. It shouldn't wreak havoc at home. The system assured, absolutely not. Fine, though the Husky only possesses the cultivation of the transformation god, it should suffice for guarding. If need be, I can nurture it further, perhaps even train it into a canine emperor one day. System, redeem. Ding. Redemption successful, a foreign Husky acquired. Realm, Peak Transformation God. A rift appeared beside AO Fan, and from it leaped a Husky. What woof. The dog circled around AO Fan, who found it rather endearing. From now on, your name shall be Little Ha. AO Fan rubbed the Husky's face repeatedly. Little Ha, I assign you a task. You shall guard the garden. If any nefarious individuals approach, bite them fiercely, but do not drool. Upon hearing this, Little Ha barked and dashed towards the fields. Oh dear, how could I forget? Xiaoyanzi, come here. Lin Yin, upon hearing his master's call, promptly ceased his cultivation and rushed over. Master, what do you need? AO Fan glanced at Lin Yin and casually purchased a cleansing pill from the system's shop, tossing it to Lin Yin. Lin Yin gingerly cradled the pill in his palm, as if it were a rare treasure. He squinted and leaned closer to examine the pill, which was smooth and rounded, emanating a faint, pleasant aroma, resembling a lustrous pearl. Under the sunlight, the pill shimmered with a subtle glow, appearing particularly mysterious and enticing. Master, this pill seems to be only a second-tier pill, yet its smooth surface and fragrant aroma surpass those of ordinary pills. However, I have never encountered such a pill. Where did this come from, Master? AO Fan feigned profundity in his response. This is a cleansing pill, an ancient elixir. The recipe has long been lost, hence your ignorance. Lin Yin swallowed the pill, and soon felt impurities streaming out of his body. Master, I feel my cultivation has strengthened. It seems all the impurities have been expelled. Lin Yin sniffed his body, detecting a foul odor that was rather unpleasant. Seeing this, AO Fan quickly interjected. Do not jump into the water tank. Fetch a bucket of water and wash yourself in your room. Once done, come back. I have more to discuss. Lin Yin bowed and promptly fetched a bucket of water back to his room. Watching the frail boy, AO Fan felt a pang of sympathy, for they were both orphans, sharing a bond of mutual understanding. AO Fan, adopting a pretense, began to fish. Xiaoxing, Xiaoyun, I have just taken on a disciple whose background is quite tragic. Even more so than mine. I shall introduce him to you shortly. You won't believe it. He almost attempted to bathe in your water tank just now. Xiaoxing and Xiaoyun, the two koi, embraced one another. Xiaoyun said, the master mentioned he has taken on a first disciple, and that this disciple almost jumped into the water tank. Surely, he doesn't intend to eat koi, does he? Oh no. I have no idea, sister. I'm scared too. AO Fan chuckled at the sight of the two koi intertwined. Their camaraderie is truly delightful. AO Fan approached the garden, finding Xiao Lu, while Little Ha lounged beneath the peach tree. After a while, Lin Yin emerged, refreshed from his bath, and approached AO Fan. AO Fan, observing Lin Yin's revitalized demeanor. Spoke, Lin Yin, as my disciple, you should be aware of the matters concerning Broken Immortal Peak. Lin Yin expressed surprise. Is there a formidable being at Broken Immortal Peak? Allow me to introduce the family members of Broken Immortal Peak. This is Xiao Lu. She just began her cultivation yesterday and is now at the first stage of qi refinement. Ao Fan sensed her presence. Not first stage, but rather second stage. Both Ao Fan and Lin Yin were astonished. Breaking through a realm in a single day is unheard of, even in Tianyin continent. Lin Yin offered a slight bow. I am Lin Yin. Pleased to meet you, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu adorably nodded. This is little Ha. No need for formalities. Just know it is our family's guardian dog. Lin Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Ao Fan led Lin Yin to the water tank. Do you see those two koi below? They are Xiao Xing and Xiao Yun. They will soon transform and can be addressed as senior sisters or brothers. Ao Fan pondered by the water. Lin Yin understood that these were two significant spirits and would not intentionally offend them. Greetings, senior sisters and brothers. The two koi, pleased by their master's introduction, swam joyfully. Seeing this, Ao Fan felt satisfied and decided to conclude the introduction. Very well, return to your cultivation. Focus diligently. Master, are you certain there is nothing else? None at all. You may leave. Tomorrow, I shall teach you about farming. Lin Yin, puzzled yet hesitant to inquire further, left. Pondering the meaning of farming as related to cultivation. Chapter 35, Foundation of the Great Path System. Do you believe I have a chance to return to Blue Star? The system replied, certainly, as long as you diligently farm, you will eventually cultivate your way back to Blue Star. Ao Fan was uncertain about the system's meaning, but understood that persistence in farming might one day lead him home. By the way, I just accessed the system and noted that while my realm has reached foundation establishment, I am unclear about the annotation regarding the Great Path Foundation. The system ambiguously stated, the Great Path Foundation is merely a notch superior to others' foundations. Ao Fan nodded in vague comprehension. He instructed little Ha and Xiao Lu to return to the garden while he stretched and returned to his room for rest. At this moment, Ao Fan had no thoughts of cultivation. He simply needed to leverage his farming experience to break through. That night, Lin Yin examined his body through introspection. Sensing a profound transformation, he felt as if he was nearing an immaculate body. Master, do you truly believe that my humble teacher is as simple as he appears? I sense that there is something more concealed within him. The venerable ancestor of the Lin family pondered deeply. I cannot say for certain, yet your teacher is undoubtedly extraordinary. I have yet to discern the specifics of his uniqueness. This requires further investigation in due course. Lin Yin felt a twinge of suspicion, after all. For a qi refining practitioner to possess the Fire Lotus Descent technique was quite perplexing. Moreover, the mysterious heavy ruler he wielded was something that would pose no issue for a tribulation stage cultivator, yet to acquire it from a qi refining practitioner was utterly bewildering. Lin Yin was aware of the heavy ruler's significance, having utilized it within the illusion. Unable to fathom the matter further, he resolved to meditate, sitting cross-legged on his bed. The following morning, Ao Fan rose early to prepare breakfast for three. After laying the dishes upon the table, he called for Xiao Ha. Xiao Ha, please summon Lin Yin to join us for breakfast. With a bark, Xiao Ha dashed to Lin Yin's door, persistently calling out. For he could only bark and could not articulate words. Lin Yin opened his door to find Xiao Ha barking away, tugging at his pant leg to lead him along. Understanding Xiao Ha's intent, Lin Yin followed him to the dining area. Ah, you've arrived. Come, let us eat. Ao Fan beckoned. As Xiao Ha attempted to climb onto the table. Xiao Ha, where is your food? Dogs must not dine at the table. Wait until you can transform into a human before joining us. Nearby, a small table was set with meat buns, vegetables, and rice. Upon hearing Ao Fan's admonition, Xiao Ha obediently retreated to his little table and began to devour his meal. Lin Yin observed this scene, feeling quite content with the peacefulness of his life. Were it not for the matter of vengeance, he might have succumbed to complacency. Lin Yin, are you on the verge of a foundation breakthrough? I shall prepare a pill for you shortly. Lin Yin was taken aback to learn that his master was also skilled in alchemy. However, being an alchemist himself, he felt he had no need for his master's assistance, yet he did not wish to offend him. Master, I appreciate your help. My disciple. I shall head to the alchemy peak to concoct the pill. In the meantime, please tend to the fields, water them, weed them, turn the soil, and toss the cut grass into the water for the koi. Also, gather some spiritual herbs for your own cultivation. Lin Yin was momentarily bewildered, realizing that his master's mention of farming referred to this very task. There are some seeds here. Please sow them after I leave. But, Master, I do not know how. Lin Yin admitted awkwardly. Ao Fan smacked his forehead. Disciple, my apologies. I completely forgot. I will call your senior brother to instruct you. Senior brother? Lin Yin questioned. Oh. He is not my disciple, but rather the only disciple of the sect leader, Chen Pingyan. Understood, Master. After breakfast, Ao Fan departed, leaving Lin Yin to wash the dishes. Ao Fan took to the skies on his flying cloud shuttle, arriving at the sect leader's grand hall. Qing Yunzi attempted to engage him in pleasantries, but Ao Fan brushed him aside. Whereas Pingyan, I need to see him. Qing Yunzi sighed. Realizing that this little junior who had always followed him was now indifferent towards him, I'll summon Pingyan right away. He utilized a communication jade talisman to notify Chen Pingyan, who hurried back to the grand hall upon learning of his junior uncle's summons. Junior brother, what brings you to find Pingyan? Ao Fan replied, it's nothing of great importance, merely seeking Pingyan's guidance on teaching my disciple how to farm. He has no experience, and there are seeds that need planting. Chen Pingyan readily agreed. Rest assured, junior uncle, I will teach him well. But may I? Ao Fan, fully aware of Chen Pingyan's intentions, replied, of course, as long as you ensure he learns, you may freely take whatever spiritual herbs you find. Chen Pingyan was thrilled. For what Ao Fan cultivated was anything but ordinary. He soared off into the skies. Having nothing further to attend to, Ao Fan said, Sect leader, let us proceed to the alchemy peak. Very well, hop on. Ao Fan stood upon Qing Yunzi's magical artifact, noting that it lacked the comfort of the flying cloud shuttle. Soon, they landed before the alchemy peak's grand hall, where the disciples greeted them with respect. After acknowledging them, they entered the hall. Senior brother, I've come to concoct a pill. Upon seeing them, Dan Xingzi rushed forward. What brings you two to my alchemy peak? If you desire any pills, just let me know, and I will have them delivered to you. Before Ao Fan could respond, Qing Yunzi interjected, Senior brother, my junior brother wishes to refine a pill. Dan Xingzi, understanding the significance of Ao Fan's abilities, having been thoroughly impressed by his previous alchemical feats, immediately led them to the alchemy chamber. Junior brother, feel free to use whatever you require. Just let me know what you need. Chapter 36. Perfect Foundation Pill. Not hesitating, Ao Fan approached the alchemy stove. Prepared to commence his craft. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, he swiftly advanced like a phantom, steadying himself. He inhaled deeply and began to dance his hands as if casting a spell. The surrounding spiritual energy appeared to respond to his call, converging towards him. With a focused and piercing gaze, he concentrated on the alchemy furnace, skillfully manipulating the flames, adjusting their temperature to the ideal level. The roaring fire, under his control, behaved like a docile beast, complying with his every command. As moments passed, Ao Fan maintained his heightened state of concentration. Finally, after a prolonged intense wait, a faint sound emanated from within the furnace. Ao Fan's heart surged with joy, yet his movements remained calm and measured. He carefully lowered the intensity of the flames until they were extinguished completely. At that moment, the air in the alchemy chamber was filled with a rich, fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Gently lifting the lid of the furnace, he beheld several smooth, lustrous pills, each radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Precious foundation pills. Qing Yunzi and Dan Xingzi rushed forward to inspect the bounty. Although the pills did not reach perfection, their quality was still impressive, all above 90%. Qing Yunzi stepped closer. Junior brother, may we have some of these foundation pills? They could nurture several prodigies. With a dismissive wave, Ao Fan replied, as long as they are not perfect, feel free to take them all. Immediately, he resumed his alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had finished washing the dishes and began preparing to water the vegetable garden at Poxian Peak. At that moment, he sensed a powerful force approaching, instantly becoming alert. This was the vigilance cultivated by Lin Yin during his external cultivation of longevity. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Yan's caution dissipated. He recognized the figure from the disciple recruitment conference, where he had stood beside the sect leader. There was no need for further thought to ascertain his identity. As the individual approached, Lin Yin immediately bowed and greeted, greetings, senior brother. Chen Pingyan looked at Lin Yin and replied, junior brother, greetings. I am Chen Pingyan. I have come to teach you about farming. My little master uncle taught me before, and I learned it quite swiftly. Chen Pingyan displayed an air of maturity beyond his years. Lin Yin closely followed Chen Pingyan as they walked together to a vacant plot of land. The sunlight cascaded down, making the ground appear as if it were adorned with a golden velvet carpet. Upon reaching the clearing, Lin Yin cautiously retrieved the mysterious seeds entrusted to him by Ao Fan from his robe. The seeds appeared ordinary, yet they emanated an indescribable aura. Chen Ping'an smiled as he accepted the seeds and began to patiently impart the methods and techniques of sowing to Lin Yin. He first examined the surrounding environment carefully, then gently traced shallow furrows in the earth with his fingers. Lin Yin, when sowing, one must not be too careless. It is essential to maintain a proper distance. Chen Ping'an advised softly, as he delicately placed the seeds into the prepared furrows. Next, Chen Ping'an picked up a small shovel nearby and gently covered the seeds with soil. His movements tender as if he were cradling a precious treasure. Now, we need to water them lightly to keep the soil moist. This will facilitate better germination and growth. He continued, lifting a water bucket to evenly sprinkle clean water over the freshly sown seeds. After completing this task, Chen Ping'an clapped his hands, stood up, and instructed Lin Yin, remember to check on them daily, water them appropriately, and remove any weeds. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. I believe it won't be long before tender green sprouts emerge from this ground. Lin Yin nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He gazed at the patch of earth where the seeds had just been sown, silently wishing for their vigorous growth. Subsequently, Chen Ping'an, with a beaming smile, led the curious Lin Yin towards the mysterious land where rare spiritual herbs were cultivated. Along the way, a gentle breeze brushed by, carrying the refreshing scents of flora. Upon their arrival, a lush and vibrant scene unfolded before them. Various types of spiritual herbs thrived under the sunlight, exuding a captivating sheen. Chen Ping'an patiently introduced Lin Yin to the different varieties and characteristics of these herbs, then demonstrated the proper technique for watering them. He carefully lifted an exquisite watering can, sprinkling clear water around the roots of each herb with gentle and practiced motions, as if tending to cherished treasures. After watering, Chen Ping'an took a small hoe and diligently began to remove the weeds between the herbs. As he demonstrated, he explained in detail. These weeds compete with the spiritual herbs for nutrients and moisture. If not promptly removed, they will hinder the growth of the herbs. Therefore, we must be meticulous and ensure that we do not harm the roots. Lin Yin watched Chen Ping'an's every action with rapt attention, occasionally nodding in understanding. Under Chen Ping'an's careful guidance, he quickly grasped the essentials of watering and weeding, eagerly joining in the labor. Noticing that Lin Yin had essentially mastered the tasks, Chen Ping'an bid him farewell. Lin Yin reflected on Chen Ping'an's words and began to practice. At that moment, Ao Fan heard the system's voice resonating in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily tasks of sowing, watering, weeding, and feeding the koi, earning 20,000 experience points. Hearing this, Ao Fan momentarily lost his focus. But in that instant, the alchemy furnace erupted with a thunderous roar, signaling a failed alchemical attempt, yielding less than 80% of the desired outcome. Infuriated, Ao Fan cursed. You foolish system, could you not have warned me later? What is this situation? Do you lack perception? His frustration was palpable, and he struggled to suppress his outbursts. Observing Ao Fan's anger, the others were perplexed but presumed it was merely due to his failed alchemical endeavor. Ao Fan crushed the failed elixir into powder, which dissipated into the air. He then began to form seals, control the fire, and introduce the spiritual herbs, re-entering his alchemical state. Approximately 15 minutes later, the air was filled with a fragrant aroma, and the scent wafted out of the alchemical chamber, attracting the attention of the disciples of Danfeng. However, the next moment, the disciples fled Danfeng as if their lives depended on it. One disciple remarked, "What on earth is happening at Danfeng? It's only been a few days since the last thunder tribulation. How could there be another one?" Indeed. But this thunder tribulation does not seem to be due to anyone undergoing tribulation. So why is it occurring? Another speculated. I have an incredible thought, someone interjected. Have you not noticed that both times the thunder tribulations occurred, our little master uncle was present at Danfeng? Are you suggesting that perhaps the little master uncle is undergoing the tribulation? The likelihood is high, and our peak master is an alchemist. Perhaps he has devised a method to assist the little master uncle in breaking through. The crowd nodded in agreement with this insight. Inside the alchemical chamber, a pill radiating a faint golden hue floated before the three of them. Suddenly, the pill soared towards the door, ascending into the sky to undergo the trial of the thunder tribulation. At that moment, the sky turned dark and ominous, with clouds swirling and thunder crashing incessantly. This was the herald of the pill tribulation. With the first bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, it struck the alchemical furnace directly. Ao Fan's expression grew grave as he exerted all his effort to cast protective spells, attempting to withstand the terrifying thunderstrike. Yet, The might of the pill tribulation far exceeded his expectations, with the second and third bolts of lightning following in quick succession, each more ferocious than the last. Clenching his teeth, Ao Fan continuously augmented his magical output, just as the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to a call, surging towards the pill. Finally, after enduring numerous bolts of lightning, the pill tribulation began to subside, revealing a delicate golden shell that fell away from the surface of the foundational pill, releasing a rich fragrance that invigorated the senses. The perfect foundational pill hovered serenely in the air, emanating a gentle glow akin to a rare treasure. The pill shone with a golden hue, exuding a rich herbal scent. Upon witnessing this, Ao Fan leaped forward and grasped the pill in his hand. Meanwhile, on the broken immortal peak, Lin Yin was tilling the soil when he suddenly glanced in the direction of Danfeng, where the Lin family ancestor was filled with excitement. This is a pill tribulation. How can this be? This place is merely a second-rate force. How could there be an existence of the caliber of a pill emperor? Even the pill pavilion does not possess such a figure. Seeing the ancestor's fervor, Lin Yin couldn't help but inquire, "Ancestor, what is happening? Is someone undergoing a tribulation? Young lad, do you know what kind of thunder tribulation this is? This is the pill tribulation, the pinnacle of alchemy. If I could concoct such a pill, I would willingly risk my very soul." Lin Yin was astonished, for he too was an alchemist and understood the quality of the pill required to invoke a pill tribulation. "Ancestor, you must be mistaken. This is impossible. How could anyone in the Lingyun sect concoct a perfect great pill?" "No, I am certain I am not mistaken. Young man, joining the Lingyun sect was the wisest decision you ever made." Lin Yin pondered. Could it be the master of Danfeng? He is the strongest alchemist in the Lingyun sect. And aside from him, there should be no one else capable. Moreover, my master mentioned going to him for pill concoction, which must mean he is seeking pills from Danfeng. Lin Yin resumed his tilling, deciding to wait for his master to return before asking him further. Across the eastern domain, alchemists dispatched by the Tianyan continent to investigate all turned their gaze toward the Lingyun sect, and they all began to make their way there. Unbeknownst to Ao Fan, it was the perfect foundational pill that had drawn the attention of numerous individuals to the Lingyun sect. At that moment, in an inn, someone asked, "Miss, are you truly certain? It is said that he is still in the qi refining stage, so weak. How can he protect you in the future?" A veiled woman remarked. "Regardless of his strength, as long as he is not a malevolent individual, I, Qin Wan, shall honor the marriage contract. However, if he is a libertine, I shall naturally not acquiesce." "Very well, Mississippi. Your happiness is what matters," replied Xiao Chui. "Rest assured, should I truly marry, I will bring you along." Xiao Chui nodded with joy, for she had grown up alongside Qin Wan, sharing a bond deeper than mere servant and mistress. They were like sisters. This young woman is Qin Wan, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. In the past, when the Grand Elder was ambushed by the elders of the sect, he was saved by Peshuzi, who at that time was accompanied by a 5 or 6-year-old girl, Qin Wan herself. After expressing gratitude for the life-saving grace, the Grand Elder offered, "I am uncertain how to repay you. Whatever I possess, you may request freely," Peshuzi replied after pondering for a while. "Your granddaughter seems commendable. How about I arrange a match for my future disciple?" Observing the hesitation of the Grand Elder, Peshuzi reassured him, "Do not worry. When she grows up, if she disdains my disciple, she may unilaterally annul the contract, provided you do not deliberately humiliate him." The Grand Elder found this agreeable. Realizing that the choice of marriage would ultimately rest with Wanner, he whispered, "By the way, esteemed elder, when seeking a disciple, please choose someone pleasing to the eye, not those with unsightly appearances." Peshuzi understood the Grand Elder's intent. "Rest assured, I shall certainly do so." Thus, Peshuzi produced 2 jade pendants, retaining one for himself and giving the other to the young girl, who, being so young, accepted it without question. "Thank you, Grandpa," she chirped. Peshuzi waved goodbye with a smile, introducing himself as the master of Poxian Peak of Lingyun sect. The Grand Elder murmured, "Lingyun sect, is it? Wana, let us depart. We shall seek revenge." It was not until Qin Wan turned 16 that her grandfather revealed the truth to her. Yet, upon learning everything, she did not immediately seek to annul the engagement. Despite her lack of fondness for the arrangement, the man in question met her criteria. Hence, she journeyed to the affiliated city of Qinyun in the Lingyun sect. As she rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, she asked Xiao Chui, "What is happening outside? Why are there so many people?" "I shall inquire," Xiao Chui replied. Shortly after, She returned to inform Qin about the alchemy tribulation occurring at Lingyun's sect, leaving Qin astonished. Is it possible for a sect deemed second-rate to harbor a formidable figure beyond the Emperor of Alchemy? The two exchanged puzzled glances in the direction of Lingyun's sect. On the Dan Peak, Dan Xingzi stated, "Brother, I must return. My disciple awaits the foundational pill." "You may leave," replied Qinjianzi, who was just about to take flight when Dan Xingzi pulled him back. "Why do you restrain me, brother? The disciple has already departed. Do you not know that our master has arranged a marriage for the little disciple with the girl from the sword sect?" Upon hearing this, Qinjianzi paused. "You speak of Qin Wan, that little girl who used to visit Lingyun's sect for play? She has truly grown into a striking beauty. However, the little disciple is quite handsome as well. They are indeed a match made in heaven, aside from their cultivation levels and combat prowess, of course. The little disciple's combat strength could easily surpass Qin Wan by numerous streets." Dan Xingzi continued, "Indeed, it is the little girl Qin Wan. My informants in Qingyan City reported that she herself claimed to be the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. Others have approached her, while our disciple remains oblivious." Qinjianzi furrowed his brows, suggesting, "Should we not create an opportunity for them to encounter one another, perhaps by chance?" Dan Xingzi found this plausible. After whispering a series of plans to each other, they shared a conspiratorial smile. On Poxian Peak, Alphonse shivered as he rode the flying cloud shuttle. "What is this? Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Could someone be plotting against me? Never mind, it is of no concern." Chapter 38. Lin Yan's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Hearing Alphonse's voice, Lin Yan paused his work in the field and approached, bowing respectfully. "Master, no need for such formality. It has been a while. Have you missed me?" Lin Yan felt a wave of exasperation. "Master, we just met this morning. Must you be so excessive?" Yet, he maintained his respect outwardly. "Ah, splendid. You have done well here. It is worthy of praise." Alphonse then tossed a pill to Lin Yan. "Take this pill and cultivate. Rest assured, this place is quite safe. No one shall disturb your breakthrough." Lin Yan expressed his gratitude and replied, "I will finish tending to the fields and then proceed with my breakthrough." Alphonse nodded in approval. After completing his work, Lin Yan returned to his room and retrieved the foundational pill given by Alphonse. The moment he placed the glowing, energy-infused pill into his mouth and swallowed it, he felt an overwhelming torrent of spiritual power surge into his body like a river bursting its banks. This force, akin to a ferocious beast, rampaged through his meridians and dantian without restraint. Initially taken aback by the sudden influx of energy, Lin Yan's body trembled involuntarily. However, drawing upon years of training and his resolute will, he quickly steadied his mind and began to guide the wild energy along a designated path within his meridians. As the energy circulated, Lin Yan felt his meridians gradually expand and strengthen, with previously obstructed pathways becoming clear and unobstructed. His dantian, akin to a parched land receiving a torrential downpour, eagerly absorbed the abundant spiritual energy, significantly increasing the reservoir of true qi within. After approximately 15 minutes, Lin Yan sensed he was ready to break through to the foundation establishment stage. With a mighty shout, "Break!" a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him as he successfully advanced. Alphonse noted that this foundational pill felt extraordinary, as the resulting spiritual energy seemed to surpass a typical breakthrough by several folds. "Elder, what is happening? Why has my strength increased so dramatically with this breakthrough?" The ancestral figure of the Lin family smiled silently, having deduced that this pill was likely the one responsible for the alchemy tribulation. He was astonished that Alphonse had gifted such an expensive item to Lin Yan. Few would part with such a precious pill so freely. Casting a glance at the man by the water's edge, he could only remark on the inscrutability of his nature. Sitting beside the water, Alphonse mused, "Help me see how many levels my experience can elevate." The system automatically raised the host's cultivation to the 20th level. Alphonse was baffled. He recalled having over 100,000 experience points, and with today's gains, he should possess over 200,000. Why then was he only at the 20th level? Forget it, I will check myself. The system interface opened before him. Ding. Host. AO Fan Age. 18 items. Ice Crystal Jade Pendant. High-grade spiritual treasure. Gourd Vine. Innate spiritual root. Peach Tree. Celestial Tree. Spiritual Herb. Level determined by age. Burning Sunflower. 9th Order Spiritual Flower. Heavenly Heartgrass. 9th Order Spiritual Herb. Chaos Soil. 12th Order Merit Golden Lotus. Innate Supreme Treasure. Experience Points. 310,000 Realm. Foundation Establishment. Level 20. Great Tao Foundation Establishment. Techniques. Supreme Heart Sutra. Lingyun Sword Technique Weapons. Sickle. Oh. bamboo hat, bamboo basket, water gourd, axe, Shantion spiritual treasure spiritual pet, koi, little lucky, nascent soul peak, little fortune, nascent soul second level, little green, chi refining third level, little ha, transformation god peak apprentice, lin yin technique, fire lotus descending, weapon, xian heavy ruler, semi-divine weapon, current realm, foundation establishment third level. Ao fan thought, what on earth? This wretched system. Why must I reach 10,000 experience points to advance? And why must I still be at foundation establishment instead of breaking through to golden core? The system responded, host, that is a pertinent question. Firstly, upon breaking through foundation establishment, your experience points will naturally increase, which is quite normal. Ao fan could understand this reasoning, conceding that the increase was somewhat excessive, yet he pondered why he remained at foundation establishment. The system continued. The fortune possessed by this apprentice can only allow you to advance to foundation establishment. To progress further, you must continue to accept disciples. I will evaluate their qualifications. At this moment, Ao fan felt an overwhelming urge to wield his massive 40-meter blade against this system, but alas, he could only entertain such thoughts. He reassured himself. Stay calm, stay calm. At least I've established a foundation. That is indeed a gain, as I can now soar. Aside from self-comfort, Ao fan had no alternative. Nevertheless, little Yin indeed proved to be a child of fortune, achieving foundation establishment third level upon his breakthrough. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Ao fan reclined in a chair, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The moon began to rise, shyly making its ascent into the night sky. Master, are you well over there? In our blue star, there is a legend that those who pass away become stars, watching over their descendants. Are you watching over me too? Master, I have taken on an apprentice. This disciple possesses remarkable talent and is indeed a child of fortune. Accompanied by an elder, I may need to rely on him in the future. Although I have established my foundation, I cannot advance like you all normally do. I can only break through by accepting disciples, and they cannot be ordinary individuals. They must be like the child of fortune. Where am I to find such talents? As Ao fan pondered, he gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Yin, having finished his cultivation, stepped outside and found Ao fan asleep. He covered him with a blanket. The next day, Kinjianzi flew in from afar. Junior brother, junior brother. Ao fan slowly opened his eyes, mistaking the approaching figure for an enemy, and threw a punch, knocking Kinjianzi unconscious. Lin Yin, having just risen, heard commotion outside and rushed out to discover, what on earth? The sect leader is on the ground. He hurried over. Master, is there an enemy? Why is the sect leader unconscious? This enemy must be formidable if even the sect leader cannot contend with him. Upon hearing this, Ao fan thought, I cannot let my many disciples know that I was the one who struck him. Yes, that's it. He coughed lightly. Little Yin, I truly do not know. I woke up to find the sect leader collapsed before me. Perhaps someone discontented with him attacked, and he was thrown here. Is that so? Well then, let us treat the sect leader first. Yes, indeed, let us treat him first. The two then helped Kinjianzi onto a reclining chair. Lin Yin took out a medicinal pill and administered it to Kinjianzi. After a while, Kinjianzi regained consciousness. What the junior brother? Ao fan swiftly covered Kinjianzi's mouth and discreetly fed him a pill. It's nothing. Just take another pill. He whispered in Kinjianzi's ear. Be quiet. My disciple is still here. Please give me some face. Kinjianzi glanced at Lin Yin and relented. By the way, junior brother, go to Qingyin City and find a girl named Qinwan. She is an esteemed guest of our Lingyun sect. Please attend to her. Ao fan immediately declined. Lin Yin. Just now, he hurriedly interrupted. Can I not go? Oh, by the way, junior brother, I haven't eaten yet, Kinjianzi said awkwardly. Ao fan rolled his eyes at him, but still went to prepare a meal. Little Yin, go water the fields and remove the weeds. I'll handle the cooking. Lin Yin sighed. Am I here to cultivate or to farm? But the next moment, he was utterly bewildered. What is happening? How did these vegetables grow? If I recall correctly, I planted them just yesterday. How did they grow so rapidly? Lin Yin rushed to Ao fan and explained the situation. But Ao fan's calm demeanor left him puzzled. There is no need to be so alarmed. My fields contain things beyond your imagination. Ao fan gazed at Lin Yin enigmatically. Lin Yin's curiosity deepened, yet he refrained from asking further. Disciple, I must ascend the mountain. You stay here and watch the home. If you require any spiritual herbs for cultivation, feel free to gather them. Lin Yin stared at the two fields brimming with spiritual herbs, astonished. Just as he noticed, There were herbs ranging from first to ninth order, eliminating the need to descend the mountain for alchemical materials. Lin Yin snapped back to reality. Yes, thank you, master. Ao Fan took out the flying cloud shuttle, seated himself upon it, and soared down the mountain. Upon arriving at the gates of Qingyan City, he leaped down. It had been a while since he last visited Qingyan City, so he decided to explore. Ao Fan strolled leisurely through the bustling streets of Qingyan City, his tall and athletic figure weaving through the throngs of people, as if he were a part of this vibrant world. Shops lined the streets, fluttering banners dancing in the breeze. There were fabric stores selling exquisite silks, colorful materials adorning their entrances, fragrant taverns and tea houses where diners chatted boisterously or savored fragrant brews, and dazzling jewelry shops, their treasures overwhelming the senses. Street vendors called out, selling fresh produce and showcasing their handcrafted wares. Children laughed and played amidst the crowd, occasionally captivated by some novel trinket, insisting their guardians purchase it for them. Ao Fan observed everything with keen interest, his eyes reflecting admiration and curiosity for the city as prosperity. The sunlight bathed him, creating a picturesque scene. Upon entering an inn, Ao Fan spotted a veiled woman descending the stairs alongside a maid. The woman's beauty was breathtaking, a true paragon of allure, despite being partially obscured by a delicate veil. The glimpses of her features only heightened her mystique and charm, compelling one to uncover her true visage. It seemed as though beneath the veil lay unparalleled beauty. Even the faint outline hinted at the shock and impact of her radiance. As Ao Fan entered, his gaze remained fixated on her, for in Blue Star, hardly any woman could rival this celestial being. She seemed almost otherworldly. Pure and transcendent, she eclipsed all notions of beauty, rendering conventional standards irrelevant. Ao Fan seated himself at a table and ordered a few small dishes, at that moment entirely forgetting the purpose of his visit. Although he was not a lascivious man, the sheer pinnacle of her beauty captivated him. While this rationale might seem trivial, Ao Fan was the protagonist, and his character must remain virtuous. At that moment, the maid, Shatsier, noticed Ao Fan and regarded him with a hint of irritation. The man was exceedingly rude, his gaze fixed upon the young lady, and I felt compelled to confront him. Do not stir up trouble, Qin Wan remarked. I shall let him off this time. Just then, a young man stepped in front of Qin Wan. Greetings, miss. Might we share a meal together? This individual was Wang Yu, the youngest son of the Wang family, known for his arrogant demeanor since childhood. Xiao Chui stepped forward, declaring, "Scram, or I shall end you." It is clear you are not a good person. Wang Yu retorted. Do not slander me. I am a person of virtue. How could I possibly be a villain? Cease your baseless accusations. We have matters to attend to. Kindly step aside. Wang Yu showed no intention of yielding. Do not overstep your bounds, he warned. Seeing his audacity, Xiao Chui prepared to strike him. But her hand was intercepted by a large hand. A mere maid has no right to speak. Wang Yu's attendant sneered. Qin Wan glanced at the attendant, realizing he had reached the god transformation stage. They knew they were outmatched and were about to call upon their sect for assistance. Seeing this, Ao Fan, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward and slapped the attendant across the face. To target a mere foundation-building girl, how shameless. Wang Yu, witnessing this, snarled, You insolent brat. Do you know who I am? I am of the Wang family. My sister is... A sharp slap echoed throughout the inn. You dare strike me? State your name, and I shall ensure your demise. Ao Fan responded with another resounding slap to Wang Yu's face. Enraged, Wang Yu hurriedly sent someone to fetch help from his family. Ao Fan, sensing trouble, quickly turned to Qin Wan and asked, Will you remain here, or come with me? Do not worry. My sect can protect you. How can we know whether you are a good person or a bad one? What if you are the latter? Xiao Chui questioned. Ao Fan, exasperated, replied, Do I look like a villain? Have you ever seen a villain as handsome as I? The two exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Qin Wan, being a lady of refinement, would never speak ill of others, but Xiao Chui was unrestrained. After sizing up Ao Fan, she remarked, You are indeed handsome, but looks do not prove your character. Introduce yourself, or we shall not accompany you. Sighing, Ao Fan stated, I am Ao Fan, a member of Lingyun's sect. So, will you come with me? Upon hearing this, Qin Wan's expression shifted slightly. Before Xiao Chui could respond, Qin Wan declared, Very well, we shall follow you to Lingyun's sect. Xiao Chui was taken aback. Miss, you, but Qin Wan gestured for her to remain silent. Ao Fan dismissed Wang Yu and led the two ladies toward Lingyun's sect. Along the way, he inquired, Who are you, and why are you in Qingyan City? Is there something I can assist you with? Xiao Chui hastily replied, We are here to, but Qinwan interrupted. We are merely sightseeing and shall return home soon. Oh, I see. You are welcome to explore Lingyun's sect. It is quite vast. I can show you around, for we have 11 peaks. The two were skeptical of Ao Fan's claim to guide them, as his cultivation was merely at the foundation building stage, a position of low status among cultivators. The trio exchanged little conversation until they reached the entrance of Lingyun's sect, where two attending cultivators immediately approached them. Junior uncle, you have returned. Might these two be your honored guests? Ao Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Do not speak carelessly. These ladies are here for leisure. They were harassed, and I brought them here to escape their pursuer. Mind your own business. Qinwan, overhearing the attendants refer to Ao Fan as junior uncle, was filled with curiosity. Before she could speak, Xiao Chui asked, Ao Fan, why do they call you junior uncle? Is your status that high? Ao Fan, filled with pride, replied, of course. I am the master of Poxian Peak, the junior brother of the sect leader. Would you not consider that a lofty status? The two fell silent, realization dawning upon them that the person they sought was right before their eyes, unbeknownst to them. Qinwan mused, so he is a disciple of the esteemed Pishuzi. He appears decent enough, though his cultivation is rather low. I can feign ignorance to learn more about him. Unaware of Qinwan's thoughts, Ao Fan donned a straw hat and took a hoe, heading toward the fields to work, resembling a farmer toiling in the earth. Ladies, why not rest by the pool? I shall join you once my work is complete. Qinwan made her way to the pool, where she reclined on a lounge chair, feeling her spiritual energy gradually enhance. Astonished, she observed the surroundings two koi in the pond, a peach tree shrouded in mystery, and a gourd vine, all exuding an air of peculiarity. Soon, she drifted into slumber. Xiao Chui, feeling somewhat bored, wandered into the fields, marveling at the spiritual herbs. Oh, what is this? Such an adorable caterpillar. Ao Fan, do you want me to dispose of this caterpillar? She called out. The little creature, frightened, scurried away. Xiao Chui, do not be reckless. That is my spirit pet. Do not disturb it. Ao Fan cautioned. Does this caterpillar have a name? Xiao Chui inquired. Indeed, it is called Xiaolu. Xiaolu, come out. Let us play. Xiao Chui beckoned. The little creature cautiously emerged, wary of being discarded. Tentatively, it climbed onto her finger, and upon realizing it was safe, it settled comfortably on her hand. Little fellow, are you a spirit beast? Your cultivation seems to have reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Xiaolu chirped, but Xiao Chui could not comprehend its sounds. She plucked a spiritual herb to offer it. Ao Fan immediately interjected, Xiao Chui, do not. That is a 6th-tier herb. Xiaolu cannot consume it, or it will be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. Xiaolu's cultivation was still low. It could only handle 1st or 2nd-tier herbs. Such a high-tier herb? You should give it to the koi in the pool. They are at the nascent soul stage and can handle it, while the water will dilute the herb's potency. Xiao Chui took Xiaolu to the pool, offering the herb to the koi. Upon arriving at the edge of the pond, Little Green leaped directly into the water. Startled, Little Chui instinctively reached out to rescue her, only to find Little Green playfully perched atop one of the koi fish. You're here, Little Green. Did you come to play with me? She exclaimed. Sister, Little Green has come to play. Little Xing, hearing her sister's call, hurriedly swam over. Oh, Little Green. You've arrived. Yes, both sisters. I was brought here by that older sister above, Little Green replied. Seeing Little Green frolicking joyfully with the koi, Little Chui felt relieved. At that moment, Qinwan awakened. What troubles you, Little Chui? She inquired, glancing at her. Then her gaze shifted to the koi and Little Green. These koi possess remarkable prowess, one at the peak of the 9th stage of the nascent soul, and the other at the 3rd stage. They are nearly equivalent to me. Miss, you're awake. It has been a long time since I saw you sleep so soundly. At the sword sect, you practice day and night without rest. Moreover, how did you reach the 9th stage of the nascent soul? Qinwan, taken aback, had not anticipated her own breakthrough, which seemed almost miraculous, and resolved to inquire further. Miss, look at these adorable little creatures. They are spiritual pets raised by Ao Fan. Aren't they delightful? I find them utterly charming. Qinwan observed the playful scene of the koi and Little Green, and her heart agreed with the sentiment. At that instant, as the gazes of the koi and Little Green met Qinwan's, they appeared as if struck by a spell, rendered motionless. Their eyes fixated on the enchanting figure before them. Even though Qinwan's visage was partially veiled, the beauty that peeked through was as dazzling as the brightest star in the night sky. Through the thin fabric, her skin glistened like fresh snow, delicate as jade. Beneath her gently arched brows, her eyes sparkled with the clarity of autumn waters, captivating the heart with each blink. Her petite, sculpted nose perfectly accentuated her refined features, and her slightly upturned cherry lips, naturally tinted, were so alluring that one might long to taste their sweetness. Despite the veil, Qinwan's beauty radiated unabashedly. Akin to blooming peach blossoms in spring, no cover could stifle the enchanting fragrance they emitted. The koi and little green were left mesmerized, utterly transfixed. Chapter 41. The Betrothed. Sister. Sister, that lady is stunning. Is she our matriarch? I don't know. Our master is so handsome, if he were to seek a partner. This lady would indeed be quite suitable. Little Green concurred with a nod. Just then, Ao Fan completed his tasks and approached Qinwan. Are you all hungry? Allow me to prepare lunch for you. Qinwan and Little Chui's eyes widened in astonishment, for few cultivators could cook, as they had no need for food. Moreover, Ao Fan was the esteemed leader of the broken immortal peak. What could he not acquire with a mere word? Qinwan nodded, but Little Chui felt differently. Leader, why should I cook? You are the leader. Surely it is unbecoming for you to do so. Ah, so leaders do not cook? Ao Fan mused. I have always done so myself. I've been cooking since childhood. Why has no one informed me? That old man at home has treated me like a chef for 10 years. Really, you need not trouble yourselves. I will handle it, as you are guests. It is inappropriate to make guests cook. Little Chui was equally astonished. Having served others since childhood, she never expected to be treated to a meal. Qinwan regarded Ao Fan with a newfound sentiment, uncertain of the reason, perhaps because this man was truly exceptional. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. As it drew near, they recognized it to be the sect leader, Qing Yunzi. Qinwan and Little Chui stood in respectful silence. Greetings, sect leader. Senior brother. What brings you here? No, junior brother, did I not instruct you to find Qinwan? Why have you returned with 2 women? What is your intent? Ao Fan smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting. What should I do? Should I go back? The 2 beside him twitched at the corners of their mouths. How could one forget such an important matter? Yet, by some twist of fate, Qinwan had been brought back. She felt a sense of relief. Had she been forgotten for another woman, she would surely have been upset. Perhaps this was destiny. Qing Yunzi's gaze fell upon Qinwan, and he noticed the jade pendant hanging at her waist. He thought, could this be Qinwan? What a coincidence. A smirk crossed his lips. Never mind. I shall send someone else. By the way, senior brother, who is this Qinwan? She isn't your mistress, is she? Qinwan and her sister exchanged exasperated glances. Realizing this young man was entirely unaware of their engagement, Qing Yunzi cleared his throat. Do not speak nonsense. Qinwan is your betrothed, arranged by your master. Ao Fan was taken aback. What? This old man did not consult me? When was this decided? Qinwan mused to herself. This man is truly amusing. Such a powerful elder, yet he calls himself old man repeatedly. A slight smile crept onto her lips. Ao Fan stomped his foot in frustration. What if Qinwan is an eyesore? What if she turns out to be a 200-pound behemoth? Should I call off the engagement? Or will she come to me to do so? Little Chui, enraged, rushed forward, and Qinwan could not stop her. Leader, is it possible that Qinwan is exceptionally beautiful? What if she finds you unworthy? Ao Fan leaned closer to Little Chui, inquiring, You know her? Come. Tell me about her. Have you seen her? Is she lovely? Does she strike people? Little Chui was at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? Miss. Look at him. Who asks questions like that? Qinwan addressed Ao Fan. What do you truly think? If she happens to be beautiful, would you marry her? Her heart raced with anxiety. Ao Fan responded. If she is as lovely as you, I might consider it. Qinwan's cheeks flushed. Ao Fan then added, Do not worry. I am not familiar with her at all, so it is unlikely I would agree. At the very least, we must know each other better before discussing marriage. Qinwan was pleased with this answer. At least he was not a libertine. Suddenly, Ao Fan exclaimed, What are your names? I forgot to ask. Who could possess such beauty? They exchanged glances. Little Chui revealed her name, while Qinwan said, I am Wanner. You may call me Wanner. Ao Fan responded. You are Wanna? You can't be Qinwan, can you? No, my fate can't be that fortunate. Qinwan nearly gasped at Ao Fan's words, but relaxed upon hearing the latter part. Just then, Lin Yin dashed over. Master, your room has been tidied up. Ah, perfect timing. Come, I shall teach you to cook. If you seek a partner in the future, it would be wise to capture her heart through her stomach. Qinwan's face turned crimson at this remark, but alas, Ao Fan did not notice. Ao Fan led Lin Yin to the kitchen, where they began to bustle about. Qing Yunzi regarded Qin Wan. Miss Qin Wan, why did you not inform me of your arrival? I have not properly welcomed you. How did you know I am Qin Wan? Did you not place the jade pendant in your storage ring? Qing Yunzi chuckled. At that moment, Qin Wan realized how keen the sect leader's eyes were. Qing Yunzi then asked, what do you think of my junior brother? Does he catch your eye? Qin Wan remarked, he's quite decent, knows how to cook and farm, and possesses a sense of justice, a good person, but unfortunately, his strength is lacking. I admire those who surpass me. Qing Yunzi exclaimed jovially. Oh, junior sister, you're describing my junior brother. He's only at the qi refining stage, but his prowess is remarkable. A single strike can send me flying. Qin Wan was puzzled. Isn't he at the foundation establishment stage? Qing Yunzi was taken aback. Foundation establishment? My junior brother has always been at the qi refining stage. What breakthrough to foundation establishment? Subsequently, Qing Yunzi employed his spiritual energy to investigate. Good heavens, he truly is at the foundation establishment stage, and at its peak, no less. Qin Wan was perplexed by the sect leader's reaction, wondering if Ao Fan's previous ineptitude made this breakthrough so exhilarating. Indeed, that must be it. Qing Yunzi excitedly approached Ao Fan and inquired, Junior brother, when did you achieve foundation establishment? How did I remain unaware? Ao Fan retorted. Could it be that you presumed I was incapable of reaching the foundation establishment stage and neglected to observe my cultivation level? Qing Yunzi's countenance turned awkward. Allow me to assist you with chores. The trio commenced preparations for luncheon in the kitchen. Qin Wan retreated to the reclining chair to slumber, while Xiao Chui continued to frolic with Xiao Lu and the two koi carp by the pond. At the entrance to Spirit Cloud Peak, a contingent of the Wang family was causing a disturbance. A disciple hastened to the sect leader's hall to report the incident but found no one present. However, Qinpingen happened to be nearby, and the disciple relayed the events to him. Aware of the sect leader's whereabouts, Qinpingen immediately transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward Ao Fan's dilapidated immortal peak. Chapter 42. The Wang family provokes trouble at dilapidated immortal peak. The group was seated at the dining table, partaking in a meal. Master, individuals are causing trouble for the Spirit Cloud sect, identifying themselves as members of the Wang family. Ao Fan and Qin Wan instantly comprehended. Qing Yunzi declared, the Wang family? Daring to act insolently at the Spirit Cloud sect? Simply eject them. They claim that someone from our sect offended their people and demand that we hand over the culprit, asserting that the Water Spirit sect backs the Wang family. The Water Spirit sect? Is that the second-rate power? Qinpingen nodded. At this juncture, Ao Fan quietly interjected, well, it's possible they're seeking us. Qing Yunzi was bewildered. So, these are Junior Brother's adversaries? Junior Brother, shall I expel them, or will you handle it? Ao Fan responded, I shall. With these minor characters, if I cannot prevail, neither can you. Qing Yunzi was speechless. Junior Brother, if you cannot defeat them, neither can we. Ao Fan and Qing Yunzi, along with others, proceeded to the Spirit Cloud sect's entrance, with Lin Yin in tow. As these were his adversaries, his absence was inconceivable. Upon sighting the Wang family, Lin Yin clenched his fists, a fleeting aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Ao Fan, upon observing the Wang family, remained taciturn, merely scrutinizing them to discern their intentions. Qing Yunzi then inquired, who are you? And do you realize where you are? Daring to cause a commotion here? Do you wish to be ostracized from Azure Cloud City? A Wang family retainer, positioned behind the Wang family head, unleashed his aura, overwhelming all disciples except Ao Fan and Qing Yunzi, who felt an immense pressure descending upon them. Qing Yunzi countered by releasing his own Great Ascension Peak aura, alleviating the pressure on the others. The Spirit Cloud sect members were filled with indignation. Wang family head, do you seek demise? Qing Yunzi questioned with a darkened countenance. Wang Tinba, the Wang family head, retorted in a sardonic tone, sect leader, how could I dare? You are far too lofty. We are merely a small family. Where would we find the audacity to disrespect you? Qing Yunzi stated bluntly, speak plainly. Have you come to offer your heads, or do you intend to sever them yourselves? Humph. The Spirit Cloud sect leader is indeed domineering, so arrogant. Alas, we are unafraid. The Water Spirit sect supports us. Offend us, and the Water Spirit sect will avenge us. My daughter is a direct disciple of the Water Spirit sect leader. Wang Tianba believed that the Azure Cloud sect would not dare to offend the Water Spirit sect. His words were naturally domineering, but unbeknownst to him. Qing Yunzi regarded the Water Spirit sect as a mere insignificant entity. Qing Yunzi feigned trepidation, exclaiming, what? The Water Spirit sect? No way. Your daughter is a direct disciple of the water spirit sect? This reaction gratified Wang Tianba, but the Wang family retainer detected no fear in Qing Yunzi, only disdain, which perplexed him. However, he dismissed it as pretense. Wang Tianba's youngest son stepped forward and proclaimed, "Bring forth the man and 2 women behind you. I shall slay them, and matters shall be resolved." However, the Wang family head detected murderous intent emanating from Qing Yunzi. How was this possible? This was merely the slaying of a foundation establishment cultivator. Why was the murderous intent so profound? Wei, safeguard my son. But it was too late. A gaping wound appeared in the Wang family's youngest son's chest, and he died with eyes wide open. He was bewildered as to why he had perished so abruptly and felt resentment. Qing Yunzi retrieved his weapon. "My son, what happened to you? Are you all right? Here, take this elixir." Wei, assist in ascertaining if he can be salvaged. Wei stepped forward, examined him, and shook his head before turning to Qing Yunzi. "Is this the Great Ascension Stage? Does the Great Ascension Stage possess such speed? I believe I detected a trace of tribulation transcending aura. Was that merely my imagination?" "Qing Yunzi, you dare slay my son. Wei, assist me in confronting Qing Yunzi. I shall slay them all." Ao Fan was rendered speechless. They had arrived without uttering a word, and now they were to be slain? Ao Fan felt helpless. At this moment, the Wang family noticed Lin Yan, and a member whispered to the Wang family head, "Patriarch, isn't that the boy the young mistress instructed us to find?" The young mistress said, "Whether dead or alive, we are to bring him back." The Wang family head gazed at Lin Yan, who sensed the Wang family head's gaze and subtly retreated behind Ao Fan. He knew he had been exposed, but he was currently too weak. Today presented an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, avenge himself, and eliminate the Lin family brat. Wei, take action. Thereupon, Wei and Qing Yunzi, 2 paramount cultivators of the Great Ascension Stage, ascended into the firmament with lightning speed. The formidable auras emanating from them caused the surrounding atmosphere to shift, and a gale held. Wei's black robes billowed, and as he formed hand seals and chanted incantations, a stream of black light erupted from his hands, lunging at Qing Yunzi like a black dragon bearing its fangs. Qing Yunzi, clad in a cyan Taoist robe, fluttered ethereally, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Facing Wei's fierce assault, he calmly waved his horsetail whisk, which transformed into a cyan radiance to meet the black light. A deafening roar echoed as black and cyan light collided violently in the air, unleashing a dazzling brilliance, as if 2 celestial bodies had collided. The shockwave from the explosion swept outward, uprooting the trees below. However, neither party ceased their offensives. Wei immediately launched another potent maneuver, clasping his palms together and thrusting them forward, unleashing an overwhelming force. Qing Yunzi, seeing this, lightly tapped the void beneath his feet, swiftly retreating dozens of feet while producing a long sword in his hand. The blade glinted with a chilling light as he twirled it, creating a beautiful sword flower, and thrust it toward Wei. The duel between these 2 magnates raged in the sky, with each exchanging blows. Below, the Wang family head commanded, "Everyone, heed my orders. Slaughter all the Spirit Cloud sect disciples present." Ao Fan and Qin Wan instantly tensed, as the Wang family had brought their elite members. At this moment, Ao Fan stepped forward. "You trash, you dare attempt to annihilate my Spirit Cloud sect? Zhao Shixiang, someone intends to annihilate our Lingyun sect." As the crowd witnessed Ao Fan's plea for help, the members of Lingyun's sect fell silent, not uttering a single word. The Wang family members erupted into laughter, scoffing. "Even if you call for help, what difference does it make? Before they arrive, we will eliminate you all." At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, stepping through the air with each stride covering 1,000 meters, the void itself ripping apart and then sealing back together under the weight of his presence. Chapter 43. Zhao Dezuzu. Who dares to destroy my Lingyun sect? Is it a death wish? Allow me to escort you to your end. Zhao Dezuzu appeared as light as a swallow, seemingly gliding on the wind, directly walking through the air. His elegant form, draped in flowing garments, resembled an immortal descending to the mortal realm. A subtle smile graced his handsome face as he uttered a series of astonishingly arrogant words. "Ha ha ha. You mere mortals dare to provoke? Today, let me show you what it truly means to be part of the Lingyun sect." As his voice echoed, the onlookers were struck by his formidable aura, rendering them momentarily mute. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Zhao Dezuzu swung a massive and heavy iron hammer down like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, dust erupted, accompanied by screams and the sickening sound of bones shattering. This devastating strike knocked down the majority of the Wang family members, many meeting their demise on the spot, blood splattering in a gruesome spectacle. Yet, a few fortunate souls managed to evade this lethal blow, but they too were not spared. The fierce wind generated by the hammer swept across them, causing them to collapse. Their bodies severely injured, some coughed up blood, others suffered broken bones and torn ligaments, moaning in agony and incapable of rising to resist. The scene descended into chaos. A stench of blood permeating the air, inducing nausea. A.O. Fan and his companions were equally taken aback, for these were over 100 members of the Wang family. Predominantly high-ranking individuals, not mere characters in the qi refining stage. Zhao Shixiang, this is truly ruthless and bloody, A.O. Fan remarked before he vomited, the others following suit. Having never witnessed such brutality. Alas, I overexerted myself, my apologies. It has been far too long since I last took a life, after all. Few dare to provoke the Lingyun sect. Qin Jianzi fell silent, communicating with Zhao Dezuzu telepathically. Shitty, how could you wield power surpassing the Great Ascension? You shouldn't, Shixiang. When I last refined the Xiantian spirit treasure, my realm was exposed before Shitty. There is no help for it. Shitty may now consider me the strongest in Lingyun's sect. Hearing this, Qin Jianzi expressed concern. Surely, Zhao Dezuzu, you haven't revealed our 9 identities? No, it's only me who has been exposed. That's a relief. Zhao Dezuzu looked down at the head of the Wang family with disdain. Old fool, do you think you can threaten my Shitty and annihilate my sect? You were likely not even born when our Lingyun sect shed blood for the Tianyun continent, and now you dare to act so brazenly. The Wang family head's fury reached its peak at such mockery. Do not think that just because you have reached the tribulation stage, you can act with impunity. The Water Spirit sect has a first-rate sect backing them. They have promised my daughter that once she reaches the transformation stage, she will be accepted into their sect. Upon hearing this, the members of Lingyun's sect turned pale, and A.O. Fan's expression shifted dramatically. What do? Will the Lingyun sect be extinguished because of me? Would I then be a sinner of the sect? Though A.O. Fan appeared calm on the surface, his heart raced with anxiety. Beside him, Qinwan glanced at A.O. Fan. Captivated. Is A.O. Fan truly this handsome? To remain composed in the face of such threats, could it be that her cheeks flushed crimson? Seeing this, A.O. Fan was puzzled. Wana, as he called her, her face nearly blazed with embarrassment. What is it? Do not fear. Rest assured, if they dare trouble you, they must first step over my corpse. In that fleeting moment, A.O. Fan's stature grew considerably in Qinwan's eyes. In mere moments, she envisioned a lifetime with A.O. Fan, becoming partners, living together, bearing children, nurturing them, reminiscing in the sunset, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Xiao Chui, observing her mistress's flushed face, assumed A.O. Fan had taken advantage and hurriedly pushed him away. Do not get too close to my mistress, she exclaimed. You shall not take advantage of her. Step back. Her face my wrath. A.O. Fan, speechless, understood Xiao Chui meant no harm. He merely smiled. Suddenly, Qinwan realized that her sect was indeed a first-rate sect. If I reveal my identity, perhaps that could help. Yet, she hesitated, realizing A.O. Fan still did not know she was Qinwan. Exposing herself might put her at risk. Determined, she resolved that even if she had to reveal her identity, she would assist Lingyun's sect through this crisis, just as she prepared to take a step forward. A.O. Fan exclaimed, Old fool, you just stated that your daughter must reach the transformation stage to qualify for that first-rate sect, yet she is not. You are so brazen. Do you not fear for her life? With a tone of mockery, A.O. Fan derided the head of the Wang family. The Wang family head had not anticipated such cleverness from A.O. Fan. Indeed, his daughter was far from reaching the transformation stage, and during this time, Lingyun's sect could easily deal with her. After careful consideration, the Wang family head realized he could not afford to escalate matters further. For the future of his daughter and the Wang family's backing were at stake. If Lingyun's sect wish for reconciliation, it can be arranged. But with so many lives lost, compensation is required. A.O. Fan, upon hearing this, was enraged to the point of laughter. Old fool, by your reasoning. If you come to my sect to defile it, should I then be obligated to clean up after you? You are truly shameless. In my entire life, I have never encountered someone so devoid of dignity. No, you are less than that. The members of Lingyun's sect erupted in laughter, including Zhao Dezuzu and Qin Jianzi, who both found amusement in the moment. Yet, it was Qinwan who laughed the most beautifully. A.O. Fan gazed intently at the veiled figure of Qinwan, her graceful form and ethereal presence captivating even through the thin veil. At that moment, she slightly lifted her head, their gazes meeting. Instantly, A.O. Fan burst into laughter, his joyous sound resonating like a spring breeze sweeping across a tranquil lake, creating ripples of delight. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a boundless sea of stars, deep and luminous, captivating all who beheld them. Chapter 44. The Humiliated Retreat of the Wang Family. Ao Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment for staring at Qinwan, quickly turning his attention back to the head of the Wang family. The latter's face was now as dark as coal. The injured members of the Wang family seethed with fury. The Wang family head took a moment to compose himself. Very well, you Lingyun sect are truly something. To insult me so gravely is unforgivable. We withdraw. Initially, Ao Fan believed a battle was imminent, yet he was taken aback to find them retreating. The members of Lingyun sect were equally bewildered, though they welcomed the Wang family's withdrawal as they had no desire to die. Old Wei, we retreat. Old Wei glanced at Qinjianzi and promptly descended to join the Wang family in their hasty exit. This time, the Wang family had lost both face and men, not only failing to reclaim their honor, but also sacrificing their own son in the process. Lin Yin observed from a distance, his face brimming with excitement. It turned out his master was such a towering figure, possessing both intelligence and a commendable rapport with the sect leader. Henceforth, he could seek his master's assistance whenever necessary. Initially, Lin Yin had intended to cultivate in peace. Yet witnessing today's battle made him realize the significance of having a powerful backing before his own growth. Qinwan gazed at Ao Fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A mere cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he exhibited no fear in the face of formidable opponents, showcasing both intellect and courage, as well as a considerate nature. Wasn't this the very standard of choice for women? Qinjianzi and Zhao Di's who's approached Ao Fan. Greetings, sect master, the disciples chorused in unison. Qinjianzi then said, return to your cultivation. I need to discuss matters with the peak master of Broken Immortal Peak. After the disciples paid their respects, they dispersed to resume their training. Once the crowd had departed, Qinjianzi placed a hand on Ao Fan's shoulder. Junior brother, how long did you ponder those words? They were truly impressive. Had it not been for the need to maintain the dignity of the sect master, I would have given you a thumbs up. Zhao Di's nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Ao Fan's recent actions. Although Xiao Zui was reluctant to see her mistress marry this man, she couldn't deny that Ao Fan had appeared rather gallant in that moment. Ding. Due to the host's recent display of grandeur, a reward of a lady's starry gauze dress, a top-tier spiritual treasure that enhances agility, has been granted. Ao Fan was taken aback. What is this? Why am I being given a dress for women? I cannot wear it. He then glanced at Qinwan. Perhaps it would suit her perfectly. She was beautiful, with a lovely figure and a gentle demeanor, exactly his type. Gaining even a little of her affection would be worthwhile. Noticing Ao Fan's gaze, Qinwan's cheeks flushed. Young master, what is it? Is there something on my face? Ao Fan replied, No. I merely thought that should you encounter any perilous situations again, not every time will someone be there to assist you. Thus, I am giving this to you. He handed the starry gauze dress to Qinwan and quickly turned away. Please don't misunderstand. I just want to ensure your safety, and this garment will enhance your sharpness and agility. Qinjianzi and Zhao Di's who's were envious, having discerned that the gauze dress was an ancient spiritual treasure. Junior brother, do you have any more garments? We are in need as well. Perhaps you could conjure a couple for us? Go away. One is a tribulation-transcending cultivator, and the other the sect leader, yet you seek treasures from me? You are utterly speechless. Qinwan held the gauze dress with uncertainty, unsure whether to accept it. Just then, Qinjianzi spoke up. Miss, if you do not wish to keep it, you could give it to me for my partner. This is an ancient spiritual treasure that could not even be purchased with money. Xiao Zui urged Qinwan to accept the dress. Miss, don't turn it down. This is an ancient spiritual treasure, and we have very few in our sect. You must accept it, especially since it is a gift from your future husband. Xiao Zui's mention of future husband left Qinwan flustered and blushing. I thank you for your generous gift, young master. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall reciprocate. Zhao Di's who's interjected, let us head to Broken Immortal Peak and discuss matters there. Staying here is rather awkward. Ao Fan concurred, and the six of them transformed into streams of light, soaring towards Broken Immortal Peak. Upon reaching Broken Immortal Peak, Lin Yin retreated to his room to cultivate. Realizing his current skills were insufficient, Xiao Zui went off to play with Shelu and Jin Koi. Qinwan returned to the lounge chair, preparing to relax. Ao Fan, feeling helpless, wanted to voice that it was his chair, but ultimately kept silent. Sect Master, who is that woman? How did she end up here? I have been meaning to ask, didn't T Junior brother have a fiancée? Isn't that rather inappropriate? Qinjianzi was aware of the situation, but knew that the woman was indeed Junior brother's fiancée. so there was nothing wrong about it. Juzi, this lady is Qin Wan. Although junior brother is unaware, Qin Jianzi remarked. Ao Fan was taken aback. Wait, she is Qin Wan? He was bewildered. If that is the case, then what about these two? Qin Jianzi smiled enigmatically. There's a high probability they will end up together. Let us await their joyous occasion. The two exchanged knowing glances with Ao Fan, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall gather some fruits for you. Ao Fan took a basket and ventured into the fields to collect various fruits, grapes, bananas, apples, though these were no ordinary fruits. Thanks to the aid of chaotic soil, they grew rapidly and were imbued with spiritual energy, earning the title of spiritual fruits. Ao Fan returned to Qin Jianzi, carrying a basket of fruits and a platter filled with an assortment, placing it before Qin Wan. He stood quietly by the lounge chair, his gaze tenderly resting upon Qin Wan, who was lost in a sweet slumber. Her breathing was soft and even, gentle as a breeze caressing a tranquil lake. Her closed eyes resembled two mysterious doors, enticing one to glimpse the dream world within. Qin Wan lay nestled on the lounge chair, one hand resting near her cheek, strands of hair cascading onto the pillow, enhancing her delicate and languid beauty. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery veil over her fair skin, rendering her ethereal, like a celestial being descended upon the earth. Gazing at her enchanting visage, Ao Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. The sensation of infatuation surged through him, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples that spread further and further. He even hesitated to breathe loudly, fearing he might disrupt this beautiful scene. Ao Fan placed the fruits on the small table beside the lounge chair, waiting patiently for Qin Wan to awaken. Chapter 45. A small fortune transcends tribulation. After setting down the fruits, Ao Fan approached Qin Jianzi. Qin Wan, after a while, sensed someone passing by and opened her eyes, only to find no one there, just the fruits on the table. Glancing at Xiao Cui and then at Ao Fan and Qin Jianzi, she realized the fruits must have been brought by Ao Fan, who had quietly left upon noticing her sleeping. With a smile, Qin Wan picked a grape and popped it into her mouth. The moment it touched her palate, she was astonished to discover it was a spiritual fruit. She eagerly reached for another and began to eat. Meanwhile, Ao Fan and Qin Jianzi were engaged in conversation at the table. Qin Jianzi munched on fruits while discussing matters with Ao Fan, whereas Zhao Dizhu's indulged in a fruit feast, finding no need to contribute to the conversation. Senior brother, what is on your mind? Ao Fan inquired. Hee, junior brother understands me well. In a month, our sect will hold a disciple competition, open to all below the nascent soul stage. Will your disciple participate? Well, let me inquire about it. Just then, a chilling voice echoed. Ding. The system announced a task: participate in the disciple trial in 1 month to receive a reward of 100 ginseng fruits. Ao Fan's eyes lit up at the announcement. Ginseng fruits? Are they the same as those of the Earth Immortal Lord, Jin Yuanzi? Indeed, they are identical. The confirmation was almost unbelievable. The ginseng fruit before him matched the legendary descriptions perfectly. It was said that these fruits possessed miraculous properties, not only extending one's lifespan and enhancing physical strength, but also revitalizing one's spirit. Those who consumed them regularly would find their skin smooth and delicate like that of an infant, filled with vitality as if untouched by time. Furthermore, for those suffering from severe illnesses or injuries, a single bite could restore their health, rendering them even stronger than before. The wonders of these fruits were truly beyond words. Ao Fan was filled with immense joy internally, yet his expression remained unchanged on the surface. Rest assured, my disciple will certainly participate, he suddenly declared, altering his previous statement. Qin Jianzi and Zhao Dizhu's were momentarily taken aback. Had he not just mentioned asking his disciple? How had he suddenly made the decision for her? However, their curiosity did not lead them to inquire further. Suddenly, the sky darkened and thunder roared. Qin Wan stood up from her lounge chair, and Xiao Cui hurried to her side. Ao Fan and the others gazed up at the heavens in confusion. Who is attempting to undergo tribulation? There is no one here preparing for it. Qin Jianzi and Zhao Dizhu's exchanged puzzled looks. Ao Fan scanned the group and finally turned his gaze towards the pond. There, Xiao Xing leapt from the water's surface, hovering midair. The not yet fully transformed Koi, Xiao Xing, blinked her bright eyes, fixated on the impending divine tribulation. A faint yet resilient aura emanated from her, as if she were ready to face any challenge. With her head held high, she confidently addressed the approaching storm of tribulation, exclaiming, "A mere lightning tribulation? What is there to fear? I am a noble descendant of the dragon clan." As she spoke, pride and self-assurance radiated from her. as if nothing in the world could hinder her progress. The air around her seemed to quiver slightly under her imposing presence. In that moment, Aofan could not help but laugh, truly deserving of being my spirit pet. You are indeed magnificent. Haha. Kinjiunzi and the others nodded in agreement. A towering wall of clouds formed in the sky, and crossing it would grant one the ability to transform into a dragon and soar through the world. Yet failing to do so would condemn one to remain in their current form. How could a creature of dragon lineage not desire to become a dragon? Since ancient times, transformation into a dragon had been a reliable path to immortality. At that instant, everyone's attention was captivated. Xiaoxing's petite body darted through the sky like a shooting star, racing towards the towering wall with astonishing speed. She moved with the grace of a swallow, each leap appearing to defy gravity as she soared towards the heavens. Just as she was about to reach the pinnacle of the wall, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning split the sky, striking the wall with a resounding crash. In its wake, a colossal humanoid figure, woven from lightning, emerged atop the wall. This creature towered with strength, crackling with electricity, exuding a chilling aura. Its eyes glimmered like cold stars, fixed intently on Xiaoxing as it unleashed bolts of blue lightning, seemingly challenging her. Yet, faced with such a terrifying foe, Xiaoxing showed no sign of retreat. Her gaze remained resolute, radiating an unwavering determination to press forward and never yield. Despite knowing the dangers ahead, she fearlessly continued her ascent towards the wall, her speed unyielding. After countless attempts, Xiaoxing finally exhausted the lightning creature of its energy. With a deep breath, she leaped into the air, her agile form cutting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. To everyone's astonishment, she soared over the seemingly insurmountable wall. At that moment, a dazzling red light erupted from Xiaoxing, enveloping her entirely. As the radiance gradually subsided, it revealed a grand and majestic figure. Xiaoxing had transformed into a massive red dragon, stretching dozens of yards in length. This dragon's body, colossal as a mountain, was adorned with hard scales that shimmered a mesmerizing crimson hue. Its whiskers danced in the wind like living flames, and its eyes burned with a fierce intensity, radiating authority and power. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving all spectators in awe. Xiaoyun, witnessing her sister's transformation, sparkled with excitement, knowing she too would soon face her own tribulation. However, recalling the earlier danger, she felt a twinge of fear. Qinwan and Xiao Chui were momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that the spirit pet they had been playing with was, in fact, a dragon. Both were left speechless in their astonishment. Kinjiunzi and Zhao Dizhu shared a similar sentiment, utterly shocked to discover that Aofan's household harbored a true dragon. Aofan nodded with satisfaction, knowing that from now on, he would have a companion at the peak of breaking immortality. Chapter 46. A gift. At that moment, everyone beheld Xiaoxing majestically spiraling in the sky. Her petite form seemed to meld with the surrounding air, exuding both power and grace. Moments later, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Xiaoxing, once spiraling, began to transform. It was as if she had been enchanted. Her body elongated and contorted until she gradually revealed a human form. Once the transformation was complete, they could finally see that standing in midair was a girl of approximately 10 years of age. She donned a flowing red dress, which fluttered gently in the breeze, resembling dancing petals. Her cherubic face was framed by large, sparkling eyes akin to two exquisite gems, curiously surveying the crowd below. A cascade of lustrous black hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, adding an extra touch of charm and liveliness. Xiaoxing descended swiftly, arriving before Aofan in a flash. Her demeanor was composed, radiating elegance. Master, do I look beautiful? She twirled joyfully before him. Aofan, taken aback by the sight of this young girl, was profoundly moved. He had always believed the koi were male. Beautiful indeed. Our Xiaoxing is truly adorable, he exclaimed, and then produced a 12th grade flame red lotus from his storage ring. Upon its unveiling, Qinwan and Kinjiunzi hurriedly approached, fixated on the lotus. Junior brother, what is this? I feel like it could incinerate me, they expressed in unison. This, Aofan began, is the 12th grade flame red lotus, a congenital supreme treasure. It should only be used in dire circumstances, for if word of it spreads, you would be pursued by everyone in the Tianyan continent. The others looked on, a mix of confusion and astonishment evident on their faces. What kind of treasure could incite such widespread envy? Aofan solemnly handed the lotus to Xiaoxing, instructing, Xiaoxing, you may only use this treasure in a life or death crisis, and you must eliminate anyone who discovers you possess the 12th grade flame red lotus. Xiaoxing gazed at the lotus in her hands, a mix of trepidation and gratitude swelling within her. Master, you are so kind. Thank you, Master. Ao Fan then turned towards Qinjianzi, Zhao Dizhus, and Qin Wan, momentarily disregarding Xiao Chui. The others instantly understood. He was seeking gifts. Qin Wan produced a fiery red pearl from her storage ring, a treasure she had stumbled upon during her time in a secret realm. The exact nature of which remained a mystery to her, though she knew it was far from ordinary. Xiaoxing held the fire spirit pearl, finding it perfectly suited for her. Thank you, mistress, she said gratefully. Qin Wan's cheeks flushed, while Ao Fan, in a fit of laughter, accidentally sprayed tea all over Zhao Dizhus. He quickly bowed in apology, turning to Qin Wan and then to Xiaoxing at him. Let us not jest. She is not yet the mistress, he said awkwardly, casting a shy glance at Qin Wan before whispering to Xiaoxing, not yet, but perhaps one day. Xiaoxing understood. Quickly correcting herself, my apologies, Sister Wan, I didn't mean to be presumptuous. I apologize. Seeing the flustered Xiaoxing, Qin Wan felt her heart swell with affection. It's all right, Xiaoxing. Sister is not angry, Alfang reassured. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. Alfang turned his gaze towards Qinjianzi, who understood his intention immediately. Xiaoxing, come here. This is for you. It is a fire attribute robe, perfectly suited for your cultivation of fire elements. Xiaoxing accepted the robe, her mind racing with thoughts. What is the sect master thinking? I am so small. How can I wear this? If you don't want to give it. There's no need for such a perfunctory gesture. Qinjianzi, perceiving Xiaoxing's thoughts, smiled and said, Xiaoxing, why not try it on? Confused, Xiaoxing donned the robe, which immediately transformed to fit her petite frame. Her eyes sparkled with delight. So this robe can change size. Xiaoxing blushed at her earlier thoughts. The onlookers found her reaction utterly charming. Seeing the gifts exchanged, Zhao Dizhus, not one to hold back, retrieved a fiery red longsword from his storage ring. Here. This is an ancient spirit treasure, the fire cloud sword. Take it. Xiaoxing took the fire cloud sword and began to twirl it, feeling quite pleased. Thank you, Sect Master. Qinjianzi cast a resentful glance at Zhao Dizhus, for his gift was merely a spirit tool, whereas Zhao had bestowed an ancient artifact. Unwilling to be outdone, Qinjianzi produced a tome of fire cultivation techniques. Xiaoxing, here, take this. It is a heavenly grade fire technique. Without techniques, having weapons is futile. Xiaoxing gratefully accepted the tome, expressing her thanks to Qinjianzi. Afterward, Xiaoxing approached the water's edge. Sister, did you see? You must quickly take form. Once you do, there will be many gifts for you. Sister, I see it. Don't worry, I will definitely cultivate diligently, her sister replied. Xiaoxing turned to Alfang and said, I want to gather some spirit herbs for my sister. Alfang nodded in agreement and handed her a sickle. Xiaoxing skipped away to collect the herbs. The others watched the adorable girl with smiles of affection. Recognizing that there was little left to do, Qinjianzi and Zhao Dizhus bid farewell to Alfang. Alfang then led Qin Wan and her companion to their prepared quarters. He took Xiaoxing to the water's edge, where she began to play with Xiaoyan while Alfang leisurely rested nearby. System, open the panel. Ding host. Alfang age, 18 items. Ice crystal jade pendant, superior spirit treasure. Gourd vine, innate spiritual root. Peach tree, celestial tree. Spirit herbs, leveled depending on age. Burning sunflower, 9th tier spirit flower. Heavenly heartgrass, 9th tier spirit herb. Chaos soil, 12th tier merit golden lotus, innate supreme treasure. 12th tier array platform, innate supreme treasure. Experience, 9999 10,000 realm. Foundation establishment level 20, Great Path Foundation. Techniques, Supreme Heart Sutra. Spirit Cloud Sword technique weapons, sickle, hoe. Bamboo hat, bamboo basket, water ladle, axe, mystical spirit treasures. Pets, koi, Xiaoxing, transformation level 1. Fire spirit pearl, fire attribute robe, fire cloud sword. Heavenly grade fire technique. 12th tier infernal red lotus, Xiaoyan, nascent soul level 8, Xiaolu. Qi refinement level 7, Xiaoha, transformation peak. Disciple, Lin Yan technique, fire lotus descending. Weapon, mystic heavy ruler, semi-divine artifact, current realm. Foundation establishment level 5. Emotional value, 15,000 indeed. Lin Yan is a child of fortune. He has advanced 2 levels in just a few days. Chapter 47. Deputy Pavilion Master Su Zheng. How can I help Lin Yan reach the Golden Core stage in just a month? Alfang pondered. I lack resources. I can refine breakthrough pills later, but Lin Yan only lacks combat power. Once he breaks through to Golden Core, He must venture into the 10,000 great mountains for training. Merely possessing a realm is insufficient. Alfong decided to let things unfold naturally. Xiaoxing, would you prefer to sleep by the pool or have your own room? Xiaoxing turned to Alfong. Master, I want to stay with my sister. Very well. Then I shall rest. As night fell quietly, the sky resembled a vast expanse of black silk, while the bright moon sparkled like a dazzling pearl, casting a silvery glow over the world. Beneath this tranquil moonlit night lay a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering, reflecting the moon and surrounding lush trees. At this moment, 4 adorable spirit pets gathered by the pool: Xiaoxing, Xiaoyun, Xiaolu, and Xiaoa. Xiaoyun was a chubby little koi, lively as ever in the water. Xiaoxing had recently taken form as a small red dragon, her fiery scales gleaming. Xiaolu was a vibrant green caterpillar, twisting nimbly, and Xiaoha, a charming little dog with curious round eyes. The 4 had come together at dusk, chatting until deep into the night. Their conversation flowed from Xiaoxing's transformation to their aspirations for the future, punctuated by laughter and contemplation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The moonlight gently bathed them, as if listening to their delightful exchange. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, blending with the voices of the spirit pets, creating a beautiful nocturne. The next morning, Alfong awoke early and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing her master cooking, Xiaoxing transformed into her human form and rushed to assist him. Lin Yin soon joined, aware of his master's daily routine: cooking, fishing, though he rarely caught anything, and farming, with Lin Yin mostly helping. Master, I'm off to the fields. Very well. I will call you when the food is ready. Having a disciple is wonderful. It means I don't have to toil in the fields alone. Xiaoan and Xiaolu, watching Xiaoxing help Alfong, resolved to begin their own diligent cultivation. Xiao Zui and Qin Wan also rose, heading to the poolside. Xiao Zui sought out Xiaoyan to play, while Qin Wan lounged in a chair, basking in the sunlight. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, scattering like fragments of gold upon Qin Wan's beautiful veil. The veil, as delicate as mist, concealed her enchanting visage. Through the veil's gaps, one could glimpse a face akin to that of a celestial being. Her skin fair as snow and smooth as silk, resembling warm jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains, eyes shimmering like autumn waters, nose straight, lips as luscious as cherries. Under the sun's rays, her veil appeared almost transparent, tempting one to unveil the mystery and behold her unparalleled beauty. Alfong, gazing at her exquisite face, sighed in exasperation. This woman truly relies on her beauty, monopolizing my lounge chair every day. It seems I cannot even pretend to be a protagonist from a novel. Sighing in resignation, Alfong was interrupted by Xiaoxing's comforting words. Master, don't be disheartened. You are worthy of honor, and you are quite handsome. You two are a perfect match. Xiaoxing said with an innocent expression. Alfong wished to retort but found it difficult to scold her in her adorable state. His reluctance to answer only solidified Xiaoxing's belief that Alfong had feelings for Qin Wan, which would surely infuriate him if he knew. Meanwhile, as life at the broken immortal peak continued peacefully, unfamiliar faces began to appear in Qinyan City. Inside an inn, a disciple respectfully addressed an elderly man, Deputy Pavilion Master. We've learned that the location of the Danjie is at Lingyun's sect. Should we approach directly, or let someone else take the lead? The old man sat quietly, his long white beard and eyebrows fluttering gently in the breeze, as if the marks of time were etched into those silver strands. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that although his visage bears the marks of time, he still exudes a vibrant spirit, imparting an aura of both composure and mystery. This man is Su Zheng, the vice master of the Alchemy Pavilion. The reason for Su Zheng's presence here is none other than the unprecedented tribulation triggered by the flawless elixir concocted by A.O. Fan. This sudden calamity not only captivated the attention of countless onlookers but also sent ripples of astonishment throughout the central domain. As a figure of authority in the alchemical realm, Su Zheng could hardly afford to miss such a rare spectacle. Thus, he hastened to this location, eager to witness this historic moment firsthand and to delve into its mysteries. We need not rush. Let us visit the Lingyun sect later to interview their alchemists. We can forge friendships through alchemy to uncover the situation, as we are not here to engage in conflict, but to establish goodwill. Several disciples nodded in agreement. Inside the inn, there were several tables occupied by top alchemists from various regions, all drawn here by the tribulation. Some harbored ill intentions, seeking to annihilate the Lingyun sect, while others wished to avoid antagonism and planned to interview them instead. After finishing their meal, Su Zheng and his companions set off towards the Lingyun sect, where they encountered several familiar alchemists and exchanged greetings. Unfortunately, they unexpectedly ran into their sworn adversaries. This group, of mysterious origins, had emerged in the central domain a decade ago, dabbling in alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations. Initially, the Alchemy Pavilion, Artifact Pavilion, and Formation Pavilion dismissed them. But within 5 years, they had established themselves as formidable competitors. The two factions engaged in daily rivalries, yet neither could claim definitive victory. Oh, is that not Su Zheng, the Vice Master of the Alchemy Pavilion? What brings you here? Shouldn't you be overseeing the pavilion? Su Zheng was left speechless. It was clear they knew the reason. Yet they feigned ignorance. Is the Blood Moon Palace feigning ignorance? He thought. You ought to be well aware of my purpose here. Ah, Vice Master Su. I was merely inquiring. No need to be so irate. We are not here to wage war, so why the fuss? By the way, you must also be heading to the Lingyun sect, right? Shall we go together? You are indeed going to the Lingyun sect? Naturally. As the Grand Elder of the Blood Moon Palace and a 9th-tier alchemist, how could I not aspire to reach the realm of the Elixir Emperor? Su Zheng frowned and replied, Yueling, my visit to the Lingyun sect is not to instigate conflict. You would do well to temper your demeanor. Should you dare to resort to violence, I regret to inform you that the Alchemy Pavilion will not remain passive. Yueling scoffed, with your lot? If the 3 great pavilions joined forces, we might have some trepidation, but your little band is hardly a match. The disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion were incensed, ready to charge at them, but Su Zheng restrained them, knowing that youthful exuberance often leads to impulsive actions. Unlike them, he had experienced enough tumult to remain composed in such situations. Yueling, if you wish to accompany us, no one will stop you. Yueling responded with a peculiar smile that sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, the gathered crowd, engrossed in the spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment as they recognized the 2 prominent figures before them. One was the illustrious Vice Master of the Alchemy Pavilion, while the other was the formidable Grand Elder Yueling of the Blood Moon Palace, a 9th-tier alchemist renowned for his unparalleled skills throughout the continent. A murmur of awe and reverence rippled through the crowd. With these 2 present, what use is our attendance? Someone remarked. You fools, while we can't compete with them, we can still observe. The Lingyun sect will undoubtedly be bustling with activity. Indeed, the majority of onlookers followed the 2 formidable factions towards the Lingyun sect. At the entrance of the Lingyun sect, the gatekeeper conversed casually. Junior brother, do you know who that enchanting fairy beside our little uncle is? She is breathtaking. I can't help but dream of her at night. How lewd. But indeed, she is mesmerizing. There is no one in our sect who can rival her beauty. What a pity. What a pity. What do you mean? The pity lies in the fact that such a beauty is our little uncle's. He has merely established his foundation. They are worlds apart. Another quickly covered his mouth. You want to die? Is our little uncle someone you can casually discuss? Apologies, I misspoke. At that moment, the sky darkened as hundreds of individuals descended, all from the Alchemy Pavilion, as a gesture of respect. The remaining spectators kept their distance from the gate, not wishing to offend the Lingyun sect. Yet the Blood Moon Palace brazenly hovered above the Lingyun sect, their intentions clear. Yueling, what is the meaning of this? Is this how you behave upon entering another sect? Su Zheng retorted, if you demand respect from the Blood Moon Palace, you must possess the strength to command it. Status is intertwined with power. What can you achieve by provoking us without strength? Who dares to fly above our sect? Do you seek war? Before the words could settle, the speaking disciple was effortlessly struck away by Yueling. Another gatekeeper activated the sect's protective array and hurried to the Grand Hall. Calmly, Yueling observed the Lingyun sect, waiting for them to summon reinforcements. Master, someone is causing trouble for the Lingyun sect. The disciple shouted, pushing through the obstructing disciples. In the Grand Hall, Qin Jianzi had already heard the commotion outside and flew out, declaring, all Peak Masters, assemble. We are being provoked at the Lingyun sect's gates. The Peak Masters swiftly took flight, exchanging glances before gathering at the entrance, gazing at the group above. Ao Fan was busy cooking at the breaking immortal peak when he suddenly received a message from the master. Zhao Yanzi, come help me with the cooking. I must step out for a moment. Lin Yin hurriedly took the spatula from his master, bewildered. Master, I can't cook. He floundered in the kitchen, unsure of what to do. Seeing Ao Fan take off, Qinwan followed suit. Why are you going? I'm just going to observe. I'm not fighting. Mind your own business. I want to go, and I shall go. Ao Fan, somewhat helpless, replied, very well, you have the starry gauze skirt I gave you, so you should be safe. Thus, the two arrived at the sect's entrance, greeting their fellow disciples. Ao Fan approached Dan Kingsley and inquired, Senior brother, what is happening? Why is it so lively? I do not know. I only heard someone is provoking our sect. Upon hearing this, AO Fan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Which fool dares to be arrogant at our Lingyun sect? Do they wish to perish?" He pointed at the Alchemy Pavilion members, who immediately shook their heads and directed their fingers at the Blood Moon Palace members in the sky. AO Fan glared at them, intending to unleash a tirade when suddenly the system chimed. Ding. Identity: Grand Elder of the Blood Moon Palace, 9th Tier Alchemist. Realm: Ninefold Tribulation Transcendence. Race: Alien, Pseudo-Human. The Blood Moon Palace is one of the alien races invading the Tianyan continent, comprising numerous factions. What is this? Aliens? That sounds terrifying. But whatever. It has nothing to do with me. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. To those grotesque beings above. Who are you, and why do you come to provoke our Lingyun sect? Yueling was instantly filled with a desire to strike AO Fan dead upon hearing his words. You insignificant insect. Get lost. I wouldn't even deign to kill you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Don't linger here. Summon your sect leader. Qin Jianzi stepped forward and declared. I am the sect leader. My junior brother speaks rightly, thus his words are my own. If you have anything to say, direct it to him. For his words represent the entirety of Lingyun's sect. Qin Jianzi cast a glance at AO Fan, who understood that although his prowess was lacking, his verbal wit was not. Qin Wan was left speechless. It was utterly shameless for a sect leader to permit a foundation establishment peak master to hurl insults. You ugly wretch, did you hear that? I can represent Lingyun's sect. Speak your mind, but please do ensure your rear faces the other way. It would be quite awkward otherwise. The crowd erupted in laughter. Though the weaker alchemists dared not join in, while those from the Alchemy Pavilion laughed heartily. The Deputy Pavilion Master remarked. This peak master from Lingyun's sect has quite the tongue, openly calling the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Palace a backside. Chapter 49, Yueling's defeat. Su Zheng solemnly stated. Our Alchemy Pavilion has undergone rigorous training. We cannot mock others unless we truly cannot contain ourselves. Su Zheng, unable to hold back any longer, burst into laughter. Upon witnessing the laughter from the Alchemy Pavilion, Yueling's expression darkened. How dare these little pests mock me? They are courting death. With a clenched fist, Yueling extended a finger, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged towards AO Fan. AO Fan, seeing this, cried out, Brother Zhao, save me. Zhao Dizhu threw a hammer to intercept the formidable strike. To bully my junior brother, you truly have the audacity. Yueling was taken aback. He was a 9th-level tribulation cultivator, and even a casual strike should yield some effect. Unless the opponent was also at tribulation level. If Lingyun's sect has a tribulation cultivator, it could be troublesome, especially if they are also 9th level. I must summon the second elder. Yueling sent a message to the second elder of Blood Moon Palace. Meanwhile, in Qingyan City, an elder was purchasing wine when suddenly a communication talisman illuminated, carrying a voice. Second elder, I am at Lingyun's sect and facing some trouble. Hurry here. The second elder immediately soared into the air, abandoning his wine. At the entrance of Lingyun's sect, Yueling fumed. You shameless wretch, not only do you insult me, but you do so without a hint of embarrassment. I am merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How dare you? Qin Wan, overhearing, couldn't contain her laughter, her beauty radiating as she giggled. AO Fan was nearly entranced, and upon noticing him staring, Qin Wan's cheeks flushed. I apologize, Wanner. Your beauty captivated me. That's quite all right. Qin Wan replied, feeling inexplicably pleased by his gaze. I can't possibly be falling for him. I must assess this further. At that moment, Yueling's temper was at its breaking point. How could a prestigious tribulation cultivator be mocked by a worthless fool? He ordered his subordinates to step back. It was time for him to retaliate. Blood sea devours the heavens. With a furious roar, the very heavens trembled. The crowd looked up to see the sky transformed into a horrifying crimson hue, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Amidst the sanguine sky, a figure appeared, exuding a chilling aura. His eyes glowing with a fierce red light, resembling a terrifying demon from hell. Suddenly, an enormous crimson hand descended from the sky, poised to strike the Lingyun sect's great formation with overwhelming force. The hand blotted out the sun, pulsating with a torrent of blood energy, causing the space around it to ripple as if on the verge of collapse. The formation began to crack, and as the crowd considered revealing their true strengths to resist, Zhao Dizhu interjected, Stay back. I shall handle this. Zhao Dizhu unleashed his tribulation-level aura, causing those of lower cultivation to struggle for breath. Behold my violent hammer technique. He leapt into the air like a cannonball, spinning rapidly, creating a whirlwind that stirred the air into a howling tempest. As he spun, his hammer began to dance wildly, each swing imbued with the force of thunder, as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. The centrifugal force amplified the hammer's might to a terrifying degree. Just then, Yueling's blood-red hand bore down on Zhao Dizhu's. Yet, facing such a formidable assault, Zhao Dizhu's remained unfazed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With a fierce roar, he channeled all his strength into the hammer, striking the blood-red hand with tremendous force. A thunderous clash echoed, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling light and violent energy waves. Yueling was knocked back, while Zhao Dizhu staggered a few steps. This exchange revealed the disparity in their strengths. One had to admit, possessing a Xiantian spiritual treasure made all the difference. Had Zhao Dizhu's not wielded such a treasure, the outcome might have been uncertain. At that moment, Ao Fan leapt into the fray, leaving the crowd exasperated. Zhao Dizhu's handled the fighting, while Ao Fan took charge of the verbal sparring, a perfect complement. What's this? Why the sudden decline? Is that all you can muster? Surely you don't perform as poorly in intimate matters. The crowd could only give Ao Fan a thumbs up, marveling at his sharp tongue. Yueling, consumed by rage, thought only of silencing Ao Fan. He felt utterly humiliated, unable to retaliate adequately. Just then, a voice interrupted, Grand Elder. How can this be? In this tiny place, who could possibly harm you? You are a 9th-level tribulation cultivator. Stop with the sarcasm. That hammer-wielding brute possesses formidable strength. We must join forces to subdue him. Yueling, you are regressing. To fear such a second-rate power is beneath us, tainting the reputation of Blood Moon Palace. The second elder took a swig from his wine gourd, then turned to Zhao Dizhu's, his expression suddenly shifting as he swallowed hard. Yueling, noticing the second elder's change, asked in confusion, What is it? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Do you know why I'm here? How would I know? Aren't you here to seek the Xiantian spiritual treasure that has surfaced in Tianyun continent? Actually, no. I have come because the treasure is right before us. Yueling looked where the second elder pointed and realized he was referring to the hammer in Zhao Dizhu's hand. No way. Could it be that hammer? No wonder I couldn't face him despite our comparable realms. If it truly is a Xiantian spiritual treasure, then it all makes sense. Yueling, let us join forces and seize that Xiantian spiritual treasure. Chapter 50. Ao Fan in rage as the scene unfolded. Both Yueling and the second elder unleashed the blood sea devouring heaven technique against the protective array of the Lingyun sect. Zhao Dizhu's expression shifted slightly, gripping the Haotian hammer with increased intensity. Yet, Qin Jianzi and his companions exhibited no sign of alarm, as if the protective array held no significance for them. Qinwan, observing their calm demeanor, pondered in confusion. What ails the peak masters of Lingyun's sect? Why are they so indifferent while the array teeters on the brink of collapse? A little urgency would not go amiss. What could possibly account for their composure? While the peak masters remained unfazed, Ao Fan beside Qinwan grew increasingly agitated. You shameless scoundrels. What kind of prowess is it to overwhelm the few with the many? If you dare, face me in a one-on-one duel. Approaching Zhao Dizhu's, Ao Fan implored, Senior brother, can we prevail? If not, it would be wise to feign weakness. Zhao Dizhu's glanced at Ao Fan, speechless. Junior brother, are you jesting? With your strength, a single punch could obliterate us. Your act is quite convincing. Fear not, we possess a hidden trump card, Zhao Dizhu's assured, but Ao Fan was bewildered. Was there truly a hidden ace within the Lingyun sect? Shouldn't the mightiest be present? Had not all capable beings ascended already? What hidden card could possibly exist? A mysterious smile crossed Zhao Dizhu's face as he raised the Haotian hammer, initiating a swirling motion infused with love's magic. A fierce whirlwind surged towards the duo's assault, while Zhao Dizhu's gathered an overwhelming force within the hammer. At that moment, the onlookers gasped in horror as the once sapphire-blue sky revealed two colossal hands that blotted out the sun. These immense hands, seemingly from an ancient demon god, radiated a chilling aura. On the ground, Zhao Dizhu's, wielding the heavy hammer, dashed towards the gigantic hands with electrifying speed. His steps were resolute, each one causing the earth to tremble, as if the world itself quaked at his approach. In an instant, the convergence of man and hammer, hand in palm, culminated in a cataclysmic clash. Time appeared to freeze, and silence enveloped the realm. Then, an unparalleled energy storm erupted, engulfing everything around. The winds howled, and dust swirled as the clouds were torn asunder, giving way to a tumultuous storm of thunder and lightning. The ground, unable to withstand such ferocity, began to quake violently, fissures spreading like gaping maws of a monstrous beast. Amidst the chaos, trees were uprooted, houses crumbled, and rivers altered their courses. The devastation wrought by this monumental collision was beyond imagination. The second elder of the Blood Moon Hall produced a cage, an exquisite spiritual treasure he had forged to imprison those who opposed him. "Behold my blood moon prison," he proclaimed, as he exerted control over it. Yuling retaliated with all her might. In that critical moment, Zhao Dizhu's Xiantian spiritual treasure erupted with a brilliant radiance, intertwining with the mysterious power unleashed by Yuling. The atmosphere trembled as these formidable energies clashed, altering the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, a glint of cunning flickered in the second elder's eyes as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. A massive crimson moon ascended into the sky, casting a baleful glow. Countless blood-red rays shot forth from the moon, weaving a tight net that ensnared Zhao Dizhu's. This was the blood moon prison. Once trapped, escape would be nearly impossible. As the prison inched closer, Zhao Dizhu felt a surge of alarm, but he had no time to spare. Summoning all his strength to resist the impending attack, he glanced at the Peak Masters, yet they feigned ignorance, leaving him exasperated. Seeing Zhao Dizhu's falter, Ao Fan turned to Qinjianzi and the others, frustration bubbling within him. "Senior brother Zhao is on the brink of collapse, and you all remain idle. Lend a hand." "Junior brother, we are not his match," Qinjianzi replied helplessly. Their thoughts echoed. Zhao Dizhu must remain unscathed to avoid taking action. Ao Fan, exasperated, confronted them. "If you refuse to act, do you expect me to step in alone? What folly is this?" The expressions of the sect leader and Peak Masters seemed to convey, "Indeed. You go ahead, you will surely triumph." Reluctantly, Ao Fan stepped forward, resolving to gamble on a desperate hope. "You, don't go too far. Picking on an old man serves no purpose. Come and challenge me instead." Though his body trembled, he masked it from others. Summoning courage, he shouted at the duo. Who scoffed, "Fool, we shall bully you as we please. What are you going to do about it? Your words are meaningless." Xinwan hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. Afraid of causing trouble for the sect, in the midst of their taunts, Ao Fan remained unfazed. He had grown accustomed to their derision. Yet, seizing the moment, Yuling launched an unexpected attack on Ao Fan. Qinjianzi and the others were unconcerned, confident in Ao Fan's safety, but Xinwan was oblivious to this assurance. She stepped forward, brandishing her spiritual weapon to block the blow, only to be sent flying, blood spilling from her mouth, and several ribs shattered. Furious, Qinjianzi bellowed. "You dare lay a hand on the Sword Sect's Grand Elder's granddaughter? Do you intend to make enemies of the Sword Sect?" The duo's bravado wavered slightly, but they dismissed their fear, emboldened by their alien lineage. Little did they know the fate awaiting them. At that moment, all eyes turned to Ao Fan, who fixated intently on Xinwan. Initially, his gaze mirrored that of an ordinary person, but as time progressed, a startling transformation occurred. His pupils began to shift, gradually morphing into a vivid and eerie crimson hue. This unexpected change left the onlookers in shock. Qinjianzi and the others, recognizing the ominous signs, swiftly retreated at lightning speed, vacating the area by several thousand meters. Simultaneously, Zhao Dizhu, sensing Ao Fan's alarming state, too recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he stowed away the Haotian hammer and dashed away, covering the distance in a heartbeat. In an instant, the once tense standoff transformed into an open expanse, leaving Ao Fan alone, his scarlet eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Chapter 51. Spare me my life. Ao Fan advanced with a solemn expression, each step imbued with a weight that instilled an instinctive urge to flee in those around him. Yuling stood aloof, her face adorned with indifference, observing Ao Fan's actions as if they were inconsequential. The second elder of the Blood Moon Hall mirrored her disdain, dismissing Ao Fan entirely. However, as the crowd presumed Ao Fan's display to be mere bravado, an astonishing event transpired. Suddenly, Ao Fan leaped forward, his figure darting like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the second elder. Meanwhile, the sky suddenly darkened, the once clear horizon swiftly shrouded by ominous clouds. Brilliant flashes of lightning tore through the heavens, accompanied by deafening thunder, as the world seemed to descend into a cataclysmic scene. Ao Fan, undeterred, raised his fist, and an overwhelming force erupted from within him, entwined with boundless thunderous power, akin to a roaring dragon, hurtling towards the second elder of the Blood Moon Palace. The elder's eyes widened in terror, realizing how foolish his earlier disdain had been as he felt the earth-shattering strike approaching. At that moment, the shadow of death silently descended. Yet, even with all his might to resist, he found it was far too late. The onlookers were astounded, for the second elder of the Blood Moon Palace had fallen just like that. Deputy Pavilion Master Su Zheng sighed. No wonder the Peak Master and the sect leader withdrew so far. They must have known how terrifying this boy becomes when enraged. He urged, "Let us retreat as well. This place is still too close." The alchemy disciples, frozen in shock, finally responded to Su Zhang's calls and hurriedly followed him back. Qin Jianzi remarked, "Wow, has our junior brother grown even stronger? He wasn't this formidable last time." He glanced at the various peak masters. Qin Wan looked at everyone, puzzled by their conversation, and innocently asked, "Sect Master, what are you all talking about? Isn't Ao Fan a foundation establishment cultivator? How can you say he is so strong?" Qin Jianzi pondered for a moment before replying, "Forget it. Since you are our junior sister, I'll enlighten you. In truth, our junior brother's strength cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Even in the Qi refinement stage, he could have easily toppled Zhao Dishu's. Now that he has broken through to the foundation establishment stage, just imagine how powerful he must be." Qin Wan's mouth fell open in astonishment, though obscured by her veil. She gazed at Ao Fan, who had transformed into a tempestuous force for her sake, and resolved firmly in her heart that she would marry no one else. On Ao Fan's side, Yuling's eyes widened in terror as she beheld the unfolding scene. The once imposing second elder, who exuded authority, was obliterated by Ao Fan's single, effortless punch. This horrifying sight deeply shook Yuling's spirit, flooding her with an overwhelming tide of fear, which surged to a peak in an instant. Trembling, she instinctively began to retreat, yearning to escape from this terrifying place and from Ao Fan, who resembled a demon. Yet, in his berserk state, Ao Fan would not let her slip away so easily. His bloodshot eyes fixed upon the retreating Yuling, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, mocking her futile attempts to flee. Without uttering a word, Ao Fan advanced towards Yuling, who, in desperation, turned and fled. In a flash, Ao Fan appeared directly in front of her. Yuling, horrified, stammered, "Forgive me, senior. We did not intend to harm you. I will give you anything you desire. I promise, I'll give you everything I possess. Please, spare my life." Ao Fan, his demeanor sinister, paid no heed to her pleas. At that moment, everyone witnessed his right arm, as solid as steel, clenching into a fist, veins protruding as if brimming with inexhaustible power. His entire body bent slightly, forming a perfect bow shape, akin to an arrow poised to be released. Yuling, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but recall the terrifying moment when the second elder was annihilated by Ao Fan's punch. The gruesome image flashed through her mind like a lightning bolt, sending chills down her spine. Fear consumed Yuling. She knew she could not withstand Ao Fan's devastating strike. In her panic, she hastily reached into her robe, retrieving an array of potent pills. Some could greatly enhance her strength, while others promised to elevate her speed. At that moment, she paid no mind to the potential severe side effects of these elixirs, desperate to counter Ao Fan's lethal blow. Without hesitation, she swallowed every pill in her grasp and forced them down her throat. As the medicinal energy surged within her, she felt her strength and speed amplify tremendously in an instant. However, an indescribable discomfort began to spread through her body. Despite feeling immensely powerful, the side effects left her feeling unwell. As Ao Fan's fist approached, Yuling swiftly attempted to evade the attack. When Ao Fan saw his punch miss, he vanished. Reappearing behind her, Yuling, scanning her surroundings for Ao Fan's figure, found her efforts futile. Her divine sense was of no use. Suddenly, Ao Fan's furious gaze bore down upon her, exuding an overwhelming aura. He swung his right arm, launching himself at Yuling like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, his massive fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck her back. Though this blow did not target a vital area, the sheer power behind it was formidable. With a resounding crash, Yuling was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air at astonishing speed, traveling over 1,000 miles before finally regaining her balance. However, Ao Fan was relentless. He stepped into the void, closely pursuing the launched Yuling, as if he were her shadow. Just as she was about to plummet from the sky, Ao Fan struck again. This time, he unleashed all his might, his fist glowing brilliantly like a blazing sun. In an instant, his second punch landed with a ferocity that echoed through the air. Another earth-shattering roar erupted as Yuling, who had barely stabilized herself, was sent careening backward toward the direction of Ling Yun's sect. Ao Fan offered no further explanations. He stood, radiating an imposing aura like a war deity in the air. With a powerful punch, imbued with boundless might and terrifying pressure, he aimed directly at Yuling. In that fleeting moment, Yuling felt as though the surrounding space had solidified, ensnared by an invisible hand that rendered her immobile. Her eyes widened, filled with dread and despair, as it dawned upon her that this overwhelming power surpassed anything she could contend with. Ao Fan's punch was astonishingly potent. The wind generated by it shattered the air, revealing a profound darkness. Yet, as swiftly as it had broken, the void began to mend itself, restoring to its original state. The ground below could not withstand such immense impact, crumbling into a colossal abyss 1,000 meters deep. At that moment, Yuling felt the breath of death drawing ever closer. Despite her inner cries for escape, her body refused to obey. Confronted with Ao Fan's divine retribution-like punch, she had no means of retaliation, let alone the possibility of evasion. Am I to perish here today? Yuling lamented inwardly. Yet, reality was merciless. No struggle could alter the impending doom. Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as Ao Fan's fist approached ever closer, before it descended heavily upon her. Thus fell Yuling, leaving the crowd in disbelief at the loss of such a top-tier alchemist. However, Ao Fan showed no signs of stopping. His eyes bloodshot as he cast a fearful glance at the nearby alchemists, instilling dread in their hearts. Qinjianzi and the various peak masters did not intervene to halt Ao Fan. They had no desire to do so, recognizing that few valuable individuals remained in this place. Su Zheng looked at Qinjianzi and the others with a puzzled expression and approached them, inquiring, "Everyone, this young friend has already slain the higher-ups of the Blood Moon Palace. Why does he not cease his actions?" Qinjianzi replied helplessly, "I apologize, but we are unable to stop him. Last time, due to his master and my uncle's matters, we nearly lost our lives." The deputy sect master, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Qinjianzi and his companions, realizing they were not jesting. Su Zheng's mind was racing with thoughts. Such a monstrous being must not be offended. Merely because someone harmed his own, he would erupt in a fit of rage, devoid of reason. Su Zheng shuddered at the thought of the consequences of angering this creature. The more he contemplated, the more he feared. Reminding himself that he had not been as brazen as the Blood Moon Palace, or else he would be in the same predicament now. Meanwhile, on Ao Fan's side, over 100 alchemists were fleeing the battlefield, yet many still fell victim to Ao Fan's deadly grasp. This group might find themselves haunted by nightmares of Ao Fan. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swiftly scanned his surroundings. He noticed that the attire of the individuals before him starkly contrasted with those he had previously dispatched. In an instant, Ao Fan's figure vanished like a specter. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as a powerful leg swept through the air with unparalleled ferocity. The speed of the kick was akin to a gale, its force as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing into the sea. The unfortunate souls had no time to react before being propelled away by this terrifying kick. They soared through the air like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. By the time they hit the ground, they were already dead, prompting nearby alchemists, who had harbored a sense of luck, to flee without a trace of hesitation. Yet, how could Ao Fan allow this group to escape so easily? After decimating the members of the Blood Moon Palace, his icy, piercing gaze bore down on the fleeing alchemists like two shafts of cold light. In the next instant, he moved slightly, stepping forward with his right foot. This seemingly simple step transcended the bounds of time and space, allowing him to reach the front of the fleeing group in an instant. His speed was nothing short of astonishing. Without hesitation, Ao Fan unleashed a ferocious strike. His movement swift and powerful, like a thunderclap. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying force erupted from his hand, sweeping toward the hapless alchemist with the might of a tidal wave. In less than a breath, before the alchemists could comprehend what had transpired, their bodies disintegrated into countless fine ashes under the impact of this overwhelming power, scattering with the wind, completely vanishing from existence. After Ao Fan had dispatched several waves of opponents, the system sensed something amiss. "Oh no, I haven't been here long. How has he become like this?" It pondered. "Ao Fan, wake up. If you do not awaken soon, your sect will struggle to survive." Listening to the system, Ao Fan's consciousness flickered, becoming slightly more lucid. But it was insufficient. The system continued, "The ones you intended to kill are already dead. Those you are now slaying are not your enemies." Ao Fan's fist hung suspended in the air, his inner turmoil palpable. "Everyone in this world deserves to die, as long as they live. Those around you will be in danger. Why not eliminate them swiftly? That's not the way. Just eliminate those who deserve it. Most people in this world are still good. We're the good people. Goodness merely arises from the absence of conflict over interests. If the stakes were high enough, there would be no justice. Regardless, one must not indiscriminately slay the innocent." Ao Fan murmured to himself, "What are good and bad? Those who provoke me deserve death. I will not target those who leave me be." After uttering these words, Ao Fan's eyes regained their clarity, but his body was weak, causing him to plummet from the sky, creating a massive crater upon impact. Seeing this, Qin Jianzi and the others hurriedly flew to Ao Fan's side, yet they were quite peculiar. Despite Ao Fan being unconscious, they speculated whether he was merely feigning unconsciousness to ambush them. At that moment, the deputy sect master of the alchemy pavilion arrived as well. Qin Jianzi, upon seeing him, had a sudden inspiration. "Ah, you must be the deputy sect master. Come, lend a hand to carry this person to Broken Immortal Peak." The deputy sect master of the alchemy pavilion, Su Zheng, corrected. "Whatever, hurry up." Su Zheng did not dwell on the details and approached slowly. In truth, he did not wish to carry Ao Fan, but he feared that if he did not, the monster might awaken and kill him. Su Zheng knew the gravity of the situation and obediently hoisted Ao Fan toward Broken Immortal Peak. Within Broken Immortal Peak, Lin Yin, Xiaoxing, and Xiao Chui awaited the return of Ao Fan and Qin Wan, unaware of the tumult outside. Had they known, their worry would have been palpable. Soon, a group arrived at Broken Immortal Peak, prompting Lin Yin and the others to step forward. Upon seeing Ao Fan and Qin Wan's conditions, their eyes filled with concern. "Master, what has happened? Why is my master in this state? You all seem unharmed. Why did my master suffer?" Xiao Chui, noticing Qin Wan's injuries, grew anxious. "Miss, what happened? How did you sustain such serious injuries? Who did this? We shall seek vengeance once we return." Tears welled in Xiao Chui's eyes. For Qin Wan had never suffered such grievous wounds. Xiao Xing remained silent, simply collapsing beside Ao Fan in tears. Qin Jianzi, observing their behavior, felt exasperated. "Do you wish for them to recover? If you do not move aside, we shall leave." Upon hearing this, they immediately stepped aside, for they knew that the sect master would ensure the safety of their miss and master. Ao Fan was carried back to his chamber by Qin Jianzi and several peak masters. Ao Fan was not injured. His condition could only be remedied by himself. In Qin Wan's chamber, 2 alchemists and the peak master of Baihua Peak tended to her wounds, while Xiao Chui lingered outside, attempting to sneak a glimpse. Deputy Sect Master Su, "How is this girl? Is she treatable?" Su Zheng assured, "Rest easy, it's nothing serious. I'll give her a pill, and after a month of rest, she'll be fine." Lu Ling looked at the girl with satisfaction. "How fortunate for this little brat to have such a good fiancée. If he dares to mistreat her, I shall give him a beating, though I fear I cannot overpower him. No, I could take him on when he is not provoked." Hiki. Listening to Su Zheng's words, Qin Wan felt a surge of happiness, for she now had a legitimate reason to stay with Ao Fan, sparing her the need to fabricate an excuse. A faint smile graced her lips. Outside, Lin Yin anxiously inquired of the Lin family elder, "Elder, is my master all right? He appears uninjured. Why is he in a deep slumber?" The elder pondered, Unclear. What I can confirm is that your master is certainly not injured. I checked, and he bears no wounds. The state of your master can only be ascertained once your sect master emerges." Xiao Xing, looking at Lin Yin, asked, "Little Yin, what happened to the master? Is he okay?" Lin Yin reassured her, "Fear not, Xiao Xing, he is fine. My master merely exhausted his spiritual energy. He will be all right." Lin Yin casually fabricated a reason to placate her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xing hurried off to inform Xiao Yun, Xiao Ha, and Xiao Lu, fearing they would share her worries. Time passed slowly, and eventually, Qin Jianzi and the others departed, along with Deputy Sect Master Su. Before leaving, Qin Jianzi instructed Lin Yin and the others to care for Ao Fan and Qin Wan diligently. Naturally, Lin Yin would not neglect his master. In recent days, most of the tasks at the Broken Immortal Peak have been undertaken by Lin Yin, and Xiao Xing. Lin Yin has been teaching Xiao Xing the art of farming, watering, and weeding, and they prepare meals together at mealtimes. With a considerable number of people now residing on the peak, Lin Yin and Xiao Xing find themselves quite occupied every day. Previously, when it was just the 2 of them, a couple of dishes sufficed. But now they require 4 or 5 dishes for their meals. Every day, Lin Yin prays, "Master, please awaken soon. If you do not, I will scarcely have time to cultivate." Were Ao Fan to overhear this, he would surely be infuriated. Not only is there a lack of concern, but the reason for urging his awakening is rather absurd. In the main hall of the sect, Qing Yunzi sits majestically, with Su Zheng and several peak masters flanking him. "Deputy Pavilion Master Su, what brings you here with such a multitude?" Su Zheng replies slowly, "We have come seeking the perfect grade elixirs, the ultimate goal for our alchemists. Those capable of refining perfect grade elixirs are undoubtedly the top alchemists of the Tianyan continent." Upon hearing this, Qing Yunzi turns to Dan Qingzi, the master of the Dan Peak. "This matter concerns you. Please communicate with Deputy Pavilion Master Su regarding his affairs. I am not well versed in the matters of alchemists." Dan Qingzi is at a loss for words. What do you mean you are not well-versed? This junior brother truly is something else. Deputy Pavilion Master Su. What perfect elixir are you referring to? I am unaware, as I have been in seclusion refining elixirs. Has someone taken advantage of my seclusion to produce a perfect great elixir? Shall I inquire? Qing Yunzi and the others feel a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Seclusion? When did you seclude yourself? This lie is rather feeble. Won't others expose you if they inquire later? Nevertheless, they are not overly concerned. They possess confidence and are unafraid of complications. Su Zheng is taken aback by Dan Qingzi's reasoning. He then suggests, how about we hold an alchemist exchange meeting tomorrow? I will bring my people. And you can compete with your alchemists. What do you think? It will not only test the disciples' abilities but also grant them a sense of self-awareness. Dan Qingzi, initially inclined to refuse, is swayed by Qing Yunzi's interjection. It is a splendid idea, as it can foster camaraderie among the alchemists. Dan Qingzi gazes at the sect leader, wishing he could deliver a powerful blow. Since the sect leader has spoken, he cannot decline. Qing Yunzi grins mischievously. Excellent. Then it is settled. You may proceed with the arrangements. By the way, what shall the rewards be? You should confer on that, or else the disciples will lack motivation. The two nod in agreement. Su Zheng produces a flame. This flame, known as ice rock cold fire, was discovered by our alchemy pavilion in the frigid lands. It is warm yet not icy, cold yet not fiery. It can be used for alchemy or even for combat. This flame has been generously given to me by the alchemy pavilion, and I have decided to use it as a reward. What do you think? That is certainly acceptable. Qing Yunzi nods, eyeing the flame. Dan Qingzi, not wishing to be outdone, presents a large cauldron. This is the Bagua cauldron, a spiritual treasure. May I offer it as a reward? Everyone turns their gaze towards Su Zheng, who responds, that is permissible. Let us commence the exchange meeting tomorrow. Do you require assistance with the arrangements? Dan Qingzi replies, as guests, we need not trouble you. You should simply rest well. How could we ask guests to work? Seeing that the two have reached an agreement, Qing Yunzi casually remarks before allowing them to depart. Just as Dan Qingzi is about to leave, Qing Yunzi, puzzled, inquires, Senior brother, why do you linger? Suddenly, the hall is filled with the sounds of wailing. There is no choice. When people are present, one must save face. But in solitude, it is a different matter altogether. Upon leaving the main hall, Dan Qingzi reflects on the upcoming exchange meeting on his way back. I have Lin Yan, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator and a second-tier alchemist. I am not concerned about the disciples at the third and fourth tiers. But Lin Yan's status as a Peak second-tier alchemist is uncertain. Should I seek out Lin Yan? He has now reached the 5th level of Foundation establishment and was able to refine near third-tier elixirs during the Qi refinement period. Surely, he should be able to refine third-tier elixirs now. Thus, he resolves to seek out Lin Yan. Without hesitation, Dan Qingzi turns back toward the broken immortal peak. Inside, Lin Yan is busy preparing a meal. Although it may not be as exquisite as what his master would create, being the only male in the household, he must cook. Lest no one else do so. The fields have already been tended to in the morning. At this moment, Dan Qingzi arrives like a streak of light. Little Lin, are you cooking? Do you have time tomorrow to participate in the exchange meeting? Lin Yan regards the elder before him with both respect and curiosity. What brings the Peak Master to seek me? What is this exchange meeting? Unsure of the Peak Master's intentions, he continues, I am currently occupied with cooking. Would you care to discuss while we dine? Dan Qingzi, appreciating Lin Yan's understanding, regrets not having sought him out sooner. Yet, he dismisses such thoughts, recognizing that it would be ungracious to compete with his junior brother for a disciple. Very well. I am also eager to sample your culinary skills, little Lin. Lin Yan, taken aback, responds, no, I was merely being polite. You truly intend to stay? I had hoped you would finish quickly so I could continue. Now I must prepare an extra portion. That is fine, esteemed Peak Master. Please wait outside while I finish cooking. Dan Qingzi does not linger, stepping outside. He settles beneath the peach tree, reclining on Ao Fan's chair. This junior brother truly knows how to enjoy life. Not only is it comfortable, but it also offers a slight enhancement of spiritual energy. Quite delightful. I must come more often. Dan Qingzi observes the koi in the pond bubbling at him, mistakenly thinking it is greeting him. Sensing the koi's presence, he realizes it has reached mid-yuaning stage. However, this is understandable. The koi must possess an extraordinary lineage. As ordinary demonic beasts can transform at the yuaning stage, and the higher the bloodline, the more difficult the transformation. Since our paths have crossed, I shall grant you a fortuitous encounter, he declares, tossing a pill he has refined into the water. The koi, upon hearing Dan Qingzi's words, promptly consumes the pill. Feeling its energy surge within, nearing the late yawning stage, it quickly retreats to the depths of the pond to refine the pill's potency. The koi recognizes this elder as Ao Fan's senior brother, having encountered him several times before. The koi had not been bubbling to greet him. Instead, it was attempting to indicate that this chair belongs to its master and mistress, not allowing him to sit. Dan Qingzi, misunderstanding, had unwittingly bestowed a pill upon it. At this moment, Lin Yan's voice calls from the kitchen, "Peak Master, Miss Chui, Mistress. Oh, I mean Sister Wanner, Xiao Ha, come and eat." After the announcement, a flurry of shadows rush past Dan Qingzi, and upon closer inspection, he realizes it is the husky. Xiao Chui supports Qin Wan to the table, and Dan Qingzi observes. These individuals could actually forego a meal. However, Ao Fan insists that as humans, they must dine, regardless of whether they are destined to be immortals or deities. Satisfying one's appetite is essential. One should not solely focus on cultivation. Such a perspective seems rather foolish, devoid of emotions. What is the purpose of cultivating? Even if one becomes a ruler of the world, life would be dull and flavorless. Lin Yan contemplates this notion, finding it rather compelling. In life, apart from cultivating, one must also enjoy food and leisure. A rational approach to cultivation, appropriately allocating time, ensures that all endeavors yield greater results with less effort. Qin Wan, being injured, cannot cultivate, and Xiao Chui, with her low cultivation level, must still eat. As for Xiao Ha, he is simply greedy. At this juncture, Lin Yan speaks up, "Peak Master. You have come to find me regarding the exchange meeting, correct? What is it? Please enlighten me." Qin Wan also turns her gaze toward Dan Qingzi. While Xiao Ha continues to munch nearby, the master of Dan Peak paused his chopsticks and remarked, "This exchange conference was proposed by Vice Master Su Zhang, who came here due to the recent alchemical tribulation. Those who perished were also victims of this calamity. Some were killed, while others fled, leaving only the members of the alchemy pavilion to join us at Lin Yun's sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan, puzzled, inquired, "Alchemy? Aren't you from Dan Peak, renowned for your alchemical prowess? Why seek my assistance when I am merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment?" Dan Qingzi expressed mild surprise. "Is that so? Your cultivation has advanced remarkably in such a short time since joining Poxian Peak. Yet it makes sense, considering Ao Fan crafted a perfect foundation establishment pill. Lin Yan has certainly lived up to Ao Fan's expectations." Dan Qingzi looked at Lin Yan with satisfaction. "Do not worry, young Lin. You only need to secure victory among the 2nd-tier alchemists. We are not concerned about the 3rd or 4th tiers. However, I do feel somewhat apprehensive regarding the 2nd tier, as I have heard that the Alchemy Pavilion has recruited a prodigious alchemist, a 1st tier at 5 years old, a 2nd tier at 10, and now at 13. Approaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, nearing 3rd tier status. My disciple does not possess such rank. Observing your performance at the recruitment conference, I thought you might help redeem our honor. Will you assist me, especially considering your master's influence?" Lin Yan, weary of Dan Qingzi's incessant chatter, finally relented. "All right. I agree, but I cannot guarantee a victory. I must clarify this beforehand. Do not blame me if I lose." Lin Yan felt a sense of obligation, as his master held a unique sentiment for the sect, and if Ao Fan were awake, he would undoubtedly agree. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Dan Qingzi was taken aback by the ease of Lin Yan's agreement. "Wonderful. By the way, are there any rewards if I win?" Lin Yan pondered, unwilling to assist without compensation. Dan Qingzi regarded Lin Yan. "You two truly resemble each other, both so astute, unwilling to work without benefits. Rest assured, I shall present you with a spiritual treasure furnace as a reward." Lin Yan considered this and found it quite satisfactory. Such a treasure would suffice for his needs until the void refinement stage. "Very well, I shall be there tomorrow." Chapter 55. The exchange conference commences. Upon hearing this, Dan Qingzi finally felt at ease. He feared Lin Yan might refuse. Hastily finishing his meal, Dan Qingzi returned to Dan Peak to expedite preparations, undeterred by the late hour. Within Poxian Peak, Qin Wan asked, "Little Yin, why does the master of Dan Peak want you to participate in this exchange conference? Do you possess alchemical skills?" The others at the table turned their gaze upon Lin Yan, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Yan scratched his head and replied, "Indeed, I am an alchemist. A 2nd-tier one, nearing the 3rd tier. This is a perfect opportunity to see if I can break through to 3rd tier status." Qin Wan gazed at Lin Yan in admiration. "Well done, little Yan. It is no surprise you excel, being Ao Fan's disciple. Clearly, you have inherited his talents." Lin Yan found himself perplexed by her words. "What do you mean?" Like master, like disciple. Has my master hidden his talents? Realizing her slip, Qian hastily corrected herself. No, I merely meant it as a metaphor. Isn't that how praise is typically expressed? Embarrassed, she focused on her meal, while the others looked at her in confusion, causing her face to flush as she awkwardly fidgeted with her toes. How awkward it felt to make a mistake. Perhaps it was best to speak less in the future. The others, unfazed, continued their meal. After dining, Lin Yin and Qian took turns visiting Ao Fan, finding him still unconscious. And they returned to their cultivation with a sense of resignation. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Dan Peak was already abuzz with activity. The peak seemed awakened by an invisible force, brimming with vitality. All disciples of Dan Peak had risen early, donned their uniform robes, and surged toward the Dan Peak Plaza like a tide. From a distance, one could see that the spacious plaza was meticulously arranged with dozens of colossal alchemical cauldrons. Each cauldron was distinct in design. Some exuded a timeless elegance, adorned with mysterious runes, while others were opulent and exquisite, embedded with dazzling gemstones. They stood silently, resembling mighty beasts radiating an aura of awe. Vice Master Su, please take your seat, Dan Qingzi invited as they ascended the high platform to observe the youthful participants below. Vice Master Su, kindly introduce your disciples. Certainly. The youngest among them is our most gifted alchemist, Shi Feng, at the peak of Foundation Establishment, a second-tier alchemist at 13. Then there is Shi Yun, also at the peak of Foundation Establishment, a second-tier alchemist at 16. For this competition, I brought 2 second-tier alchemists and 3 third-tier alchemists, Wei Yi, Lin Shu, and Li Jia, all at the Golden Core stage. The strongest among them is Wei Yi, at the pinnacle of Golden Core and third-tier alchemy, age 38. The other 2 are at the 7th and 6th levels of Golden Core, both around 60 years of age. I brought just 1 4th-tier alchemist, the one beside me. But today we will focus on the 2nd and 3rd tiers, Dan Qingzi replied. Very well, however, while we have the rewards for 3rd-tier alchemists, we have yet to determine the rewards for 2nd-tier alchemists. Shall we finalize that first? Su Jing agreed, since this is a 2nd-tier competition. I shall provide a high-quality magic furnace as a reward. Hearing this, Dan Qingzi was elated. He had initially hoped to persuade Su Zheng, but he was pleasantly surprised by Su Jing's willingness. Su Zheng felt a chill as Dan Qingzi's gaze bore into him. What are you offering as a reward? Dan Qingzi retrieved a 5th-tier spiritual herb from his storage ring. Su Zheng was astonished. Offering a 5th-tier herb for a mere 2nd-tier contest seemed excessive. This is quite a generous offering for a competition among the younger generation, he mused, recognizing the herb's considerable market value. No matter. We will undoubtedly secure victory among the 2nd tier. You will not be able to claim it. Su Zheng dismissed Dan Qingzi's confidence. Reassured by his position as vice master of the Alchemy Pavilion and the prowess of his talented disciples, they exchanged knowing smiles, both filled with unwavering confidence. At that moment, an elder from Dan Peak stepped forward, and a figure clad in snowy white gradually materialized in the air. This individual, adorned in a flowing white robe, seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding clouds. Though over 60, his countenance was vibrant and youthful, with few signs of aging. Rather, he exuded an otherworldly charm. Standing tall and firm in the void, he radiated an invisible pressure that commanded respect. His gaze was profound and wise, as if he could perceive the very essence of existence. With hands clasped behind him, he presided over this grand exchange conference. I am Zhao Xing, an elder of Dan Peak and a cultivator at the Void Refinement stage. Most of you here are familiar with me, as many are my students. Today's exchange conference is organized by the Alchemy Pavilion and our Lingyun sect Dan Peak, primarily to allow you to gauge your own abilities, preventing any future arrogance or hubris. This statement was not solely directed at the disciples of Lingyun sect's Dan Peak, but was also intended for the members of the Alchemy Pavilion. The latter, being esteemed and often flattered, have developed a rather haughty demeanor that can be quite discomforting. Su Zheng, of course, discerned the underlying implications. Yet he acknowledged the elder's words bore a semblance of truth. However, whether they could be subdued remained uncertain. Especially since the alchemists present were not mere novices reliant on charts, they were individuals of genuine capability. The disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion did not dare to refute Zhao Xing's words, for they recognized the validity of his assertions. Moreover, after the events of the previous day, who would dare to underestimate the Lingyun sect? With all pertinent matters addressed, the competition was officially underway. All participants were instructed to enter the plaza. The contest was divided into 2 categories, one for 2nd-tier alchemists and another for 3rd-tier alchemists. with all other disciples required to retreat beyond 500 meters, ensuring no disturbances. The members of the alchemy pavilion were called to the stage. Following this, Wei Yi, Lin Shu, Li Jia, Shi Feng, and Shi Yun ascended and bowed respectfully. Upon seeing them, the elder felt they were promising and nodded for them to await their turn. "You don't need me to invite you. Hurry up and take the stage," he urged. Subsequently, Lin Yi, Chen Fei, Ling Shi, and Wei Jin proceeded to the plaza. Zhao Xing, puzzled, wondered, "Aren't there 5 participants? Where's the 5th? At that moment, Lin Yi approached and explained, "Elder, the 5th is Lin Yin, who is not from our peak and may take some time to arrive." Zhao Xing replied, "Very well. If he does not arrive within the duration of an incense stick, we shall replace him." Just as this was said, a young man sprinted up from the foot of Dan Peak. It was Lin Yin, who had been delayed due to watering crops, weeding, and cooking the previous evening. "Elder, my apologies for being late," he said. "Not a problem. Hurry up and join the others before you become the subject of ridicule," the elder replied. Lin Yin sheepishly scratched his head and joined his companions. Lin Yu leaned in, asking, "Lin Yin, why did you arrive so late? We almost had to replace you." Lin Yin responded, "I had no choice, with master still asleep. All the chores fall to me, farming, cooking, you name it. Since Xiao Xing hasn't he learned yet, it's all on me." Lin Yi looked bewildered. "Farming and cooking? What are you talking about? Aren't we in the realm of cultivation? Why do we still need to farm and cook?" He slapped himself, embarrassed, while those around him looked on in confusion. Lin Yi, feeling awkward, bowed apologetically. He was certain this was not a dream. It was all too real. He turned to Lin Yin, suspecting he might be joking. Lin Yin, sensing Lin Yin's disbelief, said, "Brother, if you don't believe me, come to my broken immortal peak after today as competition, and I'll let you sample my culinary skills." Lin Yi, albeit confused, agreed, still struggling to believe it. At that moment, Elder Zhao Xing called out, "Lin Yi, Lin Yin, Shi Feng, Shi Yun, you 4 come up. The second-tier alchemist will commence with you. Do you have any objections?" The 4 shook their heads, indicating they had none. The competition began. The 4 ascended the platform, each gazing at the spiritual herbs in the alchemical furnace before them, contemplating how to initiate the refining process. Lin Yin observed the other young alchemists of similar age and couldn't help but marvel. He had once thought few possessed talents akin to his own, but now he realized his vision had been rather limited, revealing his youth and inexperience. "Little Lin, do not undermine yourself. Your talent is remarkable. Even among the alchemy pavilion's ranks, I was once the grand elder there. Had it not been for the second elder's treachery, I would not have ended up like this. But now, I assume the second elder has become the grand elder." A surge of resentment coursed through the ancestral spirit of the Lin family. "Rest assured, ancestor, I will undoubtedly become a Dan emperor and avenge you. For now, let us take the opportunity to test the younger generation." Lin Yin watched as Shi Feng commenced his alchemical work, summoning the alchemical fire to heat the furnace and process the spiritual herbs, preparing to add them at the right moment to concoct the second-tier gathering spirit pill. The objective was to see who could refine a pill of superior properties. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Shi Feng stood confidently before the massive furnace, skillfully manipulating the flames to gradually heat the heavy cauldron. As time passed, the cauldron began to exude a gentle warmth, the surface becoming increasingly heated. At this moment, Shi Feng's gaze was sharp and focused as he deftly seized a few sprigs of fresh spiritual herbs from beside him and gently tossed them into the cauldron. These herbs seemed to come alive, releasing a delicate fragrance upon contact with the warm environment of the cauldron. However, this was merely the beginning. In the following moments, Shi Feng had to meticulously control the timing and intensity of the fire throughout the alchemical process. At times, he would increase the flames to elevate the temperature within the cauldron. At others, he would deftly reduce the heat to maintain an ideal temperature range. Each adjustment was akin to a meticulously choreographed dance filled with rhythm and grace. Under Shi Feng's expert manipulation, the spiritual herbs within the cauldron began to undergo wondrous transformations. Lin Yin, observing Shi Feng, couldn't help but be impressed by the young man's talent. At such a young age, his finesse was remarkable. Shi Feng was destined to reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Lin Yin then turned his gaze to the other 2 competitors, whose techniques were standard and unremarkable, indicating they were skilled but not extraordinary, merely talented. As time slipped away, Lin Yin felt a growing urgency within him, yet his movements remained calm and collected. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hands, initiating a series of intricate maneuvers. As he moved his fingers, a fierce flame erupted from his palms, flickering with life, sometimes roaring with intensity, other times retreating to a mere flicker. His control over the flame was so precise. It seemed as though he shared a unique bond with it. Even more astonishing was Lin Yan's ability to manipulate the intensity of the flames to perfection. Each adjustment was as delicate as embroidery, devoid of any flaw. Whether increasing the heat to expedite the refinement of the pill or reducing it to prevent damage to the herbs, he executed each action with immaculate precision. On the platform, the observers discussed the prowess of the Alchemy Pavilion's disciples. What do you think of our disciples? This young man's alchemical skills are commendable. Even we find it challenging to identify any flaws, remarked Dan Qingzi, nodding in agreement. Indeed, his technique is nearly flawless, as long as the timing is right. Achieving 80% perfection is within reach. 80% is already considered a high-quality pill, Su Zheng added with a smile. Dan Qingzi was taken aback. For a high-quality pill requires a perfection rate of 90%. Yet, reflecting on Ao Fan's extraordinary abilities, he surmised that Lin Yan could also produce high-quality pills. Su Zheng glanced down at the stage, where Lin Yan's execution caught his eye. It was nearly indistinguishable from Shi Feng's, making it difficult to ascertain any disparity in their skills. The old fellow is indeed secretive. Such excellent seedlings are unexpectedly found within the Lingyun sect. Such talents could easily be admitted into the Alchemy Pavilion. However, Su Zheng still holds faith in Shi Feng. It is a recognition of Shi Feng, a stance worth adhering to. If even one's own people lack confidence, what is there to rely on? The two men focused intently on the few individuals below who were diligently concocting elixirs. Lin Yan, realizing that his elixir would likely only reach the quality of a superior-grade pill, turned to the ancestor of the Lin family. Ancestor, is there any method to enhance the quality of the elixir? Shi Feng's alchemical fire is stronger than mine. Might I borrow your otherworldly flame to elevate its quality? Chapter 57. The Inferno of the Underworld. The ancestor of the Lin family pondered. Using his otherworldly flame for alchemy should pose no issue, though it might consume a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Little Lin, are you certain? If you employ my Inferno of the Underworld, you might exhaust your spiritual energy. Rest assured, I will manage it well and won't allow myself to become overwhelmed. Suddenly, the alchemical fire in Lin Yan's hand transformed into an otherworldly flame. The moment the black flames emerged, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing Lin Yi, who stood closest, to feel the extreme cold emanating from it. The Inferno of the Underworld is characterized by its frigid nature when not in contact, yet it radiates intense heat upon contact. Ranked 66th, this flame should not be underestimated. Only a few otherworldly flames have been subdued, and most remain elusive. This particular flame was awarded to the ancestor of the Lin family for his significant contributions at the Alchemy Pavilion. As Lin Yan summoned the otherworldly flame, the two prominent figures on the high platform stood up, fully aware of its value. Neither of them possessed such a flame. Su Zheng became the deputy pavilion master due to his close relationship with the pavilion master, while Dan Qingzi felt even more discomfort, as their Dan Peak had once possessed such a flame but lost it due to the previous Peak master taking it away. The otherworldly flame still held some significance in the upper realms. Dan Qingzi, your disciple is remarkable to possess an otherworldly flame. Isn't this a cause for concern? Dan Qingzi smiled enigmatically. Deputy Su, do not entertain thoughts of seizing Lin Yan's otherworldly flame, or you might find yourself in dire straits. Su Zheng looked at Dan Qingzi in confusion, prompting Dan Qingzi to elaborate. Do you know whose disciple he is? He is the disciple of that ruthless individual. Do you dare to covet him? Su Zheng shuddered at the thought of Ao Fan's cruelty and awkwardly chuckled. Let us focus on the competition. Dan Qingzi merely intended to frighten the old man. The clouds above swirled ominously, housing a group of figures, including Qinji Yunzi and the various Peak masters. The master of the sword Peak, Zai Yozi, remarked, Sect Master, do you not sense a remnant soul within this young man? I wonder whether it is beneficial or detrimental for Lin Yan. How could I be unaware? Since my junior brother has not voiced any concerns, what can we say? Once he awakens, I shall inquire about his perspective. The Peak masters nodded in agreement, as they too were uncertain whether this posed a threat to Lin Yan. Regardless, Lin Yan was still their disciple. It was only natural that they should harbor concerns. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Lin family sensed multiple forces probing Lin Yan's presence. However, upon glancing around, he found no one and dismissed it as a mere illusion. After all, one would not discern such a thing until reaching the 9th level of tribulation. The master of the artifact Peak could perceive it but was not present. Watching Lin Yan wield the Inferno of the Underworld, the ancestor felt a surge of protectiveness, ready to retract the flame at the first sign of danger. At that moment, all eyes focused on Lin Yan's slowly rising hand. in his palm. A roaring flame gradually ascended, resembling a resplendent black lotus, exuding an unsettling intensity and energy. This flame was extraordinary. It was the renowned inferno of the underworld. Its temperament was notoriously volatile, and a single misstep could trigger an explosion, obliterating the entire cauldron. It must be noted that this was a rare otherworldly flame, its power incomparable to ordinary fire. Yet, faced with such perilous flames, Lin Yan exhibited no intent to retreat. His expression was grave and focused, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he dared not wipe them away, lest a moment of distraction lead to ruin. In that moment, Lin Yan was entirely absorbed in the cauldron before him, his gaze unwavering. As time progressed, the inferno of the underworld began to meld into the cauldron's interior, engaging with the various precious herbs and medicinal materials placed within. In an instant, it appeared as though a fierce chemical reaction was underway. The herbs gradually softened and melted under the scorching heat of the inferno, intertwining and merging, releasing an array of strange glows and alluring fragrances. Yet this process was not without turbulence. Sparks occasionally erupted, threatening to incite a catastrophic explosion. Nevertheless, Lin Yan maintained a steady grip on the flames, ensuring balance was preserved. He continually shifted his hand seals, guiding the inferno of the underworld along a predetermined trajectory to ensure that each herb received adequate heat and fused perfectly. Observing Lin Yan's intense focus on alchemy, the spectators felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Even the two figures on the high platform shared in the tension, aware that Lin Yan was utilizing the otherworldly flame to refine the remaining impurities. Lin Yan's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the blazing fire, as if he could glimpse the hidden mysteries within the flickering flames. He meticulously sensed the subtle transformations occurring within the cauldron, akin to a seasoned artisan meticulously crafting a rare treasure. The various herbs, each unique and imbued with rich spiritual energy, gradually melted under the influence of the intense heat and flames. They intertwined and merged, coalescing into a thick pool of verdant elixir. This liquid seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling and bubbling within the cauldron, releasing bursts of refreshing fragrance. As time passed, the elixir began to solidify, transitioning from a liquid state to a solid form. The once flowing liquid now hardened as if under a spell, and during this solidification process, the minute impurities were meticulously eliminated, leaving only the purest, most refined essence. Ultimately, these thoroughly refined solid substances began to undergo further transformation, gradually taking shape into smooth, round, and translucent pills. Each elixir contained boundless medicinal power and spiritual energy, sparkling like brilliant stars against the night sky. The plaza filled with the fragrant aroma of the medicinal concoctions, invigorating the senses of those present. The four alchemists simultaneously opened their cauldrons, with Lin Yi and Shi Yun being the first to extract their elixirs. Elder Zhao Xing received their elixirs, observing and inhaling their fragrances. Shi Yun produced 2 superior-grade pills and 3 medium-grade pills, while Lin Yu yielded 3 superior-grade pills and 2 medium-grade pills. Next, it was Shi Feng's turn. Upon receiving Shi Feng's elixirs, Elder Zhao Xing announced, "For superior-grade pills and 1 extraordinary-grade pill." The crowd was astonished. An extraordinary-grade pill. This junior brother is truly impressive. I would surely fail in such an endeavor. Laughter erupted, with several onlookers jesting. You, capable of producing a superior-grade pill, is already commendable. Extraordinary? Impossible. Chapter 58. The System Shi Feng gazed at his elixirs with satisfaction, convinced of his assured victory. Yet, the moment Lin Yan's cauldron lid lifted, the fragrance of his elixirs far surpassed that of Shi Feng's. In disbelief, Shi Feng observed the 5 extraordinary-grade pills extracted from Lin Yan's cauldron. This innate skill of discerning quality was known only to Shi Feng and his master. In that moment, Shi Feng's confidence crumbled. Having gone from self-assured to thoroughly humiliated, his earlier pride now a distant memory. Zhao Xing held Lin Yan's elixirs, inspected and sniffed them before incredulously declaring, "Today's second-tier alchemist is Lin Yan from the broken immortal peak. All 5 of his elixirs are of exceptional quality. If anyone doubts this, feel free to come and verify." Su Zheng observed the immensely proud Shi Feng and felt somewhat helpless. Upon noticing Shi Feng, Lin Yan understood the situation and approached, saying, "Junior brother, you mustn't be so fragile. If you can't withstand this minor setback, your capacity for acceptance is rather poor. I am 16, you are 13. What is there to be disheartened about? In 3 years, surpassing my current self will be quite simple for you. Why dwell on this?" Shi Feng was momentarily stunned. Lin Yan's words resonated with him. He was merely 13 years old, and in a few years, he would certainly become at least a third-tier alchemist. Why should he concern himself with such trivial gains and losses? After coming to this realization, he approached Lin Yin and said, I thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I have been overly proud. Among my peers, I am still the strongest alchemist. So there is no need to fixate on this matter. May I seek you out in the future to discuss alchemy? Seeing Shi Feng's politeness, Lin Yin replied, Of course. Come whenever you wish. Our Ling Yun sect will not turn you away. Shi Feng smiled, understanding that he needed to exert more effort, as his current alchemy skills were still inferior to those of his senior brother. After this experience, Lin Yin felt he was on the brink of breaking through to the third tier of alchemy. Upon returning, he anticipated achieving this milestone. He realized that once he broke through to the third tier, he could craft third-tier elixirs, not only for his own cultivation but also for his master. He should encourage his master to cultivate, as it appeared that since he joined Broken Immortal Peak, his master had not practiced at all. Was he truly a failure? Never mind, that could wait until his master awakened. Lin Yin rushed to the elder and asked, Excuse me, where is the peak master? I wish to claim my reward. Zhao Xing looked bewildered. The reward is in my hands. Why do you need to seek the peak master? Lin Yin replied bluntly, it's with you? Please hand it over. Zhao Xing, not wishing to argue with a child, took out a small ledger and noted it down. This ring contains a magical treasure, a grand cauldron, along with some spiritual herbs. Please have a look. Lin Yin accepted the ring and extracted the grand cauldron, then handed the ring and the herbs to Lin Yi. As Lin Yi beheld this unexpected fortune bestowed upon him, he was utterly astounded. Senior brother, I cannot accept this. How could I take your reward? Lin Yin insisted. Take it. I have no use for it, and Broken Immortal Peak has plenty. It means little to me. Moved by these words, Lin Yi accepted it. After collecting his belongings, Lin Yin dashed away, leaving both the Peak Master and Su Zheng in a state of confusion. Did he just leave without a word? Dan Qingzi remarked nonchalantly, Let him go. We should commence the third-tier Alchemist Exchange Conference. As the conference continued, Lin Yin made his way back to Broken Immortal Peak. Descending from the Dan Peak, he summoned the Xin Zhongqi and traversed through the air. Upon arriving at Broken Immortal Peak, he spotted a charming little girl tilling the soil. Qin Wan sat quietly on Ao Fan's lounge chair, recuperating from her injuries. Xiao Chui had placed some fruit beside Qin Wan before joining Xiao Yun and Xiao Lu in play. After greeting those within the peak, Lin Yin headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, in Ao Fan's room, the system observed the unconscious Ao Fan, feeling a deep sense of exasperation. You are admirable in many respects, yet far too emotional. The moment someone close to you is injured, you lose control. When will you master your emotions? Until then, focus on cultivating your own power, for if a great battle arises, you will find yourself with but a handful of allies. Enough of the past. You are no longer the same. The system's thoughts were chaotic, laden with unspoken burdens. Within Ao Fan's consciousness, he wandered through an endless void, surrounded by darkness. After a prolonged search without finding an exit, he called out, Is anyone there? Where am I? How did I end up here? Are you a monster or a deity? Ao Fan muttered to himself in confusion. In the shadows, 9 figures observed Ao Fan, their eyes glistening with tears. Their transformation into their current forms was intertwined with Ao Fan's fate. They had once been celestial beasts, divine creatures, and ancient ferocious beasts. Had Ao Fan not risked his life to protect them, they might have long since faded into oblivion. One celestial beast spoke up, Elder brother. I wish to aid our master. That is unwise. Revealing ourselves now would only attract danger. We must await the summons of that great one. After all, little Tunzi has ventured out. We will eventually follow suit. At that time, we will strive to cultivate and fight alongside our master once more. A divine beast hastily interjected, anxious that the celestial beast might jeopardize their safety. A female voice chimed in, were it not for our master sealing our wrath within him. We shudder to think of the chaos we could have wrought. We owe him everything. Indeed, in our heyday, we were renowned. Who could have foreseen our present plight? The figures collectively sighed. Just then, the system made its presence known. Greetings, my lord. Fear not. Do not allow concern to weigh upon you. Ao Fan is unharmed. He merely needs rest. He cannot yet be privy to all matters, for his strength and influence are insufficient for a return to prominence. I am already laying the groundwork for him. Let us hope for ample time. The 9 figures, alongside the system, gazed at the bewildered Ao Fan, filled with guilt and regret. When will we be able to emerge, my lord? It is rather dull here, one ancient ferocious beast lamented. Cease your musings. You cannot leave until you reach the celestial realm. Your power is too great. This world cannot bear it. I will allow you to exit one by one, ascending in strength gradually. Some beasts felt joy, while others were disheartened. Being powerful now posed its own difficulties. The celestial beasts seemed unaffected, while the divine and ancient ferocious beasts bore the weight of their circumstances. The celestial beast, seeking to alleviate the tension, declared, "Elder brothers and sisters, do not fret. I shall care for our master diligently and ensure no harm befalls him." This celestial beast spoke without a flaw, yet its laughter seemed to invite trouble. Having experienced the affection of its elder siblings, it soon found itself covered in paw prints and footprints. Fortunately, the celestial beast was resilient. It emerged unscathed, merely bearing slight discomfort. Enough of your antics. Keep a vigilant watch over Ao Fan and ensure his safety. Remember, it is not only Ao Fan who resides here. His wrathful incarnation also dwells within. Do not let it prevail. The 9 figures immediately ceased their playfulness, redirecting their attention to Ao Fan. The system understood that Ao Fan was their sole remaining hope, and they would not allow any harm to befall him. Ao Fan continued to navigate the darkness when suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Filled with excitement, he rushed towards it. "Hey, brother, greetings. Do you know where this place is?" The wrathful incarnation of Ao Fan met his gaze with a sinister smile, exuding an unsettling charm. Ao Fan was taken aback by the striking resemblance this figure bore to him. Ao Fan, with a familiar boldness, addressed the embodiment of malice. "Who are you? Why are you like me? Though I must say, you are not as handsome as I am, ha ha ha." The embodiment of malice, somewhat speechless at Ao Fan's words, uttered a few words in response. "Ao Fan, you shall perish." Ao Fan was genuinely taken aback. "You, an unrefined being, wish to engage me in combat? Humph. I am not one to bully the weak. Brother, why not tell me how to exit this place? I have pressing matters at hand. I have a little disciple waiting to be fed and several pets that require my attention, not to mention a breathtaking beauty awaiting my return home." The embodiment of malice, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. What disciples waiting to be fed? What pets? And a beauty? What nonsense was this? It was surrounded by a thick, swirling black mist, which seemed alive, writhing and rolling. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. It resembled a fearsome demon emerging from the depths of hell, grotesque and terrifying, instilling a deep sense of dread in those who gazed upon it. Ao Fan, witnessing this fearsome visage, felt a sense of discomfort. After all, this was his own form. How could he appear so hideous? This simply would not do. Suddenly, the embodiment of malice vanished from sight and reappeared before Ao Fan, delivering a punch that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. Yet, within this dark void, its true power was indiscernible. Only the sight of it swinging its fist towards Ao Fan was visible. In a flash, Ao Fan evaded and positioned himself behind the embodiment. The space before it appeared to rupture, creating a vortex that spiraled away into the distance. Observing the embodiment's punch, Ao Fan felt it lacked substance, as he could not perceive the vortex of void. With a playful pat on the embodiment, Ao Fan remarked, "Brother, that punch was rather lackluster. Here, take this." At that very moment, 9 shadowy figures of beasts beheld as Ao Fan clenched his solid right hand into a fist. With this action, an invisible yet formidable force erupted from him, akin to a torrential flood surging into the void. In an instant, the already sparse spiritual energy seemed mysteriously summoned, wildly converging towards Ao Fan's fist. This energy flowed like agile dragons, weaving through the air before merging into Ao Fan's tightly clenched fist. At this moment, Ao Fan's right fist was enveloped in a dense, almost corporeal spiritual energy, radiating an unsettling brilliance. He gradually raised his arm, each inch upward emanating an oppressive weight. Upon fully elevating his right hand, the surrounding space erupted with a series of crackling sounds, as fine black fissures spread like a spider's web. The entire space began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The embodiment of malice attempted to flee, but Ao Fan's punch came too swiftly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet its form was obliterated. Fortunately, being an embodiment of malice, it survived. Otherwise, it would have surely perished. The 9 shadowy figures gaped in astonishment at Ao Fan's strength, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a mountain. They knew Ao Fan was merely in the foundational stage, yet they were astonished by the sheer power he displayed. At that moment, an ancient ferocious beast spoke, "Truly, my master is remarkable. To unleash such a terrifying strike at the foundational level, an attack that even true immortals might struggle to withstand." The other beasts nodded in agreement. "Indeed, our master remains unparalleled. exuding undeniable dominance. "How impressive he is, the man I have chosen," remarked the only female divine beast among them. Yet, the others noticed her lingering attachment. After all, she had harbored feelings for their master for countless years. It was no simple matter to let go. The beasts felt helpless, reflecting on their master's lifelong dedication to protecting humanity. Had he not shielded them, humanity would have long been extinguished. Their thoughts turned to anger. Their master had sacrificed so much, only to be met with, "Alas, the human heart is inscrutable." Thankfully, they were not human. If all humans were like their master, humanity would have undoubtedly been the supreme race. Selfish and ruthless, driven by greed. Engaging in internecine strife, let the past remain in the past. Their master was destined to ascend to greatness, they reassured themselves, and they would follow him through every battle. The beasts watched Ao-Fan with admiration. Meanwhile, Ao-Fan chuckled, "Hey, brother, are you still there? You seem to have vanished. I didn't mean to. Are you going to demand compensation from me?" Ao-Fan felt a twinge of worry, for he was a paragon of virtue in the Blue Star. Though his actions may sometimes defy convention, he had never engaged in unlawful deeds. The embodiment of malice was now but a cloud of crimson mist. Before long, the blood mist began to coalesce, forming a figure that mirrored Ao-Fan. Handsome features, striking brows and eyes, disheveled hair, yet its expression was eerie. Eyes filled with incredulity as they gazed upon Ao-Fan. Surprised, Ao-Fan exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive. You can resurrect after dying? How do you do that? Can you teach me? I want to learn." The embodiment of malice, feeling insulted, bristled with rage, its aura suffusing the void with ferocity. Ao-Fan, feeling discomfort from the encroaching mist, waved his hands dismissively. "What is this ghastly fog? It feels so oppressive." As he waved his hands, blades of wind emerged, dispersing the oppressive mist. The embodiment of malice was left speechless, its mind nearly unraveling. It had expected Ao-Fan to be a mere mortal. Yet this individual was far stronger than anticipated. "You are not a mere mortal, are you? Why are you so powerful? Are you a freak?" With a stoic demeanor, the embodiment of malice muttered incomprehensibly. Ao-Fan, feeling irked by its words, retorted, "You are the freak. Your whole family is a bunch of freaks. You may possess an immortal form, but before this foundational immortal, you are unworthy to be my adversary." With an air of invincibility, Ao-Fan declared, "If my disciple were to witness this, they would surely say, 'Master, you are merely in the foundational stage. Do not be so arrogant, lest you be perished.' If you dedicated yourself to cultivation instead of idling, you would have already ascended to greater heights." The embodiment of malice, hearing Ao-Fan's words, was nearly driven to laughter. Were it not for its nature as an embodiment of malice, lacking strong emotions, it might have already erupted in a tirade. Allow me to translate the embodiment's thoughts. "Huh? A pitiful foundational being. I could crush you with a single finger. You dare claim to be a foundational immortal? Even true immortals would not dare to boast so before me. Were it not for being sealed within your inner world, I would have long since been invincible." The embodiment's expression shifted slightly, yet its inner thoughts were consumed by a desire for vengeance against Ao-Fan. How could any self-respecting individual endure such ridicule? With a wave of its hand, the blood mist transformed into a long spear, which the embodiment gripped with valor. Blood-hued armor began to coalesce around it, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the world, exuding overwhelming majesty. Ao-Fan gazed enviously at the embodiment's formidable appearance. "Brother, that spear looks magnificent, and that armor is stunning. Do you have another set? Could you grant me one as well? You are truly magnificent." The embodiment of malice, though utterly silent, bore no trace of emotion. The long spear was aimed directly at Ao-Fan, charging forth with lethal intent. Die. Ao-Fan, witnessing this, dared not confront it head-on. After all, it was a long spear. If struck, it could very well mean the end of his life. Naturally, Ao-Fan could not simply stand there to be impaled. With a swift movement, just as the spear was about to pierce him, he vanished and reappeared behind the embodiment of malice. "That was close. I almost met my end. Why are you so reckless? Can we talk this through? At least allow me to draw my weapon." The embodiment of malice, upon realizing it had missed Ao-Fan, began to search for him. Upon discovering Ao-Fan behind it, it wasted no time and gathered its spiritual energy, thrusting the spear once more toward Ao-Fan. In response, Ao-Fan retrieved the Zhuxian sword from his spatial ring. The moment the sword emerged, the surrounding blood mist dissipated. When the embodiment of malice was merely 10 meters away from Ao-Fan, it halted its attack, sensing an aura of death. What weapon is this? Why does it evoke such a feeling of mortality? Ao-Fan felt a surge of excitement. astonished that the Zhu Xian sword was so formidable even in this realm of cultivation. Truly, it deserved its name. With this, I can truly flaunt my prowess. The embodiment of malice, though unable to comprehend Ao Fan's words, recognized the sword as the Zhu Xian sword. At that moment, a voice resonated, "If I wield the sword, I shall slay immortals and obliterate Buddhas, slaughter demons, and vanquish monsters. Those who stand against me shall face unrelenting death." As these words echoed throughout the void, they reverberated across the entire Tianyan continent. In Ao Fan's chamber, Lin Yin approached to check on his condition. After inspecting him and finding no issues, he ceased further examination. "Ancestor, when will my master awaken?" "I do not know. Your master is merely in a deep slumber. There is no need for concern." Lin Yin chose not to inquire further. However, as he walked toward the door, a voice erupted from behind him, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. "If I wield the sword, I shall slay immortals and obliterate Buddhas, slaughter demons, and vanquish monsters. Those who stand against me shall face unrelenting death." With this proclamation, Lin Yin was overwhelmed. Collapsing to his knees, the spirit of the Lin family ancestor was also suppressed, prostrating on the ground. All disciples beneath the elders of Lingyun sect fell to their knees. The elders, peak masters, and sect leader remained motionless within the Lingyun sect. This phenomenon echoed throughout the entirety of Tianyan continent. Some were enraged, some defiant, resisting with all their might, yet it proved futile. Others sincerely bowed in reverence. Demons, Buddhas, sovereigns, sect leaders, and all supreme beings silently chanted, "If I wield the sword, I shall slay immortals and obliterate Buddhas, slaughter demons, and vanquish monsters. Those who stand against me shall face unrelenting death." The demons pondered, "Who is this person, daring to belittle our kind? If I discover their identity, I shall ensure their demise." The monsters questioned, "Who dares utter such brazen words?" The Buddhas proclaimed, "To insult the Buddha, they must be converted." The sovereigns of various realms remarked, "Who speaks with such overwhelming pressure? They must not be offended." The first-rate sect leaders and aristocratic families acknowledged, "Such a presence is indeed that of a deity." Within Lingyun sect, Qinjianzi erupted in curses. "Which esteemed figure is this? Are they out of their mind? Why intimidate us while you fight your own battles? We cannot contend with you." Inside Ao Fan's chamber, Lin Yin observed the Lin family ancestor prostrated on the ground, suppressing a smirk. "Little Lin, are you itching for a beating?" Lin Yin quickly sealed his lips. The two gazed at Ao Fan, lying on the bed, and their astonishment was beyond words. "Little Lin, who exactly is your master? How can a single phrase compel us to kneel? Surely, your master is not a reincarnated immortal?" Lin Yin, equally perplexed, wondered how his master, despite only being at the foundation establishment stage, could cause even an ancestor at the tribulation stage to bow. Could it be that his master concealed his true power? Chapter 61. Ao Fan awakens. "This cannot stand. When my master awakens, I must seek clarity. He seems to waste his days without training, yet possesses such strength. This is simply unnatural." In the inner world of Ao Fan, the embodiment of malice gazed at the figure before him, feeling an unexpected fear. To kill those who obstruct me? It dawned on the embodiment just how feeble it was before Ao Fan. Now it understood that Ao Fan had refrained from killing it, not out of inability, but disdain. The embodiment of malice cast aside its spear and addressed Ao Fan, "You may kill me." If Ao Fan were aware of the embodiment's thoughts, he would surely respond, "Brother, I merely wish to showcase my prowess. I never intended to kill you. What are you doing? Do not jest. I have never taken a life. The most I have done is incapacitate a useless prince, and only because he provoked me." Ao Fan approached the embodiment of malice, wielding the Zhu Xian sword, adopting an air of profound mystery. "Kill you? Humph, if you wish for death. I shan't grant it so easily. You seem rather violent. With proper guidance, you could prove useful." The embodiment of malice did not perceive Ao Fan's words as an insult, but rather as a suggestion to die with honor on the battlefield. Aside from its violent tendencies, it was not malicious. It merely sought an outlet for the pent-up frustration of being trapped for so long. "Master, I am willing to submit to you, but I cannot leave this place. I can only emerge through your body when you are in a rage to kill." Ao Fan was taken aback. "What nonsense is this? You intend to use my body to kill? Tell me, have you harmed anyone from my Lingyun sect? If you have, I shall slay you immediately." The embodiment of malice replied expressionlessly, "Master, I have only eliminated those who opposed you." Ao Fan's heart eased. "Do you have a name? If not, I shall bestow one upon you." "Master, I do not possess a name." After pondering, Ao Fan remarked, "You resemble me. You are quite handsome and imposing. Henceforth, you shall be called Blood Overlord." Blood Overlord. Thank you, Master. Blood Overlord was particularly pleased with his new name, his expression shifting as he smiled. AO Fan then inquired, Blood Overlord, when can I return? Blood Overlord hesitated slightly. Master, you may exit now, but the flow of time here differs from the outside world. Half a month has already passed in the external realm. AO Fan's jaw dropped in shock. So much time has elapsed? What of my system rewards? No. I must leave at once. Hurry and send me out. Blood Overlord formed hand seals, tearing the void. Master, simply step through this rift to return. AO Fan eagerly entered the rift in space. After he departed, 9 figures emerged. Blood Overlord glanced over, causing the 9 figures to shudder, recognizing them as allies. He refrained from displaying hostility. Malice, no, Blood Overlord, we are allies now. Let us avoid infighting. You are aware that we shall surely return alongside our master to exact vengeance. A divine beast stepped forth. Indeed, seeing that all was well. The others departed to their respective places to cultivate. At the peak of broken immortals, the oppressive aura gradually dissipated and the Tianyin continent returned to normal. The inhabitants exhaled in relief, grateful that they had not been targeted. Inside the peak of broken immortals, Lin Yin and the Lin family ancestor rose to their feet just as Qinwan, Xiao Chui, and Xiao Xing rushed over. They looked toward AO Fan and asked, Little Lin, is AO Fan all right? What just happened? Why was there such a formidable pressure? Lin Yin pondered deeply. Sister Wan, they likely have no idea of my master's strength. Since they are unaware, I shall help conceal it. I do not know. Perhaps we should inquire with the sect leader. Such circumstances may not be limited to our peak. The entire Lingyun sect could be affected. Is that so? Certainly. With such overwhelming pressure. How could there be such a formidable presence here? Wana glanced at AO Fan, then shook her head. AO Fan was currently in a deep slumber, so it was unlikely that he was the cause of this. Just then, Qinji Yunzi arrived at Broken Immortal Peak, grumbling, Lin Yin, you felt that too, didn't you? The others nodded in agreement. Is my junior brother all right? He's unconscious and mustn't be ambushed. Lin Yin and Qinwan both nodded in agreement. But Xiao Chui and Xiao Xing had different thoughts. Xiao Chui mused, the Peak Master is so weak. Does he really need to be ambushed? Any golden core or nascent soul practitioner could easily dispatch him. Why the need for stealth? Ah, I see now. It's likely because the Peak Master is the last inheritor of Broken Immortal Peak. That's it. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing thought, as long as I'm here, who would dare come? I'll devour them. Humph. Before witnessing AO Fan's strength, Lin Yin and Qinwan might have shared similar sentiments. All right then, I shall take my leave to comfort the disciples. Qinji Yunzi transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Farewell, Sect Master. Farewell, Sect Master. Due to today's events, the youth of Tianyin continent held AO Fan in immense admiration, inspired by his proclamation, if I wield my sword, I will slay immortals and extinguish Buddhas. Vanquish demons and subdue monsters. Those who stand in my way, I shall show no mercy. All the young people fervently devoted themselves to this pursuit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. AO Fan lay languidly on a soft, comfortable bed, as if embraced by an unseen force. His consciousness remained immersed in a hazy void, his eyelids heavy as though burdened by 1,000-pound weight. Finally, after a struggle, he slowly opened his drowsy eyes. Initially, his vision was somewhat blurred, but as time progressed, it gradually became clearer. When his gaze fell upon the windowsill, a warm and gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. The golden rays danced like fairies, infusing the entire space with a touch of vitality and vigor. This familiar and cherished sight stirred within AO Fan an indescribable joy and sense of fulfillment. He inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth of the sun. As its soothing essence flowed into his lungs, spreading throughout his body, invigorating his previously languid form. Every cell seemed to rejoice, reveling in this splendid gift bestowed by nature. Having experienced discomfort in that wretched place, the first thing AO Fan did upon rising was to check the system, as he must have accumulated quite a few rewards during his prolonged absence. System, open personal panel. Chapter 62, Lin Yan's Training Ding. Host, AO Fan Age. 18 items. Ice Crystal Jade Pendant, Upper Grade Spiritual Treasure, Gourd Vine, Innate Spiritual Root, Peach Tree, Celestial Tree. Spiritual Herbs, level based on age. Burning Sunflower, 9th Tier Spiritual Flower, Heavenly Heartgrass, 9th Tier Spiritual Herb, Chaotic Soil, 12th Grade Merit Golden Lotus, Innate Treasure. 12th Grade Array Platform, Innate Treasure, Experience Points, 200, 00010, 000 Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 20, Great Tao Foundation Establishment, Techniques, Supreme Heart Sutra. Spiritual Cloud Sword Technique Weapons, Sickle, Hoe, Conical Hat, Bamboo Basket, Water Ladle, Axe, Xiantian Spiritual Treasure. Exterminating Immortals Sword, Celestial Artifact, Spiritual Pets, Koi, Shaoxing, Transformation Stage 2, Fire Spirit Pearl, Fire Attribute Robe, Fire Cloud Sword, Fire Attribute Heavenly Level Technique. 12th Grade Fiery Red Lotus, Xiaoyun, Nascent Soul Pinnacle, Xiaolu, Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Xiaoha, Transformation Pinnacle. Disciple, Lin Yin Technique, Fire Lotus Descending. Weapon, Xuanzhong Ruler, Semi-Celestial Artifact, Current Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage 7. Emotional Value, 125,000. System Lottery in progress. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. A total of 15 times, all drawn. The host is advised not to be disheartened. You will surely win next time. AO Fan was left speechless. What is this? When did the system start deceiving people? Why is it painting grand prospects? Never mind. Outside, Lin Yin continued to tend to the spiritual herbs, flowers, and vegetables in the fields. Qinwan lay leisurely on AO Fan's recliner each day. Xiao Chui and Xiao Xing still played every day. Xiao Chui adored life here. As in the sword sect, she had to be cautious about this and that. Feeling quite uneasy. At that moment, AO Fan stepped out of his room, and upon seeing him, everyone excitedly rushed towards him. Xiao Xing clung to AO Fan's waist like an ornament, while Qinwan smiled gracefully, resembling a blooming white lotus, elegant and noble, breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Chui complained, Peak Master. You truly sleep for an eternity. My lady was worried sick. If you were to die, my lady would likely follow you. Xiao Chui jested. Qinwan hurriedly covered Xiao Chui's mouth. AO Fan, I apologize. Xiao Chui didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart. AO Fan naturally did not dwell on it. He was merely pleased that Qinwan cared for him. Who wouldn't be happy to have such a stunning beauty worried about them? By the way, where's Lin Yan? What is he up to? AO Fan suddenly noticed Lin Yan's absence. Xiao Xing replied, Junior brother is watering the fields. Xiao Xing, go call your junior brother. I've been unconscious for so long. He must be quite busy, as the matters of broken Immortal Peak largely fall upon him. Xiao Xing excitedly dashed off. The fields were located beside the room, so Lin Yin was unaware of his master awakening, and being within broken Immortal Peak, he wouldn't casually release his consciousness to probe. Before long, Lin Yin rushed over, pulling Xiao Xing, who was slightly shorter than him. Lin Yin released Xiao Xing's hand and adjusted his attire. Disciple greets master. AO Fan found it rather amusing to see his earnest disciple. All right, we're at home. There's no need to be so formal. Just be yourself. AO Fan surveyed broken Immortal Peak, which remained tranquil. It was still sparsely populated. He needed to recruit more disciples to increase the numbers. Otherwise, future endeavors would be quite challenging. The fields needed expansion, and livestock required raising. Otherwise, constantly seeking assistance from the sect would be cumbersome. After exchanging a few words, they all dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Lin Yin lingered, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitated. Observing his thoughtful disciple, AO Fan inquired, What's the matter? Do you have something to say? Just speak freely here at Broken Immortal Peak. Lin Yin felt a bit awkward upon hearing AO Fan's words. Master, I wish to venture out for training. Our human race's path to breakthrough is different from senior sister Xiao Xing's. We need to comprehend the heavens and grasp the natural laws. Moreover, we must endure tribulations to enhance our combat prowess. If we continue in such a secure environment, I fear my resolve may waver. AO Fan pondered for a moment. Indeed, no cultivator ever achieved greatness without facing trials, without hardship. One would struggle to become a true powerhouse. Very well, you may go, but let it be tomorrow. I shall concoct a pill for you to break through to the Golden Core stage. Lin Yin suddenly interjected, Master, there's no need. I am also an alchemist and can concoct it myself. AO Fan, amused by his naive disciple, replied, Is that so? Then very well. I had intended to prepare a perfect grade pill for you, but since you don't require it, so be it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin regretted his words. Indeed, the pills master had previously given him were of perfect quality. He almost forgot. Without hesitation, Lin Yin knelt before AO Fan, clutching his leg, and exclaimed, Master, I was joking. I want it. I definitely want it. AO Fan chuckled and helped Lin Yin to his feet. I was merely teasing you. How could I not provide for you? You are my only disciple. Suddenly, Ao Fan remembered that his recliner had been commandeered by Qin Wan, leaving him unable to recline comfortably. He then turned to Lin Yan. Disciple, I will go prepare the breakthrough pill for you. Meanwhile, please gather some bamboo from the back mountain to help me craft a new recliner. Lin Yan listened quietly and nodded in agreement. Master, I shall head to the Pill Peak to concoct a potion for you. Ao Fan took out the Feiyan shuttle, ready to depart, but suddenly remembered something important he had forgotten to mention. Disciple, in half a month, the sect's grand competition will take place. If you venture out tomorrow, remember to return in half a month. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned. What? Why don't you consult me first? I never said I wanted to participate. Master, you cannot do this. However, Ao Fan was already soaring into the sky, oblivious to her protests. Left with no choice, Lin Yan took her axe and ventured to the back mountain to chop bamboo. Qin Wan had been closely observing the exchange between the master and disciple. Intrigued by their conversation, the sect's grand competition promised to be a lively event, and she looked forward to joining in the festivities. Closing her eyes, she gently drifted into slumber. Upon arriving at Pill Peak, Dan Qingzi wished to escort Ao Fan directly to the alchemy chamber, leaving Ao Fan somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't he at least pay his respects to his senior brother first? Yet today, he was brought along without ceremony. Well, it's merely alchemy, it matters not. Ao Fan stood calmly before the alchemy platform, his deep-set eyes fixated on the assortment of rare spiritual herbs laid before him. With a graceful wave of his hands, the fragrant herbs, rich with spiritual essence, seemed to respond to an unseen call, soaring effortlessly into his grasp. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, and mysterious, complex incantations flickered with a faint glow in the air. Simultaneously, he murmured incantations, as if conversing with some force of nature. In an instant, a blazing flame erupted from his palms, illuminating the entire alchemy platform in a fiery glow. Ao Fan meticulously regulated the temperature and intensity of the flame, gradually channeling it into the massive alchemical cauldron. As the flame made contact with the cauldron, a deep, resonant hum echoed, causing the cauldron to tremble slightly, as if responding to the surge of energy. Without hesitation, Ao Fan began to cast the herbs into the cauldron one by one. As soon as the herbs entered, they were enveloped by the alchemical fire, writhing and burning in a dance of transformation. As time passed, the herbs melted and merged, coalescing into a vibrant, multicolored elixir. In that moment, Ao Fan intensified the flame, causing the cauldron to shake violently, producing a series of thunderous roars. Yet, he remained unfazed, wholly focused on his task. Finally, after an extensive period of refinement, the cauldron settled, revealing a smooth, radiant pill exuding a captivating fragrance from its depths. Chapter 63. The sky-swallowing python Medusa. Ao Fan spent the entire day in the alchemy chamber, and as dusk approached, the elixir was successfully completed. Gazing at the pill in his hand, he sighed. Crafting a perfect elixir is no easy feat. Skipping over the tribulations of alchemy, which would likely bore readers, the people of Tianyun continent were nonetheless astonished by the recent tribulations. What is happening in the eastern region? Why are tribulations occurring so frequently? Wasn't it said that tribulations were nearly non-existent? What powerful figures in the eastern region are concocting potions? Previous investigators had mostly perished, leaving the cause of the tribulations a mystery. Do you think the Lingyun sect is responsible for these tribulations? It seems so. Discussions abounded across Tianyun continent regarding the origins of the recent tribulations, yet no one dared to act rashly. To investigate, they would need to dispatch peak transcendence, the pinnacle of power in this world, and losing even one would be a monumental loss. Following today, powerful presences began to probe the vicinity of the Lingyun sect, but no one dared to take the lead. At Pill Peak, Dan Qingzi inquired, Junior brother, who are you crafting this elixir for? It isn't for your disciple, is it? Ao Fan nodded. Indeed, my disciple is about to embark on a trial, and I fear for his safety should he encounter a breakthrough. So I must prepare a perfect-grade elixir for him. Dan Qingzi understood Ao Fan's intentions. It was only natural for a master to care for their disciple, and thus he was not overly surprised. Brother, I take my leave. I must deliver the elixir to my disciple. Dan Qingzi watched Ao Fan depart, marveling at Lin Yan's fortune in having such a master. It was merely a matter of time before she became a top-tier powerhouse. At the broken immortal peak, Ao Fan returned. Disciple, I am back. How is the lounge chair coming along? Seeing the rather unsightly lounge chair, Ao Fan's expression darkened, and he was left speechless. Lin Yan, scratching her head in embarrassment, looked at her master. Ao Fan approached the chair. Little Yan, is this truly a lounge chair? It looks nothing like one. Are you trying to make me uncomfortable? Apologies, master. I will fix it right away. Never mind. Allow me. Just watch me do it. After an hour of effort, AO Fan successfully wove the lounge chair. Satisfied, he plopped down onto it. Before you go, prepare a meal for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan hurried to the kitchen to begin cooking. System, what is it? Speak if you need something. Help me exchange for cultivation. Exchange successful. Current realm. Foundation establishment. 40th layer. Assist me in exchanging for a guardian. This system will automatically spin 100,000 emotional points to summon the sky-swallowing python. Sky-swallowing python, peak transcendence, fire attribute. Celestial body, length of 1,000 feet, capable of devouring multiple large worlds as it matures. The legendary sky-swallowing python, with a mysterious and ancient origin, can be traced back to primordial times. In that era, rich in spirit energy and filled with wonder, powerful beings emerged. The sky-swallowing python was among them, possessing an immense form and astonishing power. It is said that when it opens its gaping maw, it can consume mountains, rivers, and even celestial bodies, swallowing entire worlds whole. Such a terrifying entity naturally drew the attention and trepidation of countless powerful beings. However, despite many attempts to challenge its might, all ended in failure. The sky-swallowing python not only possessed immense strength but also extraordinary intelligence, adept at leveraging its advantages to counter its foes. As time progressed, the primordial era faded, and the world underwent profound changes. Yet, the legend of the sky-swallowing python endured, becoming a topic of fascination among people. Some claim it has vanished into the annals of history. Others firmly believe it still lurks in an undiscovered corner, awaiting the day it re-emerges into the world. AO Fan gazed at the half-meter-long sky-swallowing python, perplexed. Can this little serpent truly possess such power? Surely the system isn't boasting? The small serpent spoke in a feminine voice. Master, please bestow a name upon me. Intrigued, AO Fan responded, You can speak. How delightful. From now on, you shall be called Medusa. Medusa nodded eagerly, clearly pleased with her name. Ancient celestial beasts and divine creatures are not incapable of taking human form. Rather, they prefer their natural state, possessing an innate pride. As AO Fan reclined on the lounge chair, he pondered the necessity of acquiring a life-preserving treasure, for merely having a guardian would not suffice. He then opened the emotional marketplace and was taken aback by the exorbitant prices of the items within. However, their strength justified the cost. Scrolling through the marketplace, he discovered an item he sought, the substitute puppet, capable of absorbing one fatal blow on behalf of the host, priced at a mere 1,000 emotional points, a reasonable cost. AO Fan promptly purchased 10, expending 10,000 emotional points. They're essent. The otherworldly flames are exorbitantly priced, far beyond my means. The cheapest of these flames costs 1,000,000, while the earthly fire is a mere 10,000, which is somewhat acceptable. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10,000 to acquire the earth fire, the flame of the fire lotus. The flame of the fire lotus is said to be the purest fire produced by a lotus cultivated by an emperor who mastered the path of fire. During that era, it was powerful enough to incinerate an entire world. However, the strength of the flame of the fire lotus is contingent upon the host's own power. This should suffice. System. Open the personal panel. Ding. Host. AO Fan age. 18 items. Ice crystal jade pendant. Superior spiritual treasure. Gourd vine. Innate spiritual root. Peach tree. Celestial tree. Spiritual herb. Level determined by age. Sunburn flower. 9th rank spiritual flower. Heavenly heart grass. 9th rank spiritual herb. Chaos soil. 12th rank merit golden lotus. Innate supreme treasure. 12th rank array platform. Innate supreme treasure. Earth fire. Flame of the fire lotus. 10 substitute puppets. Usable up to nascent soul level. Experience points. 0-10. 000 realm. Foundation establishment. Level 40. Path of foundation establishment. Cultivation techniques. Supreme heart sutra. Spirit cloud sword technique weapons. Scythe. Hoe. Bamboo hat. Bamboo basket. Water ladle. Axe. Shantian spiritual treasure. Extermination sword. Celestial artifact. Spirit pets. Koi. Shaoxing. Transformation stage 2. Fire spirit pearl. Fire system robe. Fire cloud sword. Fire system heavenly rank technique. 12th rank fiery red lotus. Koi. Xiao Yun. Peak of nascent soul. Caterpillar. Xiao Lu. Second level of foundation establishment. Sky devouring dog. Xiao Ha. Peak of transformation stage. Sky devouring python. Medusa. Peak of tribulation crossing disciple. Lin Yin cultivation technique. Fire lotus descending to the world. Weapon. Xian heavy ruler, half celestial artifact. Current realm. 7th level of foundation establishment. Emotional value. 5000. Chapter 64. Lin Yin departed. Ao Fan gazed at his personal panel. My experience and emotional value. These were accumulated during my half-month slumber. Why did they deplete so quickly? Ao Fan felt a pang of heartache as he looked at his panel. Yet thoughts of Lin Yan's safety compelled him to part with them. After all, who else would cherish his disciple if not himself? Shortly thereafter, Lin Yin called out loudly from the hall, Master, Sister Wanner, Miss Xiaozie, Xiaoxing, Xiaoha, dinner is ready. Ao Fan leisurely rose and made his way to the hall. Xiaozie came to assist Qin Wanner, while Xiaoxing and Xiaoha dashed over, arguing about who was faster. Xiaoxing declared, Humph, I ran faster. My feet entered first. Woof, woof, woof. Xiaoxing understood Xiaoha's words, which meant his head entered first. However, she feigned ignorance, disregarding Xiaoha's thoughts, which left him spinning in frustration. Once everyone was seated at the table, Xiaoha continued to whirl in annoyance until a voice rang out. Xiaoha, if you don't eat, I'll pour your food out. Everyone knew dogs were protective of their food. Naturally, the dogs in the cultivation world were no different. Hearing this, Xiaoha hurriedly rushed to his bowl, clutching it tightly, fearful that others might snatch his meal. Observing this scene, Ao Fan refrained from commenting. This was what family truly meant. The group sat at the table and began their dinner. Qin Wanner and the others savored their food slowly, while Xiaoxing devoured hers, leaving grains everywhere. Suddenly, Ao Fan spoke. Little Yin, tomorrow you shall venture out to hone your skills. Here, take these 3 items. What are these? This is a pill for your breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. The other is the Earth Fire, the flame of the Fire Lotus. You may use it for battle or alchemy, as you see fit. Lin Yin looked at the pill and the flame of the Fire Lotus. Though it lacked the ferocity of the Nether Fire, it was precisely what he needed. After all, while the Nether Fire was formidable, its use left him nearly devoid of combat strength. The flame of the Fire Lotus, however, would not drain his spiritual energy to such an extent. He accepted the flame of the Fire Lotus and the pill, recognizing their significance without needing to inquire further, and looked at his master with gratitude in his eyes. This is 10 substitute puppets meant for your protection. Remember, in times of danger, summon them at once. Suddenly, 10 figures appeared in the hall, startling everyone. Had they not just heard Ao Fan's words, they might have reacted defensively. Lin Yin looked at the 10 figures, feeling a surge of appreciation. This was a form of affection he had never experienced before. As the scion of the Lin family, even his father had never doted on him to such an extent, valuing his life so dearly. Lin Yin rose from his seat and stood before Ao Fan, gazing at his master's extraordinarily handsome face. Suddenly, with a clang, Lin Yin knelt down and bowed 3 times. Ao Fan did not stop him. Such a gesture from a disciple to his master was nothing unusual. Little Yin, remember, as long as you do not bully others or engage in unjust actions, no matter how tumultuous the situation becomes, your master shall always be your support. Pursue your endeavors without restraint. Even if you defy the heavens, I shall accompany you. Ao Fan's words caused Qin Wanner and the others to halt their eating, as they felt that such declarations were tantamount to courting disaster. The concept of defying the heavens was not something to be taken lightly. Sure enough, the skies suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Qin Wanner and the others sensed impending doom. The heavens were angered, and their hearts filled with trepidation. Outside, the sky-devouring python gazed at the heavens, its eyes reflecting a murderous intent. The heavens sensed the python's malice, and just as lightning was about to strike, it abruptly receded. What on earth? I am the heavens. How is it that there exists a creature more fearsome than I? I must flee. I cannot withstand such murderous intent. The heavens decided to relent, allowing the human race to act as they pleased. It was not without reason that the heavens were fearful. Although the sky-devouring python was currently at the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage, its true realm was that of a celestial beast. A mere earthly heaven could hardly withstand its murderous aura. Once the heavens retreated, the python ceased displaying its hostility. Qin Wanner and Lin Yin initially felt as though they were facing imminent peril, but in the next moment, the sky transformed into a starry night. Ao Fan looked at them in confusion. What is wrong? Why do you all appear unwell? Qin Wanner and Lin Yin hurriedly waved their hands. No, not at all. Ao Fan gazed outside. I could have sworn I heard thunder just now. Why has it suddenly stopped? Is there something wrong with the weather? I thought it was going to rain. Impressive. Lin Yin gave his master a thumbs up. Upon witnessing his gesture, Xiaoxing mimicked him, giving a thumbs up as well. Oh, by the way, I will arrange for a protector for you. If your substitute puppets are exhausted, he will step in to assist. Therefore, during your training, try your best not to deplete the puppets. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt nothing but gratitude. All right, let us eat. Finish quickly so we can return to rest. After dinner, Ao Fan went to the peach tree. Medusa, starting tomorrow, you shall protect my disciple. He is to embark on a journey of training. As long as his substitute puppets remain unused, you need not intervene. Medusa understood Ao Fan's intent. She would not disobey his orders. By the way, master, how shall we deal with the person within your disciple? Ao Fan glanced in Lin Yan's direction. No need to concern yourself with him. I will handle it in due time. However, if he seeks to harm my disciple, eliminate him without hesitation. Medusa nodded in understanding. Go now and protect him from the shadows. Understood? Yes, master. The sky-devouring python retreated slightly, vanishing into the night like a specter. Ao Fan looked up at the sky, then turned to the water where Xiao Yun was. Xiao Yun, you should be on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage, shouldn't you? Hurry up. I await your transformation into human form. You and Xiao Xing will become our auspicious symbols at the peak of broken immortals. Xiao Yun swam excitedly in the water, clearly thrilled. Indeed, Xiao Yun was brimming with enthusiasm. The following morning, Ao Fan, rising from his slumber, lazily made his way toward the fields. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the land had already been tended to, with water and weeds expertly managed. It was evident who was responsible for such diligence. Finding nothing else to occupy his time, Ao Fan returned to the kitchen, only to be greeted by a table filled with prepared dishes. Oh, this young Yin is truly thoughtful. I wonder which fortunate girl will be blessed enough to marry him, Ao Fan mused. He promptly set the meal on the table, calling everyone to join him for breakfast. Lin Yin had risen at the crack of dawn to complete his chores, knowing that he would be away for half a month. Ever since entering the broken immortal peak, he had not ventured out for training. He was uncertain of what awaited him outside. His previous experiences had been limited to dealing with mere chi refinement stage beasts, which had proved trivial in comparison. After finishing his tasks at the broken immortal peak, Lin Yin mounted his sword and set off toward the eastern domain, heading for the formidable Zhuge dynasty. Chapter 65. The young master of the Qian family at the dining table. The group enjoyed their meal. Xiao Xing noticed Lin Yan's absence and inquired, Master, has junior brother left? The others turned their gaze toward Ao Fan, who nodded in acknowledgement. They finished their meal swiftly. Afterward, Xiao Chui assisted Qin Wan to a peach tree for a respite, while she went off to find Xiao Yun to play. Ao Fan remained in the kitchen, washing the dishes, when suddenly a chime rang out. Congratulations, the hostess disciple has embarked on his training journey. Reward, bitter C. Additionally, a new feature has been added to the system, the disciple guardian projection function. What is this? Please explain, system. The disciple guardian projection function, as the name suggests, allows the host to observe everything concerning the disciple. Should danger arise, the host can instantly teleport to the disciple's side to protect him. Wow, this is incredible. Does this mean I can lounge in my chair and watch a genius rise? I've only read about such thrilling and perilous encounters in novels. Will my disciple face similar challenges? For some reason, I find myself feeling a bit excited. Open the projection. Let me see where this young man is gone. Opening disciple guardian projection. Please wait. As Ao Fan continued washing the dishes, he glanced at the projection. In a short while, the image materialized, revealing a young man resting in an inn, enjoying his breakfast. This young man, clad in a black robe and carrying a massive ruler, exuded an air of undeniable charisma and seemed formidable enough to deter anyone from approaching him. Ao Fan observed Lin Yin's striking appearance and felt a pang of envy. Lamenting his own status as merely a peak master and a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. Within Luyan City, Lin Yin sat in a modest inn, sipping wine and snacking on peanuts while eavesdropping on the conversations of nearby cultivators discussing various matters in the cultivation world, one being bullied, another being pursued. Suddenly, a figure clad in vibrant red robes appeared at the door, wielding a folding fan. With an unremarkable face yet adorned with numerous trinkets, he radiated an unmistakable aura of malice. Today, our young master is hosting a meal for important figures. Those who are wise should quickly leave, or beware of dire consequences. Upon hearing this arrogant proclamation, Lin Yin felt a chilling thought arise in his mind, to kill the speaker and flee. The patrons of the inn, recognizing the arrival of Qian Duo, the young master of the Qian family, who was rumored to have connections with the central continent's Qian family, hastily vacated the premises. leaving only Lin Yin seated by the window, sipping his drink. Qian Duo, noticing Lin Yin, frowned, astonished that anyone would dare disregard him, clearly unaware of his notorious reputation. Qian Shi, eliminate that brat. Upon receiving his master's command, Qian Shi approached Lin Yin. Kid, don't blame me. I'm just following orders. You're merely at the foundation establishment stage, while I am a golden core cultivator. Although I have just broken through, killing you is a trivial task. Will you strike first, or shall I? Seeing Lin Yin make no move, an unbidden fury surged within Qian Shi. This is your own doing. Don't blame me. With that, Qian Shi swung his blade toward Lin Yin. Lin Yin, in response, drew forth his Xuanzhong ruler to shield himself. Qian Shi felt a sudden wave of numbness in his hand. How is this possible? No, if I don't kill this brat, I will surely meet my end upon returning. Behold the frenzy blade technique. Die. From Qian Shi's blade emanated a violent blade aura, cleaving toward Lin Yin. Just as the aura neared him, Lin Yin unleashed the fire lotus flame, a terrifying blaze surging toward Qian Shi. As he perceived the approaching flames, Qian Shi felt the grip of death. Young Master Qian, save me. Yet, as the words left his lips, the fire lotus flame had already reduced him to ashes. Qian Duo, witnessing the fate of his subordinate, seethed with rage. You dare to kill my man. Do you realize you are playing with fire? Our Qian family is one of the 3 great families of the central continent, though we are but a branch. Offending us equates to making an enemy of the central Qian family. You are finished. Lin Yin regarded the foolish young master with incredulity. Do you think I am a fool? If you wish to kill me, do you expect me to stand idly by? Qian Duo, a typical wastrel, had little patience for such retorts. You play with fire. I decree your death. Do you believe you have the right to resist? If you submit, I might spare your family. Now, not only you but your entire family shall be annihilated. Lin, he intends to wipe out your entire family. What will you do? Oh wait, your family is already gone. Isn't it? Ancestor, do not jest with me. In this situation, you still dare to joke? Ha ha, what now? Shall we kill them? Nay, there is one among them I cannot see through. If I were to confront him, it would be tantamount to seeking my own demise. The ancestor of the Lin family was rendered speechless. You, lad, truly know how to boast. With a plethora of trump cards, killing them should be a simple task. Even if you cannot defeat them, using a substitute puppet to escape is trivial. If you remain timid in such a situation, what was the point of your master providing you with these advantages? Furthermore, your master has stated you should act according to your heart. Ultimately, he shall support you. Listening to the ancestor's words, Lin Yin grasped the underlying truth. Yet, he was unwilling to provoke others while allowing himself to be bullied. Young Master Qian, you wish to obliterate my entire family? Very well, I shall send you to meet them. With that, Lin Yin wielded the Xuanzhong ruler, moving like a specter amidst Qian Duo's guards. These guards, mere foundation establishment cultivators, were no match for Lin Yan's prowess, except for the one whose strength remained shrouded in mystery. Under Lin Yin's relentless assault, the guards were sent scattering, some hurled from the inn, others colliding with walls, while others collapsed onto tables. Qian Duo, witnessing the chaos, felt a twinge of panic. Qian Ba, go and kill him. He cannot be left alive. If he grows stronger, my Qian family will surely face dire days ahead. Qian Ba, a massive man with a muscular build and a single eye, bore the marks of past injuries. Kid, you've gone too far. The Qian family is not to be trifled with. Prepare to die. Lin, be cautious. He is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Lin Yin's expression darkened. Though he knew he would not perish, he wished to resolve the predicament on his own. His master had provided him with a protective puppet. Yet without pushing himself, he would never grow. Lin Yin, gripping the Xuanzhong ruler, stared intently at Qian Ba. If someone declared their intention to annihilate your entire family, would you tolerate it? Qian Ba chuckled. I care not. After all, I too was abandoned by my family. Had the Qian family not taken me in, I would have perished from starvation. Lin Yin, taken aback, realized that he too was facing a tragic fate. Yet, since we are adversaries rather than allies, let us engage in battle. You may hold a higher cultivation level, but I shall not concede easily, and my hidden cards are beyond your imagination. Chapter 66. Disciples of the Flying Cloud sect before him. Qian Bai unleashed a formidable punch towards Lin Yin, the air around his fist crackling with a fierce and overwhelming aura, as if an ancient beast were charging forth. Lin Yin's expression shifted, and he summoned the spiritual energy within him, a surge of power enveloping his body as he raised the Xuanzhong to shield his chest. Qian Duo, standing nearby, scoffed at the sight, mocking Lin Yin for daring to challenge a Yuan cultivator with his mere foundation establishment status. You truly overestimate yourself, he jeered. As Qian Duoduo ridiculed Lin Yin, Qian Bai's fist struck with devastating force, nearly collapsing the inn. The furniture within was certainly beyond saving, causing the innkeeper great distress. Yet, what could he do? When gods battle, mere mortals suffer. The attack sent Lin Yin hurtling out of the inn, but fortune favored him. For Qian Bai had only exerted half of his strength. Though Lin Yin coughed blood, he was spared from mortal peril, a testament to the efficacy of high-grade elixirs, which not only enhance cultivation but also fortify the body. This person is remarkably strong. Indeed, the Yuan cultivator is not one I can contend with, Lin Yin mused. Lin, he merely used 50% of his strength. Should he unleash his full power, you might find yourself resorting to a substitute puppet, echoed the voice of Lin's ancestor. Struggling to rise from the ground, Lin Yin felt the weight of his injuries. Qian Bai, surprised, noted that even a golden core cultivator would have perished from such a blow, yet this young man remained alive. While he harbored a begrudging admiration for Lin Yin, their enmity left no room for camaraderie. With his shirt torn open, revealing a chiseled physique that might entice onlookers, Qian Bai absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy like a vessel. His gaze fixed upon Lin Yin as he advanced. Lin Yin, grounded and clutching his chest, pondered whether he would have to rely on a puppet after all. Even summoning the fire lotus would be futile without sufficient cultivation, he lamented. How about I take over your body and deal with him? Suggested his ancestor. Lin Yin turned to his forebear, asking, Ancestor, what are your chances of success? After a moment's contemplation, the elder replied, I would say 10%. But that is merely to spare the dignity of the opponent. It would be beneath me, a tribulation survivor, to bully such a minor Yuan cultivator. Very well, Ancestor. I entrust this to you. It would be best to eliminate them both. Otherwise, I shall be hunted to my demise. Regardless of their survival, I will be pursued. So it is better to end it decisively. Just as Lin's ancestor prepared to possess his body, a clear voice rang out from a distance. A young man clad in white approached, exuding an air of grace and charm, accompanied by a resolute figure in dark attire, whose demeanor was fierce yet composed. Arms crossed and a long sword held firmly. The white-clad youth addressed Qian Bai, Senior, you are being excessive. Is it not beneath you to bully a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Qian Bai, incensed, retorted, who are you to interfere? Though unfamiliar with the newcomers, Qian Duoduo recognized them as Dao Yuan and Li Yifei. The crowd murmured in recognition, aren't they the top two from the recent Flying Cloud sect recruitment event? Indeed. They are prodigies, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment at merely 16 years old, someone explained. Impressive, Lin Yin thought, intrigued by the duo. Qian Duoduo, with a haughty demeanor, warned, you two should not meddle. This matter is ours. He has offended me and must die. Even if you are geniuses of the Flying Cloud sect, the Qian family has its backing. Oh, the Qian family? The Zhongzhou Qian family does make us wary. But what influence does the Qian family of Luyun City hold that would intimidate us? We have been here for days, and based on your reputation, I would be inclined to end your life right now, Li Yifei jested. You dare? Qian Duoduo fumed. Just wait until my fifth young master arrives. We shall see if you dare to act so brazenly. While I may not be able to touch you, that boy is beyond your protection. Qian Bai, finish him. In a fit of rage, Qian Duoduo glared at the two. Old Fong, I find that boy quite likable. Might I request you spare him? At that moment, a voice echoed from the heavens. Very well, I too find that boy agreeable. Emerging from the clouds was an elder, the one who had just spoken. Young man, for my sake, let him go. Qian Duoduo, unrestrained, retorted, who are you, old man? Do you wish to provoke the Qian family and invite their wrath? Qian Bai swiftly intervened, placing a hand over Qian Duoduo's mouth. Young master, exercise caution. This man's cultivation is profound, and I cannot discern his strength. We must tread lightly. Should he take offense, even we, as members of the Qian family, would be in grave danger. The dignity of a strong cultivator is not to be trifled with. Old Fong regarded the reckless youth with disapproval. Tempted to end his life, but restrained by the young master's lineage and the ties to the Zhongzhou Qian family. You should be aware that had another spoken to me thus, they would be a corpse by now. His expression turned cold. Feeling the weight of Old Fong's aura, Qian Duoduo's face blanched. Qian Bai knelt, pleading, Senior, we mean no offense. Let us not be enemies. We will spare him. Whatever you desire, we shall comply. Qian Duoduo, under the weight of pressure, also knelt. Senior, I was wrong. I should not have spoken so carelessly. Seeing their contrition, Old Fong stroked his beard. You may leave. Qian Bai helped Qian Duo to his feet, and they hurried away toward the Qian family. On their way, Qian Duo cast a glance back at Lin Yan, vowing silently. You wait. Once you leave the city, I will surely kill you. Chapter 67. Dao Yuan and Li Yifei. Lin Yan sensed the malice in Qian Duo's departing glance but remained unfazed. After all, death was not a certainty. Should the need arise, he might still find a way to confront him. Fearless, Lin Yan leaned against the wall, supporting himself with the xuanzhong, while clutching his wound. He hastily retrieved an elixir and consumed it. At that moment, Dao Yuan and Li Yifei approached. Friend, are you unhurt? Lin Yan observed the two. One with a gentle countenance and the other with an icy demeanor. Thank you for saving me. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. What do you require? The two exchanged glances, expressing their reluctance. We intervened merely because we could not abide Qian Duo's insolence, so do not misinterpret our intentions. We seek no reward. With a favorable impression of the duo, Lin Yan proposed, then allow me to treat you to a meal. However, upon glancing at the ruined inn, he hesitated. Li Yifei, perceiving Lin Yan's concern, suggested, let us dine at the finest tavern in Luoyuan City, Zui Xianjiu. Is it expensive? Lin Yan inquired. If so, may I settle the bill with spiritual herbs? My supply of spirit stones is limited, but I am well stocked with herbs. Certainly, if your finances are somewhat limited, it would be prudent to consider the Daobao auction house for your endeavors. It is a reputable establishment, unlikely to engage in any nefarious activities. Lin Yan pondered. That is a valid point. I cannot perpetually rely on spirit herbs for my transactions, and I must acquire some spirit stones. Fortunately, I procured a fair quantity of spirit herbs and flowers before my departure. Otherwise, I would find myself in quite a predicament. Esteemed friends, might you escort me to the Daobao auction house? I wish to auction my spirit herbs. Dao Yuan interjected at this moment. I am acquainted with their steward. We shall accompany you, came the reply. Very well, they responded, bowing respectfully to Elder Fong. Thank you, Elder Fong. Elder Fong smiled gently, a streak of light ascending skyward. Is this venerable elder one of your kin? Remarkable, exclaimed Li Yifei. Indeed, our Elder Fong is one of the 10 elders of our sect. A cultivator at the great ascension stage. Quite impressive, is it not? We are currently out for training, and Elder Fong serves as our protector. Oh, so you're also out for training. I too am on a similar journey. I have a protector as well. Though my master has warned me that he shall only appear when my life hangs by a thread, Dao Yuan remarked. Both Dao Yuan and Li Yifei were taken aback. Recognizing Lin Yan's master, Ao Fan, as a truly commendable mentor, this was the essence of genuine training, unlike their own somewhat sheltered experience. They resolved to speak to Elder Fong about this next time, as relying solely on elders seemed a tad excessive. Dao Yuan led the way, while Li Yifei engaged Lin Yan in conversation. My friend, may I inquire your esteemed name? I am Lin Yan, a disciple from the broken immortal peak of Lingyun sect. Lin Yan, I am Li Yifei. This is Dao Yuan, he gestured. Dao Yuan, with an expression of indifference, merely stated his name. Lin Yan turned to Dao Yuan and asked, Li brother, does Dao Yuan possess a natural disposition against smiling? His expression has remained unchanged since we began. Leaning in, Li Yifei whispered, I am uncertain, but I suspect it may be due to his identity as a sword cultivator. Do they not tend to maintain a solemn demeanor, exuding an air of superiority? Suddenly, Li Yifei felt a chill emanating from Dao Yuan's gaze, realizing he had been scrutinized. He feigned nonchalance, whistling as he looked upwards. And once Dao Yuan redirected his attention, Li Yifei resumed a normal conversation with Lin Yan. Lin Yan, where do you plan to journey for your training? I am still uncertain. This is my first outing for training, and I am not well acquainted with the eastern region. Why not join us? We are headed to Zhuke City. As I have heard, there is a secret realm nearby that is set to open in 3 days. We intend to explore it for potential opportunities. Lin Yan considered this suggestion favorably. After all, he was uncertain of his destination, and companionship was preferable to aimless wandering. Very well, I shall trouble you both. There is no trouble among friends. There is no need for such formality, they replied with laughter. Before the Daobao auction house, the group gazed in awe at the 9-story building, except for Dao Yuan, who remained composed having visited previously. Please wait here. I shall go inside to find my friend. Dao Yuan instructed. The two stood idly outside when a group approached, consisting of Qian Duo, Qian Ba, and several unfamiliar faces. Are you two here for the auction as well? Unlikely, given your humble appearance. How could you possibly attend? Qian Duo sneered. Li Yifei was infuriated by the rudeness of Qian Duoduo's remarks. Indeed, how audacious of him, he thought, though he knew he could not afford to participate in the auction, as an entry requirement demanded assets exceeding 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yan gently patted Li Yifei's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. How dare you comment on our worth? I fear that what I possess might astonish you. While I may lack spirit stones, I do possess items valued at 100,000 spirit stones. Qian Duoduo regarded Lin Yan with skepticism, unwilling to believe his claim. Lin Yan chose not to engage further, instead revealing a 5th-tier spirit herb before Qian Duoduo. Behold, this is a 5th-tier spirit herb. Does it not warrant a valuation of 100,000 spirit stones? Qian Duoduo stared in disbelief at the herb in Lin Yan's hand, utterly astonished that a foundation establishment cultivator would possess such a treasure. A young man behind Qian Duoduo observed the exchange with indifference. Trivial disputes held no significance to him, as within his family. The competition for the position of family leader was fierce, with each member typically possessing at least 100 million spirit stones. The aristocratic young man felt a tinge of irritation at Qian Duoduo's antics, as he was there for the auction, not to engage in petty squabbles. Qian Duoduo, are you coming or not? If you continue to waste time, I suggest you step aside, he admonished. Qian Duoduo, sensing the displeasure of the young master, begrudgingly approached him. Young master, my apologies. Let us proceed inside and not allow these two destitute souls to offend our eyes. As they entered, the young master noticed the spirit herb in Lin Yan's grasp, halting in his tracks. Friend, might I purchase that spirit herb from you? I am willing to offer 100,000 for it. I am afraid I must decline. I intend to present it at the auction. The young master, upon hearing this, said nothing further and turned to leave. Li brother, did they mention there would be an auction this afternoon? Does that mean I can auction my items today? A quarter of an hour later, Dao Yuan emerged with a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. This is my 5th uncle, who currently oversees operations at the Daobao auction house. If you have anything to auction, simply convey it to him. Greetings, 5th uncle. Lin Yan and Li Yifei greeted politely. No trouble at all, young brother. If you have anything of value to auction, present it, and I shall take a look. However, if it lacks substantial worth, I may also offer to purchase it directly, the middle-aged man replied. Lin Yan, upon hearing this, retrieved a 7th-tier spirit herb from his storage ring. But the steward immediately interjected, urging him to conceal it. Young brother, follow me. This is not a suitable place for such discussions. Wealth should not be flaunted, understood? The group exchanged glances and followed the steward into a lavishly decorated chamber, resplendent in gold and splendor, epitomizing the indulgence of the affluent. You are Lin Xiao, correct? I am Dao Wu, Dao Yuan's 5th uncle. You may call me Uncle Wu. Yes, Uncle Wu, they replied, nodding in agreement. Young brother, please present the items you wish to auction. Lin Yan then revealed 5 7th-tier spirit herbs and 1 8th-tier spirit herb. Upon witnessing these treasures, Dao Wu was momentarily stupefied. Overwhelmed with excitement, who could have anticipated that such a young individual would possess such wealth? Each herb was worth no less than 10 million spirit stones. Uncle Wu, are these eligible for auction? Lin Yan inquired. Dao Wu, regaining his composure, apologized. Of course they are. However, I can only identify the 7th-tier herbs. I cannot discern the other. I shall fetch someone to confirm. Dao Wu hurriedly ascended to the top floor, where a corpulent elder was indulging in a meal. Displeased to be interrupted. What is it? If it is not of significance, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you for disturbing my meal. Dao Wu felt a wave of anxiety, for this man was the head of Daobao Pavilion, known as Zhang Fugui, who had but one passion, his love for food. Master, there is a spirit herb below, the grade of which I cannot ascertain. I suspect it may be an 8th-tier herb. Would you like to take a look? What? An 8th tier? Such herbs are rare and sought after. It is indeed remarkable that someone wishes to auction one. Come, lead me to it. Zhang Fugui hurriedly descended the stairs enveloped in a misty haze, entering a room where he was immediately captivated by the sight of a rare herb upon the table. It was the blood soul herb, an 8th-tier spiritual plant, notoriously difficult to procure. This herb typically thrives on the battlefield, absorbing the essence of wandering souls and malevolent spirits for its growth, making it a rare find. To encounter such a treasure here was truly unexpected. If refined into a pill, it could significantly enhance a cultivator's spiritual essence. Indeed, it was a remarkable find. Oh. 3 stalks of 7th-tier wind spirit herb and 2 stalks of 7th-tier water spirit herb. Splendid. This auction will surely be a grand affair. Dao Wu, Spread the word this afternoon that we will auction the blood soul herb tomorrow afternoon. Let all nearby sects know, be they first or second tier. Just ensure the announcement is widespread. Yes, subsect leader, came the reply. Rest assured, we will secure a favorable price for you. Today, we have an auction. Are you interested in attending? Additionally, young brother, your 7th tier herbs will be auctioned off this afternoon. Exchanging glances, Li Yifei spoke. Sure, I have never witnessed an auction before. With Lin Yan's connections, I'm eager to see how the wealthy indulge in their spending. Dao Yuan and Lin Yan remained silent but shared a mutual curiosity. Very well, follow me. Zhang Fugui led them to a small chamber, which revealed itself as an auction venue. Upon entering, they were greeted by a bustling crowd of hundreds. All gathered to bid on their desired items. Li Yifei, seemingly awestruck, observed eagerly, why can't we see anyone in the opposite room? Isn't our room supposed to be transparent? With a smile, the subsect leader explained, all rooms are constructed similarly. We merely employ a barrier array, allowing us to see below while others cannot see us, just as you cannot see them. Li Yifei further inquired, what else with the 6 levels? I noticed each one is more extravagant than the last. Zhang Fugui laughed heartily. Young brother, let me elucidate. The top tier is reserved for sect leaders. We cannot treat them as lesser beings. Below them are clients with a black gold membership card, possessing assets around 100 million middle-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1 billion lower-grade stones. Next come the platinum members with 10 million middle-grade stones, followed by diamond members with 1 million, gold members with 100,000. And finally, the base level requiring a mere million spirit stones for entry. Listening to the introduction, the 3 youths were left speechless. 1 billion? Middle-grade spirit stones? This feels like a dream. They are incredibly wealthy. The elder of the Lin family looked at his descendants with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You should not envy such trivial amounts. Lin boy, you are far wealthier than they. Lin Yan pondered, confused as to when he had amassed such wealth. The elder sighed. Do you not realize how much a 9th tier herb can fetch? Have you forgotten how many you cultivate on the broken immortal peak? Your master is a significant benefactor. There is no need to covet others' fortunes. How much does one 9th tier herb sell for? Lin Yan queried. 100 million. Lin Yan, upon hearing this, thought it was not so outrageous after all. That's not too much. Upper grade spirit stones. What? This revelation left the group bewildered. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Yan suddenly recalled something. What is it? Asked the subsect leader. I'm hungry. Lin Yan chuckled. Dao Yuan and Li Yifei exchanged incredulous glances. But moments later, Zhang Fugui summoned servants to prepare a lavish feast, leaving Dao Yuan and Li Yifei in disbelief, with Lin Yan equally astonished. What are you doing? Didn't you say you were hungry? Come and eat. Man is made of iron, and a meal is steel. One cannot work on an empty stomach. Isn't that something for mere mortals? Cultivators can go without food, Li Yifei remarked. Lin Yan, however, was unfazed. He was accustomed to dining at the broken immortal peak and had a fondness for exquisite cuisine. Dao Yuan and Li Yifei soon joined him at the table, and seeing them eat brought Zhang Fugui joy. Previously, he dined alone, often hearing that food was for mortals, yet here he was, sharing a meal with companions. After their feast, feeling somewhat overstuffed, they burped contentedly. Let us wait a bit. The auction is about to commence. Chapter 69, Bidding unbeknownst to them. The auction had already begun. The 3 young men gazed eagerly at the scene below, exhilarated at the prospect of participating in an auction for the first time. Even Dao Yuan felt a thrill, though he maintained a stoic facade. Suddenly, Lin Yan asked, subsect leader, can we also bid? Zhang Fugui smiled, of course. Your herbs are worth at least 100 million. Feel free to bid as you wish. The group was electrified by the prospect. But Dao Yuan and Li Yifei glanced at Lin Yan, hesitant since it was Lin Yan's money at stake. Lin Yan sensed their reluctance, bid freely. If you find something you desire, just call out, and I will cover it. Lin Yan was unreserved, recognizing their kindness in assisting him, though he needed no help. Their goodwill had forged a bond, and he was unconcerned about the financial implications. A clear, melodious female voice resonated from below, enchanting all who heard it. Esteemed guests from far and wide, welcome to our auction house. It is our honor to host you. I wish you all success in acquiring your coveted treasures. I am Zhang Ling the daughter of Zhang Fugui, the owner of Daobao Auction House. I kindly ask everyone to respect the proceedings and refrain from any disturbances. The crowd assured her they would remain orderly, some even adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Don't worry, Sister Linger, we won't cause any trouble. Whoever dares to disrupt will face our wrath. Indeed, the others looked on, bemused by the sycophants, considering their fawning behavior quite excessive. The crowd could only chatter. None dared to act out, for Daobao Pavilion was not to be trifled with. Lin Yin and his companions were taken aback by the scene and turned their gaze towards Zhang Fugui, who also appeared surprised. Having not intended for her to host the auction, Zhang Fugui approached the stage, concern etched on his face as he addressed his daughter, before summoning a few individuals who promptly vanished. At that moment, Lin Yin heard the voice of the elder from the Lin family beside him. These individuals are formidable. Each possesses cultivation at the void refinement stage. Really? They are that strong? Where could they be going? If I am not mistaken, they are likely assigned to protect that young lady. Ah, I see. Feeling the atmosphere grow somewhat tense, Zhang Fugui reassured them. It's all right. My daughter simply enjoys playing. Let us sit and observe the auction. The first item up for bid is the Flame Spear, a magical weapon that ignites flames upon striking. It is suitable for golden core and nascent soul cultivators. The starting bid is 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 500 stones. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction officially begins. Feel free to place your bids. As the fire attribute cultivators and spear wielders began to call out their bids, the initial offer was 10,500, then 11,000, and suddenly, a young master jumped the bid to 15,000, leaving many hesitant to continue bidding. 20,000. A gold core cultivator exclaimed, prompting the crowd to cease their bidding. It was merely a low-grade magical artifact, nothing extraordinary. Zhang Linger inquired, is there anyone else willing to bid? If so, please do so swiftly. If not, then I shall count. 20,000 once, 20,000 twice, 20,000 thrice, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the Flame Spear. Please proceed to the adjacent room for the transaction. This auction continued in a tepid manner for 5 items. The next item was a folding fan, a spiritual tool possessing 5 attributes, capable of surprising an opponent. The starting bid was set at 1 million low-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 100,000. In the black gold tier room, a young gentleman gazed at the fan with great admiration. This young man was Qian Feng, the 5th son of the Qian family from Central State. As Qian Feng prepared to bid, his companion, Qian Duo, hastily stepped forward to assist him. Young master, allow me to handle this. You need only to speak. Seeing that his sycophant was quite perceptive, Qian Feng chose not to reprimand him. 110,000. Meanwhile, Lin Yin observed Li Yifei, whose eyes were nearly popping out of his head. However, upon reflecting on his own circumstances, he questioned whether he was worthy of such a fan. Noticing Li Yifei's apprehension, Lin Yin decisively called out 2 million. Li Yifei and Dao Yuan were taken aback by the staggering sum. They had never encountered such wealth in their lives. After all, they earned only a few thousand low-grade spirit stones monthly, and ordinary disciples received even less. Lin, that's an exorbitant amount. Perhaps you should reconsider, Li Yifei urged. Would you like to bid? It seems exhilarating, Lin Yin prompted, causing their worries to dissipate as they genuinely wished to participate. Seeing others bid with such enthusiasm, they naturally felt a yearning to join in. Lin, let me make the next bid. I wish to shout out, Li Yifei declared. All right, Lin Yin replied. Dao Yuan, tilting his head, added, I too wish to bid. Fine, I'll let you both bid shortly. Qian Feng was astonished by Lin Yan's sudden leap in bidding. It was unusual for someone to raise the price so dramatically. He was not concerned about the money itself, but rather about not overspending, for his family desperately needed the final item of the day. Securing it would elevate them to a first-class family within a millennium. Qian Feng hesitated. I can only go as high as 3 million. Anything beyond that is out of the question. Qian Duo noted the odd expression on Qian Feng's face. Did I perhaps bid too low? For million. Qian Feng, mid-drink, sputtered as water sprayed from his mouth. Just moments ago, he had deemed the previous bids inadequate, and now this individual had begun to recklessly inflate the price. Qian Feng leaped up in surprise. Who the hell told you to bid 4 million? I need to reserve funds for the subsequent items. He glared at Qian Duo, kicking him lightly. If no one else bids, you shall cover this. For million? That's my entire monthly expenditure. Qian Duo lamented. Oh well, I suppose I brought this upon myself. Lin Yin urged the pair, go ahead and bid. Do not fear. I have the means to cover it. Dao Yuan turned his head away, while Li Yifei, taking a deep breath, exclaimed, 5 million. The declaration was filled with fervor, however. In reality, it barely registered above a whisper. The others exchanged glances, bemused. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Lin Yin sighed. You must hurry. If you delay, it may be too late. Zhang Lingo announced loudly, for million once, for million twice. Hearing her call, Li Yifei anxiously shouted, 5 million. All eyes turned towards the top floor. Zhang Linger felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Isn't that my father's exclusive box? Why is there a young person's voice emanating from within? Qian Duo exhaled in relief, grateful that his financial woes would not escalate this month. Qian Feng felt a twinge of regret for missing the opportunity to acquire the spiritual tool. Buoyed by courage, Li Yifei called out. Zhang Linger continued. Is there no further bidding? After a brief pause, with silence prevailing, she concluded, 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice sold. Shortly thereafter, a voice resonated from outside Zhang Fugui's door, Dao Wu's voice. Subdepartment head, I have brought the items for you. The group hurried to open the door. Gazing at the fan with a mix of pain and awe at its exorbitant price, Lin Yin, bemused, remarked at the absurdity of the 5 million spirit stones required for a mere fan. He tossed it to Li Yifei, who caught it with a start, perplexed. Lin, what is the meaning of this? You purchased it. Why are you giving it to me? Seeing Li Yifei's excited yet reluctant expression, Lin Yin found it amusing. Li, are you truly unwilling to accept? If not, I shall simply burn it for firewood. Both Dao Yuan and Li Yifei panicked. Li Yifei, feeling a pang of regret, exclaimed, No, I shall accept it. The four exchanged glances, laughter bubbling forth. Only Li Yifei cradled the fan lovingly, as if it were a cherished lover. Zhang Fugui waved his hand. You may leave now. After Dao Wu and the others departed, Zhang Fugui contemplated the young ones before him, reminiscent of his own youthful days. A smile of nostalgia graced his lips. From the auction platform, Zhang Linger announced, Next up for auction is a spirit sword, a top-grade spirit tool, with a starting bid of 1,500,000. Upon hearing this, Dao Yuan's eyes widened in longing, his previously impassive face betraying a flicker of desire. Yet, he realized he could not afford it and was reluctant to trouble Lin Yin, who had been acutely aware of Dao Yuan's inner turmoil. In the black gold box, the atmosphere was electric as bidders from the platinum, diamond, and gold boxes eagerly sought the spirit sword. 2 million, came a voice from the gold box. Their cultivation levels were not high, yet they were captivated by the allure of such a sword. 250,000, the diamond box chimed in. Qian Duo, eyeing the sword, felt compelled to bid but glanced at Qian Feng, who showed no interest. Young master, I wish to bid. This sword seems fated to be mine. Qian Feng dismissed him with disdain. Go ahead and bid if you wish. For 100,000. Qian Duo raised the bid by 150,000, causing several participants to withdraw. Dao Yuan watched the sword with a mix of yearning and helplessness. 600,000. The latest bid caused another wave of withdrawals. Dao Yuan turned to Lin Yin. Brother Lin, do you think 600,000 is excessive? Not at all, Lin Yin reassured him. You should bid. I promised I would let you participate. After a moment's hesitation, Dao Yuan succumbed to the sword's allure and decided to bid. In the black gold box, Qian Duo glowered at Lin Yin's room, harboring resentment, but he knew he could not afford to offend them, forcing him to swallow his anger. 700,000. He gritted his teeth, announcing the figure. Upon hearing the bid, Dao Yuan felt a pang of regret but maintained a stoic facade. 1 million. After Dao Yuan's bid, he glanced at Lin Yin, who nodded encouragingly. Dao Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Qian Duo sighed heavily, refraining from further bids, convinced it was not worth it. However, a female voice from the diamond box piped up, 1,200,000. Should there be further bids, I shall withdraw. Dao Yuan seized the opportunity, confidently raising the bid to 1,300,000, shocking the onlookers. They realized the sword should not exceed 1,200,000. Exchanging glances filled with admiration and disbelief at Lin Yin's apparent wealth, Zhang Linger proclaimed, If no one calls for a bid, I shall conclude the transaction immediately. Congratulations to this young gentleman for acquiring this spiritual sword. It shall be delivered to your chamber shortly. She proceeded to announce the next item, the 7th grade spiritual herb, wind spirit grass. Each stalk was priced at 10 million low-grade spirit stones, totaling 30 million for 3 stalks, with a minimum bid increment of 3 million. For those cultivators attuned to the wind attribute, this opportunity is singular. Should you miss it, the next chance is uncertain. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the black gold box fixated on the spiritual herbs, his eyes wide with desire. Elder, are you not a dual-root cultivator of wind and fire? Should we not acquire these? Indeed, we must bid. If I can obtain these herbs and refine them into elixirs, they could assist me in breaking through my current level. I have been stalled at the 8th stage of the Great Ascension for several millennia. If I do not advance soon, my time may run out. 40 million. A rough voice emanated from the black gold box. This man, known as Feng Yin, hailed from the Burning Fire sect and was the current second elder. Having dedicated his life to the sect, he was present not only out of necessity, but also in search of a breakthrough. Fortune favored him as he encountered the 7th grade wind attribute spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, Qian Feng and his associates refrained from bidding, as they lacked cultivators with wind affinity, thus choosing not to squander their resources. 40 million once, 40 million twice. As the auctioneer prepared to announce the third call, a voice from the platinum box interrupted. 43 million. Feng Yin frowned. 50 million. Xiao Guang, investigate the identity of those in the platinum box. When we leave Lian City, eliminate them for daring to raise the price against me. Those who oppose the Burning Fire sect deserve a grim fate. Little did the occupants of the platinum box anticipate that their single bid would summon their doom. Ultimately, the 3 stalks of 7th grade spiritual grass were sold for 40 million low-grade spirit stones. In the Tianyun continent, where the elemental attributes were abundantly diverse, it was not surprising that there were few bids for the wind attribute. The occupants of the platinum box conceded defeat, recognizing they could not compete with Feng Yin's influence. The next item, however, was markedly different. 2 stalks of 7th grade water spirit grass, starting at a bid of 20 million, with increments of no less than 2 million. The platinum box dominated this auction, with bids coming predominantly from its members, eventually securing the 2 stalks for 50 million. The successful bidder was a cloaked figure, obscuring their true identity. The subsequent auctions were rather uneventful until the final item was revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that many of you have come specifically for this last item. Without further ado, the final item is the heavenly grade technique, Azure Seablade, commencing at 10 million middle grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1,000. Upon the unveiling of the heavenly grade technique, both the black gold and platinum box occupants stood, though their presence remained unseen. The diamond and gold box inhabitants, alongside ordinary affluent onlookers, felt a pang of inadequacy in comparison. At that moment, the first bid from the platinum box rang out. 11 million middle grade spirit stones. The bidder, seated within the box, silently prayed. No one raised the bid. No one raised the bid yet. Almost immediately, another voice countered. 15 million. How stingy. An increment of just 5 million? Who do you think you are? Came a derisive remark from another room within the platinum box. 20 million. In the black gold box, Ouyang Guang inquired, Elder, shall we not bid? Let them play for a while, the elder replied, a mischievous glint in his eye as he observed the unfolding drama. 5th young master, should we raise the bid? It's already at 20 million middle grade spirit stones, Qian Feng suggested. No need. The moment has yet to arrive. Meanwhile, Dao Yuan and Li Yifei were preoccupied with their own treasures, while Lin Yin, puzzled, approached the subsect leader, Zhang Fugui. Why have the individuals in the black gold box yet to bid? Do they not desire the heavenly grade technique? Such a treasure is coveted by countless cultivators. Dao Yuan and Li Yifei, intrigued by Lin Yin's question, joined him. You all fail to grasp. They possess wealth beyond measure. Regardless of others' bids, they can always outbid. Moreover, when they do, they can flaunt their superiority, feeding their vanity. Lin Yin and his companions were left speechless, contemplating the absurdity of the black gold box occupants, who seemed to revel in wasting time. As the bids surged like a tempest, the numbers escalated rapidly. 25 million, 30 million, 35 million, 40 million. Until someone reached the staggering sum of 80 million. It was Feng Yin, the elder from the Burning Fire sect. 100 million. The utterance of that figure rendered the crowd speechless. Few could muster such wealth. Even Qian Feng frowned, aware that he possessed only 150 million. If his opponent had more, his effort would have been in vain. Feng Yin gazed fervently at the heavenly grade technique, envisioning the immense benefits it would bestow upon his return to the sect. However, just as he lost himself in daydreams, Qian Feng began raising the stakes. 110 million. Feng Yin's expression darkened. 120 million. 130 million. At this point, Feng Yin's demeanor shifted to one of gloom. He could not match the escalating bids. Moreover, being within the treasure hall, he was cautious not to act recklessly, suppressing his frustration. Xiao Guang, you and the others conceal yourselves outside. Determine who occupies that box. If they are not from a first-rate sect, we shall prepare to seize it. Yes, elder. Ouyang Guang led a few companions to execute the plan. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Qianfeng continued to raise his bid within the black gold box. 140 million. The utterance of this figure silenced the entire room. No one dared to counter, as they had exhausted their resources. In the end, Qianfeng secured the heavenly grade technique. The moment he acquired it, he swiftly communicated with the Qian clan in Zhangzhou, requesting immediate assistance for his return, knowing that he would be a target for robbery. As the auction concluded, Lin Yin and his companions, alongside Zhang Fugui, found themselves in a guest room, the night having deepened. My dear friends, the hour is late. Please dine here before departing. After 3 days of hesitation, they finally acquiesced. Suddenly, a melodious and crystalline sound akin to the song of a yellow oriole wafted through the air at the entrance. The door gently swung open, revealing a lively and charming young woman, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. This delightful figure was none other than Zhang Linger, who had just hosted an auction. Daughter, what brings you here? She exclaimed, rushing into Zhang Fugui's embrace, eager to hear his thoughts on her recent performance. Zhang Fugui gazed at his daughter and declared, My daughter is undoubtedly the finest. Your performance was exceptional. Zhang Linger leaped with joy, only to notice several unfamiliar young men observing her. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Father, why are there people here? This is so embarrassing. Zhang Fugui chuckled heartily. They have been here all along. You simply ran into my arms without noticing. Allow me to introduce them. This is Dao Yuan from Fei Yun's sect, and this is Li Yifei from the same sect. And this is Lin Yin. By the way, Lin Yin, which sect do you belong to? I seem to be unaware. At this moment, Li Yifei stepped forward to answer for Lin Yin. He is from the Ling Yun sect, specifically the Poxian Peak. Ling Yun sect's Poxian Peak? Isn't the Peak Master merely at the Qi refinement stage? I heard he recently took on a disciple. Could it be you, my friend? How could such a genius choose a master at the Qi refinement stage? Zhang Linga boldly remarked, Lin Yin, is your master a useless person? I heard the Peak Master is merely at the Qi refinement stage. Is that true? Zhang Fugui widened his eyes at his daughter, astonished by her audacity. He slapped his forehead in disbelief. Lin Yin also twitched his lips in response. Master, how did your reputation spread so far that even here I hear tales of your prowess? In the projection, Ao Fan's expression darkened as he muttered curses under his breath. You're the useless one. Your whole family is useless. Damn it. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he reminded himself to remain calm, attributing the outburst to youthful ignorance. Yet, the more he pondered, the angrier he became, ultimately turning off the projection and retreating to rest. Meanwhile, Lin Yin felt a tinge of irritation but restrained himself. Aware of the setting, Zhang Fugui urged Zhang Linger to apologize, to which she responded with confusion. Why should I? Isn't that what my father told me? Lin Yin, I apologize. I shouldn't have repeated my father's words, she finally said. Zhang Fugui, having just sipped water, sputtered in surprise. Lin Yin recognized that the young girl was genuinely unaware of her faux pas, so he chose not to hold it against her. After all, it was true that his master had a less than stellar reputation in the eyes of outsiders. Zhang Fugui, feeling a bit awkward, invited everyone to dine together. Come, everyone. Don't just stand there, let us eat. As they dined, Zhang Linger turned to Li Yifei and asked, Brother Yifei, you are quite handsome. Have you found a wife yet? Li Yifei nearly choked on the duck leg he had just bitten into, while his father awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, young friend. My daughter is still quite young and speaks without a filter. It's all right, came the response. Zhang Linger, puzzled, wondered, is that a difficult question to answer? The subsequent inquiries left Lin Yin and the others somewhat at a loss. Dao Yuan, why do you have such a stern expression? Does someone owe you money? She asked. Lin Yin, why do you always wear black? Is it because your heart is dark? My father told me that many people who wear black are quite sinister. The trio felt as though they had been hit by a barrage of unexpected blows. Zhang Fugui hurriedly intervened, shoving a chicken leg into Zhang Linger's mouth. Apologies, he exclaimed. As the three shook their heads, indicating that it was no trouble at all, they had quickly grasped Zhang Linger's unrestrained personality. By the way, how did you three come together? Where are your elders? Li Yifei inquired. Zhang sect master, we are out here for training. Our elders do not accompany us lightly. He replied. Zhang Fugui sighed in relief, grateful that he hadn't offended them, for that would have been a significant issue. Observing his daughter, he mused. My daughter is no longer a child, don't you think? The three were taken aback, exclaiming, No, we are still young. We haven't even thought about finding partners. Zhang Fugui, bewildered, clarified, You misunderstood. I merely wish for you to take my daughter along for training. She is also not so young anymore. Settling back at the table, The tension dissipated. Miss Lingo should be around 14 or 15. Isn't that a bit young? They mused. Before Zhang Fugui could respond, Zhang Lingo proudly interjected. I'm not young. The trio, upon observing her boldness, realized the misunderstanding. Their definition of young differed greatly from hers. Zhang Fugui sighed. They are referring to age. Zhang Linger, finally comprehending, smiled sheepishly and took her seat. Rest assured, I will find a protector for Linger. I want to put you in a difficult position. Zhang Fugui assured them. The three were left speechless. Did they truly care whether Zhang Linger had a protector? Their concern lay in her unpredictable remarks, fearing she might attract the attention of formidable cultivators. However, Zhang Fugui paid no mind to their apprehension. Since you do not object, I shall assume you have agreed. Linger, tomorrow you shall accompany these brothers for training. Once the auction concludes, you will depart. The three exchanged glances, utterly perplexed. When did we agree to this? Despair was evident in their eyes, yet Zhang Fugui's amiable nature left them without much choice. That evening, they were arranged accommodations by Zhang Fugui. Outside the city of Luyun, the night was shrouded in darkness, yet flickering lights danced beyond the city walls. Indeed, those glimmers were caused by Feng Yin of the Burning Fire sect, who unleashed a barrage of fiery attacks upon a solitary figure ahead. The man, merely at the first or second stage of the Great Ascension, became a target for Feng Yin's relentless onslaught. The middle-aged man, fuming, glared at the cloaked figures before him. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Feng Yin grinned wickedly. Do you recall the bidding war we had at the auction? Your raised bid forced me to spend excessively. I despise being provoked. Those who challenge me at auctions typically meet a grim fate, and you shall be no different. Oh, so it is you. You were crossing the line. The man retorted, I am affiliated with the Feng family. Humph, the Feng family? What a worthless clan. Feng Yin scoffed. Unleashing a powerful attack, Fire Dragon's roar. A colossal fire dragon, formed from pure spiritual energy, surged forth from Feng Yin's weapon. The middle-aged man felt a wave of regret wash over him, lamenting his misfortune in provoking such a lunatic. But before he could voice his complaints, the attack struck. He hastily formed seals, enveloping himself in a translucent blade of wind. However, within a mere breath, he was reduced to ashes. The disparity in their cultivation levels too vast to overcome. Xiao Guang, has the individual who purchased the heavenly grade technique yet exited the city? A venerable elder inquired. No. They seem to have lodged at the auction house, likely awaiting someone to escort them, came the reply. Humph, do they think I cannot deal with them? Unless they are transcending tribulation cultivators, they are doomed. Let us find a place to rest, the elder concluded. The skirmish swiftly came to an end, and those who had come to witness the excitement arrived too late, finding only remnants of flames. Disappointed, they departed, having missed the spectacle. Meanwhile, Lin Yin was in his quarters, meditating and reflecting on his earlier battle with Qianba. Though he had been on the receiving end of the blows, he gathered some insights, and before long, he made a breakthrough, reaching the 8th level of foundation establishment. The following afternoon, Zhang Fugui summoned everyone for a meal, and the group promptly ceased their training to join him. A group of individuals gathered around a table, dining while observing the auction unfolding below. Today, Zhang Lingo was once again the host of this event, and it must be noted that she appeared far more pleasing to the eye when standing on stage than when seated amongst the audience. Her presence was devoid of superfluous chatter. The auction itself lacked many remarkable items and proceeded swiftly, with most of the lots being acquired by bidders from the lower tiers. However, when the final item was presented, a figure from the black gold box grew visibly excited, for he had been in search of this spirit herb for nearly several centuries. He had merely intended to join the commotion of the auction, yet fate had led him to this moment. This individual, known as Hun Fei, was a cultivator at the tribulation stage, who had previously suffered a grievous injury to his soul during a duel and was in dire need of an 8th-tier elixir to restore it. After searching through numerous cities without success, he was astounded to discover it in this modest location. Hun Fei erupted into laughter, addressing the second elder. You have shown no mercy, so do not blame me for my actions. You have turned the Soul Palace into a mere subsidiary of another, should you perish. How will you face our ancestors? Our Soul Palace has always prohibited involvement in external conflicts, yet you have allied with those from the central domain. Once I recover, I shall reclaim the Soul Palace. The final item of the day was the Blood Soul Herb, an 8th-tier spirit herb capable of enhancing soul power and healing soul injuries. Let us not linger on details. The starting bid is set at 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Hun Fei immediately called out, 50 million. This audacious bid left the crowd in stunned silence. Who among them could raise such an amount? Nevertheless, some soul cultivators began to raise their bids. 55 million. In the black gold box, only Han Fei continued to bid, as Qian Feng lacked the resources to contend for this item. And Feng Yin was still waiting for him outside the city. Thus, only those from the platinum box remained in the bidding, also soul cultivators. Han Fei turned to one of them, saying, "Friend, I require this herb for my recovery. Might you consider relinquishing it to me?" The individual from the platinum box replied resolutely, "I am a soul cultivator as well and cannot concede. I too am in need of it. You know well how arduous it is for us to cultivate. Finding suitable spirit herbs is even more challenging. Having finally encountered one, how could I let it slip away?" Understanding the plight of his fellow cultivator, Han Fei did not press the matter further. "Very well, let us compete in terms of financial resources then. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million. The individual from the platinum box fell silent, as he had only 100 million and could not muster more. Reluctantly, he withdrew. Han Fei chuckled. "Competing in finances with me is a jest. I once held the esteemed title of elder, and in this regard, I am not lacking." Before long, Han Fei completed the transaction and vanished from sight. The occupant of the platinum box, who had initially considered robbing Han Fei, soon found himself unable to locate the one who had secured the blood soul herb, forcing him to abandon his intentions. Lin Yin gaped in disbelief. 100 million mid-grade spirit stones? Am I dreaming? That equates to 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Dao Yuan, slap me. A resounding smack echoed as Li Yifei's face turned red. Dao Yuan, have you gone too far? That was quite a blow. Were you not the one who requested it? Truly perplexing. It was you who asked for a slap, and yet complain about the force. Li Yifei had no retort. Forget it, forget it. Brother Lin. Now that you possess such wealth, treat us to a fine meal. Lin Yin snapped back to attention. What would you like to eat? I shall treat you. Dao Yuan remained silent, while Li Yifei's mouth nearly watered. Brother Lin, I wish to dine at the Zui Xianju. Their delicacies are renowned, with ingredients often sourced from demon beasts, many of which are of the 5th or 6th tier. It is said that even those of lower realms can achieve several breakthroughs after partaking in their meals. Dao Yuan, upon hearing this, delivered a sharp reprimand to Li Yifei. Are you trying to bankrupt Brother Lin? A single meal there costs millions of low-grade spirit stones. What are you thinking? Lin Yin was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that a meal could command such a price. Typically, a meal would cost only a handful of spirit stones, yet this was an exorbitant increase. However, with wealth at hand, indulging in a lavish meal seemed feasible. Very well, since we must travel to Zui Xianju, let us treat it as a sumptuous feast. At that moment, Zhang Linger rushed in. You all plan to go to Zui Xianju? Splendid. I have heard tales of their culinary delights, but alas, the prices are too steep for my purse. Lin Yan's lip twitched. It seems you are reluctant to spend your own money, but feel no qualm about using another's. Lin Yan was not one to be petty. All right, we shall depart this afternoon. We should reach the next city by evening. Come, Lin Yan, here is your money. Lin Yan accepted the sum, his hands trembling slightly. It was 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, a sum he had never encountered since birth. Surely, even selling his entire family would not yield such wealth. Zhang Fuguei remarked. All right, you all should prepare. We shall set out soon. While Lin Yin and the others were ready to go, Zhang Linger was in her room, crying uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears. Zhang Fuguei regarded her with disdain. Stop that. You look dreadful. But I want to cry. Lin Yin interjected, I will only be away for half a month. If you wish to return, I can certainly escort you back. Upon hearing this, Zhang Linger ceased her tears, realizing she was only to be away for a mere 10 days. The proud Zhang Linger, do not cry. She huffed, now resembling an indignant peacock. The others exchanged glances, amused by her sudden shift from tears to pride. Zhang Fuguei inquired. Young friend Lin, why are you only away for half a month? Lin Yin explained. It turned out it was the sect's grand competition, which Zhang Fuguei readily understood. Lingo, remember not to cause trouble while you are out. Listen to your brothers, they will not harm you. You may disregard the words of strangers, Zhang Fuguei advised the girl. Lingo obediently nodded, though whether she would heed the advice remained uncertain. The group exited the auction house. Linger, can you ride a sword? Zhang Linger responded with a turn of her eyes, I cannot. Though I am at the second stage of foundation establishment, I have never learned. Lin Yin and Dao Yuan soared into the air on their swords, leaving Li Yifei resentfully watching them depart. With no choice, he produced a folding fan. which expanded to accommodate several individuals. Hop on. Zhang Lingo leaped aboard, and under Zhang Fugue's watchful eye, they soared into the distance. Once they had taken flight, Zhang Fugue instructed, Qin Yu, you are to act as Linger's protector, ensuring her safety above all else. She must not suffer even the slightest harm. Yes, sir. I shall ensure the young lady is unharmed, Qin Yu affirmed. In the clouds, a great serpent and an elder concealed themselves, suddenly alert as a woman approached, prompting Elder Fong to grow cautious. Medusa remained unfazed. Qin Yu, upon encountering the two, found herself somewhat bewildered. Who are these individuals? I cannot perceive either of them. Greetings. I am Qin Yu, honored to meet you both. The pair regarded her with a degree of politeness. Elder Fong remarked, you are the protector of that young lady. Are you not? Qin Yu confirmed, indeed, senior. Are you and that one not the protectors of the three young ones below? Elder Fong glanced at Medusa. I am the protector of the two, while this esteemed individual is the guardian of that young man. Do not provoke her. Her cultivation is at least at the tribulation stage. Do not inquire how I know. Suffice to say, I learned it the hard way. Qin Yu was taken aback. Isn't that young man from a second-rate sect? Why is his protector so powerful? I do not understand. Senior, I am Qin Yu. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Medusa, upon realizing the newcomer was female, did not trouble her, merely responding with a curt, Elder Fong. Displeased that Medusa had not reprimanded Qin Yu as she had him, could only remain silent. Senior, it is rather unjust of you. Why must I endure your wrath when I greet you, while she does not? With just a glance from Medusa, Elder Fong was rendered powerless, unable to utter a word. Left to silently bear this unequal treatment. Outside Luyun City, Feng Yin lay in wait for Qian Feng to emerge, while Qian Duoduo's guards relayed messages to her. Upon receiving the information, Qian Duoduo, accompanied by Qian Ba, arrived outside Luyun City to wait. Chapter 74. Ambush on Qian Duoduo and her companions hastened towards the outskirts of Luyun City. As they arrived, they were met with a boisterous voice from behind. You little wretch, where do you think you're escaping to? Today marks your day of reckoning. You shall not evade my grasp. This time, Qian Duoduo not only brought Qian Ba with her, but also borrowed a cultivator at the great ascension stage from Qian Feng, fully prepared for the encounter. Lin Yin and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they recognized the newcomers. Qian Duoduo, what is your intention? Do you seek to engage us in battle? Li Yifei inquired, scrutinizing the newcomers. Meanwhile, Feng Yin, concealed in the shadows, smirked with an amused glint in his eyes. Who are these individuals? Xiao Guang. Ouyang Guang replied indifferently, reporting to the elder, our information suggests that those three had a conflict with the one named Qian Duoduo yesterday. It is unexpected that she would ambush them here. The two individuals are known to be prodigies of Feiyun sect, though the identity of the third remains unknown. The female appears to be an auctioneer from the trading house. Feng Yin displayed a mocking smile, finding the unfolding drama quite entertaining. By the way, what is the relationship between Qian Duoduo and the one who acquired the heavenly grade cultivation technique, Qian Feng? Ouyang Guang then realized both hailed from the Qian family, suggesting a possible connection. This is unclear, but I believe they have been seen together at the auction house, so they are likely acquainted. Feng Yan's gaze sharpened, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Regardless of the outcome, capture Qian Duoduo for me. Understood, elder. Lin Yin, Dao Yuan, and Zhang Lingo stood behind Li Yifei, their expressions grave as they observed the newcomers. You would do well to retreat. I harbor no intention of enmity with you. My only aim is to vanquish that wretch. Should you refuse to leave, do not blame us for being unsparing. Noticing Qian Duoduo's focus on him, Lin Yin stepped forward. Oh, you seek me? Are you certain? You little wretch, how dare you provoke me at this juncture? Truly deluded. Qian Ba, deal with them. Elder Chun, should their protector appear, kindly detain them without resorting to a life-and-death struggle. Elder Chun merely nodded in acknowledgement. You escaped my grasp last time. Today, you must perish. Qian Ba advanced menacingly, his mere presence suffocating. At that moment, Zhang Linger spoke up, prompting the others to attempt to silence her, but it was too late. You are so ugly, the ugliest person I have ever seen. Your hair is a mess, you wear no clothing, and your features are intolerable, far inferior to my brother Yifei. Upon hearing this, the three immediately sensed trouble and turned to regard Qian Ba, whose expression darkened, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent. Feng Yin erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the audacity of the girl to insult a peak nascent soul cultivator. This little girl is quite bold. I shall refer to her as the Queen of Tongue. Ouyang Guang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qian Duo stood bewildered. Is this Zhang Lingo a fool? What is she doing provoking Qianba? Is she seeking death? Qianba, do not act rashly. She cannot be harmed. Qianba, now in a fury, despised being mocked for his appearance. Amidst the clouds, Medusa smiled at the little girl with a hint of amusement, while Qinyu's face turned pale with embarrassment. Elder Fong remarked, Qinyu, is your little girl always this sharp-tongued? Qinyu, at a loss for words, could only sigh. Having heard of her daughter's propensity for harsh words, but never expected such venom. Down below, Lin Yin and his companions shielded Zhang Linger. With the situation having escalated, there was no retreat. They had to confront Qianba. Qianba's gaze was fixed on Zhang Linger, who finally realized she had misspoken. Did I say something wrong? But did I not speak the truth? As those words escaped her lips, the three men's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces paling. It is over. In an instant, Qianba unleashed his aura, causing the ground around him to fracture. With a powerful push, he lunged forward, delivering a punch towards the trio. They formed a barrier. But it faltered quickly, sending them sprawling and spitting blood. Zhang Linger, paralyzed by fear, gazed at Qianba's menacing face. Above, Qinyu attempted to intervene but was halted. No, as long as she is alive, do not descend. What purpose would this trial serve? Qinyu anxiously peered down. Medusa reassured her, do not worry. My child is not so easily defeated. Hearing this, Qinyu and Elder Fong exchanged puzzled glances. Below, Lin Yin communicated with the ancestor of the Lin family. Ancestor, please possess me swiftly, otherwise Linga will perish. The ancestor obliged without hesitation, instantly merging with Lin Yin. Lin Yin experienced a peculiar sensation, two souls inhabiting one body, while retaining awareness of the outside world. Just as Qianba was about to strike Zhang Linger, Lin Yin called out, Halt! How dare you? All eyes turned to him as he radiated the aura of the great ascension stage, a hint of green light surrounding him, a byproduct of the ancestor's spirit. Though Lin Yan's visage remained unchanged, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. In an instant, Lin Yan vanished from sight, leaving all but the powerful figures unable to perceive his movements. Sensing danger, Qianba instinctively retreated a step. Had he not, he might have met his demise. Realization struck him. He needed to awaken from his stupor immediately. Kid, what sorcery is this? Why has your power surged so dramatically? Are you concealing your true strength? Posing as an ancient being? The ancestor of the Lin family commanded Lin Yin to remain silent, swiftly appearing before Qianba, gripping his throat. You dare to threaten my descendant? Despair washed over Qianba as he comprehended the situation. He was possessed by someone formidable. My lord, I was mistaken. Please grant me mercy. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Qian Duo interjected, Qianba, what are you saying? Kill him. Qianba glared at her, anger boiling within. You foolish child, had it not been for you, I would not have found myself in this predicament. If I perish, I shall haunt you in death. Li Yifei and his companions were equally astounded by Lin Yan's terrifying aura. Chapter 75. The celestial demon staff Zhang Linger turned to Lin Yan, bewildered. Brother Lin Yan, have you succumbed to demonic influence? You are so powerful now, you must not fall to darkness. Li Yifei and the others hurriedly covered her mouth. Lin brother. She was jesting. Do not take her words to heart. Indeed, the ancestor of the Lin family remarked with a slight smile, not taking offense. The trio felt as though they had narrowly escaped death, drenched in cold sweat. Feng Yin, observing the scene, pondered, what has transpired? How has he suddenly attained great ascension? What secret technique is this? If I could acquire it, I might ascend to the position of the flame sect leader. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Feng Yan's eyes, a smile playing on his lips. In the midst of the clouds, Medusa appeared unfazed, yet both Elder Fong and Qin Yu exhibited a hint of astonishment, for they had never before encountered such a situation. Moreover, they had never even heard of any sect possessing such a secret technique. The two turned their gazes towards Medusa. Do not pry too much. This lad is my master's disciple, and it is only natural for him to be this formidable. Master? They both exclaimed in unison. Such a powerful elder, and yet he has a master? Is Ling Yun's sect not a second-rate force? How can they possess such strength? If you told me this was a first-rate sect, I would believe it. Elder Fong gazed incredulously at Medusa, while Qin Yu was left speechless in shock. The Lin family's elder, decisive in his actions, tightened his grip, causing Qianba to meet his demise. As Qianba's nascent soul attempted to flee, it was grasped by the Lin family's elder and crushed without mercy. Witnessing this, Qian Duo was so terrified that he wet his pants. leaving behind a pool of unknown liquid. "Elderchin, save me," he cried. Elderchin stepped forward. "My friend, I apologize. I had no intention of being your enemy. We each serve our own masters. Forgive my rudeness." On Lin Yan's side, he felt his strength waning. "Kid, I can no longer assist you. From here on, you must rely on yourself." "Elder, no. How can I possibly compete?" "Elder, elder." Lin Yan returned to his own body, and the Lin family's elder fell silent. Seeing Lin Yan's lack of response, Elderchin disregarded any hesitation and unleashed an attack towards him. Lin Yan sensed the threat of death and swiftly summoned a substitute puppet. At that moment, Feng Yin became agitated. "If this kid dies, what will happen to my secret technique?" Feng Yin vanished from his location, reappearing before Lin Yan, who was bewildered. "Who is this? I do not recognize him. Why is he saving me?" Lin Yan, however, paid no mind to the confusion and urged Li Yifei and the others, "You three, leave quickly to gather at Zhuke City. They are after me." "Brother Lin Yan, are you all right? Weren't you just possessed?" "Possess my foot. Can you refrain from spouting nonsense? What about you if we leave?" "Do not worry, I will not perish. My protector will ensure my safety. The one before you is beyond your protector's capability. Stop dawdling." Li Yifei and Dao Yuan retained some rationality, swiftly seizing Zhang Linger and taking flight. As Zhang Linger departed, she wept uncontrollably, having never faced such a situation before. After they left, Lin Yan felt a sense of relief. "Above, elder, we take our leave." Medusa nodded, remaining silent. Feng Yin observed Lin Yan allowing the others to escape, but did not intervene, as they were of little use to him. Elderchun, bewildered by Feng Yan's sudden appearance, questioned, "Who are you, and why are you aiding this lad? Are you his protector?" "Protector? Not quite. This lad is mine. You should return from whence you came, and that other lad should remain here with me." Elderchin, incensed, felt his authority was being disregarded. "Who do you think you are? If you leave now, I might let you go." Not wishing to waste time on futile dialogue, Feng Yin unleashed a powerful attack without mercy. Elderchin's face paled as he realized the strength of Feng Yin's assault and hurriedly retreated, narrowly escaping the strike. "This man is formidable. I am but at the 6th level of the Great Ascension, while he must be at least at the 7th or higher. I cannot afford to confront him directly. I must reveal my trump card." As the Tianma staff emerged, demonic energy surged from the ground, enveloping the area. Feng Yin's expression changed dramatically. "What? The Tianma staff? Demonic energy? You possess a demonic artifact? Have you betrayed humanity?" Elderchin scoffed. "Do not speak so nobly. If you possess the Tianma staff, would you not refine it? I acquired this in a secret realm. Had I not been unable to defeat you, I would not resort to using a demonic artifact. Enough talk, taste my attack." The Tianma staff absorbed the surrounding demonic energy, growing increasingly terrifying. Its power radiated as if it were a mountain, suffocating those nearby. Feng Yin, undeterred, summoned the fire dragon's roar, amplifying its strength to unprecedented levels. The ensuing clash reverberated with colossal force, shaking the heavens and earth, sending Lin Yin and Qian Duoduo hurtling back miles away. The battle between these two great ascension cultivators sent shockwaves across vast distances, drawing numerous onlookers to the scene. The collision of the ominous Tianma staff and the roaring fire dragon's roar resembled two meteors streaking across the sky, crashing together at incredible speed. In an instant, the world changed hue, winds surged, and a cataclysmic energy storm erupted. The terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, annihilating everything in its path. The void trembled, and the very fabric of space seemed on the verge of tearing apart. The blinding light from the impact was so intense that it was unbearable to behold, rendering even the sun's brilliance pale in comparison. Yet, this monumental clash did not conclude instantly. The Tianma staff and fire dragon's roar intertwined, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. They unleashed potent forces, eroding and counteracting one another, engulfing the surroundings in chaos. After a tense 10 breaths, the dreadful energy fluctuations gradually subsided, eventually dissipating into nothingness. When calm returned, spectators were astonished to find the battlefield transformed into a desolate wasteland, riddled with deep gorges and massive craters, as if it had just endured an apocalyptic catastrophe. Ultimately, both combatants were evenly matched, sustaining considerable injuries. Elderchin proposed, "Let us cease hostilities. I shall take this lad, and you may take the other. A truce is in order, lest more cultivators arrive. I would rather not be a pawn for others." Chapter 76. The emergence of the Red Lotus Feng Yin found merit in his words. He realized that continuing the battle would only result in mutual destruction, a Pyrrhic victory at best. Furthermore, the commotion would surely attract many more cultivators. Very well, I agree. Elder Chen swiftly seized Qian Duo and departed without a moment's hesitation. Observing the cessation of hostilities, Feng Yin quickly made his way towards Jike City. Glancing back, he noticed Lin Yin attempting to flee. With a dismissive scoff, he thought, "You believe you can escape from me? You must be dreaming." With that, Feng Yin vanished from sight. Lin Yin dashed through the dense forest like a specter, his lithe form slicing through the night with astonishing speed. In stark contrast, Feng Yin remained calm, hovering above the treetops with a subtle smile, as if everything were well within his grasp. Just as Lin Yin was on the verge of breaking through the foliage, Feng Yin finally made his move. With a commanding shout, "Fire Dragon's Roar!" A colossal fire dragon erupted into existence, lunging forward with ferocity. The dragon, engulfed in flames, ignited everything in its path, causing the very air to combust and temperatures to soar. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding forest transformed into an inferno, with thick smoke billowing skyward. Blotting out the sun, Lin Yin, hearing the cataclysmic roar behind him, halted and turned to witness the devastation. His eyes widened in disbelief as he swallowed hard, realizing the true might of this formidable elder. This old man is indeed not to be underestimated. Even after a fierce battle, I cannot afford to let my guard down. I must flee. Lin Yin traversed a rugged valley, where towering cliffs and peculiar rock formations appeared as though sculpted by human hands. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these bizarre stones shattered into fragments, swept away by the wind that carried them skyward. As Lin Yin fled, he encountered numerous such occurrences, sparks flying in every direction. After nearly 2 hours of frantic escape, he felt his spiritual energy dwindling and sought a place to recuperate. Observing Lin Yan's depleting energy, Feng Yin materialized behind him in an instant. A chill ran down Lin Yan's spine, as if he were being watched by an ancient beast. "Boy, can you run?" "Keep running," Feng Yin taunted, his gaze laced with mockery. Lin Yin swiftly turned to confront him, leaping away to create a distance of 100 meters. "Who are you? And why are you pursuing me? I do not believe we are acquainted, esteemed senior." Feng Yin laughed heartily. "Indeed, we are strangers. But I am curious about the secret technique you just employed. I have taken a liking to it. Surrender it, or I shall delve into your soul." Hearing these words, Lin Yin involuntarily shuddered. "No, the matters concerning the Lin family's ancestor must remain concealed. I must escape. Yet, my spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. How can I flee?" In desperation, Lin Yin retrieved a pill from his storage ring and consumed it. He summoned the flame lotus and prepared a substitute puppet, ready to fight with all his might. With the ancestor now in slumber, he had to rely solely on himself. Feng Yin observed Lin Yin pulling out treasure after treasure from his storage ring, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. This boy possesses some assets. Could he possibly have backing? Regardless, it matters not. I shall eliminate him first. Before Lin Yin could fully prepare, Feng Yin unleashed a fire dragon's roar directly at him. Lin Yin deployed his substitute puppet to shield himself, but one puppet proved insufficient. He summoned 9 puppets, absorbing Feng Yin's onslaught. Lin Yan's body dissolved and reformed repeatedly until, after perishing 9 times, he barely managed to withstand the attack. Half kneeling on the ground, he propped himself up with a heavy staff, panting heavily. Feng Yin, somewhat astonished, felt a twinge of concern. This boy must have exhausted most of his trump cards. Lin Yin, observing Feng Yin's calm demeanor, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet he could not surrender. Rising to his feet, he began to gesture fervently. His hands danced with remarkable speed, weaving intricate and enigmatic seals that shimmered with a peculiar light, seemingly imbued with boundless power and mystery. As his movements quickened, a colossal phantom of a red lotus gradually emerged in the air. This lotus, resembling a small mountain, boasted layers of vibrant petals, each exuding an aura that quickened the heart. At that moment, Lin Yin chanted incantations. A torrent of powerful spiritual energy surged from within him, continuously infusing the forming lotus. The once ethereal red lotus grew increasingly tangible, its colors becoming more vivid and striking. Moments later, as the red lotus solidified completely, Lin Yin swung his hand fiercely, sending a crimson flame, akin to a fire dragon, soaring from his palm directly into the heart of the magnificent lotus. Instantly, the area around the lotus ignited in a blazing inferno, flames roaring and surging like an enraged beast, spreading outward with ferocity. Nearby observers felt a scorching wave hit them. Their faces burning and breathing became laborious. The searing heat seemed capable of melting anything, deterring anyone from approaching. At that moment, the red lotus shone like a blazing sun, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the entire sky. Surrounding cultivators and Feng Yin sensed an immense power coalescing. Feng Yin was not intimidated but rather worried about Lin Yan's numerous hidden strengths and the potential backing he might possess. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Feng Yin summoned all his spiritual energy to unleash the fire dragon's roar, knowing this attack was formidable enough to cause him injury, something he could not allow. If Lin Yin were to hear Feng Yin's thoughts, he would surely be incensed. Lin Yin prepared his substitute puppet, anticipating a hasty retreat. A massive red lotus descended toward Feng Yin, while a gigantic dragon-shaped flame surged in response. When the two forces clashed, the surroundings erupted into a sea of fire, and the onlookers barely escaped, retreating miles away. Realizing the red lotus would not stand a chance against Feng Yin, Lin Yin decided to flee. After his departure, the lotus dissipated, and the flames returned to Lin Yin. Feng Yin recognized he had been outmaneuvered, seething with rage. Chapter 77, Little Lily. Extending his consciousness. He gazed in a particular direction. Has he fled that way? Let's see how far you can run. Lin Yin, dragging his weakened body, found himself nearly devoid of spiritual energy and burdened by grievous wounds. If he did not receive prompt treatment, his time might be running out. He stumbled into a valley, continuing forward until, due to his injuries in the relentless flight, he reached his limits and collapsed within the gorge. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. But Lin Yin had already succumbed to unconsciousness. La la la, I am a little lily, kind-hearted and lovely. My master sent me to patrol the mountains. The voice abruptly ceased as a girl of around 11 or 12, bouncing through the valley, suddenly spotted Lin Yin lying on the ground. She quickly concealed herself behind a rock, muttering to herself, "Isn't there a restriction here? How could a cultivator enter? The barrier only activates against those without cultivations. This person clearly possesses power. How did he get in?" The little girl picked up a twig and approached Lin Yin, poking him gently. When he did not respond, she prodded him a few more times, only to find he remained unresponsive. She crouched down, scrutinizing the young man before her, noting his handsome features, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a fair complexion, albeit marred by blood. With a boldness that belied her size, she took out a handkerchief to wipe Lin Yan's wounds before hoisting him onto her back. The sight of the petite girl struggling to carry him was both amusing and endearing, as Lin Yan's feet dragged along the ground. The little girl, a manifestation of the lily flower, stood at about 1.40 meters, with a foundational cultivation of the second level. Within the valley, aside from those who had set up the restrictions, no one could wield spiritual power. Only within the master's cave did abundant spiritual energy reside. Thus, the girl relied solely on her delicate form to progress slowly. Outside the valley, Feng Yin followed Lin Yan's trail, but sensed his energy dissipate upon entering. Gazing at the valley, he wondered if a barrier or restriction lay within. Unwilling to concede, he prepared to venture inside, but had only taken a few steps when a loud crash echoed. It was indeed a barrier. This valley had an owner. "Apologies, esteemed senior. I merely seek someone and bear no intention of hostility," came a feminine voice from within. "Begone." Though Feng Yin felt a surge of anger, he was compelled to maintain an appearance of respect, aware that only someone formidable could set such a barrier. He had no choice but to withdraw. Now, Feng Yin was torn between remaining here or heading to Luyun City to seize the celestial level techniques. Ultimately, he decided to pursue the latter. For this boy was exceptionally talented and might soon apprentice under the mysterious senior. Better safe than sorry, he resolved to be prudent. With that, Feng Yin ascended into the air. Inside the valley, the little lily exerted every ounce of strength to carry Lin Yin to the cave of the valley's master. Master, help! Someone is dying." In the depths of the valley, a maiden heard the sounds from beyond the cave and opened the barrier, allowing Xiao Wei and Lin Yin to enter. Xiao Wei carried Lin Yin into the cave and laid him gently on the ground. "Master, please save him. This young man is on the verge of death. But he still has a breath left. He should be salvageable." Sitting gracefully upon a jade stone, Fairy Lingyun gazed intently at Lin Yin below, her scrutiny revealing that his spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, coupled with grave injuries, rendering him unconscious. "No wonder he could enter my moon spirit valley. Shall we? Assist him to my stone bed. I shall examine him," she instructed. Obediently, Xiao Wei helped Lin Yin onto the bed, with one hand placed over Lin Yan's dantian. A green radiance emanated from Fairy Lingyun's palm, entering Lin Yan's core. As the verdant glow permeated his dantian, Lin Yan's eyelids began to flutter open. Upon seeing a stunningly beautiful maiden before him, her beauty likened to that of a celestial being, radiantly illuminated by the moonlight, captivating and enchanting, he instinctively closed his eyes again, admonishing himself to refrain from fanciful thoughts. When he opened his eyes once more, he surveyed his surroundings. Jade stone stood majestically in the center, rich spiritual energy wafted about, accompanied by a few stone tables and chairs, all quite simple in design. Noticing Lin Yin had awakened, Fairy Lingyun withdrew her hand and regarded him. "You're awake. Now, leave promptly. I prefer my tranquil days to remain undisturbed by cultivators like yourselves." Lin Yin opened his mouth to speak, but Xiao Wei interjected, "Master, he has just awakened and is still injured. Shouldn't we wait until he is healed before sending him away? It's only a matter of one day." Fairy Lingyun shook her head in resignation, glancing at Xiao Wei, whose arm was swollen. "Little girl, you're too young to discern whether he is friend or foe." "I don't know, but my intuition tells me he is not a bad person." "Perhaps it is a woman's sixth sense," Xiao Wei replied. With a sigh, Fairy Lingyun conceded, "Very well, take him to the adjacent cave for now. He must leave once he is healed." Xiao Wei was elated, for in all these years, there had been no third person in the valley, making it exceedingly dull. Before departing, Lin Yin bowed respectfully to Fairy Lingyun, which endeared him slightly to her. At least he displayed good manners. Upon entering the adjacent cave, Lin Yin noted that while the spiritual energy was not as potent as in Fairy Lingyun's chamber, it was still quite abundant. "You are Xiao Wei, correct? Where's this place? Did you rescue me? Who was that fairy just now?" Lin Yin's barrage of questions left Xiao Wei flustered. "What is wrong with you? Can't you ask your questions one at a time? Which one should I answer first?" Embarrassed, Lin Yin scratched his head. "I'm sorry for being so forward." "No worries. This is Moon Spirit Valley, the home of my master and me. It's just the two of us here. That fairy is my master, known as Fairy Lingyun. As for you, I found you at the valley's edge, unconscious. You look decent, so I brought you here." Lin Yin finally grasped the situation. Moon Spirit Valley, Fairy Lingyun, and Xiao Wei. He committed them to memory. "If you ever need assistance, I shall repay your kindness for saving my life." Xiao Wei regarded him with disdain. "With your current state, what help could you possibly offer?" Lin Yin chuckled wryly at himself. "Little one, do not underestimate me. My capabilities may surprise you in the future." Xiao Wei dismissed his words as mere jest. After returning to her rest, Lin Yin seated himself on the stone bed, consuming medicinal pills to heal his injuries. This recent battle and subsequent escape had pushed both his temperament and cultivation to their zenith. He resolved to break through to the golden core stage here. Although he had 2 realms to ascend, with his innate talent and the surrounding spiritual energy, he was confident he could accomplish it within 2 days. First and foremost, he needed to mend his injuries. Chapter 78. The 99 Thunder Tribulation. Lin Yin retrieved several medicinal pills from his storage ring. Tossing them into his mouth and swallowing them down, he began to circulate the spiritual energy within his body to refine the medicinal properties. A faint green light enveloped his form, healing his body as the medicinal energy dispersed throughout him. After a day and a night, Lin Yin found that he had recovered about 70 to 80% of his vitality. "I must break through to the 9th level of foundation establishment to fortify my spiritual energy and restore my strength." He produced a breakthrough pill and consumed it, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. After a few hours, he shouted, "Break," and succeeded in reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment. Once he stabilized his cultivation, he took out the pill given by Ao Fan, marveling at its exquisite quality, reflecting on how remarkable his master was to procure such a treasure. As he swallowed the pill, the heavens shifted dramatically, the winds roared, and thunder cracked, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster. Fairy Lingyun, sensing the celestial phenomenon, extended her consciousness and realized that the young man from the previous day was preparing to break through. However, she was taken aback by the magnitude of the commotion accompanying his ascension to the Golden Core stage. In the Moon Spirit Valley, a figure shot skyward like a meteor, soaring into the heavens, none other than Lin Yin. His entire being radiated a powerful aura, stirring the spiritual energy around him. As the sky darkened and thick clouds gathered, the ominous signs of the Golden Core tribulation loomed. Typically, ordinary cultivators required only to face the 3-9 Thunder Tribulation to successfully ascend to the Golden Core stage. However, those of extraordinary talent encountered the more formidable 6-9 Thunder Tribulation. As for those deemed monstrous geniuses, they faced the terrifying 9-9 Thunder Tribulation. Undoubtedly, Lin Yin was such a prodigy. He was on the brink of confronting the daunting 9-9 Thunder Tribulation, which instilled fear in the hearts of many. Thunderbolts, thick as dragons, twisted through the skies, rumbling ominously as if they sought to tear the very fabric of the heavens apart. Fairy Lingyun and Xiao Wei stood outside the cave, gazing at the figure in the sky. Xiao Wei exclaimed, "So this is the thunder tribulation. How incredible! I feel that if I were struck, I would surely perish." Fairy Lingyun pondered deeply as she observed the tribulation. Perhaps this fellow will reach the pinnacle of this world. If anything were to occur in Moon Spirit Valley, we might find ourselves seeking his assistance. Lin Yin, suspended in midair, stood resolutely against the impending storm of tribulation. A mere golden core thunder tribulation is nothing to fear. As soon as his words fell, the first bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a spear. Lin Yin raised his Xian heavy ruler to shield himself. He was struck by the bolt, plunging into the earth, yet remained unharmed. The second and third bolts followed in quick succession, and Lin Yin gasped for breath. Indeed, this thunder tribulation is formidable. This is only the third strike, yet the Xian heavy ruler has proven to be a fine weapon, providing considerable protection. However, as the fourth bolt approached, Lin Yin found himself struggling. The intensity of the fourth strike transformed the situation into a dire predicament. Under immense pressure, Lin Yin invoked the Gu Fire Lotus Flame, using its formidable power to withstand the subsequent 3 bolts of lightning. When the 7th bolt of lightning appeared, Lin Yin furrowed his brow, and at that moment, Fairy Lingyun tossed a large cauldron toward him. The cauldron appeared to be of a high grade, at least a spiritual artifact. Lin Yin expressed his gratitude to Fairy Lingyun as he held the cauldron aloft, gazing upward at the descending lightning. This bolt of lightning resembled a lightning serpent, undulating in the air. Upon spotting Lin Yin, it seemed to perceive him as prey, roaring as it charged toward him. The great cauldron, impervious to harm, surprisingly withstood the onslaught of the thunderous tribulation, eliciting a fleeting smile from Lin Yin. However, before he could revel in his moment of triumph, the thunder serpent seemed to roar with fury. The 8th bolt of lightning descended, and 2 serpentine bolts relentlessly struck Lin Yan's cauldron. Enduring the violent impacts, he coughed up blood, and after a quarter of an hour, the cauldron shattered, the tribulation dissipating along with it. Lin Yin collapsed onto the ground like a mere puddle, crimson blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. His once resilient body was now marred by grotesque cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. Yet, against all odds, Lin Yin retained a lucid consciousness amidst his grievous injuries. "Damn it! Another bolt of heavenly lightning. It's as if it's out to claim my life," he cursed, despair and defiance swirling within him. He understood all too well that if he could not withstand this final blow, death awaited him. With that thought, he unhesitatingly grasped a handful of elixirs, consuming them with the fervor of someone indulging in candy. These precious pills, though costly, were of little concern to Lin Yin at that moment. He had to recover as swiftly as possible before the next bolt struck, or all would be lost. Beside him, Xiao Baihe stood in stunned silence, her cherry lips parted in disbelief. The spectacle before her was overwhelmingly shocking, as she gazed at Lin Yan's desperate struggle, witnessing a world of newfound possibilities unfold before her. Not far away, Fairy Lingyun, too, wore an expression of astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the low-grade spiritual artifact she had bestowed upon Lin Yin would crumble so easily under the onslaught of the golden core tribulation. "Master, is this what it means to be a human cultivator? Their breakthroughs are fraught with such peril." Fairy Lingyun felt a sense of helplessness. Ordinary cultivators did not face such tribulations. Even they might not endure the first 3 strikes. The little girl was rather naive. As the 9th bolt of heavenly lightning began to coalesce into a dragon-shaped phantom, the onlookers were taken aback. The electric dragon surged toward Lin Yin, whose expression shifted to one of tension. He dared not relax for a moment, focusing intently as he retrieved the earth fire and the Xuanzhong ruler. Preparing to unleash the Red Lotus descends to combat the impending tribulation. At the moment the tribulation struck, Lin Yin directed the flames of the Red Lotus against the electric dragon. However, the impact was minimal, merely weakening the lightning's power by a layer. Channeling his spiritual energy into the Xuanzhong ruler, he struck at the dragon-shaped lightning, only managing to diminish its strength by 2 layers. Ultimately, Lin Yin formed seals to invoke the Red Lotus descends, fully integrating the earth fire into the Red Lotus. This would be the last appearance of the Fire Lotus's flame. As the colossal Red Lotus surged towards the dragon-shaped lightning, the collision nearly obliterated the Moon Spirit Valley. Fortunately, Fairy Lingyun reinforced the valley with her power, stabilizing it. Though their cave dwelling suffered irreparably, Fairy Lingyun frowned. "That troublesome brat has wreaked havoc on my valley. Once you break through, you must make amends. At the critical juncture of the tribulation, Lin Yin fiercely battled the dragon-shaped lightning with the might of the Red Lotus descents. The power of the Red Lotus proved formidable, matching the ferocity of the dragon-shaped lightning, resulting in a fierce clash that altered the very fabric of the heavens. However, the strength of the Red Lotus was ultimately finite, and it dissipated first, while the dragon's power was reduced significantly. Despite the lightning's diminished force, the residual energy remained formidable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yin summoned every ounce of strength within him to engage in a final struggle against the tribulation. His body trembled under the relentless strikes of the lightning, blood seeping from his wounds, yet he refused to yield, exerting every effort to resist. At last, the power of the tribulation was entirely extinguished, and tranquility was restored to the world. Lin Yin collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, unable to move even a finger. Though his body lay exhausted, his heart swelled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. He realized he had successfully navigated this life and death trial, breaking through to the Golden Core realm, stepping into a new realm of cultivation. Lying on the ground, he felt the gradual restoration of his strength, understanding that this tribulation had not only elevated his realm, but also forged his will and power like never before. His future path in cultivation would be marked by unwavering resolve. Lin Yin succeeded in breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Following the breakthrough, an abundance of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, quickly nourishing his body. This energy not only healed his wounds, but also significantly enhanced his cultivation level. In less than an hour, Lin Yin had fully recovered, and his state was even stronger than before the tribulation. Though perilous, this experience had catalyzed a qualitative leap in his strength, laying a solid foundation for his future cultivation journey. Approaching Fairy Lingyun and Xiao Baihe, Lin Yin sheepishly spoke. "I apologize, Fairy Lingyun, Xiao Baihe." Fairy Lingyun was indeed somewhat irate. Anyone would be upset if their home was left in such disarray. However, the carefree Xiao Baihe was brimming with excitement. "Brother Lin Yin, you are amazing. You're so strong. Is it really that difficult for humans to cultivate?" Fairy Lingyun shared this sentiment, realizing that the might of humanity was no mere boast. Yet, she remained displeased. "Brat, do you see what you've done here? What are you planning to do about it?" Lin Yin surveyed the wreckage of their dwelling and the surrounding deep pits, feeling overwhelmed. He could not shirk responsibility for the chaos he had caused. "I will stay here for a couple of days to help restore everything." Upon hearing this, Fairy Lingyun ceased her reproach and flew off to find another cave for cultivation. They were not picky, as long as it was a place to practice. "Thank you, Fairy, for your benevolent assistance. Such a great favor will be etched in my memory. If you ever require my aid, please do not hesitate to ask. I will go through fire and water, unflinchingly, to repay your kindness." Lin Yin earnestly declared, his resolute gaze fixed upon the ethereal woman before him. At that moment, Fairy Lingyun, having heard Lin Yan's heartfelt words, felt a subtle blush creep across her frosty, exquisite visage, which quickly blossomed into a warm hue, enhancing her already ethereal beauty. Then she parted her ruby lips, revealing a faint smile, reminiscent of spring flowers blooming, so captivating that one couldn't help but be enchanted. Lin Yin turned to Xiao Baihe. "Little girl, help me out, and I'll concoct some elixirs for you." Initially reluctant, upon hearing the mention of elixirs, Xiao Baihe was eager to assist. The two swiftly set to work, filling in earth and repairing the cave. In Zhuke City, the trio chatted in a tavern. In just a few days, Li Yifei and Dao Yuan, both of whom had narrowly escaped death, had also achieved breakthroughs to the Golden Core stage after a day of flight in a desolate area. They were indeed geniuses, and given their recent battles, their breakthroughs were entirely justifiable. However, their advancement to the Golden Core realm merely marked the 6th or 9th heavenly tribulation. Both had nearly perished during that ordeal. Zhongling was somewhat weaker, having only reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. "I hope Lin Yin is all right. He stayed behind to help me escape. If he were to perish, my heart would be uneasy," Li Yifei remarked. "Rest assured, Brother Lin has his protectors. He won't meet his end, though I share your concerns. We are all too weak. This time, I must reach the 9th level of the Golden Core." Zhongling suddenly spoke. "Yifei, although you are quite handsome, do not indulge in dreams. You won't make it. From the 1st to the 9th level is beyond your reach. You nearly failed to break through to the Golden Core, let alone the 9th level." Li Yifei stuffed a chicken leg into Linger's mouth, stifling her retort. Dao Yuan interjected. "Linger is right. Many who enter the secret realm are at the Golden Core stage, and we are not particularly strong at that level. Opportunities often depend on luck, and your luck does not seem to be favorable. Dao Yuan continued to diminish Li Yifei's spirits. You are being excessive. Can you not be so harsh? The two shared a silent laugh. Li Yifei, feeling frustrated, fell silent and began to eat. The secret realm would commence in 3 days, and he wondered if Brother Lin Yin would arrive in time. Rest assured, Brother Lin Yin said he would come. He will definitely be here. Let us wait for him in the city. The three could only wait in Zhuke City, with no other options available. Lin Yin and Xiao Baihe commenced a grand undertaking to repair the cave dwelling in the Moon Spirit Valley. Xiao Baihe filled the holes while Lin Yin restored the dwelling. They chatted amiably as they worked, and Xiao Baihe felt elated. She had never had anyone to converse with before, as Ling Yun Fairy was solely focused on cultivation. Lin Yin was eager to finish the work and head to Zhuke City. They completed their tasks ahead of schedule, finishing in just 1 day. Once the work was done, Lin Yin began his alchemical endeavors in his cave. Chapter 80. Farewell. Xiao Baihe sat on a stone outside Lin Yan's cave, eagerly watching him within. This boy is so strong, and he can even refine pills. Indeed, humanity is remarkable, mused Ling Yun Fairy. Inside the cave, Lin Yin was fully focused on alchemy. His techniques deft and swift. The cauldron was enveloped in intense flames, emanating fragrant aromas. He meticulously retrieved spiritual herbs from his storage ring, accurately adding them to the cauldron. Each step executed with precision. After over an hour of toil, he successfully refined more than 20 pills necessary for the foundation establishment stage. These pills were crystalline and exuded a faint spiritual glow, indicating their superior quality. Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction as he carefully stored the pills. After securing the pills, he began refining those required for the golden core stage. This process took several times longer than before, lasting over 5 hours, yet the quantity remained substantial, and the quality was exceptional. Upon completing the refinement, he emerged from the cave, where Xiao Baihe excitedly ran toward him. Brother Lin Yin, have you finished? Where are the pills? Give them to me. Seeing her exuberance, Lin Yin wasted no time. 20 pills flew from his storage ring. Wow, is this a pill? I can feel the strong spiritual energy within. It feels like I will be invincible after consuming it. Lin Yin chuckled at her enthusiasm. Xiao Baihe, the pills are merely aids. The essence lies in your own cultivation. Here are 20 pills, 10 for the foundation establishment stage, and 10 to be saved for when you reach the golden core stage. These will assist in your rapid advancement. Xiao Baihe joyfully cradled the pills in her hands. Thank you, Brother Lin Yin. Xiao Baihe, I must leave soon. Here, take this. If you find yourself in danger in the future, just send me a message. Rest assured, while I may not always be able to assist you, my sect can certainly help. My master and his disciples will be there for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baihe's mood suddenly darkened. Brother Lin Yin, you have only stayed a few days. Why leave so soon? Stay a little longer. She looked at him with hopeful eyes. I apologize, Xiao Baihe. My companions await me, and I cannot keep them waiting for too long. But once you break through to the golden core, you can have Ling Yun Fairy bring you to my Ling Yun sect for a visit. I have plenty of delightful treats to share. Xiao Baihe's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. Do not worry, Brother Lin Yin. I will cultivate diligently, and when I reach the golden core, I will have my master bring me to Ling Yun's sect to find you. Lin Yin gently patted her head before making his way toward Ling Yun Fairy's cave. Watching Lin Yan's retreating figure, Xiao Baihe's resolve strengthened, and she immediately ran off to train. Lin Yin, standing outside the cave, called out, Ling Yun Fairy, I am Lin Yin. I come to bid farewell and express my utmost gratitude for your assistance these past few days. If anything arises in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall do everything in my power to assist. Silence fell within the cave, and Lin Yin took no offense. After speaking, he turned to leave. Inside, Ling Yun Fairy opened her eyes. I hope you can truly assist me. She smiled wryly. Lin Yin paused before the barrier, casting one last glance at Moon Spirit Valley. Just then, Xiao Baihe rushed over. Brother Lin Yin, wait. Here are some snacks. Take them with you for the journey. Lin Yin accepted the fruits with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Xiao Baihe. I must go now. Remember to cultivate well, and come to find me to play. Rest assured. Brother Lin Yin, I will. As Lin Yin exited Moon Spirit Valley, tears welled in Xiao Baihe's eyes. Children are often so easily moved to tears. Do not worry. Little one, we shall meet again. Really? Master, will we see Brother Lin Yin again? Of course, if you cultivate well. Brother Lin Yin has said that once you break through to the golden core, you can visit him at Ling Yun's sect. We can have fun together. Yes, at Poxian Peak. Ao Fan wore a look of regret. Ah, that rascal. He is the template for a protagonist. With such a kind-hearted fairy as Lingyun, how could he not seize the opportunity? What a waste. Qinwan, observing Ao Fan's intermittent complaints, sighs, and fury, found it quite odd. After several days, she could no longer contain herself. Ao Fan, what is wrong with you? Why do you keep staring ahead, sighing and lamenting, then suddenly fuming? Ao Fan nearly forgot about this beautiful girl beside him and awkwardly replied, "It's nothing. Do not worry about me. I just saw some scenes that moved me." He was at a loss for how to explain. Would he admit to watching his disciple? She would surely not believe him. Qinwan was unconvinced by Ao Fan's flimsy excuse and refused to relent, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Subsequently, Ao Fan inquired of the system, "Can I project these scenes for them to see?" The system responded, "Of course, but it will require a significant amount of experience points. If your experience points are insufficient, emotional points may be used instead." In the past 5 or 6 days, Ao Fan's 10 plots of land were almost filled with spiritual herbs and flowers, yielding ample rewards. "How much do you need?" The system extended a hand. 5,000. That seems reasonable. The system shook its head. 50,000. The system shook its head again. What? 500,000? You heartless system. After all my hard work, you want to wipe me clean with a single phrase? You truly are merciless. Yet, upon seeing Qinwan's gaze, he could not resist. He opened his personal panel. The host, Ao Fan, age, 18 items, ice crystal jade pendant, superior spiritual treasure. Gourd vine, innate spiritual root, peach tree, celestial tree, spiritual herbs, level determined by age, burning sunflower, 9th tier spiritual flower, heavenly heartgrass, 9th tier spiritual herb, chaotic soil. 12th grade merit golden lotus, innate supreme treasure, 12th grade array platform, innate supreme treasure, earth fire, fire lotus flame, experience points, 400, 00010, 000 realm, foundation establishment. 40th layer, Grand Tao Foundation Establishment, techniques, Supreme Heart Method, Spiritual Cloud, Sword Technique Weapons, Sickle, Hoe, Bamboo Hat, Bamboo Basket, Water Ladle, Axe, Shantian Spiritual Treasure, Extermination Sword, Celestial Artifact, Spiritual Pets, Koi, Little Fortune, Transformation Stage 2, Fire Spirit Pearl, Fire Attire, Fire Cloud Sword, Fire System Heavenly Tier Technique, 12th Grade Inferno Red Lotus. Koi, Little Luck, Peak Nascent Soul, Caterpillar, Little Green, 9th Layer Foundation Establishment, Devouring Skyhound. Little Ha, Peak Transformation Stage, Devouring Sky Python, Medusa. Peak Crossing Tribulation Disciple, Linyin Technique, Fire Lotus Descending to the World, Weapon, Xuanzhong Ruler, Semi-Celestial Artifact. Current realm is 1st Layer Golden Core. Emotion points, 100. 000 Chapter 81. Qinwan's identity exposed? Ao Fan exclaimed in shock, leaving Qinwan beside him utterly stunned. What is the matter? Is there something significant? As their gazes locked, Ao Fan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. It's nothing, nothing at all. System, you devil. Tell me, are you fixated on my experience points? The system feigned ignorance, inciting Ao Fan's ire. Yet, prompted by Qinwan, he felt compelled to make a swift decision. He pondered, resolving not to reveal the truth so easily. Well, Miss Warner, it's not impossible for you to know. But would you be so kind as to remove your veil for me to see? Ao Fan looked at her with eager anticipation. Qinwan, hearing this request, assumed it was nothing unusual, thinking since she was already his fiancée, what harm could it do? She readily agreed. Ao Fan was taken aback by her swift consent, wondering if she had developed feelings for him. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if my fiancée were charmed by me. As she gently lifted the veil, a breathtaking beauty was unveiled. Time seemed to freeze for Ao Fan. Her features were exquisite, her skin like snow, and her eyes sparkled with the essence of the stars and the ocean, a beauty that left him breathless. He had never encountered such an enchanting woman, and an indescribable flutter surged within him. Qinwan's allure transcended mere appearance. She exuded an ethereal aura, as if she belonged to another realm entirely. Ao Fan found himself at a loss for words, simply gazing at her in awe, internally marveling. How can there be such a stunning beauty in this world? Seeing Ao Fan's dazed expression, Qinwan smiled softly, her smile like a gentle spring breeze that captivated the heart. Ao Gongzi, are you satisfied? Finally regaining his composure, Ao Fan felt his cheeks warm and quickly bowed. Miss Warner, your celestial grace has left me at a loss for words. He was still in a daze, marveling at her beauty, thinking even Pangu would offer her the stars. Qinwan, amused by Ao Fan's reaction, smiled, further stirring his emotions. Meanwhile, Little Fortune and Little Ha were playing nearby. Upon noticing Ao Fan's situation, they rushed over, and upon seeing Qinwan's beauty, Little Fortune's eyes widened in surprise, while Little Ha drooled. Ao Fan, observing this duo, found Little Fortune tolerable, but kicked Little Ha away for its drooling. Qinwan, seeing this, chose not to comment and donned her veil once more. Little Fortune chimed in, "Mistress, you are truly beautiful." Realizing her slip, Little Fortune quickly corrected herself. "My apologies, Sister Wana. I misspoke." Ao Fan was startled by Little Fortune's words, fearing they would upset Qinwan. However, glancing at her, he noticed she was unfazed, and his heart settled. Qinwan then addressed Ao Fan, "Can we speak now, Ao Fan?" Only then did Ao Fan recall his earlier promise. "Oh, right, let us proceed. Please wait a moment. System, spend 500,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully spending 400,000 experience points and 100,000 emotion points, successfully unlocking shared projections with others." Upon hearing this, Ao Fan hurriedly bound Qinwan, Little Fortune, and Little Ha. Confirm binding with Qinwan, Little Fortune, and Little Ha. Confirm. Binding successful. Just as Ao Fan was about to open the projection, a thought struck him. "Qinwan? Isn't that my fiancée? Does Miss Warner have the surname Qin?" He inquired, "Miss Warner, what is your surname?" Qinwan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Did Ao Fan uncover the truth? But then she thought, if he knows, so be it. She honestly replied, "I am surnamed Qin, named Qinwan." Qinwan wanted to add that she was Ao Fan's fiancée, but Ao Fan interrupted her. "Oh, so your name is Qinwan? What a coincidence. It appears you share a name with my fiancée. If only you were truly my fiancée." Qinwan was taken aback, her words halted. Thinking that since a misunderstanding had arisen, perhaps this was for the best, she smiled. However, by the water's edge, Little Green, playing with Little Luck, stifled a laugh, nearly bursting out. Little Luck remained oblivious. Yet Little Green mused, "This Peak Master is truly foolish. His fiancée stands before him, and he is none the wiser. What should I say to him?" Ao Fan was unaware of these thoughts, but Little Luck heard everything. "So Warner's sister is truly our mistress. How wonderful. I must share this news with Sister tonight. She will surely be delighted." Little Luck frolicked in the water, while Little Green remained puzzled. Ao Fan opened the projection, revealing a young man soaring through the sky. Qinwan and Little Fortune watched in astonishment, realizing that Ao Fan had been observing his disciple all this time, something they had not anticipated. Who would have thought that a Peak Master in the Foundation establishment stage could possess such abilities? What kind of divine ability is this? I have never heard of it. Is it some artifact left by the former Peak Master? Ao Fan's mind raced, but he could not find an explanation, so he told Qinwan it was his secret. Understanding and compassionate, Qinwan did not pry further, recognizing that everyone has their secrets. Little Fortune, watching the projection, found it fascinating, especially seeing her junior brother break through to the Golden Core stage, which filled her with joy. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yin had endured great trials. Had she known, she would have rushed his side. Little Ha barked at the projection, but nobody understood his words. In truth, he wished to convey that his sister, the snake, was so formidable that this boy would surely survive. Perhaps his master was overreacting. Fortunately, Little Ha did not reveal his ability to speak, as this was a promise made to the system, which allowed him to venture out only on that condition. As the group found the projection of Lin Yin somewhat dull, having spent the entire day traveling with little of interest, Qinwan said to Ao Fan, "Once Little Lin arrives at Zhuke City, call for me. I shall take a brief rest." Ao Fan, feeling helpless, consented. Little Ha returned to the fields to guard them, though it was unnecessary. Little Fortune scampered off to play with Little Luck. As night fell, Little Fortune transformed into a small dragon, frolicking with Little Luck in the water. Sister, I heard wonderful news today. Would you like to hear it?" "Oh, little sister, what is this good news? Are you about to break through?" Upon hearing this, Little Luck instantly wilted. "Not yet. I cannot break through just yet. However, within a month, I will surely succeed. The good news is that Sister Warner is our future mistress." "What? Sister, are you being truthful or jesting? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" "Indeed, sister. I heard it from Sister Xiaotsue, so it must be true." The dragon and the fish joyfully circled in the water. The following morning, Ao Fan called out, "Miss Warner. Xiaoxing, come here. Xiaoyinzi has arrived at Zhuke City." Chapter 82. Reunion. Qinwan gracefully approached Ao Fan, while Xiaoxing soared out of the water. And Xiaohai rushed towards Ao Fan like a rocket, stirring up clouds of dust. Noticing this, Ao Fan gave Xiaohai a sharp reprimand. Can't you slow down a bit? Look at the dust you've raised. With a casual wave, he dissipated the dust. Xiaoxing smiled at Xiaohai. You deserve that for being reckless. Bark, bark. Ao Fan interjected. All right, enough of the antics. If you want to watch, go fetch a chair. The three of them picked some fruit from the field, brought chairs over, and quietly watched the projection. In Zhuke City, Lin Yin arrived at the city gates, which were heavily guarded, requiring each entrant to register. After registering his information, Lin Yin strolled into the bustling streets of Zhuke City. His gaze wandered, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. On either side of the street, shops lined up, displaying an array of dazzling goods. The sounds of vendors calling out and the lively bargaining created a symphony of daily life. The streets were crowded, with some hurrying along as if pressed for time, while others leisurely strolled, savoring the delightful moments offered by the vibrant city. In the distance, a magnificent pavilion stood proudly in the heart of the city, its flying eaves and imposing structure captivating. The vermilion doors and windows contrasted beautifully with the white walls, making it particularly eye-catching. Surrounding the pavilion were lush trees and blooming flowers, resembling a picturesque painting. Nearby, street vendors offered a variety of local delicacies and handcrafted items. The mouth-watering aromas drew crowds, eager to sample the exquisite food, while the intricate crafts were irresistible. Children wove through the crowd, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. Such a lively scene made Lin Yin exclaim, Zhuke City truly lives up to its reputation. At that moment, the three in the inn were watching the city gates intently when Zhang Lingo excitedly exclaimed, Lin Yin, brother Lin Yin is here. The two, previously sipping tea, instantly set down their cups and peered out the window, spotting the person they had been eagerly awaiting. Lin Yin was walking down the street when Zhang Lingo shouted from the window, Brother Lin Yin, we're here. It's so great that you're alive. Li Yifei and Dao Yuan quickly turned away, leaving Zhang Linger peering out alone. Confused, she asked, what is wrong with you? Aren't you happy that Brother Lin Yin is here? The two shook their heads, feeling utterly embarrassed. Linger, this isn't your home. It's the streets of Zhuke City. Must you call out like that? What will Lin Yin think? It's all right. It's all right. Linger, you carry on, they reassured her. But Zhang Linger, not waiting for their comments to finish, dragged them both to the window. Below, passers-by looked up in confusion at the trio, causing Li Yifei and Dao Yuan to feel utterly humiliated. Yet they could only manage awkward smiles. Lin Yin, upon hearing Zhang Linger's words, felt his face flush. He pretended not to know the three. Hey, friend. Do you know those people up there? A passerby quickly shook his head. No, I don't know them. I have no such friends. Feigning interest. Lin Yin slowly made his way into the inn. As he reached the entrance, Zhang Linger called out, prompting him to hurriedly slip inside. Look, Brother Lin Yin is at the door. Let us go greet him. Li Yifei whispered, can we keep our voices down? Why? Li Yifei was baffled. Was it not obvious? Look at all the eyes on us. Lin Yin stiffened, turning to see everyone in the street staring at him, making him feel utterly embarrassed. Hey, sorry. My younger sister doesn't know any better. She has disturbed you, he mumbled before rushing upstairs. At that moment, the passerby could only shake his head at the scene. How shameless, trying to drag me into this embarrassment. I quite like it. Hearing such revolting remarks, those nearby quickly distanced themselves. Once inside, Lin Yin pulled the three back, exclaiming, can you not embarrass yourselves? Can't you just call me quietly? Must you shout in front of so many people? Do you wish for me to actually be dead? Li Yifei and Dao Yuan immediately recoiled, pointing at Zhang Linger. Lin Yin, seeing her on the verge of tears, ceased his reprimand. Linger, don't cry. You didn't do anything wrong. Zhang Lingo, confused, asked through her tears, why are you blaming us? Did we do something wrong? Lin Yin was at a loss for words. No anger. Lingo is just like that. It's not her fault. They then sat by the window, chatting about recent events. At Poxian Peak, Ao Fan and Xiaoxing were nearly in stitches, while Qinwan chuckled softly, maintaining her ladylike demeanor. Xiaohai rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Wow, this girl named Linger is truly innocent. Indeed, she is quite amusing. I hope to meet her one day, Qinwan added. Upon hearing the praise, Xiaoxing immediately stopped laughing. Master, Sister Wanner, I am also quite amusing. Realizing Xiaoxing was feeling jealous, Ao Fan and the others quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Xiaoxing. At Poxian Peak, you are the most entertaining and adorable. Only then did Xiaoxing return her attention to the projection. After Ao Fan kicked Xiaohai for still rolling around in laughter, Xiaohai scampered back, barking at Ao Fan, seemingly displeased with the kick, but fell silent when Ao Fan raised his foot again. All right, let us continue watching. In the inn, Lin Yan asked, have you encountered any dangers in these past few days? Not at all, though we both broke through to the Golden Core stage. While Lingo has reached the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, Li Yifei replied proudly. However, Dao Yuan poked Li Yifei with his finger. Maybe you should check Lin Yan's realm before boasting. What? Lin Yan is just at Foundation Establishment. Wow, you broke through to Golden Core. What about your tribulation? We all faced the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. You must have too, right? Li Yifei puffed his chest, as if proclaiming, aren't I impressive? This time, Dao Yuan refrained from poking him, agreeing that the 6-9 heavenly tribulation was indeed formidable. But then Zhang Linger chimed in, Brother Lin Yan. You would believe these two were chased by the tribulation, they nearly didn't survive. If it weren't for a powerful figure passing by and lending them a spirit tool, you might not have seen them today. Li Yifei nearly spat out the water he had just drunk. Linger, can you not keep exposing me? Let me have my moment. You see, Dao Yuan's face has turned dark. Zhang Linger remarked. Why do you two like to show off? Isn't it better to be genuine? She added, leaving them speechless and unable to argue. This little girl had spoiled their attempts at bravado. With Zhang Lingo present, it was nearly impossible to maintain any pretense. By the way, Brother Lin Yan, what kind of tribulation did you face? Lin Yan casually replied as he munched on his food. Oh, the heavenly tribulation. It is indeed quite formidable. Seemingly consisting of 9 stages. I nearly perished. Fortunately, a celestial being lent me a spiritual artifact. Otherwise, I would have surely succumbed. Alas, that artifact was ultimately destroyed by the tribulation. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the 3 were left in astonishment. What? You mean 9 stages of tribulation? How is that possible? In the entire Tianyan continent, there are barely enough fingers to count the instances of the 9-fold tribulation. These individuals were all influential figures in the current Tianyan continent. Dao Yuan spoke up. Indeed, Brother Lin, are you certain you are not jesting? I assure you, I am not. Now, let us not dwell on this matter. When does the secret realm open? At this mention, the expressions of the 3 grew serious. Brother Lin, the secret realm will commence tomorrow. If you delay another day, you may miss it. Only cultivators below the nascent soul stage are permitted entry. Zhang Linger interjected. Allow me to elaborate. This secret realm is teeming with formidable entities, from various first-rate sects to second-rate ones, and even rogue cultivators. There are also individuals from the demon race. Li Yifei and Dao Yuan listened intently to Zhang Linger's account, envisioning a chaotic scene filled with disciples of sacred places, sect members, rogue practitioners, and demons, all resembling fierce beasts. They quickly shook their heads, glancing at Zhang Linger with exasperation. Linger, your imagination is quite eccentric. If those sect disciples knew you referred to them as beasts, they would surely seek to eliminate you. Lin Yan could only smile wryly at this. However, he chose to move past that and focused on the latter part of her statement. First-rate sects, sacred places, and even demons have come? By the way, who are the prodigies from those sects? Zhang Linger hastily replied, fearing Li Yifei would preempt her. I know. From the eastern region. The Holy Son of the Fire Sacred Place, Qinghua, is at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage and is likely the strongest participant in this secret realm. Then there is Hua Xiner and Yu Yin from the Burning Fire sect, both at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. As for rogue cultivator Xiaohua, he is at the 8th level, and the demon, Chihu, is also at the 8th level, capable of contending with Qinghua. Upon hearing the ranks and affiliations of these individuals, Lin Yan felt a surge of anxiety, not for himself but for the trio before him. Zhang Linger, without a doubt, was the weakest and the most prone to instigating trouble. Li Yifei and Dao Yuan, at the 1st level of the Golden Core stage, were likely equivalent to ordinary 3rd-level Golden Core cultivators, which was insufficient. They needed to break through 1 or even 2 levels. Lin Yan was unconcerned about his own abilities. He could ascend to the 3rd level at any time, thanks to the perfect elixir provided by Ao Fan, which had significantly bolstered his spiritual power. Suddenly, Lin Yan grew serious. You 3 must break through a level tonight. For the sake of your lives, devote yourselves to your training, especially you, Lingers. You must reach the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. The 3 felt overwhelmed, as they had only just broken through to the Golden Core stage a few days prior. How could they possibly advance another level? Zhang Linger, in particular, felt exasperated, thinking Lin Yan must be holding a grudge. Her expression soured instantly. Do not blame my firmness. The dangers of this secret realm are immense. A single breakthrough grants you a greater chance of survival. Here are 4 elixirs for you. Each of you shall take 2. Linger, these 5 elixirs are for you. Train earnestly and refrain from frivolity. Li Yifei accepted the elixirs, giving Dao Yuan 2. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrant elixirs, both felt a stirring in their realms. Zhang Linger reluctantly accepted the elixirs as well. Now, hurry and cultivate. We shall gather in the morning. Brother Lin, will you not train as well? Of course, I shall also train. I will head off shortly. Upon hearing this, the trio felt relieved. Realizing Lin Yin intended to cultivate as well, they had initially thought they were the only ones required to train. Little did they expect that during this expedition, someone would urge them to cultivate. What a twist of fate. As Lin Yin watched the 3 depart, he sat alone at the dining table, observing the throngs of young talents passing by. Surely many of them were also heading to the secret realm. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures entered through the city gates. Oh, is that Linger and her junior sister? And who is that next to her? They seem vaguely familiar. Yes. He is the genius of formations from the disciple recruitment event, Yi Wuchen. Lin Yin leaped down from the window and rushed excitedly towards Xiaoling. Seeing a man running towards her, Xiaolinger initially intended to retreat, but upon recognizing Lin Yin, her face lit up with joy. Brother Lin Yin, what brings you here? I came to join the excitement of the secret realm opening. And you, how did you come to be here? Xiaolinger replied. My father informed me of the secret realm's opening, urging me to come and see if I might stumble upon any opportunities. Why stand idle? Let us converse at the inn. Oh, Yi Wuchen, do join us. Yi Wuchen, still slightly dazed, had not expected to encounter a fellow disciple in Zhuke City. He nodded and followed them into the inn. Bring the dishes, innkeeper. That table is also mine. We will settle the bill together later. The attendant acknowledged. Lingo, how did you 2 come to be together? Xiaolinger, fearing Lin Yin might misinterpret, explained, junior brother Wuchen was also preparing to venture out. I encountered him on the way and thought it would be prudent to bring him along since the secret realm is also a chance for training. Yi Wuchen added, indeed. We met by chance on the road. My master taught us that within the sect, we are brothers and sisters. Outside, we should look out for one another. Seeing junior sister traveling alone, it was only natural for me to accompany her. I see. Tomorrow marks the day the secret realm opens. Both of you are still at the first level of the Golden Core stage, which is rather precarious. Here, take these 2 elixirs to bolster your strength, junior brother Wuchen. And Linger, these 4 elixirs are for you. Wuchen initially felt elated, but upon seeing the 4 gleaming elixirs in Xiao Linger's hand, a pang of envy struck him. Brother, this seems rather unfair. After all, we are both disciples. Why does junior sister Linger receive more? Before Lin Yin could respond, Xiaolinga chimed in. Brother, be grateful. Had you not accompanied me to Zhuke City, you would not even have received 2. Yi Wuchen felt a bit aggrieved. Yet he could not deny her logic and soon reconciled himself to it. By the way, brother Lin Yin, I plan to take junior brother Wuchen to visit my father shortly. Would you care to join us? Xiaolinga looked at Lin Yin with eager eyes, causing Lin Yin to feel a shiver. No, I cannot. My companions are still training, and if I leave, there will be no one to protect them. It would be unfortunate if anything were to happen. Xiaolinger's expression fell with disappointment. Do not fret, Linger. We shall be together when we enter the secret realm. It is merely today that we are apart. Xiaolinger considered his words and felt reassured. As their meal drew to a close, she urged, if you plan to head to the imperial city, do so promptly. Delay might hinder your cultivation. Xiaolinger gazed longingly at Lin Yin, while Yi Wuchen remained composed, knowing they would see each other again tomorrow. As Xiaolinger and Yi Wuchen walked down the street, Yi Wuchen spoke up, junior sister Linger. Did you discern brother Lin Yan's realm? I find it rather elusive. Xiaolinga pondered. Now that you mention it, I cannot quite gauge brother Lin Yan's realm either. Even when he was at the Qi refinement stage, he could engage equally with those at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. Now, brother Lin Yin must surely be able to make Golden Core cultivators flee in disarray. Indeed, it seems so. When we enter the secret realm tomorrow, we must cling tightly to brother Lin Yan's coattails. My expertise lies in formations, yet my combat prowess is lacking. I shall need protection. The 2 individuals remained silent. Yet their smiles conveyed a mutual understanding. Lin Yin stood at the entrance of the inn, bidding farewell to them, when suddenly he sneezed. Who is talking about me? Let them know I shall deliver a beating, he remarked before heading towards his room to commence his cultivation. Today, the city of Zhuke was far from tranquil. Talents from the eastern region were arriving one after another. At that moment, an enormous flying vessel suddenly appeared in the sky outside the city. This vessel resembled a moving palace, magnificent and imposing. Its bow was intricately sculpted into the visage of a formidable dragon, with sharp fangs, piercing eyes, and sinuous whiskers, all exuding an aura of power and nobility. The tail of the vessel mimicked a lifelike dragon tail, swaying gracefully, as if it could stir up a tempest at any moment. The surface of the vessel was adorned with various rare spirit stones, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling like the brilliant stars in the night sky. From a distance, this flying vessel appeared to be an unparalleled masterpiece of art, emanating an irresistible allure that left onlookers in awe. Such a lavish and extravagant vessel was indeed a rarity in the world. Upon sighting the vessel, those outside Shike City immediately recognized it as the exclusive flying vessel of the Qingshi Saint Sun from the sacred land of Lihua. Rumor had it that this time, the sacred land had sent individuals, and to their surprise, it was the Qingshi Saint Sun who had risen to prominence over the past 2 years. It was said that when he broke through to the Golden Core stage, he attracted the ninefold heavenly tribulation, which earned him the title of Saint Sun. Is that true? The ninefold heavenly tribulation? I always thought it was merely a legend. No one could possibly attract such a formidable calamity, a man remarked. It is true. At that time, my aunt's uncle's friend's brother was working as a menial disciple in the sacred land, and he witnessed it firsthand. He said that the sect leader came out to protect him, and when the Saint Sun faced the tribulation from the 7th to the 9th level, the sect leader provided him with ancient spiritual treasures to counter the lightning tribulation. It was precisely because of the sect leader that the Qingshi Saint Sun managed to break through the tribulation. How enviable. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the vessel. Let us descend. It is best not to be too ostentatious in Juke City. The Qingshi Saint Sun exhibited a degree of decorum, at least refraining from reckless behavior. However, one could not help but wonder what would become of the sect if a fool were to assume the role of Saint Sun. Those cultivators who had previously met the Qingshi Saint Sun approached to curry favor, and those who had not, naturally seized the opportunity to forge connections. The Qingshi Saint Sun relished this flattery. After all, he was merely a youth of 17 or 18, and a touch of vanity was to be expected. Saint Sun, I hail from the Qingxin Temple, a third-rate sect. Should you have any needs, I shall go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. I come from the Flame sect. I come from the Fire Cave. Individuals from various sects and schools stepped forward to express their heartfelt respect. The Qingshi Saint Sun greeted each one, for once they entered the secret realm, these individuals would serve as his pawns. After exchanging pleasantries, the Qingshi Saint Sun strode directly into the city. Upon glancing back at the throng of admirers, his expression shifted, and a sly smile graced his lips. The Qingshi Saint Sun was adept at maintaining a facade of cordiality, yet his inherent arrogance led him to look down upon these second-rate and third-rate sects, revealing a character laden with malice. Arriving at the inn where Lin Yin resided, the attentive waiter, upon spotting the Qingshi Saint Sun, greeted him with effusive warmth. Young master, are you here to stay or to dine? Li Yuan, the sycophant of the Qingshi Saint Sun, stepped forward. We require accommodations. Please prepare 3 superior rooms for us. The waiter hesitated. Young master, we have only 1 room left. What? Only 1? Do you think someone of the Saint Sun's stature could share a room with us? Figure it out. I won't concern myself with how you manage it, but we must have 3 superior rooms once we finish our meal. Rest assured, the payment will be doubled. Upon hearing this, the waiter rushed to find the innkeeper, for a superior room at double the rate meant 200 lower-grade spirit stones. To clarify, the inn had previously charged 10 lower-grade spirit stones per room, a price that had been raised due to the secret realm affair, revealing the inn's unscrupulous nature. The waiter approached the innkeeper and relayed the situation. Upon hearing the news, the innkeeper could hardly suppress his grin. I shall handle this matter. The innkeeper approached the rooms occupied by several Foundation establishment cultivators, those without backing, particularly the less affluent ones. Knock, knock, knock. It is I, the innkeeper. Hearing the innkeeper's voice, the occupant opened the door and inquired, What brings you here? Ah, young brother, would you consider switching rooms? I can offer you a 50% discount. With a resounding slam, the door was shut. How rude. What has become of the youth these days? Not a shred of courtesy. The innkeeper sought several others, but similar rejections ensued. Realizing he needed to employ a different strategy, the innkeeper retrieved a pendant from his storage ring. This pendant was no ordinary item. It was a spiritual artifact passed down through generations. It possessed the unique ability to create illusions. Once again, the innkeeper approached the first room and knocked. When the young man opened the door, displaying annoyance, he said, "I've already told you I won't switch. Do you not understand? Leave me be." The innkeeper, brandishing the pendant, infused it with spiritual energy and waved it before the young man, who suddenly envisioned his beloved heading towards a mid-tier room. Unconsciously, he dashed towards the mid-tier room. How effective this is! Just one more room to secure. The innkeeper proceeded to the next room, where a woman emerged. Without uttering a word, he waved the pendant, and she too moved towards the mid-tier room. All settled. The innkeeper returned to the front desk to inform the waiter that 3 rooms had been vacated. The waiter gazed at him in admiration, impressed by the swift resolution. He approached the table of the Qingshi Saint Sun to relay that the rooms were now arranged. The Qingshi Saint Sun gestured to Li Yuan, who instantly understood and produced 700 spirit stones. The waiter promptly accepted the stones and rushed back to the innkeeper, whose grin nearly split his face. "Saint Sun, you are sure to reap the greatest rewards from this fire spirit secret realm. The others can only stand aside." Li Yuan flattered. "Do not speak so. Many talents will be present this time, such as that monstrous Chihu from the demon clan. He is no weakling. My battle with him could go either way. His physical strength is formidable and quite troublesome. This secret realm was created precisely for the Qingshi Saint Sun's fire spirit sacred body to break through, so there is no need for modesty. Your strength is known to all." The Qingshi Saint Sun beamed with delight, for he reveled in the praise of others. After dining, they each returned to their respective rooms to rest. A night passed in silence. Throughout the inn, sounds of breakthroughs filled the air, as everyone prepared diligently for the upcoming secret realm. When Lin Yin and his companions reconvened, Lin Yin surveyed their cultivation levels with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. "Have we not met your expectations, Brother Lin? We have both reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. You cannot imagine how hard we worked last night. We have nearly absorbed all the elixirs you provided. The results were astonishing. Do you have any more, Brother Lin?" Lin Yin was at a loss for words. "I have none left. I only possess 10 elixirs, all of which have been used up. Once we exit the secret realm, I shall concoct some for you." Li Yifei was overwhelmed with excitement. Only those who had experienced it could truly comprehend the exceptional quality of Lin Yan's elixirs. Dao Yuan's eyes also sparkled with interest, mirroring Li Yifei's desire to inquire whether Lin Yin could provide him with a few more. However, for the sake of maintaining his image, he restrained himself. Such is the irony of vanity, enduring suffering for the sake of appearances. Lin Yin then turned his gaze towards Zhang Ling. "What about you? How many levels have you broken through?" Li Yifei and Dao Yuan looked at Zhang Linger and reassured her. "Don't worry, once we enter the secret realm, we will protect you." Zhang Linger, upon being questioned about her cultivation, immediately lowered her head, hesitant to meet their eyes. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin Yin. I have only just broken through to the 3rd level. I am currently at the Foundation Establishment 3rd level." "Only the 3rd level? What do you mean only the 3rd level? In just one night, you've reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment?" Li Yifei exclaimed, his astonishment mirrored on Dao Yuan and Lin Yan's faces. Zhang Linger, puzzled by their reactions, asked, "Is 3 levels a lot? I thought it wasn't too impressive, especially since I only broke through after taking Brother Lin Yan's elixir." The trio felt a wave of exasperation wash over them. "Is breaking through becoming so competitive now?" Lin Yin queried. "Lingo, if you could break through to the 1st level in just half a day, then why is your cultivation so low?" Li Yifei and Dao Yuan scrutinized Zhang Linger, equally curious. "Well, my focus hasn't been on cultivation. I find it rather tedious, so I hardly practice. I enjoy working as an auctioneer at the auction house. It's quite fun." Lin Yin was at a loss for words, feeling inadequate in comparison to a young girl who only practiced occasionally. Clearly, Zhang Linger possessed a remarkable physique. Otherwise, how could she cultivate so swiftly? Regrettably, the elder was still in slumber, leaving him unable to inquire further. "Never mind, let's head out. The secret realm is about to commence." The group made their way to the Burning Valley, the designated location for the opening of the Fire Spirit secret realm. As they journeyed, the sky illuminated with streaks of light resembling shooting stars, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Zhang Lingo, filled with excitement, pointed out, "Hey, what are those people up ahead doing? Why are they flying so fast? Are they going to choose a good spot for their graves?" The 3 turned their heads mechanically towards Zhang Linger, their eyes wide with disbelief, retreating several meters. "What is wrong with you? Why are you distancing yourselves from me?" Zhang Lingo questioned. The trio merely gestured towards something behind her. Upon turning, Zhang Lingo exclaimed, "What is with that look? I haven't offended you, so don't act recklessly." Be careful, or Brother Lin Yin, Brother Yifei, and Brother Dao Yuan will make you regret it. They are quite formidable. Lin Yin and the others facepalmed, regretting their decision to bring Zhang Lingo along. Her propensity for trouble was beyond ordinary. Though the trio was speechless, they certainly wouldn't stand by and let anyone bully her. They approached her, urging, "Please be quiet, Linger. If you keep talking, we might end up in a brawl." Lin Yin addressed the crowd, "My apologies, esteemed friends. This young girl does not understand her words. I sincerely apologize on her behalf." Seeing Lin Yan's politeness, the crowd softened, with one person stepping forward. "Humph. Since you are so courteous, we shall spare you this time. But if it happens again, we will not hesitate to teach you a lesson." "Yes, yes, esteemed friends. My apologies. Oh, before we leave, I must advise you to keep a tight rein on your sister's mouth. She may be pretty, but her words are reckless." The person shot a glance at Zhang Linger, causing her to take a step back. After delivering his warning, he and his companions flew away. Under normal circumstances, they would have dealt with Lin Yin and his friends, but the imminent opening of the secret realm prevented any further confrontation. Lin Yin chuckled awkwardly, and soon the group followed the others towards the burning valley. Chapter 86. Awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Upon arriving at the Fire Spirit secret realm, they found nearly 1,000 cultivators gathered. Most were aligned with factions. The sacred Son of Blue Fire had at least 500 followers, while the demonic clan's Red Tiger had gathered a few dozen, primarily their own kind. Additionally, second-rate sects congregated, while loose cultivators formed their own groups. Led by a striking figure with a sword in hand and a commanding presence, Lin Yin felt a sense of familiarity with this person, though he was certain they had never met. The four approached the entrance where royal figures presided over the proceedings. Lin Yan's gaze landed on Xiao Linger and Yi Wuqing, who exchanged glances and were about to greet him when Lin Yin noticed a young man standing next to Xiao Linger, strikingly handsome and bearing a resemblance to her. Upon realizing that he shared the surname Xiao, Lin Yin pondered whether they were related. If so, why was he a loose cultivator? Perhaps he would inquire with Linger later. Meanwhile, Zhang Linger noticed Lin Yin staring intently in one direction and couldn't help but look as well. That person is quite handsome. Why does Brother Lin Yin keep staring at him? Could it be that he has taken a liking to him? No. What am I thinking? If he has, should I lend a hand? Understanding Zhang Linger's playful thoughts, Lin Yin chose not to question her further. If he knew her true musings, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of blood rising. A voice rang out, "Esteemed cultivators, this secret realm has suddenly appeared in recent years. Our research suggests it may be a small world, a cave heaven, or even a creation of a great being for the purpose of passing on their legacy. Our ancestors have determined that only those at the nascent soul stage may enter. What lies within remains a mystery until you venture in and return. There may be dangers, but also opportunities. It is both a blessing and a curse. We will not impede your entry. The opening of the secret realm is today. Though we cannot specify the exact hour, you may sit and cultivate here or seek allies to enter with you." Understanding dawned on the crowd, with some sitting down while others formed groups. Lin Yin and his companions had no intention of teaming up, fearing betrayal. There were attempts from others to join them, but each was politely declined. Li Yifei had questioned Lin Yan's reluctance to team up, to which Lin Yin replied, "I don't trust them. I'm afraid of being stabbed in the back." Li Yifei and the others found this reasoning quite sensible. Ahead, Xiao Lingo was arguing with the young man beside her. "Brother, please let me go. That person over there is my senior brother. He is incredibly powerful. Is he more powerful than me? Don't be ridiculous. You're comparing a child to a grown man, and you're already in the god transformation stage at over 30. Xiao Linger's brother was nearly incensed. "My sister has grown up and no longer listens to my words. Fine, if you wish to go, then go. Thank you, brother. You're truly the most handsome in the Zhuke kingdom." Yi Wuqing bowed respectfully before following her. The crown prince, Xiaozhe, focused a strand of his divine sense on his sister. Indeed, he was Xiao Linger's brother, the eldest son of the current emperor, and it was likely the throne would one day be his. I shall see who dares to pursue my sister. I have only one sister, whom I have never bullied. If anyone dares to harm Linger, I shall make them pay." At that moment, Lin Yin was conversing with Li Yifei when Xiao Linger and Yi Wuqing approached. "Brother Lin Yin, it's been a day. Did you miss me?" "Senior brother, it's you. Wonderful. Both of you have made significant progress. Linger, you've reached the 4th level of golden elixir? That's impressive." As Zhang Linger heard Lin Yin call out her name, she mistakenly believed he was addressing her. "Brother Lin Yin, I am at the 8th level of foundation building, not the 4th level of golden dan." Lin Yin smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting that both of them shared the name Linger. Linger? I was referring to the other Linger, the one named Xiao Linger. Zhang Linger looked at Xiao Linger with excitement. Wow, sister, your name is also Xiao Ling. What a coincidence. Hello, I am Zhang Ling. Xiao Linger was somewhat taken aback. What is happening? Who is this girl, and why is she so familiar? Nevertheless, since she is so enthusiastic, I must not appear impolite. Hello, Linger. I am Xiao Linger. You can call me Sister Linger. Okay, Sister Linger, she replied. Lin Yin glanced at the two and noted that Xiao Linger was watching her intently. He hurriedly explained. This is the daughter of the Qiandao Pavilion auction house in Luyan City. The owner treats us quite well, so we agreed to bring her along. He gestured to the others. These two are Li Yifei and Dao Yuan. The one who is slightly less handsome than me is Li Yifei, and the one with the stoic expression is Dao Yuan. They both hail from Feiyun's sect, a second-tier sect, just like us. Li Yifei and Dao Yuan shot Lin Yin simultaneous glares, but, mindful of decorum, they both bowed. Xiao Linger and Yi Wuchen returned the gesture. These two are my fellow disciples. This lovely, gentle, kind, and beautiful girl is my junior sister, Xiao Linger, and this is my junior brother, Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen felt aggrieved by the disparity in their introductions and complained, Brother, isn't this a bit unfair? Lin Yin replied, How is this unfair? If you feel that way, return the pills you owe me. At that moment, Yi Wuchen truly understood the saying that one is at the mercy of those who feed them. He could only swallow his grievances. Zhang Linger approached Xiao Linger and exclaimed, Sister, you are so beautiful and so tall, unlike me, who is hardly noticeable. Xiao Linger blushed at the candid remark. She had not expected Zhang Linger to be so bold. The older men around them wore awkward expressions, while Lin Yin and his companions were well aware that Zhang Linger was known for her bluntness. However, Yi Wuchen was taken aback by her boldness. Goodness! Can this Linger girl really say such things without a care for decorum? Noticing Lin Yin and the others' nonchalant expressions, Yi Wuchen realized that this must be Zhang Lingo's usual behavior, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. Lin Yin gathered everyone together and took out a few communication stones from his storage ring. Each of you take one. Once we enter the secret realm, we don't know if we'll be scattered or stay together, so it's best to be prepared. The group nodded in agreement. Chapter 87. The secret realm opens. The group waited for more than 2 hours until a bronze door appeared in the sky. The door, with its ancient and weathered bronze hue, seemed as if it had stood there for millennia. As the door slowly opened, everyone grew restless, and Lin Yin and his companions followed suit. Soon, the door was fully ajar, and the first to rush in were the over 100 people led by the Holy Son of Qinghua. Following them were the second-tier forces, the Demon Clan, the Royal Xiao family, and finally, Lin Yin and his group. Let us go. Remember, if we get separated, be cautious and come find me as soon as possible. Especially you, Linger. You are only at the foundation building stage, so be extra careful. Understood. They replied as they soared through the bronze door and emerged on the other side. The moment they stepped through, they were greeted by a dazzling crimson landscape, as if they had entered the legendary Flame Mountain. The intense heat enveloped them, making it difficult to breathe. The air around them shimmered and warped from the searing temperature. Yet they were fortunate that all present were cultivators. They could wield their cultivated spiritual energy to shield themselves, forming a thin barrier to fend off the oppressive heat. Lin Yin cautiously ventured into this mysterious land, his gaze falling upon a valley awash in brilliant red, as if it had been scorched by flames for ages. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that the stones here were all flame stones, an invaluable material for crafting magical artifacts. Their worth immeasurable. Typically, finding even one flame stone is no easy feat, yet here they were abundant, beyond imagination. However, as Lin Yin was not a craftsman, he felt little interest in these stones and continued on his path. Along the way, he encountered the fire antelope tree, a third-tier spirit tree, and the fireburn grass, a fourth-tier spirit herb. Observing the scene around him, Lin Yin could not help but reflect on the duration this place had existed, allowing such trees and grasses to grow to such remarkable heights. At that moment, his communication stone vibrated, and Zhang Linger's voice came through. Brother Lin Yin, where are you? I'm scared being alone here. It's so hot and gloomy, and the trees look so strange. They resemble humans, with thick branches resembling arms and legs. Stay where you are and don't provoke them. As long as you don't bother them, they won't harm you, Lin Yin replied. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Linger grew anxious, crouching beside a rock and remaining still as she conversed with Lin Yin. As he spoke, he made his way toward her, grateful for the locator feature of the communication stone. Otherwise, finding anyone in this secret realm would be nearly impossible. Zhang Lingo hugged her knees. Observing the desolate forest of fiery trees and the crimson sky, the silence suffocating. Brother Lin Yan, Brother Yifei, Brother Daoyuan, Sister Linger, please come quickly. I'm frightened. Suddenly, several figures approached. Upon seeing the towering trees, greed flickered in their eyes. Big brother, these trees seem to be rare spirit plants. The leader remarked, gazing at the trees. Who cares? Everything here is valuable. Go, cut these trees down and store them in the storage rings. Yes, big brother. Without hesitation, the group unsheathed their swords and advanced toward the trees. When one of them struck a tree, it emitted a heart-wrenching wail, causing the group to recoil in shock. Despicable outsiders. How dare you harm our kin? You shall pay. Fear filled their eyes. What do we do, big brother? One cried in panic. Why are you asking me? Who knew these trees were sentient? Run. There are too many tree spirits. We can't fight them. They fled in terror, but the tree spirits would not let them escape. The spirits quickly surrounded them, leaving no room for escape. Big brother, think of something. I don't want to die here for treasure. Shut up. Do you think I want this? Suddenly, a towering tree, reaching a height of 100 meters, advanced toward them. Meanwhile, Zhang Linger, hidden behind a rock, was too frightened to speak. Suddenly, a vine lifted her, placing her atop the tree's branches. Little girl, why are you scared? Are we really that terrifying? Zhang Linger struggled to appear brave, though her body trembled. I'm not afraid. How could I be? I'm just resting a bit and feeling a little cold. That is all. The other tree spirits, charmed by the adorable girl, found her amusing. They were not malicious beings, but rather curious. Stay here, little one. I will deal with them. The leader of the tree spirits pointed a branch forward, and in an instant, countless vines surged toward the group of individuals. Just as they attempted to defend themselves, they realized that their swords and chests were pierced by a single vine. The few of them perished on the spot. Without any suspense, Zhang Lingo witnessed this scene and felt a pang of regret. She silently chanted, Brother Lin Yin must be lost. Brother Lin Yin must be lost. She feared that Lin Yin would meet the same fate upon his arrival. The blood of the fallen flowed into the earth, absorbed entirely by the surrounding tree spirits. The leader of the tree spirits set Zhang Linger down, and the other spirits gathered around her. Overwhelmed by the sight, Zhang Linger began to weep uncontrollably. Having fought back her tears until now, but the presence of so many tree spirits caused her to sob inconsolably. The tree spirits were at a loss for how to respond. It was then that the leader spoke, Little girl, do not cry. We mean you no harm. However, Zhang Lingo could not help but continue weeping at the grotesque appearance of the spirits. The leader's patience was wearing thin, despite his lack of a physical head. If you keep crying, we might just eat you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Linger immediately ceased her tears, her sobs replaced by a nervous plea, Please don't eat me. I'm not tasty, I haven't bathed in ages, and I smell sour all over. The tree spirits couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's innocent remark. Rest assured, we will not harm you. Our tree spirit clan believes in repaying kindness and holding grudges. Why would we harm someone with whom we have no conflict? What is your name, and how did you come to be here? Chapter 88. The tree spirit clan. Zhang Linger looked nervously at the leader of the tree spirits. My name is Zhang Linger. We entered because the secret realm has opened, and we came seeking opportunities. Upon hearing this, the leader mused, after 10,000 years. Has a new world emerged? By the way, little girl, what is the name of your world? Zhang Linger's mouth fell agape in astonishment. New world? Is our world not the only one? Indeed, there are countless small worlds and 3,000 great worlds in the realms I know. Above them lies the immortal realm. And beyond that, I cannot say. Each great world is overseen by a heavenly principle, which can be simplified as the weakest of immortals who govern these smaller worlds. If someone in a small world is on the verge of a breakthrough, the immortal from the upper realm will open the heavenly gates for them, allowing them to ascend to the immortal realm and join their ranks. Zhang Linger was bewildered by this information. Could a mere foundational cultivator like her grasp such concepts? Senior, our world is called Tianyan Continent. I do not know if it is a small world or a great world. The tree spirit leader inquired. Are there many tribulation periods in your world? This question left Zhang Linger flabbergasted. How could she, a novice, know about such supreme power? The leader realized his folly in asking a foundational cultivator such matters. Will you remain here, or do you wish to seek your companions, little girl? Zhang Lingo shivered at the thought of venturing beyond the woods. Senior, I wish to stay here and wait for my companions. May I remain? Of course. I would also like to hear about your Tianyan continent. Would you share your stories with me? Certainly. The tree spirits gathered around, eager to listen. Having not encountered outsiders for so long, Zhang Linger settled on a branch of the tree spirit leader and began narrating her tale. Meanwhile, Lin Yin was hastening towards Zhang Linger's location. He was soaring through the air when suddenly, a powerful force emanated from a volcanic crater, threatening to pull him in. Despite exerting all his strength to resist, it was futile. What is happening? Is someone ambushing me? That cannot be. I felt nothing. Lin Yin approached the crater, and after what felt like an eternity of descent, he was nearly dozing off. Why have I not reached the bottom yet? I've been falling for over 15 minutes. At that moment, he spotted a glimmer of light at the bottom of the crater. Adjusting his posture, he landed steadily and surveyed his surroundings. Noting the spaciousness and signs that suggested someone had been here before, Lin Yin began to explore the base of the volcano, running his hands along the walls in search of any mechanisms. After a quarter of an hour without success, he became frustrated. What the heck? There is nothing here. He sat down on a stone bed to ponder his predicament. This cannot be. If there is a gravitational pull, then this place must be significant. I should search again. Wait, why is there a bed here? As Lin Yin began to examine the stone bed, just as he was about to give up, he discovered a switch. He turned it, and a stone door opened from the side. I knew it. This place looks extraordinary. There must be something here. As he stepped through the stone door, a wave of heat enveloped him. Where is this? Why is it so hot? Lin Yin could only lament his misfortune. Upon entering, the door suddenly closed behind him, startling him. Before him lay a table with several boxes. Driven by curiosity, he approached to investigate. In addition to the 3 boxes, there was a peculiar orb with intricate patterns that Lin Yin could not decipher, surrounded by a terrifying aura of flames. He attempted to touch the orb, but as soon as his hand made contact, he recoiled in pain, having burned himself. Embarrassed, he thought, I can't even grasp a single orb. How pathetic. Determined, he tried again several times, but each attempt ended in failure. Just as Lin Yin prepared to reach for the orb once more, a lazy voice echoed. Who disturbs my slumber? I do not have a pleasant temperament. Lin Yin cautiously stepped back. What are you? There was no one here just now. Where did you come from? There is no hidden door on this table. I'm not a thing. I am a thing. What a ridiculous question. I am the fire spirit orb, born of heaven and earth, a congenital spiritual treasure, the essence of the path of fire. Who are you? And why do you disturb my rest? You are the spirit of the fire spirit orb? Indeed. Understanding dawned upon Lin Yin, and he replied, Young man Lin Yin pays his respects to you, esteemed one. I entered due to the opening of the secret realm, seeking opportunities. I did not intend to disturb you. I hope you can forgive me. The spirit of the fire spirit orb, finding Lin Yin somewhat agreeable, decided not to hold it against him. Come here. You just mentioned the opening of the secret realm? What is the name of your world? Is it the immortal realm? No, you lack immortal energy. Is it a great world or a small world? Lin Yin was perplexed. I do not understand what you mean by great world or small world. I am familiar with the immortal realm. Ascending to immortality is not a secret. Never mind. Prepare for the trial. If you pass, you will earn my approval, and I will allow you to leave with me. If you fail, I shall remain here indefinitely. Lin Yin was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but he accepted the challenge with enthusiasm, recognizing the significance of a congenital spiritual treasure. Esteemed one, I am ready to accept the trial. My trial does not assess your cultivation, but rather test your character, willpower, and integrity. Lin Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. If it were a test of cultivation, he might not have been able to succeed. Chapter 1. The illusion of heaven and earth within this realm, your memories shall vanish, and you will experience a life of your own. Success lies in your ability to escape from it. Suddenly, a fissure appeared before Lin Yin. Hesitating momentarily, he ultimately stepped through. In a dilapidated village, a baby boy was born, bringing joy to his family. Each member took turns cradling the adorable infant. Lin's father exclaimed, This little fellow is so charming. I shall name him Lin Ergo. Lin's mother scolded, Are you out of your mind? If you lack wisdom, refrain from naming. I shall name him, she continued. Since it is summer and the heat is sweltering, let us call him Lin Yin. The others agreed, finding the name quite suitable. Little Yin, Lin's mother said, Look, this is your grandmother, this is your grandfather, this is your mother, and I am your father. The family gazed at this new life with immense joy. Lin's grandfather went to catch a chicken from their yard, sacrificing one to nourish Lin's mother. Outside the illusion, the vessel spirit watched Lin Yan's life unfold, from his birth to his growth. Indeed, Lin Yan had reached the age of 16 and was now of marrying age. Father, mother, I am not ready for marriage yet. May I wait another year? His parents sighed, resigned to their fate. Since coming of age, Lin Yin had been haunted by vague memories of a girl, her beauty elusive and indistinct. No matter how he tried to recall, her visage remained obscured. After another year, he could no longer defer his parents' wishes and reluctantly agreed to marry. Dressed in a splendid bridal outfit, Lin Yin prepared to wed Zhang Xiaohua from the neighboring village. The villagers came to offer their congratulations. The day passed swiftly. The bride was brought home, and after toasting the guests, Lin Yin retreated to his chamber. Gazing at his bride, he felt a mixture of joy and apprehension, for the girl's face had grown increasingly vivid in his mind over the past year. Having imbibed wine, he mustered the courage to lift the bride's red veil. Upon seeing her face, Lin Yin smiled, for he recognized her as Xiao Linger, whom he had encountered at the disciple selection conference. A flood of memories surged within him. Xiaohua, he grinned. This is your grandmother, grandfather, and mother. I am your father. Just then, the sound of thundering hooves echoed from outside the village. The villagers rushed to investigate, and Lin Yan's family, dwelling not far from the village entrance, could easily hear the commotion. Although Lin Yan had regained his memories, he kept them to himself, unwilling to shatter the tranquility of the moment. However, a band of mountain bandits disrupted their peaceful lives. All villagers, come forth and surrender your provisions. The villagers, stricken with fear, dared not approach. The village chief stepped forward, pleading, Sir, our provisions are scarce. May we have time to gather what we can? With a swift whoosh, a dagger pierced the chief, killing him instantly. The villagers recoiled in terror. Lin Yan, witnessing this, was about to step forward when his father restrained him. Child, take Xiaohua and flee quickly. These bandits are merciless. Even if we surrender our provisions, they will not spare us. Father, what are you saying? How can I leave you behind? Lin Yan protested. Before he could finish, his father interjected, Sir, we shall fetch your provisions at once. Please wait. The bandits, hearing this, seemed somewhat appeased. That's more like it. Women stay behind, and men shall fetch the food. The men rushed back to their homes. Yan, you must take Xiaohua and escape. You cannot allow her to perish alongside you so soon after marrying, his father urged. This statement made Lin Yan hesitate. While he understood his father's reasoning, he could not bear the thought of watching his father perish. Very well, I will take Xiaohua away. Initially bewildered, Xiaohua soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Yan, are you truly willing to abandon your parents for our fleeting romance? Lin Yan chuckled. Abandon? That is out of the question. We have already left the village. Find a place to hide while I go back. No, I will not leave. We are married and shall face whatever comes together. Seeing Xiaohua's resolute spirit warmed Lin Yan's heart. Very well, I will protect you and our family. With that, they reached the village entrance. Lin Yan positioned Xiaohua behind him and stepped forward. Even if I must perish today, I will ensure you suffer not. Lin Yan knew he had to tread carefully. Should he falter, this small village would cease to exist. Although he had no cultivation, his physical prowess remained intact. The villagers, emboldened, grabbed hoes and shovels. The bandits glared menacingly but charged forth without hesitation. Lin Yan seized a stick, swiftly targeting the legs of the bandits' horses. With each move, he crippled a steed, and soon all the horses lay on the ground. The bandits were forced to dismount and engage in combat. The villagers looked to Lin's father, astonished. Since when did you possess such skills? Why haven't you taught us? Lin's father was equally perplexed. He had no idea. Lin Yan struck each bandit with precision, their cries echoing in the air. The bandit leader stepped forward. You are impressive, young man. Why not join my band? I will make you my second in command. The villagers were filled with dread, fearing Lin Yan might betray them. Only Lin's family remained untroubled, well aware of his character. Lin Yan scoffed. A rabble of miscreants dares to wreak havoc? You shall meet your demise. With that, he struck a bandit down with a single blow, stunning the remaining bandits, who could scarcely believe their eyes. This boy dares to kill. The bandit leader, wielding a massive sword, charged at Lin Yan, who dodged skillfully. In his evasion, Lin Yan aimed to retrieve the weapon of the fallen bandit, for his stick would not suffice against such a formidable opponent. After a fierce exchange lasting a quarter of an hour, Lin Yan seized the opportunity to acquire the sword. They battled fiercely, both combatants eventually fatigued. Suddenly, Lin Yan produced a low-grade pill concocted from the hazy memories of his past. Although its efficacy was minimal, it restored his stamina. Swallowing the pill, Lin Yan felt rejuvenated. With precision, he swung the sword towards the bandit leader's neck, and with a resounding thud, the head fell to the ground. The remaining bandits stood in shock. One finally shouted, "Run! The leader is dead." The villagers and Lin's family rushed to Lin Yan's side, checking for injuries. Chapter 90, The Blood of Ghosts. Lin Yan waved his hand. "I am unharmed, merely exhausted." Zhang Xiaohua rushed over. "Are you all right?" Lin Yan gazed at her, her beauty reminiscent of Xiao Linger, and felt a tumult of emotions, knowing he would soon depart. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. He realized it was time to leave. The villagers felt the force and were thrown back, yet emerged unscathed. Lin Yan stood before them and declared, "Dear friends, I do not know if this is an illusion, but my time has come to an end." Lin's father and the others, along with Zhang Xiaohua, were utterly bewildered by the notion of leaving. "Yenner, what is wrong? Lin Yan, can you not depart?" Lin Yan gazed at them, his heart aching. For he had only lived 16 years outside the illusion, yet here he had spent 17 years marrying a gentle and beautiful wife. He did not wish to leave. Yet he understood that he did not belong here. Outside awaited his master, Xiao Linger, and his companions. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua approached Lin Yan, asking, "Since you were leaving, could you at least call me madam one last time?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan replied, "Madam, husband." Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua kissed Lin Yan, leaving him at a loss, until he finally embraced her. "I'm sorry." Lin Yan's figure gradually began to fade away. Before he vanished, he witnessed his father and the others weeping bitterly, their eyes filled with reluctance, while tears welled up in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes as she fought to hold them back. Lin Yan turned away, tears welling in his own eyes. Eventually, he returned to reality, where a languid voice remarked, "Kid, not bad. Kind-hearted and loyal, a fine prospect indeed. Congratulations on passing the first challenge, now on to the second." Lin Yan suddenly inquired, "Was everything just now truly an illusion?" "Indeed. It was the life you most desired. Healthy parents, living grandparents, and a gentle, beautiful wife. You achieved all this, yet your heart still yearns to return. Which is why you regained some memories. Otherwise, you would remain trapped in the illusion for eternity." Lin Yan felt a sense of relief. "So that is how it is. Hurry along, commence the second challenge. This one tests your perseverance. Step inside." Lin Yan's thoughts lingered in the illusion when he was abruptly awakened by the spirit's voice. "Hey, the second challenge begins now." "Oh, okay. Just a heads up, there is no spiritual energy here. Battles rely solely on brute strength. There are 10 individuals from 10 realms within, and you don't need to summon them. If you lose, they will torture you to death, but you will be reborn. You must either kill or subdue them. Remember, they were all once great cultivators. Their physical strength is only that of a golden core to nascent soul, first level." Lin Yan felt speechless upon hearing this. Who devised such a cruel test? Tortured to death and then reborn? If I can't win, I'll just be tormented endlessly. It's maddening. Nevertheless, Lin Yan proceeded. He found himself in a desert where the houses and city walls were constructed from mounds of yellow earth, and he was utterly alone within the city. Initially, he thought he was in a safe zone. However, as night fell, chilling winds swept through, and a figure appeared on the street. Lin Yan was seated cross-legged in a house. Currently, his physical strength was only at the peak of the Foundation Establishment 9th level. He felt rather vulnerable, as he had no idea of the strength of those in this realm. The figure on the street floated in the air, wielding a scythe, draped in a black robe, exuding an aura reminiscent of death, instilling fear. As Lin Yan prepared to investigate the noise, the door was suddenly struck by the scythe. He recoiled, narrowly avoiding a tear in his clothing. Quickly, he dashed into the street, realizing that the interior was unsuitable for combat. He confronted the approaching figure, or rather, the specter. "What are you? Neither human nor ghost? Why do you seek to kill me?" The figure responded with a chilling, raspy voice. "You arrive here without understanding why I would kill you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ghost Blood, from the Ghost Realm, a rogue cultivator. I once crafted ghostly artifacts using your countless human lives and was subsequently imprisoned here. My cultivation has been suppressed, and now I can only rely on my physical strength. However, dealing with a brat like you is still quite simple." Lin Yan stood still, seemingly deep in thought. The Ghost Realm, could it be of the same caliber as our Tianyun continent? Ghost Blood, enraged by Lin Yan's indifference, charged forward, swinging his scythe. Lin Yan barely managed to dodge aside, startled. Why the lack of martial decorum? A warning would have sufficed. Do you think this is child's play? Must I announce my intentions? Lin Yan quickly drew his heavy ruler. The atmosphere became tense as the two faced off. The figure clad in black held a massive, gleaming scythe, while the specter enveloped in dark mist gripped a heavy ruler, radiating a sinister energy. In an instant, both launched their attacks, clashing with the ferocity of lightning. The sound of metal colliding echoed, sparks flying in every direction. Their fierce battle relied solely on raw strength and skill, each move imbued with lethal intent. This confrontation was a breathtaking spectacle, a pure contest of physical prowess rather than spells or techniques. In truth, they desired to wield their powers. But a formidable barrier in this space suppressed their abilities, rendering any spells ineffective. Thus, they were left to fight with primal might, risking their lives in the struggle. Ultimately, Lin Yan's physical capabilities fell short, and he was struck by Ghost Blood's scythe. In this realm devoid of spiritual energy, the scythe's force was merely that of an ordinary weapon, sending Lin Yan crashing against the city wall, unconscious. When Lin Yan awoke, he found himself suspended by ropes. Facing the specter, Ghost Blood. "Release me, you wretched spirit." Lin Yan understood the ordeal he was about to endure, yet felt utterly powerless. As he prepared to bite his tongue to end his life, he discovered a device bound to his tongue that nearly shattered his teeth upon biting down. "You wish to end your life? How naive. You haven't yet experienced my punishments. Dying is not so simple. Once I unleash the tortures I have devised over the years, then you may die, ha ha ha." The sinister, raspy laughter filled Lin Yan with despair, a sensation he had never encountered before. "Master, save me." Chapter 91. Tortured to death within the Peak of Broken Immortals, Xiaoxing watched Lin Yan suffer, weeping inconsolably. Her childish heart could comprehend. Qinwan felt a pang of sorrow for little Lin as well. Woof, woof. Ao Fan, having heard the orb's words, might have genuinely considered rushing to save him. After all, rebirth was assured. What was there to fear? A sheltered flower must endure hardship. However, Ao Fan was rather curious about the impending punishments. What tortures could this ghostly entity devise? He felt a twinge of anticipation. Qinwan and Xiaoxing quickly distanced themselves 2 meters from Ao Fan, surprised by his morbid curiosity. "What are you doing?" "I was merely jesting. Besides, he won't actually die. Don't you want to know what his punishments entail?" The trio exchanged glances, curiosity gleaming in their eyes, despite their outward expressions of disinterest. Their gazes fixated on the projection. Ao Fan feigned disappointment. "Since you're not interested, I'll look myself." He began to turn off the projection. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaoxing exclaimed, "Master, I want to see. Now let us more like it. Let us all watch, shall we?" Ao Fan turned to Qinwan and Little Ha. "Woof, woof." Little Ha immediately bounded over to Xiaoxing, conveying his agreement without words. Eventually, Qinwan relented. I'd like to watch too, but I'm worried about little Lin." Ao Fan chuckled at her response, and the group settled back in to continue watching the projection. Back to Lin Yan, where Ghost Blood produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere, dragging it across Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan gazed at the specter known as Ghost Blood and spat a mouthful of saliva onto its face. Enraged, Ghost Blood retaliated by severing Lin Yan's ear with a swift stroke of its blade, eliciting a cry of agony from him. "You wretched spirit, once I capture you, I shall dismember you and feed your remains to the dogs," he shouted defiantly. With another swift slash, the other ear was severed as well, this time tossed into a boiling pot rather than discarded. Lin Yan, witnessing this indignity, glared furiously at Ghost Blood. As Ghost Blood approached, Lin Yan retaliated by headbutting it, causing its head to spin. After a brief moment of disorientation, Ghost Blood regained its composure and bound Lin Yan's head with a rope. Armed with a scythe, Ghost Blood then butchered Lin Yan's legs, discarding them into the pot as well. By this point, Lin Yan's complexion had turned ashen from excessive blood loss. Although he would not perish due to his cultivation, he was filled with regret, lamenting not having sought out body-severing techniques from his master. "If only I had learned such skills, I could have vanquished this abomination," he thought bitterly. Then, with a sickening crack, one of Lin Yan's hands was wrenched off and tossed into the pot. If you have the gall, just kill me outright," he cried. "Kill you? Not just yet. I intend to have a feast first," Ghost Blood taunted, reveling in Lin Yan's despair. A moment later, another sickening sound echoed as Lin Yan's other hand was severed, causing his head to slip from the rope and roll across the ground, evoking pain cries from him. All he desired was the sweet release of death. Seeing Lin Yan fall, Ghost Blood swiftly tied a rope around his neck, suspending him from the beam of the room. This method of hanging would not lead to death, as the rope was secured from Lin Yan's mouth to his neck. Helpless, Lin Yan could only watch as Ghost Blood savored his own severed body parts. His face flushed crimson with rage, reminiscent of paint. For 10 long days, Lin Yan endured this torment, though only 10 minutes passed outside. Time flowed differently in this realm. As Ghost Blood feasted upon Lin Yan's limbs, it approached him, ready to carve the remaining flesh from his legs and arms for roasting. those observing from outside, including the spirit beings and the inhabitants of broken Immortal Peak, were seized by fury. Is there no shred of humanity left in this creature? They wondered, only to remember that it was a ghost. Lin Yin, pale and silent, might have been mistaken for a spirit himself. Ghost blood continued to roast Lin Yan's flesh. Pondering that it seemed to be missing something, it reached into Lin Yan's abdomen, extracting his lungs to roast them over the fire. Lin Yin, in excruciating pain, glared at Ghost blood with a seething hatred. Ghost blood smirked. You needn't look at me like that. Once you die, you'll simply resurrect. And then you'll experience other forms of torture. Stunned, Lin Yin realized that Ghost blood was aware of his ability to revive. You know I will come back. Yet you still treat me this way. Are you not afraid of my vengeance? He retorted. You? Vengeance? Don't make me laugh. You are so weak that no amount of training will aid you here, where spiritual energy cannot be cultivated, Ghost blood scoffed. Lin Yin felt a wave of despair wash over him. How can I possibly retaliate against him? He mused, self-mockingly. Fear not. For tomorrow I shall grant you a swift end. After all, you have provided me with several hearty meals. I must express my gratitude, as I haven't enjoyed a proper feast of human flesh in many years. With that, Lin Yin resigned, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, at broken Immortal Peak, Xiaoxing's expression darkened. Master, I wish to kill him. This ghost has gone too far. Our beloved junior brother is being treated like this, she exclaimed. The hound, Shaha, wore a face of rage as well. Thank goodness Medusa cannot enter the secret realm. Otherwise, she would raze it to the ground. As the guardian, I cannot allow Lin Yin to fall into such peril. This torment is worse than death. Qin Wan felt nauseated at the sight, for it was simply too unbearable to witness. AO Fan's face darkened as he resolved that once Lin Yin emerged from the secret realm, he would obliterate it entirely. The others, Qin Wan, Xiaoxing, Xiaoha, Xiaoyun, Xiaolu, and Xiaochui, were gripped by an inexplicable dread, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. The entire Lingyun sect sensed this terrifying aura, but it dissipated shortly thereafter. AO Fan noticed the group sprawled on the ground and withdrew his pressure. What is wrong? Why are you all lying down? He inquired. Upon rising, they replied, Oh, it's nothing. The nonchalance in their tone belied the gravity of the situation, the absurdity of ignoring the chaos they had created. Enough of this. I shall not watch any longer. It is too infuriating. The group turned away, unable to bear the sight of their kin being tormented. You've been warned that today is the last time. You may as well die now, Ghost blood declared. Clawing at Lin Yan's chest, a heart was extracted and crushed in its grip, the remnants destined for a human flesh hot pot. In that moment, as Lin Yan's heart was torn from his body, a smile graced his lips, perhaps signaling a long-awaited liberation. The following day, Lin Yan opened his eyes to the surrounding desert. So, this is what it means to be reborn? He pondered. Little Yin, where is this place? Suddenly, a voice resonated. Chapter 92. Ghost blood captured when the voice of the Lin family patriarch echoed. Lin Yin was filled with exhilaration. Patriarch, you have finally awakened. I was just tortured to death, sobbing. The patriarch appeared astonished. Tortured to death? But you seem quite alive. Lin Yin recounted his harrowing ordeal to the patriarch, who was seething with rage upon hearing it. How dare my descendants endure such torment? Not even beings from other realms would suffer such indignities. Upon realizing they were in the fire spirit secret realm and understanding Lin Yan's recent tribulations, the patriarch instructed, Little Yin, do not enter the city just yet. I shall bestow upon you a body-severing technique. Focus on your cultivation. Once your physical strength reaches the golden core stage, you may seek your vengeance. Lin Yin sensed that he could not utilize his abilities in this peculiar realm, where spiritual energy was inaccessible. The patriarch imparted a technique known as the savage body severing method, a technique from the northern wilderness tribes, acquired previously through gambling victories. Though it was only a low-tier technique, it would suffice. Thank you, patriarch, Lin Yin replied gratefully. He immediately seated himself on the ground, disregarding his surroundings. A cultivator's resolve cannot be swayed by adverse weather or environment. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began circulating the true energy according to the principles of the savage body severing method. As he initiated the flow of energy through his meridians, an overwhelming and violent force surged within him, akin to a ferocious beast from ancient times, clawing at his fragile insides. Pain washed over him in waves, battering his nerves mercilessly. His body trembled uncontrollably as if it might shatter at any moment. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet, despite the unbearable agony, Lin Yin clenched his teeth, refusing to surrender. The memories of his recent torment ignited a fierce blaze of rage within him, propelling him forward. Those haunting experiences became the wellspring of his determination, compelling him to conquer the challenges before him and transcend his limits. Finally, after 3 arduous days, Lin Yan's body broke through, achieving a level of strength that could rival the first stage of the Golden Core. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the city walls, declaring, "Ghost blood, I am coming for you. Today marks your demise for the torment you inflicted upon me." With the swiftness of a hare, Lin Yan dashed towards the city walls. Upon reaching them, he leaped high, landing atop the battlements, and shouted, "Ghost blood, come out and face me. I have come for my revenge." The spirit of the ghostly blood roamed within the city, and upon hearing a brazen voice, it instinctively turned towards the source. A sinister smile creeping upon its face, one that was both eerie and chilling. "Ah, it's you, little brat. Just in time. I've devoured all your flesh. And here you are to provide me with a feast." The mocking tone only fueled Lin Yan's indignation further. Gripping his heavy staff, he charged at the ghostly figure. As the staff descended, the ghostly blood swiftly evaded the attack, leaving behind a deep pit roughly 2 meters wide where it had stood. The ghost was taken aback. Had it been struck, it would have faced grave injury or even death. "To think you've grown so formidable in just a few days," the ghost scoffed. "It seems I cannot let you live. Prepare to die." As soon as the words left its mouth, the ghost, wielding a scythe, rushed forward with alarming speed. Lin Yan quickly raised his staff to block the incoming blow. Fortunately, he staggered back only a few steps, sustaining minimal damage. Thus began a fierce exchange, each combatant striking at the other in a relentless series of blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand, their strengths waning dangerously close to exhaustion. "This won't do. We might as well retreat and regroup before continuing," the ghost suggested, recognizing the stalemate. Lin Yan agreed, finding little purpose in their current struggle. He decided to step back, intending to break through his limits before returning to vanquish the ghost. Moreover, his stamina was nearly depleted. Without uttering a word, Lin Yan made his way outside the city, for he had discerned that the citadel seemed to exist solely to confine the ghost, preventing its escape. Upon reaching the outskirts, Lin Yan began to practice the barbaric body forging technique. 5 days passed before he felt his physical form ascend to the strength of the 2nd level of the Golden Core. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he reveled in his newfound power. "This time, your demise is assured, ghostly blood." He ascended the city walls and shouted, "Ghostly blood, come forth and meet your end." Before long, the ghost appeared before Lin Yan once more, igniting his fury anew. Without a word, he charged, wielding his staff with unwavering determination, attacking the ghost without hesitation. Each strike landed with devastating force, sending the ghost hurtling backwards several meters. "What in the world has happened? How have you grown so strong in just a few days?" the ghost exclaimed in disbelief. "No, I cannot compete. I must flee." Cunningly, the ghost feigned an attack, only to turn and flee without a second thought. Both Lin Yan and the elder of the Lin family were left speechless. What is this? Running away without a shred of dignity? Lin Yan, seizing the moment, pursued the ghost. There was no escape for the ghost from Lin Yan's grasp. Moments later, Lin Yan dragged the ghost back, treating it like a defeated animal. "You were so adept at fleeing. How did I manage to catch you? Where is that audacity now? After all the torment you inflicted upon me? Do not be so arrogant, brat. You are not the only one here from this world. Even if you kill me, others will make you suffer," the ghost retorted. A sharp slap echoed in the air as Lin Yan struck the ghost. "You dare to strike me? This is not over." The ghost howled, but each of its cries was met with a resounding slap. Eventually, the ghost's spirit waned, recognizing that Lin Yan's mercy came with its own punishment. "Now, speak. How were you captured?" The ghost, brimming with pride, initially refused to answer. However, when Lin Yan raised his hand menacingly, it relented. All right. I am a denizen of the ghost realm. Our kind is split between humans and ghosts. We, the ghosts, have a ghost emperor reigning over us, rendering the human populace exceptionally subservient. I am a rogue among the ghosts, lacking any backing. One day, I sought to use humans for sacrificial rituals to forge a treasure and eliminate millions of them. But I was subdued by a powerful human and cast into the void's chaotic flow. I do not know how I ended up here, but my cultivation is sealed, and my physical form is weak. Our kind primarily focuses on soul cultivation rather than physical strength." Lin Yan listened, astonished by the ghost's tale. Was the plight of the human race in the ghost realm truly so tragic? Grateful to be from the Tianyan continent, he resolved to offer assistance if ever given the chance. "You've lived long enough. It is time for you to die." With that declaration, Lin Yin brought his heavy staff crashing down upon the ghost's head. The ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. It had not anticipated such directness, nor that it would be denied the chance to plead for mercy. With the ghost's demise, the city began to tremble, its structures sinking into the earth. Lin Yin hastily exited the city, watching as it gradually disappeared beneath the ground. "What is happening? Why is the city sinking?" he wondered aloud. "It must be your killing of the ghost. With the entity that suppressed the others gone, the restraints must have vanished," the elder of the Lin family speculated. As the city vanished entirely, the ground morphed into a desert, only for another city to emerge from the depths. This new citadel exuded a sinister aura, enveloped in a blood-red mist. Lin Yin immediately recognized it as the domain of malevolent cultivators, the atmosphere thick with malice. "Elder, this city, you are correct. It is a stronghold for dark cultivators. This must be a site meant to suppress them, drawing forth the malevolence from their ranks, manifesting as this ominous blood fog. I only wonder how potent the physical form of this dark cultivator may be. If it matches my strength, I shall be fine, but if it's stronger, I could face dire consequences," Lin Yin mused, shuddering at the thought. Having endured such trials once, he wished to avoid a second experience. It was time to cultivate further. He needed to strengthen his body to the third level of the golden core to ensure his safety. Within the city, an evil cultivator reclined upon an opulent throne, surveying the empty expanse below as if presiding over an empire. How dull. After all these years, why has no one entered? That twisted individual who captured me promised to send challengers for testing, yet there has been no news. Were it not for the rising of this city, I would have thought myself eternally confined in that bleak underworld. This dark cultivator, known as CMA, hailed from a once revered and esteemed Orthodox sect. In her earlier days, she was filled with righteous intentions and kindness, passionately pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, adored and respected by her peers. Yet, fate dealt her a cruel hand. At some point, she found herself the victim of a malicious conspiracy, falsely accused and unjustly branded with a crime she did not commit. The sudden turn of events left her reeling, and the tragedy deepened as her beloved kin were brutally slain, and her friends abandoned her, some even betraying her to become her adversaries. In that dark time, besieged by relentless pursuers, CMA felt her heart turn to ash, engulfed in despair. Just as she teetered on the brink of death, a mysterious and powerful dark cultivator appeared before her like a celestial savior, unhesitatingly offering her a path to survival. From that moment onward, CMA's life took a drastic turn as she resolutely embarked on a path filled with bloodshed and malevolence. Afterward, fueled by an insatiable desire for vengeance and the unparalleled techniques imparted to her by a formidable dark cultivator, the enchanting figure swiftly rose to become a fearsome master of the dark path. All those who had previously tormented her, the so-called righteous cultivators, fell victim to her frenzied retribution. None escaped her wrath, as she ruthlessly annihilated them. Furthermore, even those treacherous former friends could not evade her sinister grip. She employed unimaginably cruel methods to dispatch these individuals, dismembering their bodies and even refining their souls into her meticulously crafted artifacts, thereby venting her boundless fury. Outside the city, Lin Yin was immersed in his cultivation, dedicating half a month to this arduous endeavor. As he progressed, the body tempering technique became increasingly challenging to break through. Under the watchful gaze of the Lin family elder, Lin Yin's previously normal complexion suddenly contorted in agony, as if he were enduring tremendous suffering. His skin began to manifest intricate fissures, spreading like a spider's web, evoking concern among onlookers. Yet, astonishingly, these newly formed cracks began to visibly heal, returning to their original state, only for new ones to emerge in rapid succession. This bizarre phenomenon persisted for an entire day and night. As time elapsed, each appearance and disappearance of the cracks heightened the tension in the Lin elder's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yin gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring without a hint of surrender. Finally, after a prolonged and grueling trial, a thunderous explosion resonated, shattering Lin Yin's garments into countless fragments that danced in the air. In that moment, his robust physique was fully revealed. His well-defined muscles, particularly the prominent eight-pack abs, radiated an unparalleled aura of strength. Thus, having faced numerous trials and tribulations, Lin Yin successfully shattered his limitations, attaining the terrifying realm of the third stage of the Golden Core. Excellent, young Lin, you have finally broken through. Shall we seek out that dark cultivator now? Lin Yin rose, declaring, "Let us proceed, elder." Together, they traversed the desert, soon arriving before the towering city walls. A sight that filled Lin Yin with trepidation. Recalling the chilling remnants of ghostly blood, he broke into a cold sweat, summoning his courage. He entered the city alongside the elder, only to be greeted by a pungent scent of blood, despite the absence of any inhabitants. Confounded, Lin Yin ventured deeper into the city. In the grand hall at the city's center, the enchanting figure suddenly lifted her head and stood, exclaiming, "At last, someone has arrived. Fear not, I shall treat you well, human." Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. This enchanting being possessed an alluring beauty, but her malevolence instilled discomfort. She leaped forth, darting through the streets like a specter, calling out, "Human, your great aunt has arrived. Do not flee. I would be quite upset if you did." Laughter echoed as she pursued him. Chapter 94. The pitiful Lin Yin. Upon entering the city, Lin Yin heard a voice call out to him, prompting him to flee. As he neared the city gates, a sudden realization struck him. Was he not there to vanquish the dark cultivator? Why should he run? Feigning calm, he glanced around, relieved to find the area deserted. However, upon spotting Lin Yin, the enchanting figure became even more animated. Noticing his retreat, she thought, "This cannot happen. If he escapes, my excitement will be in vain. Young man, do not flee. I am not a villain. Look at my beauty. How could I possibly be bad? Stand still, let us converse." Lin Yin, bewildered by her eagerness, pondered her sanity. Did she not realize he had come to eliminate her? What reason did he have to heed her request? He continued to flee. As she advanced, he stepped back, leaving her confused about whether to pursue or halt. "Handsome young man, let us sit and talk. I am merely a poor girl." She feigned tears. "Humph, young man, do you not find me irresistible? I was once a celebrated beauty. How could you possibly resist my allure? My lord, I have lingered here far too long. I have reformed. Look, the dark energy upon me has diminished." She deliberately slid her dress from her shoulder, revealing skin that captivated both Lin Yin and the elder. While the elder maintained his composure, Lin Yin, however, became flustered. Blood trickling from his nose. "Young man, be mindful and wipe your nose," the elder advised. Lin Yin, perplexed, questioned, "Wipe my nose? Why, there is nothing wrong with it." As he touched his nose, he discovered the crimson liquid adhering to his fingers and quickly turned to use his sleeve to clean it. Despicable dark cultivator. You dare to employ seduction against me. How vile. The enchanting figure internally scoffed but maintained an innocent facade. "Are you all right, my lord? You are bleeding." With a swift motion, she tore her skirt further down. "Use this to wipe your blood." This time, the elder also felt warmth trickle from his nose. Lin Yan's bleeding intensified. The sight was undeniably enticing, as the enchanting figure seemed on the verge of revealing more. A cruel smile adorned her lips as her captivating gaze ensnared Lin Yin, as if aiming to consume his very soul. Just as Lin Yin succumbed to her enchantment, rendered powerless to resist, she suddenly surged forward like a bolt of lightning. In a split second, her hand, sharp as a dagger, pierced Lin Yan's chest. Blood erupted forth, splattering the ground in a grotesque display. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a gaping wound in his chest. The heart that once resided within now clasped in her hand, still faintly pulsing. His gaze gradually ascended to meet the cold, unfeeling visage of the enchanting figure. He could scarcely believe that this seemingly delicate and alluring woman could be so ruthlessly lethal. The elder, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished, having fallen under her spell as well, now grappling with disbelief. With a firm grip, she crushed Lin Yan's heart, causing it to erupt like a crimson firework, showering blood in all directions. As his heart exploded, Lin Yan drew his last breath. The elder was ejected from the city, standing beside Lin Yan's lifeless body, lying in the desert. "Young Lin, how could you be so infatuated? It is precisely your lust that has led to your demise. Are you aware?" "I am sorry, elder. I was wrong." Lin Yan recalled the elder's apparent enchantment. "Wait, elder, are you certain it was only I who fell under her spell? You seemed entranced as well. Should you not reflect on your own actions? I acted deliberately to make you aware that such matters must be resolved by you alone. I am of no assistance. I do not strike women," the venerable ancestor of the Lin family declared with righteous authority. Had it not been for the time Lin Yin had spent with the ancestor, he might have been deceived by such nonsense. "Very well, you may speak your mind. Thus, ancestor, do you have anything to teach me? I need to be prepared." "How can one teach that? If your will is steadfast, then he will have no power over you." Is that not a rather vacuous statement? You must comprehend this on your own. Lin Yin sat upon the sands, feeling somewhat exasperated. Being a man, how could he not be attracted to beauty? With an alluring figure and a visage that could be deemed exquisite, it was impossible not to be captivated. Lin Yin covered his eyes and began to rely on his hearing. He realized that aside from this method, he had no other recourse. He instructed the ancestor to throw stones at him, and he began to evade them. Yet 9 out of 10 strikes found their mark. Lin Yan cried out, "Oh, come on, be gentle. I am your descendant. Please do not crush me." "Oh, right, I almost forgot. My apologies, young Lin. I may have thrown a bit too hard." Lin Yan felt particularly helpless, unable to reprimand his own ancestor. On the 5th day of practicing blindfolded, he found himself improving significantly, evading more than half of the stones. After 10 days, relying solely on his hearing, he managed to dodge all attacks. The next challenge was to strike the stones, which proved far more difficult. To hit the stones, Lin Yan needed to sense the trajectory of the wind and the movement of the stones. This time, he mostly endured the impacts. By the end of the day, his reflexes had improved considerably. However, Lin Yan did not believe this would suffice to confront the enchanter, whose strength was formidable. A single misstep could lead to his demise once more. Another 10 days passed, and after a total of 20 days, he could barely manage to catch all the stones. "Ancestor, let us depart. It is time for vengeance," Lin Yan declared, blindfolded and making his way towards the city. Chapter 95. A renewed confrontation with the enchantress. Upon entering the city, the enchanter sensed Lin Yan immediately and grew excited, hastening towards the city gate. "Cursed evil cultivator. This time I shall not fall prey to your seductive arts. Witness how I avenge my death. Little Lin, do not let your guard down. She may have some trickery up her sleeve again. Ancestor, I have already covered my eyes and cannot see her. All I can do is listen. Surely. Can mere sound bewitch me? You underestimate my resolve." Lin Yan brimmed with confidence, though the ancestor remained somewhat apprehensive. At the city gate, Lin Yan found himself on the street as the enchanter swiftly approached him. Seeing Lin Yan with his eyes covered, the enchanter smirked disdainfully. "Do you believe that by blindfolding yourself, you can shield yourself from my allure? How laughable. Ah, you have arrived, young human. I apologize for what transpired last time. My sister enchanted you into committing murder. I am here to make amends." Lin Yan, perplexed by her words, inquired, "Your sister? What do you mean? Is there another person in this city?" "Not at all, young human. I stand alone here, but my sister and I share the same body. Last time, it was my sister who controlled me. I attempted to thwart her, but I was powerless to stop her. I am truly sorry." Lin Yan felt a wave of doubt. Yet her words appeared sincere, placing him in a precarious position. The ancestor interjected, "Little Lin, do not fall for her ruse. Eliminate her first and foremost." "But what if I kill the wrong person, ancestor? Can you ascertain whether she speaks the truth or is merely fabricating lies?" This question left the ancestor momentarily bewildered. "Perhaps we should simply eliminate her. Although she seems earnest, I still sense something amiss. Are you not being overly cautious, ancestor? It does not sound deceptive to me." Seeing Lin Yan remain motionless, the enchanter spoke, "Young master, why not enter the city? I can share my story with you. If you doubt my honesty, I will keep my distance and pose no threat." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan and the ancestor found themselves at a loss regarding the truth of her words. "Ancestor, should we proceed?" After a moment of contemplation, the ancestor replied, "Very well, but we must maintain a safe distance from her." "Agreed. Fair maiden. We shall follow you into the city. Please lead the way." Lin Yan accompanied the enchanter toward the city center, ensuring they remained several meters apart. As she turned, a smile crept upon her lips. This youth is rather gullible. Does he truly believe everyone in his world is so naive? In the grand hall at the center of the city, crimson mist swirled above, causing the ancestor to nearly lose his composure. "We cannot enter this place, little Lin. It is treacherous, and we may not emerge if we do." Lin Yan trusted the ancestor's judgment. After all, he was his protector. "Fair maiden, we shall refrain from entering. I would rather return." Upon hearing this, the enchanter's expression shifted ominously. "Oh, is that so? You wish to flee? What delusions you harbor? Do you truly believe you can escape once you arrive here?" Her seductive voice echoed, and despite its harshness, it was laced with an enticing allure that stirred a desire to protect her within Lin Yan. Realizing the peril, Lin Yan turned to flee. But the enchanter would not allow it. She appeared before him in an instant, her speed unparalleled. "Little brother, where are you rushing off to? Are you not up to the challenge? Shall I teach you?" Lin Yan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he retaliated with a punch directed at the enchanter. She merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading his strike. Frustrated, Lin Yan intensified his efforts, yet after dozens of attempts, he still failed to land a blow. "What should I do, ancestor? Are you foolish? Run. You cannot hit her, just escape." A light bulb went off in Lin Yan's mind. "Indeed, why must I engage her? I can simply flee." Without hesitation, Lin Yin discarded the blindfold and sprinted towards the city gates without glancing back at the enchanter. In truth, both he and the enchanter were of equal strength. Yet her speed surpassed his, leaving him at a disadvantage. Fueled by frustration, Lin Yin found himself outmatched. The enchanter brandished a magical dagger, positioning herself before him. Lin Yin struck out, but she nimbly evaded once more, countering with a swift attack that grazed his skin. This scenario repeated itself numerous times, until Lin Yin could no longer endure it. He retrieved a heavy staff. "I shall confront you, you wicked enchantress. Little brother, I did not intend to harm you." The enchanter feigned innocence, appearing vulnerable. Lin Yin, momentarily taken aback, was jolted back to reality by the ancestor's voice. "What is happening? Am I under her spell? Cursed evil cultivator." The ancestor urged, "Little Lin, time is of the essence. You must seal your senses, or you will find yourself in dire straits." Goodness! How could I have almost forgotten that cultivators can seal their senses? Ancestor, why did you not inform me sooner? I have endured so much punishment outside the city. Forgive me, young Lin. I only just recalled it. The ancestor explained with a hint of regret. At this moment, Lin Yin swiftly extended his fingers and gently pressed on several key acupoints on his body. In an instant, he felt as though he had been completely severed from the outside world, losing all 5 senses. As this sensation surged within him, Lin Yin could not help but feel a wave of excitement. Finally, he could focus entirely on engaging in a life-and-death struggle with that odious and alluring adversary. Moreover, with the closure of his senses, he need no longer worry about being affected by the other party's strange and beguiling techniques. He decided to retain his hearing, however, for otherwise, he would be no different from a useless being. With that thought, Lin Yin clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glinting with resolute determination as he prepared to face the impending fierce battle. He stood his ground, showing no intention of fleeing again. "Today, I shall eliminate you. The evil cultivator deserves to perish. The torment of ghostly blood and the anguish of your heart will be repaid in full. Pleading for mercy would be futile," he declared. Chapter 96. Defeat. Lin Yin stood before the alluring adversary, glaring fiercely. No matter how the adversary attempted to seduce him, Lin Yin remained oblivious, his ears keenly attentive. "I have sealed my 5 senses, leaving only my hearing. Do not think you can enchant me. You too possess a corporeal form of the 3rd stage of the Golden Core. Let us engage in battle. Today, it is either your demise or mine." The adversary chuckled coldly. "You? Though we are both at the same stage, do you truly believe you can surpass me?" With that, the adversary flickered and appeared before Lin Yin in an instant, a purple light flashing in her hand as she aimed to strike at his throat. Lin Yin, however, was prepared. He shifted his stance with an uncanny grace, gliding backward like a specter for several yards. "Ah, interesting. My young brother is not to be underestimated." A hint of surprise flickered in the adversary's eyes, quickly followed by her crafting intricate hand seals. The surrounding atmosphere darkened, and countless black skeletons materialized, clawing and rushing towards Lin Yin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan's body emanated a golden radiance as he chanted incantations, transforming into a figure of immense strength with bulging muscles. "It appears I underestimated you." The adversary's expression turned grave. In that moment, seizing the opportunity while the adversary was distracted, Lin Yin surged forward like a streak of light, wielding a heavy ruler that glimmered with a chilling light, aimed directly at the adversary's life. Caught off guard, the adversary could only muster her full strength to defend. Where their forces clashed, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted, shattering everything in their vicinity. I never anticipated a physique cultivator to be this formidable, capable of demolishing the surrounding structures with sheer physical power. Lin Yin heard the sound of collapsing buildings as they were both sent staggering backward by the force of their clash. The adversary was astonished, not expecting Lin Yan's physical prowess to be so robust. Though she too was of the 3rd stage of the Golden Core in actual combat, she could contend with ordinary 4th stage cultivators. By all accounts, this is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that this woman possessed such extraordinary physical capabilities, surpassing all expectations? Her resilient physique and fierce aura drew the attention of onlookers. It seemed Lin Yin had encountered a true rival this time. In a split second, Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he propelled himself forward with a powerful push, soaring towards the adversary with unparalleled momentum. His figure traced an arc in the air, resembling a meteor ablaze with fierce flames, hurtling towards the enemy with thunderous force. In an instant, the two engaged in a ferocious confrontation once more. Their fists collided like a tempest, each blow infused with immense strength, producing thunderous and resonant sounds. The surrounding air was stirred into visible vortices of energy by their violent encounter. Yet, despite the adversary's remarkable power, she was still a woman, and in terms of endurance, she was somewhat inferior to her male counterpart. As time dragged on, she began to feel the strain, her breath coming in quick gasps. In contrast, Lin Yin remained vigorous, growing more ferocious with each exchange, denying the adversary even a moment's respite. Come again, this is exhilarating. Ha ha ha, the alluring one dares not fight recklessly against me any longer. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. The adversary dodged while countering, her agility evident, while Lin Yan's enthusiasm only intensified, his heavy ruler nearly sparking with each swing. The adversary regarded this relentless human with exasperation. Does this person possess an endless supply of energy? How is he not fatigued? Lin Yin, oblivious to exhaustion, sensed his physical strength gradually amplifying. Indeed, you are not mistaken. Lin Yin, in his peculiar manner, was cultivating the wild body technique amidst their battle. By sealing his four senses, he was oblivious to the pain of refining his body. After several hundred exchanges, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Lin Yin, marking his breakthrough into the fourth stage of the golden core. The adversary was momentarily stunned. What in the world? How did you break through? Is this still a human? Lin Yin paid no heed to the adversary's thoughts, relentlessly advancing with his attacks. Initially, the adversary could withstand his onslaught. But as Lin Yan's strength surged with his newfound prowess, she found herself continuously pushed back. Wait, I yield. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin responded, that is not an option. I shall not cease until you are utterly defeated. Prepare yourself, Demoness. Lin Yin chased the adversary through the city. A relentless pursuit reminiscent of a rogue pursuing an innocent maiden, albeit one already wounded. The rogue bore even greater injuries yet seemed impervious to pain. The chase led them to the heart of the city, where the adversary revealed a sinister smile before the grand hall, as if victory were already hers. Fool. This is my domain. Do you think your triumph can last? The blood-red mist overhead could induce hallucinations, she taunted. Once you inhale this mist, your fate is sealed. Ha ha ha. Lin Yin felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Excuse me, how does this induce hallucinations? Humph, it relies on the senses of smell, touch, and wait. You've sealed your senses. How can you enter my illusion? Realizing the error, the adversary tried to flee the hall. Trying to escape? Did I grant you permission? Lin Yin, seeing her attempt to run, hurled his heavy ruler like a dart, striking the adversary and sending her crashing to the ground. Do not kill me. I bear you no malice. Spare me, and I shall comply with your every demand. Lin Yin gazed at the fallen adversary, amusement flickering in his eyes. The once enchanting woman now resembled a defeated beast. Run if you can. I wish to see how far you can flee. You dare claim there is no enmity between us? Who was it that tore out my heart mere days ago? Am I to believe that was a mere dream? My lord, I know you will revive. I was merely bored and sought amusement. As long as you spare me, I can be your loyal servant. Lin Yin regarded the woman with disdain. How repugnant. If I were you, I would choose death over such a fate. The adversary smiled helplessly. You are but a lowly cultivator. What do you understand? Cultivation is pursued for longevity. For the sake of immortality, what deeds are beyond reach? In my world, I could trust neither sex, family, nor friends. Do you think I desired to become this way? It was the sect and my companions who forced me. Once, I was among the top 3 prodigies of my sect, but look at me now. With a self-deprecating gaze, the adversary reflected on her past. You are unlike me. I have a master and family. Though my family was slaughtered, they treated me well, and I had good relations with my sect. In our world, there are individuals akin to those in yours, but they do not tread the path of evil. At most, they seclude themselves to cultivate until ascension. If they cannot break through, they establish familial legacies for future generations. Chapter 97. Situ Fan. The adversary's heart was not inherently wicked. She had only slain those who had previously harmed her, never the innocent. Lin Yin arrived here, filled with excitement. Her intention to kill Lin Yin was merely a way to pass the time. Who would have thought that someone could be so bored as to resort to murder for entertainment? Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, CMA felt a desire to explore Lin Yin's world, but the realization that she was trapped here caused her to feel a fleeting disappointment. Master, if you must kill, then do so. I have come to understand that being trapped here is akin to being a canary in a cage. It would be better to let me be free. Lin Yin was taken aback. This individual was a formidable presence, yet she contemplated death willingly. Suddenly, Lin Yin recalled the words of the fire spirit pearl. If you wish to pass the trial, you must either kill them or make them submit to you. An idea sparked in Lin Yin's mind. Cough. CMA, I can spare your life, but you must submit to me. I can lead you out. A glimmer of hope lit up CMA's eyes, not because Lin Yin spared her, but because he spoke of submission and the possibility of escape. Is what you say true? You are not jesting with me, are you? Of course it is true, but you must establish a master-servant contract with me. If you die, I will not perish, and if I die, you will also meet your end. Without hesitation, CMA agreed. Very well, as long as you take me out. I am willing to submit. This is my sole imprint. With this, a mere thought from you will end my life, and it will have no adverse effects on you. Lin Yin was astonished by CMA's decisiveness. All right. He accepted her sole imprint. You need not call me master. Simply refer to me as young master. That sounds more pleasant. My name is Lin Yin, hailing from the Tianyan continent, Lin Yun sect. What is your name, and where do you come from? Young master, my name is CMA, from the Shiyue continent. I became a practitioner of the dark arts due to the betrayal of my family and friends. Otherwise, I would not have become the target of everyone's scorn. At that moment, the entire city began to sink. CMA was bewildered, but Lin Yin understood. Do not panic. This is happening because you have submitted, thus the city is vanishing. CMA was astonished. It turned out that submission was the prerequisite for escape. Young master, what shall we do next? Practice. CMA was perplexed. Practice? There is no spiritual energy here. What is there to cultivate? Despite her confusion, she dared not question further and followed Lin Yin. He led CMA to a desert outside the city, where they watched as the city slowly sank. Soon after, another city began to emerge from the ground in a different direction. Lin Yin was not surprised, but CMA was taken aback, realizing how her city materialized. CMA, I am to cultivate my physical body to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Assist me in this endeavor. Yes, young master. Lin Yin was indifferent to the people within the city, knowing that if he did not grow stronger, he would face death repeatedly. He had no desire to die again. That experience was far from pleasant. In the vast, desolate desert, a solitary figure sat in deep meditation. It was Lin Yin, standing like a statue amidst the barren land. The howling wind swept through, but they could not disturb him in the slightest. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that Lin Yin was enduring immense suffering. His brows were tightly knitted, and his facial muscles contorted in pain as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. His body was in a dire state, with skin splitting open to reveal ghastly wounds, blood oozing out, only to heal at an astonishing rate as if he had never been harmed. This cycle had repeated countless times. Not far away, a striking woman with a beguiling presence stood watching. It was CMA. Her enchanting beauty tinged with an aura of darkness. She gazed intently at Lin Yin, her expression gradually shifting, as she did not primarily cultivate her physical form. She was profoundly shocked by this scene. She could hardly fathom the immense willpower and physical prowess required to endure such brutal trials. CMA, feeling bored, looked around. Aware that she could not wander off while Lin Yin was still cultivating, any misstep could lead to her demise. Moreover, she was drawn to the world Lin Yin spoke of. Ever since her betrayal, she had not known a peaceful life. After exacting her revenge, she had been brought to this place. She longed for a life of freedom and tranquility, fantasizing about exploring the world upon her escape. Within the city, a stooped old man stood at the city gate, gazing outside. This old man was the ancient being suppressed within the city, known as Situ Fun. Hailing from the fire realm and specializing in the path of fire, the people of his world were particularly devoted to this path, practicing only fire-based techniques and wielding fire weapons. Situ Fun was not a ruthless killer. He had fled from pursuers and, upon jumping off a cliff, was captured by a large hand and brought here. He had contemplated death, but without spiritual energy, even a cultivator of his caliber found it challenging to perish. Eventually, a voice informed him, someone will come here to face a trial. You can either be killed or submit. Choose between death or submission. Submission allows you to leave with that person. Upon hearing this, Situ Fun was overwhelmed with excitement. As long as he could escape, what did submission matter? This was why he waited anxiously at the city gate. Lin Yin was completely unaware that Situ Fun had no desire to fight him. Had he known, he might have rushed over. 2 months passed, and Situ Fun was nearing madness. However, reflecting on his endurance, he decided to hold on. Though he had cursed Lin Yin's ancestors repeatedly in his mind, after 2.5 months, the dust began to fall from Lin Yin, who had finally broken through to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. CMA suddenly awakened, sensing Lin Yin's newfound strength. Though it was merely in his physical form, his cultivation remained at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Lin Yin approached CMA, his demeanor indifferent. Let us go meet the monsters within this city. Yes, young master. Siame followed Lin Yin across the desert. Soon, they arrived at the city gate, where Situfen sensed their arrival and was filled with excitement. At last, that person has come. I can finally leave. Lin Yin strode through the city gate, spotting the stooped old man, and without a word, charged toward him. Siame did not rush to act. She merely observed the city, realizing that all these cities were quite similar, contrary to her previous beliefs. Take this punch. Situfen was taken aback, intending to speak, but before he could, a fist flew toward his face. With a resounding crash, Situfen was sent flying into several houses. Groaning in pain, he exclaimed, "Master, it's a misunderstanding. Please don't strike me. I am not your enemy." Lin Yin, influenced by Siame, thought Situfen was the same and acted without restraint. Situfen, battered and bruised, looked at Lin Yin. "Why do you not fight back? How can I continue if you do not?" Situfen was utterly speechless. "Damn it, you big." However, he only cursed internally, not daring to voice it aloud, knowing he would have to follow Lin Yin in the future. "Master, could you let me finish speaking?" Lin Yin took a step back. "Speak. I wouldn't know how to continue without you fighting back." Situfen was speechless. It turned out there was no reason to continue the fight. "My lord, I do not wish to be your enemy. I simply desire to submit to you. Is that acceptable?" Situfen gazed at Lin Yin, fearful that he would surely be killed. Lin Yin was taken aback, and the alluring figure beside him wore a look of surprise as well. "No way, old man, you submit so easily? I had to battle my way to submission. You cannot yield so readily. You must fight, my lord, otherwise I shall feel unsettled." Both Situfen and Lin Yin were somewhat astonished. "What is this? Is this woman being excessive? She got beaten once and now insists that I must endure the same, seeking balance in her own way? This allure seemed a bit deranged. Others do not retaliate, so how could I bring myself to strike back? If they did retaliate, I would undoubtedly overpower them. But what can I do if they do not?" The two disregarded the words of the alluring figure, treating them as mere nonsense. Lin Yin approached Situfen and said, "Very well, surrender your soul mark." Without hesitation, Situfen extracted a fragment of his soul and handed it to Lin Yin. Lin Yin casually gestured over the soul fragment before storing it away. "What is your name, your realm, your world? Speak all." "My lord, I am Situfen from the Fire Realm. During my trials, I acquired a high-grade spiritual treasure, which led to my being pursued by other cultivators. Severely injured, I fled to a cliff where a great hand brought me here. I have waited for over 10,000 years for your arrival, intending to submit, yet you attacked me upon your arrival." Situfen covered his face, looking aggrieved at Lin Yin. Lin Yin offered an awkward smile. "I apologize, it was unintentional. The two I encountered before you were not as agreeable, so I assumed you were all of the same ilk." Situfen glanced at the alluring figure, realizing that if it weren't for her, Lin Yin wouldn't have attacked so readily. The alluring figure, of course, wouldn't accept the blame. Indeed, that first individual was truly despicable. Torturing my lord to death, truly a wretched being. Lin Yan's eyes glimmered, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as he thought, "How convenient for you to distance yourself so cleanly. The most detestable one is you, alluring figure." Now that the alluring figure was his subordinate, he refrained from exposing her. "All right, let us depart. This city is about to sink." "Sink? What does that mean?" Situfen inquired of the alluring figure beside him. "It means quite literally. As long as you either submit or perish, this city will sink and disappear, only for another to emerge in its place." "Oh, so that's how it is. Do you know who the next city will suppress? Are you foolish? If I do not even know who you are, how could I possibly know of someone stronger than you? Have you been suppressed for so long that your mind has deteriorated?" Situfen was somewhat incensed. "What is wrong with you? Speak plainly. Why resort to insults?" The two began to bicker. Lin Yin, overwhelmed by their clamor, interjected, "Enough. You too. That is quite enough." Upon seeing Lin Yan's anger, both fell silent. The three stood outside, watching as the city slowly ascended. After a quarter of an hour, the city ceased its ascent. Observing this, Lin Yin led the two into the city. Within the city, a bear demon rushed out at an astonishing speed, reaching the city gate in no time. Lin Yin, realizing the arrival of a creature, thought, "No, a beast." This bear demon stood 4 meters tall, as robust as a bull, and suddenly spoke, "3 humans. Have you come seeking death? How dare you, bear demon, claim that I seek death? Watch as I shatter you." Situfen brandished a large sword, the very high-grade spiritual treasure that had brought him calamity. Gripping the sword, he rushed towards the bear, aiming to cleave its skull. The bear remained unfazed, bracing itself against the blow. Situfen was taken aback. This was a high-grade spiritual treasure, yet it could not penetrate. Observing this, the alluring figure hurried to assist, drawing her dagger and thrusting it at the bear. The bear swatted them both away with a single paw. Lin Yan, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel speechless. These two dared to engage the bear, yet were not even its match. He might not win either. How brave of them. Lin Yan retrieved his heavy ruler and charged at the bear, striking down with such force that the ground beneath the bear sank 2 meters deep. Lin Yan was astonished at his newfound strength after breaking through to the 5th level. His previous encounter with Situfen had not allowed him to gauge his true power. The bear was sent reeling, roaring in fury, pounding its chest, its eyes blood red. Like a primordial beast, the bear charged at Lin Yan, who swiftly dodged aside, causing the beast to crash into the city wall, becoming stuck. Lin Yan, undeterred, moved forward, thrusting his heavy ruler directly at the bear's vulnerable spot. The roar of the bear echoed within the city walls. Situfen and the alluring figure recognized the opportunity and could not let it slip away. Let me. The alluring figure plunged her dagger into the bear's rear, causing a torrent of blood to flow. The bear, nearly driven mad, had never experienced such humiliation in its long life. Its voice was filled with rage, grievance, and murderous intent. Chapter 99. The Fall of the Bear Demon. Seeing the alluring figure attacking the bear, Situfen would not fall behind. He charged towards the bear. Just as he was about to stab it, the bear suddenly thrust itself forward, losing its balance and crashing down onto Situfen. The bear glared at the alluring figure and Lin Yan, unaware of Situfen beneath it. Humans, you shall pay. The bear roared, rising from Situfen and lunging at Lin Yan and the alluring figure. How dare you humans humiliate me? I will not let this go. The bear swiped at Lin Yan and the alluring figure. The latter evaded swiftly, while Lin Yan was struck, staggering back several steps. Fortunately, with his 5th-level golden core physique, he could withstand the blow. Gazing at the furious bear, Lin Yan wore a mocking smile. Is that all? You failed to kill me. Keep going. And let me tell you, the one most excited about stabbing you is not me, but her. Lin Yan pointed at the alluring figure, leaving her momentarily stunned. Who am I? Where am I? My lord just sold me out. The alluring figure was both amused and exasperated. Lin Yan approached her, saying, You are swift, wear it down, and I shall deliver the finishing blow. The alluring figure's eyes reflected reluctance, yet the bear did not afford her time to ponder, charging straight at her. Without the luxury of complaint, she began to evade. For not dodging would mean certain death. While dodging the bear's attacks, she glanced at Lin Yan, who appeared unaffected by her plight. Turning, Lin Yan suddenly noticed Situfen lying on the ground. What are you doing? Stop slacking and assist her. Situfen, exasperated, thought. Did you not see that I nearly got crushed? Yet Lin Yan was unconcerned. Hurry, or I shall end you myself. Situfen, resigned, realized this young man was now his master. Having failed to take revenge on the bear, he had instead become a victim of its weight. Slowly rising from the dusty ground, he brushed off the dirt clinging to his clothes and moved his stiff limbs. Taking a deep breath, he dashed towards the massive, imposing bear, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Meanwhile, Lin Yan sat leisurely at the entrance of a dilapidated building, keenly observing the absurd yet fierce chase unfolding before him. Unable to suppress his laughter at the clumsy bear, the great bear found itself ensnared in a whirlwind of chaos, first being deftly outmaneuvered by the agile and enchanting Demoness, then unexpectedly subjected to a sinister ambush from Situfen, rendering it utterly beleaguered. Although the Demoness possessed far inferior strength compared to the bear, her extraordinary speed allowed her to deftly evade its ferocious attacks, retaliating with equal cunning. Situfen, endowed with a remarkable quadruple physical strength, found it relatively uncomplicated to retreat unharmed, provided he refrained from engaging the bear directly. Thus, the relentless pursuit and clash among the two humans and one demon continued as time quietly slipped away, with the sky gradually darkening. After a day of unrelenting turmoil, the bear's previously abundant stamina had nearly been exhausted, its labored breaths and sluggish movements betraying its fatigue. Observing the bear's evident weakness, Lin Yan slowly approached. Wielding his heavy staff, the Demoness and Situfen were similarly drained. Should the bear still possess the will to fight, their endurance would surely falter. Come on. Don't dawdle. Hurry up, or we'll both be done for. Stop pretending. There's no one here to impress, urged Situfen, eliciting a hint of embarrassment from Lin Yan, who realized that indeed, There was no one around to witness his bravado. Gripping the heavy staff more firmly, Lin Yin charged towards the bear, declaring, "Demon, meet your demise." His heavy staff struck the bear, but to his astonishment, its skin merely indented without inflicting any real damage. "How is this possible? Your physical form cannot be this resilient." The bear scoffed, "Human, are you a fool? I am a demon by nature, inherently strong. In this realm, devoid of spiritual energy, no weapon can truly harm me. Your feeble iron is utterly insufficient to threaten my existence." Lin Yin was incensed by the bear's dismissal of his weapon as mere scrap. Determined, he struck the bear over 100 times. While its exterior appeared impenetrable, internally, it was reeling from the impact. The bear merely bore the pain in silence. Lin Yin, standing before the bear, contemplated its potential weaknesses and circled it several times. Eventually, his gaze fixated upon the bear's vulnerable posterior, which it seemed to flaunt with pride. A devious smile crept across Lin Yin's face. With renewed resolve, he tightened his grip on the heavy staff, feigning another strike at the bear before swiftly repositioning himself. In an instant, he darted to the bear's rear, thrusting the staff deep within. The bear, realizing too late, could not defend itself. It let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies. The bystanders, witnessing such a grotesque scene, could not help but feel sympathy for the bear, as it was an indignity too great to bear. The great bear collapsed, its limbs giving way beneath it. Lin Yin, noticing a flicker of life still within the beast, struck the staff downwards with tremendous force, causing it to pierce through the bear's body and emerge from its head. In that moment, tears streamed from the bear's eyes as it succumbed to its fate. Regretting its refusal to submit earlier, such humiliation was a fate worse than death for a demon. Seeing the bear weep, both the demoness and Situ Fan felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that had they not submitted, they might have met a similar fate. Finally, it's over. That bear was a formidable foe. Had it not been for that earlier wound, I would never have thought of this strategy. Thank goodness it is over. With the bear dispatched, the structures of the city began to sink gradually. Let us proceed to the next challenge, but first, I must strengthen my abilities, otherwise it may be they who hunt us, Lin Yin declared as they exited the city gates. Situ Fan, your physical strength must be at quadruple, and as a fire element practitioner, I shall impart to you the savage body refinement technique. You must grow stronger, otherwise it will be quite challenging for me alone, Lin Yin urged. Situ Fan hesitated, reluctant to engage in body refinement, preferring the allure of fire-based attacks. Sir, must I really endure body refinement? It is a painful process. Lin Yin understood the agony of body refinement all too well, having endured it himself. We cannot afford to face this alone. It is imperative. Demoness, you will safeguard us during this process. The demoness' expression soured at the thought. Body refinement was a trial traditionally reserved for males, and she had no desire to partake in such endeavors. Very well, my lord, she conceded. Situ Fan protested, questioning why the demoness was exempt from the rigorous training. Why does she not have to endure it as I do? Lin Yin glared at him. Do you think she is comparable to you? She is a female and lacks the constitution suitable for body refinement. You, however, are a fire element practitioner. Once you undergo this process, you'll be able to solidify and refine your form using fire. I too am a fire element cultivator. Do you comprehend? With no other options, Situ Fan nodded in acceptance. Understood, my lord. The demoness, with an air of superiority, looked down upon Situ Fan, as if to say, see, your standing is beneath mine. The trio returned to their previous training grounds, where Lin Yin guided Situ Fan through the body refinement process. While Lin Yin had experience with the technique, Situ Fan was entirely new to it. As he commenced, despair washed over him upon realizing the intensity of the ordeal. He gazed at Lin Yin, who sat calmly above the sands, reflecting on his own capabilities. However, Situ Fan, being an accomplished practitioner, found himself progressing faster than Lin Yin, despite the harrowing cries that echoed around him. 2 months later, both Lin Yin and Situ Fan emerged from their trials, having attained the 6th level of body strength. Lin Yin, observing Situ Fan's advancement, felt a mix of discomfort and pride, realizing his subordinate had surpassed him in progress. Nonetheless, he took solace in the fact that their newfound strength would facilitate their endeavors within the city. As they reconvened and approached the city gates, the inhabitants sensed their arrival. An elderly woman crossed their path, but Lin Yin and Situ Fan wasted no time, swiftly engaging her in combat. After an hour of fierce conflict, Situ Fan severed her head from her body. Months passed, and both men ascended to the 7th level of body strength. returning to the city where they swiftly dispatched another formidable foe. 2 years later, they reached the 9th level, preparing for their next challenge. As they stood before the 8th city gate, the Demoness felt trepidation, having always experienced fear when accompanying these two formidable beings. While Lin Yin and Situ Fan were resilient, she remained at a mere 3rd level of strength, feeling like a mere pawn. At the entrance of the 8th city, they called out, "You wretches within, emerge and meet your doom." From the heart of the city, a powerful demon named Imo Sha emerged, exuding an intimidating aura that instilled a sense of dread in Lin Yin and Situ Fan. Humans? It has been far too long since I have feasted upon one. The taste of humanity is a memory I cherish, Imo Sha proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. This demon was not imprisoned without cause. He had slaughtered countless humans in his realm before being banished to the void by powerful beings. After drifting through the void for centuries, he was captured and imprisoned for millennia, now ravenous for human flesh. The sight of Lin Yin and Situ Fan ignited a fervor within him, as he yearned to satiate his long-held craving. "Ha ha ha, at last, someone has arrived. You few are just enough for me to enjoy." Lin Yin and Situ Fan expressed their displeasure. "You demon, do not be so arrogant. We shall vanquish you." "You? Vanquish me? With your strength, how utterly feeble." Lin Yin remarked, his brow furrowed, clearly unwilling to waste time entangled with this fiend. He cast a piercing glance at Situ Fan and subtly blinked, conveying a silent message. Situ Fan, quick to comprehend, instantly grasped Lin Yin's intentions. In perfect harmony, the two surged forth like twin bolts of lightning towards the demon. Their speed was akin to the swift wind, generating a howl of air currents. However, the demon stood unmoved, a look of disdain plastered across his face, seemingly unfazed by their formidable assault. Just as Lin Yin and Situ Fan were about to close the distance, the demon abruptly extended his hands, grasping with his left toward the left and clenching with his right toward the right. In an instant, amidst a flash of brilliance, a long blade and a sharp sword materialized in his grasp. He then began to spin rapidly on his axis, his movements as fierce as a whirlwind, dazzling to behold. With each rotation, a formidable force emanated from him. Lin Yin and Situ Fan felt as if the very heavens were spinning, their senses reeling, heads buzzing, nearly disoriented. When the demon finally ceased his whirling, Lin Yin and Situ Fan had already been flung far away. Before they could regain their footing, the demon's figure flickered like a specter, appearing before Situ Fan in the blink of an eye. The demon's right arm bulged with muscle, a fist imbued with terrifying power hurtling forth like a cannonball. Situ Fan barely had time to react before a thunderous impact resounded, sending him soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall at the city gate. The sheer force left a strikingly visible indentation of his form in the solid wall, a sight both alarming and grotesque. The demon swiftly caught Situ Fan and approached the city gate. "An old fool like you has no meat on your bones. I can't be bothered to feast on you. However, that one looks promising for a hearty meal," the demon said, swallowing hard as he strode toward Lin Yin. Lin Yin raised his heavy staff defensively before the demon unleashed a punch, sending Lin Yin hurtling alongside his weapon. Once they came to a stop, Lin Yin gasped. "How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Your physical form cannot possibly have reached the nascent soul stage." "Nonsense. My physical form is at the peak of the golden core stage. An ordinary nascent soul is no match for me. Do you truly believe that mere practitioners at the 9th level of golden core can challenge me in a life or death struggle? How naive, boy." Upon hearing the demon's words, Lin Yin felt a surge of foreboding. He shouted, "Return to our training grounds. This place is perilous. Run." Yimei and Situ Fan hesitated, but eventually, Yimei grasped Lin Yin's intent and dragged the old man out of the city. "You worry for them while your own life hangs in the balance? Take this." The demon's fist struck Lin Yin again and again, leaving him on the brink of collapse.